The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 1833 to Chapter 1887. Take the initiative to attack. Jingji's visit to Tuoba Yan made him realize that he couldn't passively wait for these people to come to him. He had to take the initiative to attack and kill all threats in the cradle. In the Xiao Ta, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. His current realm had stabilized, and his current divine body was different from others, because he had a sword body and a divine body. However, he found that there was still a gap between him and Jingji. Of course, he wasn't as powerless as he was in the past. Moreover, if he used the Azure Profound Sword, he still had a chance to kill Jingji. At this moment, Xiaoan appeared in front of Yixian and looked at Yixian. "Be careful of Jingji." Yixian nodded. This woman wasn't simple. She was very calculative. Yixian seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Xiaoan, are your former subordinates still around?" Xiaoan shook her head. "They've all been killed." Yixian was speechless. Needless to say, Xiaoan was definitely the kind of person who only liked to cultivate. Xiaoan glanced at Yixian and said softly, "I've dragged you into this." Yixian shook his head and smiled. "Don't be so polite. Moreover, they're not just targeting you now. They also want my Xiao Ta." Xiaoan said, "In the end, it's because of me." Yixian smiled. "Now is not the time to discuss this." Xiaoan nodded. "Okay." Yixian said, "In the ancient demon clan, the strongest is the ancient demon clan's patriarch, right?" Xiaoan said, "Yes. He and I were both experts at the peak of the divine soul realm, but now, he should be much stronger than before." Yixian asked, "Surpassing the divine soul realm?" Xiaoan shook her head slightly. "I don't know." Yixian thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry about it. Xiaoan, they should be here in a few days. During this period, cultivate well and leave the outside matters to me." Xiaoan nodded. "Okay." With that, she turned around and left. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, he got up and left. Somewhere in the unknown starry sky, Jingji was sitting on a chair. She was holding an ancient book and reading it attentively. At this time, the left general suddenly appeared in front of Jingji and was about to speak when Jingji stretched out a finger and waved it. The left general bowed slightly and retreated to the side. After reading for about half an hour, Jingji closed the ancient book and said with a smile, "This book is quite interesting." With that, she glanced at Shujiang. "You can have a look." Shujiang shook his head. "I'm not interested in books." Jingji smiled and said, "Did Yixian make a move?" The left general nodded. "He sent someone to spy on us. Moreover, he seemed to be leading a group of experts from a force called the Sword Alliance. I don't know where those experts are now." "What else?" Jingji asked with a smile. The left general spoke in a low voice, "This fellow seems to be plotting something recently. We have to be careful." Jingji nodded. "Got it." As she spoke, she picked up the ancient book in her hand and continued reading. The left general spoke in a low voice, "Holy Lord, aren't you worried?" Jingji smiled. "Worried about what?" The left general was about to speak when the left general suddenly said, "The Holy Lord knows what to do. Don't worry about it." The left general smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. Jingji was about to speak when she suddenly raised her head. In the next moment, she frowned. "So soon?" As soon as she finished speaking, the space in the depths of the starry sky suddenly split open, and then a group of experts in black robes walked out, the ancient devil clan. The leader was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. The old man looked at Jingji in the distance. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Jingji and nodded slightly. "Holy Lord Jingji." Jingji smiled. "Where's your patriarch?" The old man replied, "He'll arrive in a day." Yixian blinked. "Why a day later?" The old man replied, "There are many things in the clan that need to be explained." Jingji nodded. "That's true." The old man spoke in a low voice, "Holy Lord, where's that fellow, Yixian, right now?" The corners of Jingji's mouth curled up slightly. She'd asked about Yixian first and not in Wujuan. This meant that the main objective of this trip was the small pagoda. That was exactly what she wanted. Jingji thought for a moment and said, "Elder Guqi, Yixian isn't simple at all. Why don't we wait for your patriarch to arrive before we go look for him? Guqi shook his head. There's no need for that. Jingji spoke seriously, that fellow, Yi Xian, is quite strong. Guqi spoke in a low voice, Holy Lord, can you help us keep Wu Wujuan busy during the battle? Jingji hurriedly replied, of course. However, that fellow, Yi Xian, is quite capable. Are you really not going to wait for your patriarch to arrive before looking for him? Or perhaps you can help me keep Wu Wujuan busy while I deal with Yi Xian. Guqi immediately shook his head, there's no need. Mr. Wu Wujuan, just help us stall Mr. Wu Wujuan. Leave Yi Xian to us. Jingji intended to say something else, but Guqi hurriedly said, it's decided. We'll go look for that fellow, Yi Xian, right now. Jingji glanced at the right general, and the right general understood his intentions and hurriedly said, Elder Guqi, I'll lead you there. Guqi nodded, thank you. The right general said, everyone, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Guqi hurriedly led the other experts of the ancient devil clan along as well. The corners of Jingji's mouth curled up slightly, I like idiots like him. As she spoke, she followed along as well. The group of people shuttled through the starry sky. On the way, Jingji's voice suddenly rang out in the minds of the left general and the right general. Be careful. Yi Xian is about to appear. Both of them were stunned when they heard this. Suddenly, a strand of light suddenly lit up. Hiss, the others hadn't even recovered from their shock when the head of one of the experts from the ancient devil clan flew into the air. At the instant that the head flew into the air, another ray of sword energy lit up. Hiss, the heads of two experts from the ancient devil clan instantly flew into the air. At this moment, Guqi's expression changed drastically, who launched a surprise attack against us. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and then a formidable barrier appeared in the surroundings. Bang! At this moment, the starry sky and the surroundings seethed. Besides them, Jingji, and the others, there was no one else here. Jingji glanced at the right, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. She naturally knew who it was that attacked. Who else could it be besides Yi Xian? Guqi glanced at the surroundings, and his eyes were filled with icy coldness. Yi Xian, do you not dare to show yourself? There was no reply. Guqi suddenly turned to look at Jingji. Hallowed Lord, can you sense Yi Xian? Jingji slowly closed his eyes, and then his divine sense instantly enveloped this expanse of the starry sky. A short while later, Jingji opened his eyes and shook his head, I can't. Guqi's face fell completely when he heard this, even the hallowed Lord can't sense him. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of him, and then a ray of light slashed down in a straight line. Draw the sword to decide life and death. Not only did it decide life and death, it was even the green profound sword. This sudden attack caused Guqi's expression to change drastically, and he swiftly moved his right arm forward. Take it head on. The physical body of an ancient devil clan member was no joke. The main reason the ancient devil clan was so strong was because their bodies were much stronger than ordinary humans, and even some demon beasts couldn't compare to them. But he hadn't expected that the sword in Yi Xian's hand wasn't an ordinary sword as well. The sword descended. Hiss, everyone watched as Guqi's right arm and body were slashed into two. His body instantly shattered, and only his soul remained. However, at the instant that Yi Xian's sword descended, Guqi's soul was absorbed by the green profound sword. After that, Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword flew out. Hiss, the head of an ancient devil clan expert on his right instantly flew into the air, and then another ray of light appeared over 1 kilometer away. In the blink of an eye, the experts of the ancient devil clan fell one after another. However, when Yi Xian's green profound sword was about to kill the last expert from the ancient devil clan, a powerful force suddenly locked onto the green profound sword. Jingji had attacked. Yi Xian gazed at Jingji. Jingji grinned and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, Jing why did you stop me? Jing everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. Even the expert from the ancient devil clan gazed at Jingji with disbelief. Yi Xian blinked. Jing he can't be allowed to live. The two of us. Meanwhile, Jingji suddenly waved his right hand. Bang! The powerhouse of the ancient demon clan had been completely wiped out. Jingji turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. Are you trying to drive a wedge between me and the ancient devil clan? Yi Xian smiled. Do you still need me to drive a wedge between you and the ancient devil clan? Both of you are scheming against each other anyway. Xianxia smiled. I have to say, I have underestimated you and your sword. In fact, she was also extremely shocked at this moment. One must know that Guqi was a genuine divine core realm expert. An expert of this level was actually instantly killed by Yixian with a single strike of his sword. Not even his soul and consciousness remained. It was a little scary. Yixian opened his palm and the green profound sword began to absorb the souls of the experts from the ancient devil clan. He looked at Xianxia. Jing the next time the experts from the ancient devil clan come, remember to inform me immediately. Xianxia looked at the corpses on the ground and did not speak. Yixian suddenly said, the experts from the ancient devil clan were all killed, but none of your people died. Do you think the ancient devil clan patriarch will be suspicious? As he spoke, he glanced at the left and right generals. Both of their expressions changed. Damn it, this guy wants their divine master to kill me. Xianxia smiled but did not say anything. Yixian laughed and turned to leave. After a few steps, he stopped and said, Miss Xianxia, do you mind if I call you Jing? Xianxia smiled, I mind. Yixian smiled, it's okay, I don't mind. He turned to leave, but at this time, the starry sky in front of him suddenly boiled. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly drew his sword. He attacked, however, the target was not Yixian, but the left general and right general. Before they could react, their bodies were cut into pieces. At this time, a shadow suddenly appeared above Yixian's head. The ancient devil clan patriarch, the chieftain of the ancient demon clan, took a look at the battlefield and then at Xianxia and the two generals next to her. In the end, he looked at Yixian. When he was about to speak, Yixian suddenly drew out his sword and slashed. Boom, the shadow instantly shattered. Yixian sheathed his sword and walked away. Miss Xianxia, Yixian, am not afraid of fighting, and I am not afraid of scheming. If you want to play, no matter if you're wearing clothes or not, I can afford to play with you. With that, he disappeared into the distance. Shameless. After Yixian left, the left general couldn't help but say fiercely, Holy Lord, he's humiliating you. Then help me kill him. Xianxia said with a smile. The left general was speechless. How could he possibly defeat the current Yixian? Only experts at Xianxia's level could deal with the current Yixian. Moreover, it had to be his true body. After all, the demon lord's image had been instantly killed by Yixian with a single slash. The speed at which Yixian's strength grew was too terrifying. Xianxia suddenly said softly, I want to see that woman in a plain dress. The left and right general looked at Xianxia, and Xianxia smiled, he's too arrogant. I want to see the person behind him. I want to see exactly how strong that woman is. The left general shook his head, I can't find her. Xianxia said softly, I'll find her myself. With that, she turned around and left. The left general suddenly turned to look at the right general. Holy Lord, why did you destroy our bodies? The right general said, if she didn't destroy our bodies, how would she explain it to the ancient devil clan's patriarch? As he spoke, he turned to look at the horizon. That Yixian is too cunning. Fan Duo withdrew her gaze from somewhere high up in the clouds. She was the law of this universe, and it was very difficult for anything that happened in this universe to satisfy her. Moreover, she'd always been paying attention to Yixian. She'd seen how Yixian killed those people. At this moment, she was extremely shocked. She hadn't expected that Yixian's strength was actually to such an extent, especially Yixian's green profound sword. She'd watched the woman in a plain dress forge the sword, and now she realized that the sword was much more complicated than she'd imagined. It was a sword that would never go out of style, because it was forged by someone who far surpassed this universe. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly walked over from afar, and it was Tao Yi. Seeing Tao Yi, Fan Duo frowned. Tao Yi said, I want to see that woman. The woman in a plain dress, she also knew about Yixian's murder. Just like Fan Duo, she was incomparably shocked. Yixian's strength had actually reached such a level, especially the sword in Yixian's hand, it was too terrifying. Fan Duo shook her head, I don't know where she is. Ming Yi frowned slightly. You don't know? Fan Duo chuckled and said, she should have left this universe by now. Hearing this, Fan Duo's expression turned solemn. Can she really jump out of this current universe? Fan Duo nodded, yes. There was silence again. Fan Duo looked at Dingyi. You're not targeting Yixian anymore? Do I look like an idiot to you? Taoyi asked calmly. Fan Duo smiled. Actually, I really wanted to kill you before I met her. But after meeting her, I suddenly realized that life has a lot more meaning. For example, jumping out of this universe. Jump out of this universe, was it difficult? Of course it was difficult, not to mention the two of them, even their grandmaster couldn't do it, even if he surpassed the God Emperor realm, he still couldn't jump out. Dingy suddenly said, can I ask her for guidance? Fan Duo smiled. I've met her before. She's a very, very strange person. She doesn't even want to say a word to others. Except for Yixian. Dingy frowned, is she really Yixian's sister? Fan Duo nodded. Yes. She only recognizes Yixian. Except for Yixian, she recognizes no one else. Moreover, she only answers when Yixian asks questions. Dingy hurriedly said, then let's borrow Yixian's mouth to help us ask. After saying this, she regretted it. Why would Yixian help her ask? Dingy said again, how about we help him fight? Fan Duo smiled, Dingy, you wanted to kill him before. Dingy spoke indifferently, that's something the god's graveyard does. Fan Duo shook her head. Did you learn how to be so shameless from him? Dingy spoke seriously, Fan Duo, we can put aside the enmity between us for now. We have to look for Yixian and ask him to help us ask that woman in a plain dress. Fan Duo fell silent for a short while before she said, you're willing to help him? Dingy frowned slightly. Why not? That woman is so strong. Can the ancient devil clan and hallowed halls defeat her? This is a situation that we can surely win. Fan Duo was speechless. I noticed that today is the first time I've gotten to know you. Dingy spoke indifferently, one has to be flexible. It's the same for gods. Fan Duo shook her head and said, if we really help him fight, then it shouldn't be a problem to ask him to help us ask that woman in a plain dress. Dingy immediately said, then we'll help him fight. Doesn't he need help right now? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Fan Duo was speechless as she watched Dingy vanish into the distance. A short while later, she vanished as well. Within the Xiaota, Yixian gazed at the green profound sword in his grasp. At this moment, the sword's aura was deep like an ocean, and even he was unable to sense its depths. The green profound sword, the strength of this sword was even more terrifying than a godhood realm expert. Most importantly, this sword could only be used by him alone. At this moment, Yixian suddenly raised his head. The next moment, he directly left the small tower. Yixian saw Dingy and Fan Duo outside the Xiaota, and his expression instantly changed. He held the green profound sword in his left hand and was about to attack instinctively. Meanwhile, Dingy suddenly said, wait. Yixian frowned slightly, what are we waiting for? Dingy gazed at Yixian, do you know how strong the ancient devil clan is? Yixian smiled, I know more about Daoyi. Dingy said, we'll help you fight. Yixian was quite puzzled, help me fight. Are you kidding me? Dingy was a bit dissatisfied, do we look like we're joking with you? Yixian turned to look at Fan Duo, and she said, we're indeed here to help you fight. Yixian smiled, Supreme Fan Duo, I believe you. But. Then, he turned to Dingy, what about you? You wanted to kill me before. Why do you suddenly want to help me fight? Dingy said, let's make a deal. Yixian was a bit curious, what deal? Dingy said, we'll help you fight, and you'll help us ask the plain-dressed woman how to jump out of this universe. Hearing this, Yixian understood, damn it, our main target is Qing. A plan suddenly emerged in Yixian's mind. At this moment, Dingy suddenly said, is there a problem? Yixian looked at Dingy and said with a smile, Supreme Dingy, it's not easy to jump out of this universe. Dingy stared at Yixian, I know it's not easy. If you have other requests, you can tell me. Yixian was silent. Dingy frowned slightly, I heard you're very lecherous. Don't tell me you have those thoughts about us? Hearing this, Fan Duo couldn't help glancing at Yixian. Yixian immediately said, slander. This is slander. Who said I, Yixian, am lecherous? Dingy said indifferently, as far as I know, after you returned to that Qing province, you were able to stay in a room with a woman for more than 10 days. I'm not slandering you, am I? Yixian's expression froze. Dingy said again, be more direct, state your conditions. Xian said seriously, I don't have any other conditions. What I mean is, how many other supremes do you know? Dingy frowned slightly, you want other supremes to help you? Xian nodded, the condition is that I will ask Qing'er to teach them how to jump out of this universe. Of course, I can't guarantee that Qing'er can help you jump out of this universe. After all, it depends on the individual. Dingy was silent. Fan Duo suddenly asked, of course we know this. As long as she is willing to teach us a thing or two, it's enough for us. Xian nodded, that's not a problem. Fan Duo said, I can't guarantee whether the other two supremes are willing to help, but I will inform them. Xian said with a smile, all right. Fan Duo nodded, turned around and left. Xian suddenly said, Supremacy Fan Duo, there is one more thing. Fan Duo looked at Xian. Xian said in a deep voice, you are the law of this universe, so you are very familiar with it, right? Fan Duo nodded, yes. Xian said, I want you to help me monitor this universe. If anyone comes in, immediately inform me. Fan Duo nodded, no problem. Xian said softly, thank you. Fan Duo nodded, turned around and left. Xian looked at Dingy, Supremacy Dingy, I have to tell you that the ancient demon clan is not ordinary. Dingy said, no. Your sister is invincible anyway. Isn't that right? Xian was speechless. Dingy said again, can you show me your sword? Xian said with a smile, of course. Saying this, he opened his palm, and the azure profound sword flew to Dingy. Dingy looked at it for a moment, and her expression gradually became solemn, no wonder Fan Duo is so afraid. She was shocked at this moment. What kind of level was needed to create such a terrifying sword? That woman could not only take the power of time from the main time vein of the universe, but also suppress it. This meant that with her strength, she was completely capable of destroying this current universe. Once the main time vein river was destroyed, this universe would basically be finished. Dingy returned the azure profound sword to Xian, and then said, your sister is really powerful. Saying this, she glanced at Xian, but why are you so weak? Xian, Dingy shook her head and sighed, there really is always someone better in this world. I will go back and calm down first, I will appear when you are in trouble. Saying this, she turned around and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Xian put away the azure profound sword, turned around, and left. Nightmare Starfield, Lingwu City. At this moment, Lingwu City had completely vanished. Jingji looked down from the starry sky, and she was silent for a very long time as she gazed at the space that had been erased. It didn't take long for her to arrive at the peak of a mountain. The place where the woman in a plain dress had appeared in the past. Jingji slowly closed her eyes, and the space around her started to seethe. She was looking for the woman in a plain dress. She wanted to see if that woman was as powerful as she guessed. If she was just a little bit stronger, then she would immediately turn around and skin Xian alive. This man is too arrogant. Gradually, a series of images appeared in the surroundings. Time was reversed. Just at this moment, time returned to the past. Not too far away, the woman in a plain dress was playing chess with a white-haired old man. This was time that had already passed, but it had appeared once again thanks to Jingji's powerful divine ability. At this moment, the woman in a plain dress suddenly turned around and glanced at Jingji. Jingji's pupils constricted, and she seemed as if she had seen a ghost as she spoke in a trembling voice, my dear mother. You. How could you possibly see me? P.S. Give me a ticket, I want any ticket. Asking for tickets, for the sake of living, I can only shamelessly ask for tickets over and over again every day, it's all for the sake of living. At this moment, Jingji was stunned. She was going back in time now. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the plain-dressed woman to discover her, because this was something that had already happened. No one could change what had already happened, reversing time and space, reversing history, that was simply impossible. However, the woman in front of her had really discovered her. What the hell was going on? At this moment, Jingji's mind was blank. At this moment, the white-haired old man in front of the plain-dressed woman suddenly said, "What are you looking at?" The plain-dressed woman retracted her gaze and said indifferently, "I'm looking at a dead person." As soon as her voice fell, she opened her palm and the white chess piece in her hand suddenly flew out. Jingji's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, she smelled the scent of death. Invincible. That was the only thought in her mind. At this critical moment, Xianxia suddenly had an idea and shouted, "I'm Yixian's friend." The chess piece stopped between Xianxia's eyebrows. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. My gamble paid off. This woman in front of me cared a lot about Yixian. The plain-dressed woman looked at Xianxia. My brother's friend? Xianxia hurriedly nodded, yes. The plain-dressed woman shook her head, you're not. Xianxia did not explain and bowed slightly. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. The plain-dressed woman said, do you know why I didn't kill you? Xianxia glanced at the plain-dressed woman, because of young Master Yi. The plain-dressed woman shook her head, because you're weak and can become his whetstone. Xianxia, in front of the plain-dressed woman, the white-haired old man said in a deep voice, what did you see? The plain-dressed woman glanced at the white-haired old man, I can't see because you're weak. Since you're weak, then don't ask because I have no obligation to explain so much to you. Understand? The white-haired old man was stunned, then he stared at the plain-dressed woman and smiled insincerely. In hundreds of thousands of years, this is the first time someone said I'm weak. The plain-dressed woman's fingertips suddenly flashed with a sword light, and in the blink of an eye, bang, without any warning, a sword light pierced between the white-haired old man's eyebrows. In an instant, this sword light forcefully locked onto the old man. The white-haired old man was directly stunned. Beside him, Xianxia was also dumbfounded. This white-haired old man was a peak Divine Soul Realm powerhouse. He was even half a step into the Divine Soul Realm. However, this kind of expert didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of this plainly dressed woman. Just how strong was this woman? At this moment, Xianxia and the white-haired old man were extremely shocked. Right at this moment, the white-haired old man suddenly said in a trembling voice, Senior is right, I'm weak. I am very weak. The woman in the plain dress waved her jade-like hand lightly, and the sword light between the white-haired old man's eyebrows disappeared. The white-haired old man's body returned to normal. At this moment, his forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. He glanced at the woman in the plain dress, and his eyes were filled with fear. The woman picked up a chess piece and placed it down, and then she said, do you know why I didn't kill you? The white-haired old man hurriedly said, because I'm weak. The plainly dressed woman glanced at the white-haired old man. Do you have any objections? The white-haired elder hurriedly shook his head. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. The woman in the plain dress suddenly turned to look at Xianxia. Is there anything else? Xianxia spoke in a low voice, why are you able to see me? The woman withdrew her gaze and said, let's not discuss such a low-level question. Xianxia was speechless. The woman in the plain dress, the white-haired old man couldn't help but glance at the spot where the woman's gaze had descended. However, there was nothing there. The white-haired old man couldn't help but frown. What exactly is there? As if he'd thought of something, the white-haired old man's pupils suddenly constricted. Someone is reversing the flow of time. The woman glanced at the white-haired old man. How many years have you cultivated for? The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment before he said, I've cultivated for 1,000,000 years. The woman shook her head, how weak. You're much weaker than my older brother. The white-haired old man was speechless. Xianxia suddenly said, he doesn't seem to be very strong. Hiss, Xianxia's voice had just resounded when a ray of sword light suddenly shot into the center of her forehead. Bang, in an instant, Xianxia's body shattered into pieces, and only his soul remained. Moreover, his soul was completely locked down by that strand of sword light. Xianxia was stunned. What did I say? Why did she suddenly attack? The woman glanced at Xianxia. Are you doubting my older brother? Xianxia's expression was quite unsightly. Damn it, just because he said that the bastard wasn't particularly strong, this woman almost killed him. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law? The white-haired old man broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, even his hands were trembling. Someone was reversing the flow of time. Reversing the flow of time wasn't very terrifying because he could do it as well. The terrifying part was that this woman could see someone who could reverse the flow of time. That was King ridiculous. This had exceeded his understanding. Is this something that a human can accomplish? Even he felt that it was quite absurd. Such a thing was utterly impossible. However, at this moment, he was able to sense that something was off in this expanse of space, and someone really was reversing the flow of time. The white-haired old man was slightly dazed. Who exactly did I encounter? Xianxia spoke abruptly, Senior, I know him, and I have no ill intent towards him. The woman glanced at Xianxia. If you have no ill intent, then why did you come looking for me? Jingji was speechless. The woman got up and walked in front of Jingji. She looked at him. Do you want to see how strong I am? Jingji nodded subconsciously. After nodding, she was a little confused. What's wrong with me? The woman stared at Jingji. Did you see that? Jingji said in a deep voice, you are much stronger than I imagined. The woman shook her head. She turned around and walked in front of the white-haired old man, sat down, and picked up a chess piece. As soon as this chess piece was played, the white-haired old man immediately frowned. Jingji suddenly asked, you stepped out of this existing universe, right? The woman didn't answer and directly ignored him. Jingji was unwilling to give up and asked again, how did you do it? The plain-dressed woman glanced at Jingji. Would you explain to an ant how you managed to fly? Jingji's expression froze. At this moment, the white-haired old man suddenly couldn't help but ask, Senior, how can you see someone who can reverse the flow of time? The woman asked back, why should I answer you? The white-haired old man was speechless. The woman looked at the white-haired old man, if you ask such a low-level question again, I will shatter your divine soul. The white-haired old man quickly shook his head, don't ask. I won't ask any more. The woman turned her head and glanced at Jingji, and you? Jingji smiled bitterly. She really wanted to ask because she really wanted to know how this woman in a plain dress saw her, however. She didn't dare to ask, because she knew that the woman in the plain dress was not joking with her. If she continued to ask, the woman in the plain dress would really kill her. This woman's strength was really too terrifying. After a moment of silence, Jingji opened her palm. She wanted to withdraw the time reversal, but she was shocked to find that she couldn't withdraw it at all. As if she thought of something, she quickly looked at the woman in the plain dress not far away, her eyes filled with horror. You can actually control the future time and space. This is impossible, this is simply impossible, this is absolutely impossible, At this moment, she was already somewhat incoherent. She had to say that at this moment, she was really afraid. The scene in front of her was unreal, like a dream. The woman in the plain dress didn't answer Jingji. Jingji continued, how exactly did you do it? Her voice even carried a trace of a pleading tone. If the woman in the plain dress was willing to tell her, then she could immediately surpass the divine soul realm and even surpass the current universe. But the prerequisite was that the woman in the plain dress was willing to tell her. But the woman in the plain dress refused to tell her. Actually, all of this wasn't precious to her because as far as she was concerned, it was very low. The reason why she didn't tell them was very simple. These two people weren't her brothers, so why should she tell them? Right at this moment, the woman said, leave. As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her sleeve, and the space here trembled. Meanwhile, Jingji started to become illusory. She was about to be forcefully sent away. In next to no time, Jingji vanished. The white-haired old man in front of the woman in the plain dress hesitated to speak. In the end, the white-haired old man didn't ask anything. It was mainly because he didn't dare to. This senior's temper wasn't just an ordinary kind of bad. He was afraid that once he asked, it would be the last time he would ask in this lifetime. Continue the game. Jingji returned to reality, and at this moment, her physical body was gone. Jingji glanced at the battlefield, and then she glanced at herself. At this moment, only her soul remained. At this moment, she finally realized that everything from before was real. That woman was actually able to traverse space to kill her. How exactly did she do that? Jingji was truly at a loss. Right at this moment, the left commander suddenly appeared in front of Jingji, and he was stunned when he saw that only her soul remained. Jingji's eyes were filled with bewilderment as if she hadn't noticed the left commander's arrival. The left commander spoke with a trembling voice, Divine Lord, you? Your physical body. Jingji restrained her thoughts and looked at the left commander. Is something the matter? The left commander spoke in a low voice, Divine Lord, your physical body. Jingji spoke indifferently, the wind just now was too strong, and my physical body was blown away. The left commander was dumbfounded. Strong wind, my physical body was blown away, what the hell? Jingji suddenly said, is something the matter? The left commander hesitated for a moment before he said, the patriarch of the ancient devil race, Gu Ming, is here. Jingji frowned slightly, he's here? The left commander nodded. He asked the Divine Lord to go and discuss how to kill Yi Xian and the people behind Yi Xian. Jingji was stunned, then said, kill Yi Xian and the people behind him? The left commander said, yes. The woman in the plain dress and the man in the green robe. The woman in the plain dress, Xianxia's body suddenly trembled. The left commander hurriedly asked, Divine Lord, what's wrong? Xianxia said softly, the wind is too strong, and it's a little cold. The left commander. Strong wind, a little cold, the left general was confused. What happened to the Holy Lord? Xianxia suddenly said, let's go. With that, she turned and left. Her back was a little sad. Today was a big blow to her, she had never been looked down upon like this. The woman in the plain dress looked at her as if she was looking at an ant. How strong was that woman? It was a mystery. After a while, Xianxia arrived at her palace. At this moment, her body had almost recovered. Although the woman in the plain dress had destroyed her body, her foundation was not hurt. Therefore, she could recover her body. In front of the hall, a middle-aged man stood quietly. The middle-aged man was tall and wore a black robe. His whole body exuded an invisible pressure that gave people a strong sense of oppression. This person was the ancient demon clan leader, Gu Ming. Seeing Xianxia, Gu Ming nodded slightly. Miss Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. Clan leader Gu Ming, long time no see. Gu Ming nodded. Indeed. Xianxia smiled. Let's get down to business. What do you think of Yixian? Gu Ming said, he is quite mysterious. Xianxia blinked. This person is not simple. Gu Ming nodded. He is indeed not simple. Xianxia sat on the reclining chair and said, Clan leader Gu Ming, do you want that Xiao Ta? Gu Ming asked, Miss Xianxia, don't you want it? Xianxia smiled. I want it. But there is only one Xiao Ta, isn't there? After a moment of silence, Gu Ming said, take it first, then we can discuss this matter. What do you think? Xianxia shook her head. Clan leader Gu Ming, don't try to fool me. If we take it, the Saint Hall can't defeat the ancient demon clan. Gu Ming said, Miss Xianxia, you are too modest. Xianxia shook her head and smiled. I am not being modest. I know my limits. Gu Ming said, Miss Xianxia, do you have any ideas? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, if we get it, we can share it. Of course, Xiao Ta can stay with clan leader Gu Ming, but the Saint Hall can also use him. What do you think? Gu Ming nodded, sure. Xianxia smiled and said, the ancient devil clan has Xiao Ta, so the ancient devil clan has to put in more effort. Is that okay? Gu Ming looked at Xianxia. What do you mean? Xianxia smiled and said, the ancient devil clan will deal with Yixian and the people behind him, I will deal with Lord and Wujuan. Of course, if the ancient fate clan leader is willing to let the Saint Hall possess Xiao Ta, the Saint Hall is willing to deal with Yixian and the people behind him. Gu Ming chuckled and said, in Miss Jingxi's opinion, Yixian and the people behind him are more difficult to deal with than Lord and Wujuan? Jingxi shook his head. That's not it. It's mainly because An Wujuan hasn't fully recovered his strength, so it's easier to deal with him. Of course, Yixian and the people behind him weren't simple as well. Especially that woman in a plain dress. I heard she's already attained the God Emperor realm, and her strength is extraordinary. God Emperor? Gu Ming frowned, are you sure? Jingxi shook his head. I can't be sure, but according to my estimation, it's more or less the same. Gu Ming said, why haven't I heard of such an expert? Jingxi smiled and said, ancient fate clan leader, this universe is very big. Isn't it normal to have a few super experts? Gu Ming nodded. That's true. Jingxi smiled and said, do you want to deal with Yixian and the people behind him or Lord and Wujuan? Gu Ming suddenly asked, have you seen that woman in a plain dress? Jingxi shook his head. I've never seen her before. Her strength is also my guess. I don't know whether she's at the God Emperor realm or not. However, she shouldn't be weak, that's for sure. Gu Ming was silent. He naturally didn't believe Jingxi, so he had already sent people to investigate the people behind Yixian. Jingxi suddenly smiled and said, ancient fate clan leader, we don't have much time. Because Yixian has Xiao Ta, the speed at which his strength grows can be described as terrifying. Especially since he has Lord and Wujuan by his side. Gu Ming nodded and said with a smile, no hurry. Just half a day. Jingji nodded. Then I'll wait for news from ancient fake clan leader. After saying that, she turned and walked into the main hall. Guming glanced at Jingji and frowned slightly. He was also a little afraid of this woman, too sinister. He was also afraid that this woman would dig a hole for him, therefore, he needed to investigate Yixian himself. He also felt that Yixian and the people behind him were not simple. Otherwise, Jingji would have killed Yixian long ago and obtained Xiao Ta. About an hour later, an old man from the ancient demon clan suddenly appeared in front of Guming. Guming said, "Speak." The old man said in a deep voice, "Clan leader, there are two people behind Yixian. One is the man in green, the Sword Alliance's sword master, and his strength is unknown. The other is the woman in a plain dress. She claims to be Yixian's sister, and her strength is unknown. However, according to my people's investigation, this woman basically only uses one sword to kill people. Moreover, she destroyed the Nightmare Star domain before. Our people estimate that this woman's strength should be at the God Emperor realm." He paused for a moment before continuing, "At least the God Emperor realm." Guming looked at the old man. "At least?" The old man nodded. "Yes. The God Emperor realm." Guming fell into deep thought. The old man continued, "As for Yixian's origin, although this universe is saying that he is an outsider, there is no basis for it because he was born in a small world. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that he is a reincarnated person. This person is indeed a bit abnormal. He has cultivated the sword for less than 10 years, but his strength is already enough to instantly kill a Divine Spark realm expert." Guming said, "How much have you investigated about the Xiao Ta and the sword in his hands?" The old man said in a deep voice, "This person indeed has a Xiao Ta and a sword in his hands. Both of them are divine objects, especially that Xiao Ta. It is said that 100 years inside is equivalent to a day outside. However, this subordinate thinks that this might be a bit exaggerated. But no matter what, this tower is definitely not simple because Yixian's growth and strength is really abnormal. But if it is because of this Xiao Ta, then it makes sense." Guming suddenly said, "What about the woman in the plain dress? Was that Xiao Ta and the sword made by this woman?" The old man shook his head. "I don't know. Because there's truly too little information about this woman in a simple dress." Guming was silent. The old man continued, "There are too many unanswered questions, such as whether this Yixian is an outsider or not, and where did Yixian's Xiao Ta and sword come from?" He looked at Guming. "Patriarch, no matter what, we have to be careful of this person." After a moment of silence, Guming said, "Our ancient demon clan must get this tower. If we can get this tower, our ancient demon clan will be invincible in this universe. Not only that, we can also use this tower to reach a higher level." The old man said in a deep voice, "That's true, but we still have to be careful, whether it is this Yixian or that Holy Lord Jingji." Guming said, "Of course. Especially that woman, we have to be careful." She was also wary of Jingji. After a moment, Guming said again, "Inform Elder Gu Qing and the others to come here immediately. Our ancient demon clan must get that Xiao Ta." The old man bowed slightly. "Understood." After saying that, he turned around and left. Guming slowly closed his eyes. Xiao Ta, this was the reason why he came in person. If Xiao Ta was really that heaven-defying, then once he got it, he would have a chance to jump out of this universe. After a moment, Guming turned around and left. Yixian, who was cultivating in Xiao Ta's body, suddenly left Xiao Ta. As soon as he left Xiao Ta, the Supreme Law Fan Duo appeared in front of him. Yixian said, "He's here?" The Supreme Law Fan Duo nodded. "Very strong. He must be the ancient demon clan's clan master." "The ancient demon clan's clan master," Yixian said. "How many people came?" Fan Duo said, 5. Yixian thought for a moment, then nodded. "Understood." After saying that, he got up and left. Fan Duo suddenly said, "Are you going to find them?" Yixian said with a smile, "Of course." Fan Duo said in a deep voice, "They are very strong." Yixian said, "I know." After saying that, he disappeared at the end of the horizon. Fan Duo sighed softly, then disappeared on the spot as well. In the main hall of Jingji's palace, there were only Jingji and Guming. Jingji said with a smile, "Clan Master Guming, have you thought it through?" Gu Ming nodded. I'll deal with Yi Xian and the people behind him. You can deal with Lord and Wu Juan and the two supreme martial artists of this realm. Is that okay? Jingji said in a deep voice, the sword on Yi Xian belongs to me. Gu Ming looked at Jingji. Okay. Jingji was about to speak when Gu Ming suddenly said, I have an idea. Jingji said with a smile, what is it? Gu Ming said with a smile, what is Yi Xian's greatest reliance? It's the man in green and the woman in plain dress. My idea is that we should get rid of these two first. As long as we get rid of them, Yi Xian will be alone and there will be nothing to worry about. Jingji was silent. Gu Ming asked, what do you think? After a moment of silence, Jingji said, Clan Master Gu Ming's idea is not impossible. However, we don't know where those two are now. It will be a little difficult for us to find them. Gu Ming said with a smile, it's not difficult. I've already contacted the Star Life sect and asked them to help us find them. Jingji suddenly said, we can just target that Yi Xian. Gu Ming said, if we kill Yi Xian, will the two people behind him let us go? Jingji was silent. Gu Ming said again, don't worry. The ancient demon clan will deal with the two people behind him. You just need to stall Lord and Wu Juan and the supreme martial artists of this realm. Jingji smiled. Okay. Gu Ming smiled, then turned and left. Inside the hall. Jingji slowly closed her eyes. Was Gu Ming stupid? Of course not. In fact, she was a little scared. If she hadn't been cautious, she would have made the same mistake as Gu Ming, because no one thought that the woman in plain dress could jump out of this current universe, including her. Before seeing the woman in plain dress, although she also thought that the woman in plain dress was very strong, she was at most at the God Emperor realm. This was her estimation of the woman in plain dress, but after seeing her, she realized that she was wrong. He was gravely mistaken. The woman had really jumped out of this current universe. It wasn't that Gu Ming was stupid, but the woman in plain dress was too strong, so strong that it exceeded the understanding of this current universe. At this moment, Shujiang suddenly entered the hall. Shujiang said in a deep voice, Holy Lord, Yi Xian is rushing here. Jingji narrowed her eyes, what is he doing here? Shujiang said in a deep voice, it should be to kill Gu Ming. Jingji frowned slightly, nonsense. How can he kill Gu Ming with his current strength? After saying that, she got up and walked out of the hall. Shujiang hurriedly said, Holy Lord, are you going to help? Jingji didn't look back, of course, young master Yi can't die. Inside the hall, Shujiang was dumbfounded. Holy Lord, whose side are you on? P.S. Sorry. Yesterday, I went on a business trip and took a 9-hour high-speed train. Then I fell asleep because I was too tired. I didn't update it in advance and I couldn't get up today. I'm really sorry. Everyone, please forgive me. After Gu Ming left the palace, he entered a silent starry sky. Gu Ming glanced around and smiled. Still not coming out? Chi, a wisp of sword light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Gu Ming didn't dodge. Boom, Gu Ming's body trembled violently and he retreated hundreds of feet. When he stopped, there was a deep sword scar between his eyebrows. And opposite him was Yi Xian. Gu Ming gently touched the blood between his eyebrows and said softly, what a terrifying sword, it can actually hurt my body. Yi Xian smiled. What a terrifying body. My sword actually didn't shatter your body. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with seriousness. He had just used the Azure Profound Sword, however, the other party had used his body to forcefully block his sword. This wasn't an ordinary kind of terrifying. Gu Ming looked at Yi Xian and smiled. You are Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Gu Ming sized Yi Xian up and said with a smile, not bad indeed. Just now, I blocked your sword. Now, you have to take my fist. The moment his voice fell, his fist had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment the fist arrived, he had already drawn his sword and slashed continuously, drawing the sword to decide life and death. Boom, a wave of sword light suddenly erupted in front of Yi Xian. Rumble. The entire starry sky was instantly annihilated. Yi Xian retreated tens of thousands of feet, but Gu Ming didn't retreat even half a step. However, there was a deep sword scar on his fist, and his bones could be seen. Yi Xian's sword could break through his defense. Not only that, but after being slashed by Yi Xian's azure profound sword, his entire body actually began to become somewhat illusory. Gu Ming glanced at the sword scar on his right hand, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked at Yi Xian. Good sword. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What a powerful body. This ancient fate's gentle voice was much stronger than he had expected. Gu Ming smiled and said, again. With that, he took a step forward. Boom, as soon as he took that step, the starry sky was destroyed, and countless stars began to vanish bit by bit. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He held the green profound sword in his hand and blocked the attack. Boom, invincible sword domain, an extremely terrifying force that seemed like the sky was collapsing blasted towards Yi Xian's sword domain. However, his sword domain forcefully resisted it. Seeing this scene, Gu Ming frowned slightly. Good sword technique. You. As he spoke, a sword suddenly slashed down at an extremely fast speed. Before Gu Ming could react, the azure profound sword had already slashed down on his forehead. Flying swords, boom, the sword light shattered, and a deep sword mark appeared on Gu Ming's head, but he did not die, nor did he retreat. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword returned to his hand. Gu Ming stared at Yi Xian. These sword skills of yours are all very powerful. Yi Xian was silent. The strength of the ancient demon clan's patriarch's body was far beyond his expectations. At this time, Gu Ming suddenly said, your body is also not ordinary. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Yi Xian's body was also not ordinary, because although Yi Xian had been pushed back by him, Yi Xian had only suffered a minor injury. Gu Ming could not help but frown. Because he realized that he seemed to have underestimated Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian was about to make a move when Xiaoan appeared beside him. Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian. I'll do it. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then nodded. He nodded. All right. He knew that Xiaoan had always wanted to fight with Gu Ming, and he also needed Xiaoan to stall Gu Ming. Gu Ming looked at Xiaoan. Lord and Wujuan, we meet again. Xiaoan said indifferently, don't talk nonsense, let's fight. As soon as her voice fell, she disappeared. In the distance, Gu Ming faintly smiled before he also disappeared. Both of them entered unknown space. Yi Xian was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Jingji appeared in front of him. Jingji smiled. You want to kill the experts of the ancient demon clan? Yi Xian asked with a smile, are you going to stop me? Jingji shook his head. I just want to remind you of one thing. Yi Xian asked, what is it? Jingji looked at Yi Xian. The whole ancient god world knows that you have the mysterious Xiao Ta. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. The whole ancient god world? Jingji smiled. Yes. Many people are very interested in you, Xiao Ta, especially the ancient demon clan and the very clan. Yi Xian asked, what about you? Jingji blinked, and then said, I am also very interested. Yi Xian smiled. You want me to fight the experts of the ancient god world, and then you will be the fisherman. Jingji nodded, yes. Yi Xian suddenly let out a sigh. Jingji was puzzled. Why are you sighing? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Miss Jingji, I heard from Xiaoan about the grudge between you and her. I think your father was right to choose Xiaoan. Hearing this, Jingji's eyes narrowed, and there was killing intent in them. Yi Xian smiled. Do you know why? Because you focus too much on playing tricks. And tricks can't make your Saint Hall stronger. Of course, intelligence is also a part of strength. But you have ignored the most important point, and that is strength. Jingji shook his head and smiled. Are you teaching me? Yi Xian shook his head. Miss Jingji, you think you have the whole universe in your hands, but in fact, you are wrong. Jingji smiled. Wrong? Where am I wrong? Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in it. He pointed with a finger, and Xiao Ta fell in front of Jingji. Jingji frowned. What do you mean? Yi Xian smiled. Xiao Ta is right in front of you, and I am giving it to you now. Do you dare to take it? Dare? Jingji's eyes narrowed. She really didn't dare. Naturally, it wasn't because of Yi Xian, but because of the woman in the plain dress. The cold gaze of the woman in the plain dress appeared in her mind once more. Yi Xian smiled. Take it. Jingji stared at Yi Xian. Are you trying to humiliate me? Yi Xian shook his head. Miss Jingji, I'm not that bored. Someone once asked me, why do we have to stare at this universe? Why can't we have a bigger picture? Jingji narrowed her eyes, what do you mean? Yi Xian smiled, even if you dominate this current universe, is there any meaning? Is there? Jingji said in a deep voice, what do you mean? Yi Xian looked at Jingji, Qing'er has already jumped out of this current universe, do you know that? Jingji looked at Yi Xian, but did not say anything. Yi Xian said again, I know how to jump out of this current universe. Hearing this, Jingji's eyelids twitched, You know? Yi Xian smiled, of course I know. Jingji asked subconsciously, how can you jump out of this current universe? Yi Xian smiled, why should I tell you? Jingji stared at Yi Xian, you don't know. Yi Xian nodded, you are right. You're right, I didn't know. After saying that, he turned around and left. Jingji's face was a little ugly, damn, this man is actually tempting me. Without any hesitation, Jingji followed Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at Jingji, Miss Jingji, what's the matter? Jingji said in a deep voice, I have seen your sister. Yi Xian nodded, I know. Jingji turned to look at Yi Xian, you know? Yi Xian smiled, I guessed. Jingji looked at Yi Xian, how can I jump out of this universe? Yi Xian asked, why should I tell you? Jingji stared at Yi Xian for a long time, and then said with a smile, so you are trying to trick me into working for you. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Jingji, do you know why the Supreme of this universe is helping me? Not only them, but there are also more than a dozen God Emperor, they. Jingji suddenly frowned, more than a dozen God Emperor? Yi Xian blinked, yes. There are more than a dozen God Emperor. They are all helping me, what's wrong? Jingji stared at Yi Xian, where did these more than a dozen God Emperor come from? Yi Xian laughed. It's a secret. Secret. Jingji was silent. Yi Xian said again, Miss Jingji, your eyes are still on this universe, but many people have set their eyes outside the universe. If you don't jump out of this universe, you will eventually return to dust, dust to dust. As she said that, she glanced at Jingji, do you know why Xianxia is so powerful? Because she has mastered the great Tao of this universe, which is above the great Tao. Do you know what is above the great Tao? Jingji asked, what is above the great Tao? Yi Xian laughed. It's a secret. Secret. I don't tell ordinary people. Jingji stared at Yi Xian, you were trying to fool me. Yi Xian nodded quickly, yes, yes. I am trying to fool you, Miss Jingji. You must not believe my words. What jump out of the universe, what great Tao? Actually, I am just fooling you. You must not believe me. After saying that, he quickly walked away into the distance. Jingji stared at Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, she wanted to skin Yi Xian alive. Her intuition told her that Yi Xian was fooling her, but reason told her that Yi Xian might really know how to jump out of this universe, because the plain-dressed woman had already jumped out of this universe. And what was the relationship between the plain-dressed woman and Yi Xian? They were brother and sister. Moreover, the plain-dressed woman's love for Yi Xian could be described as spoiling, even if Yi Xian didn't know. If Yi Xian asked, would the plain-dressed woman not tell him? She would definitely tell him. Jingji suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. Her eyes were a little blank, just like what Yi Xian said. Wasn't her vision too small? Was it interesting to dominate this universe? Of course it was interesting, but it was definitely not as interesting as jumping out of this universe. That was completely different. Jumping out of this universe, in the history of the ancient God world, no one could do it. Moreover, who didn't want to see the scenery outside the universe, and above the great Tao? Jingji looked at the end of the starry sky in the distance. Did she really have to rely on this bastard? She was not willing. However, what Yi Xian said was too tempting. At the end of the starry sky in the distance, Xiao Ta in Yi Xian's body suddenly asked, Young master, what is above the great Tao? Yi Xian said, I am just making things up, and you believe me? After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, I was too careless. Yi Xian arrived at an unknown part of the starry sky, and there were 6 people in this part of the starry sky. They were the experts of the ancient devil clan who had come with Gu Yi, and his target was these 6 people. In the dark, Yi Xian glanced at the 6 people. All 6 of them wore black robes, and their auras were as deep as the sea. Very strong. Yi Xian's gaze descended onto the old man in the lead. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. "Watch out." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his right hand forward. Bang, the entire starry sky boiled. In the dark, Xian was shocked. Have I been discovered? But he quickly realized that he hadn't been discovered. In the distance, the black-robed old man frowned. At this moment, the black-robed old man by his side suddenly said, "Elder Gui, is someone here?" Gui glanced around again, and then he said, "I felt a little uneasy just now." As he spoke, he glanced around again. "Everyone, be careful. Xian is skilled in assassination techniques, and he has a divine sword. Don't underestimate him." The others behind him nodded. They had heard of Xian's assassination techniques. They didn't dare to be careless. In next to no time, the 6 of them released powerful sure that enveloped the area they were in. In the dark, Xian's face sank. Now that these 6 people were on guard, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. What a headache. Right at this moment, Gui suddenly raised his head, and a moment later, his eyes narrowed. "The demon lord is fighting within Wujuan, and I don't know where Xian has gone." As he spoke, he glanced around. "Xian, come out." He was sure that Xian was in the dark. And that trace of uneasiness just now was definitely because of Xian. That fellow wanted to assassinate them. In the distance, the space trembled slightly, and then Xian walked out. Guyi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Xian, and he was just about to speak when Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Guyi's pupils constricted. "Let's join forces." As soon as their voices fell, the 6 of them attacked at the same time. Boom, the surrounding space boiled and then was annihilated. Rumble, a sword light suddenly retreated. It was Xian. Xian retreated a full 3,000 feet before stopping. When he stopped, the 6 people in the distance had already surrounded him. All 6 of them punched out at the same time. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the space Xian was turned into a vortex. The 6 of them were too powerful. The space that Xian was in couldn't withstand it at all. Even the power of time was annihilated at this moment. Xian took a step forward and blocked with his sword. Invincible sword domain. Boom. The space that Xian resided in was instantly obliterated, but Xian was completely fine. The invincible sword domain had forcefully resisted their full strength. Guyi's expression instantly became unsightly when he witnessed this scene. This fellow is that strong? Right at this moment, Xian suddenly charged towards Guyi, and then he drew his sword and slashed. Guyi's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly said, "Help me." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly raised his arms to block the attack. At the same time, the other 5 behind him hurriedly attacked as well. They were going head-on against Xian. Rumble, an expanse of sword light suddenly shattered into pieces. Xian retreated explosively for 3 kilometers while Gui and the others retreated explosively for almost 3 kilometers as well. After Gui stopped moving, his expression had become quite unsightly. At this moment, his entire right arm was gone. All 6 of them hadn't been able to completely resist that attack from Xian. Xian was quite shocked in his heart as well. The strength of these 6 people is very extraordinary. They're probably the type that doesn't rely on any external strength. Xian didn't give it any further thought before he vanished on the spot. Hiss, a ray of sword light flashed through the battlefield. Guyi's expression instantly changed violently. "Attack together." As soon as he finished speaking, he and the other 5 behind him charged forward. The battle had begun. Xian was fighting all 6 of them by himself. All 6 of them were at the peak of the godhood realm, and they'd formed godheads. Moreover, they were the type that didn't rely on any external strength. However, even then, not only were they unable to gain an advantage against Xian, they were even suppressed by Xian. Xian's sword wasn't just swift, it was able to pierce through their defenses. Compared to Xian's sword, the so-called divine body was like a piece of paper. Xianxia watched silently from the shadows. She'd been watching while Xian fought Gui and the others. At this moment, she had a solemn expression on her face. She'd always known that Xian was strong, but she didn't expect Xian to be this strong. Gui and the others weren't your average godhood realm experts. These 6 people belonged to the top echelons of the ancient demon clan. They were all old monsters that had lived for at least several 100,000 years, not only their strength, but also their battle experience. They were all battle-hardened veterans, and now, the 6 of them were being suppressed by Xian. Xian was only at the divine physique realm, fighting 6 people at a higher realm. Was this Xian's true strength? in her opinion, it definitely wasn't, because Xian still had that terrifying bloodline power that he hadn't used yet. Mad demon bloodline. Right now, Xian was using these 6 people as practice targets. Xian had just reached the divine physique realm. What he needed the most now was to fight. Shaoan, Jingji, and the others were too strong, so they weren't suitable for practice. They would only get beaten up. Gui and the others' strength was just right. They were perfect practice targets. In the distance, Xian grew stronger as he fought, and Gui and the others were completely suppressed by Xian. Xian's sword was too strong, and the 6 of them didn't dare to take it head-on. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly stopped. As soon as he stopped, Gui's expression changed drastically, and he grabbed his own throat with his right hand. Bang! His throat suddenly split open, and a stream of blood sprayed out. A single strike to the head. Gui roared madly, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 people behind him vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Rumble! An expanse of the starry sky shattered, and the 5 people were pushed back. When they finally stopped, Gui's head had already flown into the air. In the end, he hadn't been able to suppress Xian's attack. Not only did his head fly into the air, but his soul was instantly absorbed by Xian's sword. The remaining 5 people's expressions changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and one of them said abruptly, "Retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, he and the other 4 turned around and fled. They were extremely swift, and they vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Xian frowned slightly. They're running away just like that. They're not going to fight head-on anymore. Meanwhile, Jingji suddenly walked out. "Young Master Yi, you're really surprising." Xian turned to look at Jingji and smiled. "Miss Jingji, is there something you need? If there's something, then please speak frankly. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving. As you know, I'm very busy." Jingji gazed at Xian. "Can you really make that woman tell you how to escape from this universe?" Xian turned around and left. Jingji frowned slightly. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Xian, and she gazed at Xian and smiled. "We can work together." Xian shook his head. "I won't work together." Jingji frowned slightly. "Why?" Xian smiled. "Because you're not sincere. Miss Jingji, you're a smart person, but you're too smart." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon on his sword. Jingji was silent. Of course, she knew what Xian meant. How could he be sincere? He could directly declare war on the ancient demon clan. That meant he was sincere. But if he declared war on the ancient demon clan, her plan would be ruined. Moreover, the relationship between Xian and Shaoan was better than hers. In fact, the real barrier between her and Xian was Shaoan. If there was no Shaoan, she would definitely choose Xian, but with Shaoan, she was a little hesitant. Because she and Shaoan would never reconcile, but if she did not choose Xian, Shaoan would definitely be able to rely on Xian to reach a higher level in the future. At that time, the gap between her and Shaoan would become infinitely large. With this thought in mind, Jingji turned around and left. At this moment, she had made up her mind. Xian came to the star field where Shaoan and the ancient demon clan patriarch were fighting. He had to admit that the ancient demon clan patriarch was indeed very strong, an expert at the peak of the divine soul realm. An expert at this level was not someone that Xian could deal with for the time being. After all, he had cultivated for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Whether it was his combat experience or the use of various martial arts, he had reached the peak. In fact, Xian was also a little shocked by Shaoan's strength. This Shaoan was not just a normal kind of fierce. They were both the top super experts in the divine ancient star field. At this moment, in the distant starry sky, Guming suddenly split into 3. The next moment, the 3 of them punched at the same time. Rumble! Under the 3 punches, Shaoan directly retreated tens of thousands of zhang, and at the same time, the star field was annihilated. Seeing this scene, Xian frowned. This time, Shaoan had suffered a big loss. He looked at Guming and saw 2 people who looked exactly like him on the left and right of Guming. Doppelganger. At first, Xian suspected that it was a doppelganger, but could a doppelganger have such terrifying power? In the distance, Shaoan suddenly said, "Doppelganger." Guming smiled slightly. "Yes. In all of history, I am the only one who has cultivated it to the great success stage." Doppelganger, this was a supreme divine skill of the ancient demon clan. If cultivated to the extreme, one could split into three, that is, doppelganger, and in the entire ancient demon clan, only two people had successfully cultivated this supreme divine skill. The first was the ancestor of the ancient demon clan who created this cultivation method, and the second was this Guming. The two doppelganger could have almost 90% of the strength of the main body. This was very terrifying. In the distance, Xiaoan slowly clenched her right hand. Naturally, she would not admit defeat. Just as she was about to attack again, in the distance, Guming suddenly turned his head to look at Yixian below. The next moment, he and the two doppelganger beside him disappeared. Rumble. Three terrifying forces that could destroy the world were heading straight for Yixian. Xiaoan's expression changed drastically. She stomped her right foot and disappeared from where she stood, shrinking the ground to an inch. At this moment, her speed directly surpassed the space and time of this universe. Of course, this was only for a moment. And this was also one of her trump cards. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoan appeared in the air above Yixian and blocked with her arms. Rumble. Before Yixian could react, two figures retreated at the same time. It was Xiaoan and Guming. The two each retreated a full 10,000 zhang before stopping. When Xiaoan stopped, her arms directly turned into nothingness. Not only that, but a trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of her mouth. But the next moment, she appeared in front of Yixian again, with her back to Yixian. Go first. Go first. Looking at Xiaoan who had lost both arms in front of him, Yixian was completely dumbfounded. P.S. Thank you for your votes. When I go home today, I will go home and write properly. I will never think about those fancy things again. Writing is the way of the king. Only by writing can one become rich. Also, some readers say that I am very popular. I really want to say, where do you see that I am popular? If you want to sell the copyright, shooting a TV series or an anime is the way to become popular. No one wants this of mine. Among web writers, I belong to the category of half-flops. I don't eat too much, but I won't starve to death. When the copyright comes out, then it will be considered popular. Or, when I dare to stop updating, then it will also be popular. Only people who don't lack money dare to be willful. Have you seen me being willful? Seeing that Yixian didn't move, Xiaoan frowned and said, You go first. An ancient fate who had cultivated the external incarnation to great success was no longer someone she could deal with now. After all, compared to this ancient fate, she didn't have much time to cultivate. Yixian still didn't move. Xiaoan was about to speak when Yixian suddenly appeared beside her and chuckled. Why do you want me to go first? Xiaoan looked at Yixian. We can't beat him anymore. Yixian smiled. Then I go, and you die? Xiaoan fell silent. Yixian said softly, Go back to Xiaota and heal your injuries. Xiaoan stared at Yixian. You can't beat him. Yixian said with a smile, So what? In any case, I won't let my woman die for me. Xiaoan frowned slightly. Your woman? Yixian smiled awkwardly. A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Xiaoan glanced at Yixian and didn't say anything. Yixian said, Hurry up and enter Xiaota. As he spoke, he directly sent Xiaoan into Xiaota. In the distance, Guming sized up Yixian and smiled. You are very outstanding. Even in the divine ancient star field, you are the most outstanding. Yixian smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Guming smiled and said, Actually, I want to see the two people behind you. They are your father and sister. According to my investigation, they don't seem to be ordinary. Yixian thought for a moment and said, You remind me of someone who was once as confident as you. Guming smiled. Who? Yixian said, Tianyi. Tianyi. Guming frowned slightly. Who is Tianyi? Yixian smiled and said, The patriarch of the ancient heaven realm Ji clan used to be as confident as you, but now, the grass on his grave is already several zhang tall. Tianyi. Guming shook his head and smiled. You're comparing me to an ant? Yixian said, In the eyes of Qing and old man, the two of you are no different. Haha. Guming suddenly laughed. Yixian, you're so arrogant. Of course, the reason you're arrogant is because you're ignorant. Yixian smiled. Maybe. As he spoke, he opened his palm and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. I think that men should talk less nonsense between each other. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Gu Ming suddenly flicked his sleeve, boom, an earth-shattering power surged out from his sleeves, rumble, a sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. But the moment Yi Xian retreated, a sword light suddenly appeared at Gu Ming's throat. One sword cut through the head, crack, Gu Ming's throat suddenly split open, but the next moment, his right hand directly grabbed the sword light at his throat. He clenched his fist. Boom, the sword light shattered, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared above his head, and the next moment, a sword light slashed straight down. Gu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly punched out, rumble, another sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was directly sent flying, while Gu Ming also violently retreated hundreds of meters, sword draw to determine life and death. This time, Yi Xian directly superimposed 920 sword draw to determine life and death, during the time he cultivated. In Xiao Tao's body, he increased the number of sword draw to determine life and death to 920, however, he found that the further he went, the harder it was to improve. In the distance, Gu Ming glanced at his right hand. There was a deep sword wound on his right arm, and the white bone within could be seen. Gu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his head to look at the distant Yi Xian. He was about to speak when the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly disappeared. Gu Ming directly punched out, boom. The azure sword was forcibly stopped by this punch, but at this moment, over a dozen sword lights suddenly flew out from the space around Gu Ming and slashed at his body. Boom! 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 In an instant, Gu Ming was directly drowned by over a dozen sword lights. In the distance, Yi Xian was about to follow up with another attack. But at this moment, the sword light directly shattered his face, and at the same time, an afterimage shot explosively towards him. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He opened his palm, and the azure sword appeared in his hand, and then he suddenly held it horizontally to block. Invincible sword domain, boom, Yi Xian instantly retreated thousands of meters, and as soon as he stopped, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Gu Ming slowly walked towards Yi Xian. The sword is a good sword, and the sword technique is also a good sword technique. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low, and, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Gu Ming raised his arm to block. Boom, the sword light exploded, and Yi Xian retreated explosively once more. However, there was another sword wound on Gu Ming's arm. Gu Ming couldn't help but frown. Although there was a gap in strength between him and Yi Xian's sword could break through his defense. He couldn't let this drag on. Gu Ming raised his head to look at the nearby Yi Xian. He took a step forward, and with this step, he split into three. External incarnation. When he saw Gu Ming's external incarnation, Yi Xian didn't hesitate to turn around and directly disappear. He naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to fight Gu Ming head-on. Seeing Yi Xian escape, Gu Ming was stunned. He stopped fighting just like that. Shouldn't it be a fight to the death? Without thinking too much, Gu Ming took a step forward and was about to give chase. However, when he was about to give chase, he found that Yi Xian had already disappeared. Even he couldn't sense Yi Xian's aura at this moment. He ran so fast. Gu Ming's expression was a little ugly. Were young people nowadays so greedy for life and afraid of death? Moreover, Yi Xian was a swordsman. Right at this moment, his pupils constricted abruptly because Yi Xian who had fled had actually appeared in front of him again. Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. 920 superimposed sword drawing techniques. Gu Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Xian to appear again. Without thinking too much, he raised his arm to block. Boom, Yi Xian's sword fell, and Gu Ming directly retreated thousands of feet away. When he stopped and was ready to counterattack, Yi Xian was already gone. He ran again. Seeing this scene, Gu Ming's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. One slash and then run, and he couldn't catch Yi Xian's aura. He had power but nowhere to use it. It was very sullen. And in another unknown starry sky, Yi Xian stopped, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Gu Ming's strength was much higher than his, and most importantly, Gu Ming's physical body was too terrifying. If it wasn't for Gu Ming's terrifying physical body, he would have killed him countless times just now. The profound azure sword could break Gu Ming's defense, but it couldn't kill him, and at this moment, he finally saw his own strength clearly. With his current strength, if he didn't use the profound azure sword, it was equivalent to the divine spark realm. But if he used the profound azure sword, he would be invincible in the divine spark realm and could fight against divine soul realm experts. but if he didn't use the profound azure sword, then the gap between him and a divine soul realm expert would be too huge, especially a super expert like Gu Ming who didn't rely on his strength. However, he wasn't discouraged. How many years had Gu Ming cultivated? And how many years had Yi Xian cultivated? Wasn't it normal for him to be unable to defeat Gu Ming? In terms of mentality, he still had the right attitude. Moreover, being defeated really wasn't a bad thing, because he knew what he was lacking. Right at this moment, Xiaoan appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoan, and at this moment, Xiaoan's arms had returned to normal. Xiaoan sized up Yi Xian, and then he said, "Are you all right?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm fine." Xiaoan said softly, "I never expected that he would have already cultivated that avatar technique to greater success." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "What divine ability is that avatar technique?" When Gu Ming used his avatar technique, he could only choose to flee. The strength of the three was too terrifying, and he couldn't resist at all. Xiaoan said in a low voice, "It is a supreme divine ability of the ancient demon clan. When cultivated to greater success, one can form an avatar technique, and this avatar technique has at least 90% of the original strength." 90% strength. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. "So abnormal?" Xiaoan nodded. "Very terrifying. However, it is very difficult to cultivate to this level. Among the ancestors of the ancient demon clan, except for the first ancestor, no one has been able to cultivate it to greater success. I didn't expect that after so many years, Gu Ming had cultivated it to greater success." Yi Xian asked, "Is there a way to break it?" Xiaoan shook his head. "It can only be broken by force." "Broken by force," Yi Xian suddenly said, "Can you break it with my sword?" Xiaoan glanced at the profound azure sword in Yi Xian's hand and shook his head. "I can't. Because I'm not a swordsman. In my hand, the power that your sword can display is not as great as yours." "But..." She paused, then said, "If Jingji uses your sword, he should be able to fight him." "Jingji," Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Give it to her? I'm afraid she'll kill me first." He was also very wary of this Jingji. This woman was different from Gu Ming. Although Gu Ming was strong, he didn't play dirty. This woman, on the other hand, liked to play dirty. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Xiaoan, don't you hate her?" Xiaoan was silent for a moment, then said, "Her father treats me very well." Yi Xian said with a smile, "If you could kill her, would you?" Xiaoan shook his head. "I don't know." Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He knew that Xiaoan wouldn't kill Jingji. But if Jingji was given the chance, he would kill Xiaoan. Xiaoan suddenly said, "You heal first, then we need to prepare. Gu Ming won't give up. Also, we need to be careful because you have two divine items. I'm worried that the very race will be tempted." Yi Xian asked, "Are the very race very strong?" Xiaoan nodded. "Very strong. There is a person in their race named Very Yishui. This person was the strongest of the very race and the strongest of the ancient god world. If they know that you have two divine items, I'm afraid they will be tempted." Yi Xian was speechless. He was going to be in high demand again, but he couldn't be so unlucky, could he? At this moment, Jingji suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She smiled. "I have bad news for you. The very race is here. For you." Yi Xian was speechless. The very ones, Yi Xian was speechless. What he had been worried about had come true. He seemed to have thought of something. Yi Xian looked at Jingji, who shook his head. "I didn't inform them this time. The Saint Church and the ancient demons came here to find you. That attracted them." Yi Xian looked at Jingji and smiled. "Miss Jingji, have you made up your mind?" Jingji was silent. She understood what Yi Xian meant. Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Jingji, I will give you one last chance. If you don't take this chance, I won't give you any more chances. Believe me, you will never be able to escape this universe again. Because the direction of your cultivation is wrong." Jingji frowned. "The direction of cultivation is wrong?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." As he spoke, he paused for a moment and said, "Qing'er said that." Jingji looked at Yi Xian. "Really?" Yi Xian laughed. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." With that, he turned around and left with Xiaoan. At this time, Xiaoan suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Why are you holding my hand? Yi Xian smiled. Sorry, I'm used to it. Xiaoan frowned. Used to it? Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaoan wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, Xiaoan, tell me about the very ones. I have to make some preparations. Xiaoan nodded. She was about to speak, but she seemed to think of something. She turned to look at Yi Xian. Can you let go of my hand first? Yi Xian said seriously, and you don't think I'm taking advantage of you by holding your hand, do you? Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian said, I am not that kind of person. Xiaoan asked, why are you holding my hand then? Yi Xian quietly said, when I heard that the very ones were coming, I panicked. Holding your hand, I felt more at ease. Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian. Really? Yi Xian nodded. Really? If you're not willing, I won't pull you. Although he said so, he did not release his hand. After a moment of silence, Xiaoan said, the very ones are strong, but you don't have to worry too much. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I'm alone. How can I not be worried? Xiaoan immediately said, don't you have me? Yi Xian looked at Xiaoan, will you stay here forever? Xiaoan nodded. Yi Xian said seriously, Xiaoan, you're the best. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian. What's good about it? Yi Xian laughed and said, everything is fine. Xiaoan was speechless. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Jingji suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and Yi Xian frowned. Jingji suddenly said, the person from the very high sect is the very high water. Hearing this, Xiaoan's eyes suddenly shrank. Very high water? Jingji nodded. Yi Xian turned to look at Xiaoan, is he very strong? Xiaoan said in a deep voice, very strong. He was very strong back then, and he must be even stronger now. The opponent's strength is definitely above the ancient demon clan leader Gu Ming. Yi Xian held Xiaoan's hand tightly and said nervously, what should I do? Jingji was speechless. Xiaoan was silent, and her face was grave. If the very high water was also targeting Yi Xian, the situation would be really troublesome. At this time, Jingji suddenly said, you can call for help. Yi Xian looked at Jingji and smiled. Miss Jingji, what do you want to do? Jingji smiled. Cooperate. Yi Xian shook his head. I said. You have no sincerity. Jingji's lips curled up. Sincerity is mutual. Yi Xian suddenly asked, do I need you? Jingji was stunned. Jingji blinked. Have you seen Qing'er? Jingji stared at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian smiled. Do I need you? As you said, if I can't beat him, I can call for help. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Jingji rolled his eyes at Yi Xian. Why are you so hostile to him? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Because you have always been hostile to me. Jingji smiled. I am not hostile to you, and I dare not be. Young Master Yi, I have a plan here, do you want to hear it? Yi Xian blinked. What plan? Jingji walked in front of Yi Xian and smiled. I will only say it to you. Yi Xian smiled. Xiaoan is one of us. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't, then don't say it. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Jingji glanced at the two of them and smiled. Young Master Yi, you and Wujuan won't, Xiaoan frowned. Yi Xian looked straight at Jingji. Are you going to say it or not? Jingji glared at Yi Xian. We are both women. Why are you treating me differently? Yi Xian curled his lips. You are not my woman. Jingji smiled faintly. Then, is Xiaoan your woman? Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Damn it, I fell into this woman's trap. Jingji wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, do you still want to jump out of this universe? Jingji put away his smile and said, my plan is. A moment later, Yi Xian suddenly gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. Jingji smiled. Wait for me. After saying that, she turned and left. After Jingji disappeared into the distance, Xiaoan suddenly said, can you trust her? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian said softly, because she has seen Qing. Xiaoan was puzzled. Yi Xian smiled. Anyone who has seen Qing will lose their temper. After saying that, he pulled Xiaoan and left. If Jingji had never seen Qing, he would never believe her. However, this woman had seen Qing. Not only had she seen Qing, but she might have also been taught a lesson by Qing. Otherwise, this woman would not have taken the initiative to show goodwill. Jingji's palace. On this day, Gu Ming came to Jingji's palace. In the main hall, Jingji smiled and said, "Patriarch Gu Ming, please sit." Gu Ming sat to the side and said softly, "This Yi Xian's strength is a little beyond my expectations." Jingji shook his head and smiled. "Patriarch Gu Ming, I told you long ago not to underestimate this person." Gu Ming smiled. "Actually, I am more interested in the woman behind him." Hearing this, Jingji's right hand couldn't help but tremble. Interested in the woman in the plain dress, Jingji looked at Gu Ming in front of her. She actually wanted to jump up and scold him. "Who do you think you are? How dare you fight with Senior?" She admitted that Gu Ming was very strong. However, he was really not qualified to fight with the woman in the plain dress. Gu Ming suddenly said, "Miss Jingji, do you know the whereabouts of the woman in the plain dress?" Jingji collected his thoughts and shook his head with a smile. "I don't know." Gu Ming looked at Jingji and said, "As far as I know, Miss Jingji has seen that plain-dressed woman through time reversal." "I have indeed seen him, but only once," said Jingji with a smile. Gu Ming asked, "Miss Jingji, how do you think I compare to her? Estimate the strength of both sides." The corners of Jingji's mouth twitched slightly. "Estimate your mother's head." She was a little speechless. Seeing Jingji's strange expression, Gu Ming frowned slightly. "Miss Jingji?" Jingji restrained his thoughts, and then he said with a serious expression, "According to my estimation, that woman's strength should be on par with the ancient Fate clan's patriarch." "Equal?" Gu Ming faintly smiled. "That's interesting. I never thought that there would be such a person in this universe." Jingji laughed and said, "Indeed, I didn't expect that this universe could actually produce such a person." Gu Ming slowly closed his eyes. "I wonder if the Star Fate Gate has found any news about that plain-dressed woman." Jingji's eyelids twitched. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. This guy really sent people to look for the plain-dressed woman, Jingji sighed in her heart. In fact, she felt a little complicated at this moment. Did Gu Ming look down on the plain-dressed woman? Of course he did. However, from Gu Ming's point of view, Gu Ming had overestimated the plain-dressed woman. After all, no one thought that the plain-dressed woman had jumped out of this current universe, including her from before. When they targeted Yi Xian from the beginning, they were already destined to lose. This was also the reason why she immediately chose to side with Yi Xian. Kill Yi Xian? They would definitely die. Once the plain-dressed woman came back, no one could stop her. With a wave of her hand, the Saint Church and the ancient demon clan would disappear from this world. At this moment, Gu Ming suddenly said, "Miss Jingji, I heard that the Supreme Life Water is also here." Jingji withdrew her thoughts and nodded. "Yes." Gu Ming smiled and said, "What do you think, Miss Jingji?" Jingji smiled and said, "Let's join forces to deal with him and Yi Xian." Gu Ming nodded. "That's exactly what I want." Jingji suddenly stood up and said, "Patriarch Gu Ming, my people have found that Yi Xian." Gu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. "Where?" Jingji said, "Let's go." With that, she directly disappeared. Gu Ming frowned slightly, and a moment later, he also disappeared from the hall. In a certain part of the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword, and Xiaoan was beside him. At this moment, Jingji and Gu Ming suddenly appeared in front of him. When he saw the two of them, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. You, Jingji said, "Patriarch Gu Ming, I'll stop that lord in Wujuan. Finish him quickly." Gu Ming nodded. He took a step forward and directly displayed his avatar. Just as Gu Ming was about to attack, his expression instantly changed. He suddenly turned around and a sword light slashed straight towards him. The person who attacked was not Yi Xian, but Jingji. This sudden turn of events caused Gu Ming's expression to instantly change, and he suddenly blocked with his arms. Boom, the sword light shattered, and Gu Ming rapidly retreated. At this moment, Xian and Jingji disappeared from where they stood at the same time. The three of them attacked almost at the same time, and at this moment, a shadow suddenly flashed across the battlefield. Boom! Along with a deafening explosion resounding out, the two figures were pushed back repeatedly. It was Xian and Shaoan, and beside Gu Ming stood a middle-aged man. When they saw this middle-aged man, Shaoan and Jingji's expressions both darkened. Great One Water, a super expert of the Great One race. Gu Ming suddenly turned his head to look at Jingji and said with a smile, Miss Jingji, from the beginning, my ancient demon race has been using you, and you have also been using my ancient demon race. Do you really think I wouldn't hold back? Jingji smiled and said, I was too careless. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at Xian. Call for help. Xian was silent. I want to call for help too, but how? Jingji looked at Xian. Don't tell me you can't call for help. Xian smiled awkwardly. Today is a good day. How about we let them go? Jingji stared at Xian. Xian sighed softly. Miss Jingji, do you think Qing'er is interested in them? Jingji was silent. That woman might really not be interested in Gu Ming and Jingji. As if thinking of something, Jingji looked at Xian in confusion. Why is your sister so strong and you so weak? Xian thought for a moment and then said, I actually want to know the answer to this question. Jingji. P.S. I really don't have the face to ask for a vote. No more begging. End of this chapter. Xian and the others did not expect that Tai Yishui had joined forces with Gu Ming. This was a person stronger than Gu Ming. How could they fight? They couldn't beat him. In the distance, Gu Ming suddenly laughed. Miss Jingji, I'm really curious. Why did you side with Xian? Jingji said calmly, if I don't side with him, I will be swallowed by you and the Greater One sect, won't I? The ancient demon clan had joined forces with the Greater One race, but they didn't tell her. They obviously wanted to use her to deal with Xian and then swallow her and the Saint Church. Everyone was plotting against each other. Gu Ming laughed. Don't you want to join forces with Xian to swallow my ancient demon clan? Jingji laughed. Same here. Gu Ming nodded. Indeed. At this moment, Tai Yishui suddenly looked at Xian and laughed. Is the Xiao Ta in your hand really that amazing? Xian laughed. Yes. Tai Yishui looked at Xian. Can you let me see it? Xian shook his head. What a joke. If I give it to you, will you give it back to me? Tai Yishui laughed. That's true. But since you won't give it to me, I'll take it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. Next to Xian, Shaoan stepped forward and punched. Boom! As the fist light exploded, Shaoan instantly retreated thousands of feet. As soon as she stopped, the space within thousands of feet of her collapsed and was annihilated. No match. Xian's face darkened. Tai Yishui was indeed stronger than Gu Ming. Tai Yishui glanced at Shaoan and laughed. Lord and Wujuan, you were very good in the past. Unfortunately, you haven't improved in these years. You are no match for me now. Shaoan slowly clenched her right hand and suddenly disappeared. In the distance, Tai Yishui laughed and waved his sleeve. Boom! Shaoan instantly returned to her original position. At this moment, a wisp of blood was already flowing out from the corner of her mouth. Tai Yixing smiled and said, the current you is a little weak. Shaoan was silent. She had wasted too much time. Back in the day, she and the Tai water had a 50-60 split, and now, she was no longer a match for the Tai Xing water. Things are for people. At this moment, Xian suddenly appeared beside Shaoan and said with a smile, don't be discouraged. Shaoan shook his head. I'm not discouraged. I'm just feeling a little emotional. As she spoke, she looked at Xian. If you hadn't met me, you wouldn't be in such trouble. Are you blaming me? Xian laughed and said, strange. Shaoan lowered his head. I'm sorry. Xian continued, I blame myself for not meeting you earlier. And looked up at Xian and said nothing. Xian chuckled. What about you? Shaoan was silent. Just as Xian was about to speak, Jingji suddenly said, please, even if the two of you want to flirt, can't you do it on a different occasion? Is this a duel? Shaoan glanced at Jingji and did not say anything. Yi Xian laughed and looked at Tai Yixing in the distance. Your Excellency, I heard that you are the #1 expert of the ancient God-star field. Tai Yixing smiled and said, Brother Gu Ming is also very outstanding. I am not completely confident in defeating him. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. His words were watertight. Gu Ming glanced at Yi Xian. If you want to sow discord, I advise you to save your saliva. Yi Xian smiled and said, I just want to fight the #1 expert of the ancient god world. Tai Yixing smiled and said, fight me one-on-one? Yi Xian nodded. Tai Yixing smiled. This chapter is not over, please continue. Sure. Gu Ming suddenly said, Brother Xianxia, this person is not simple. Tai Yixing smiled and said, I know. However, I still want to see just how monstrous he is. Gu Ming nodded slightly and then retreated to the side. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at Xiao and said in a deep voice, You. Yi Xian smiled and said, let's fight then. Xiao looked at Yi Xian for a moment and then said, be careful. After saying that, she retreated to the side. She still chose to believe in Yi Xian. On the other side, Jingji glanced at Yi Xian and then also retreated to the side. Tai Yixing smiled and said, come. Yi Xian nodded and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Tai Yixing's head. In the next moment, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword draw to decide life and death. 920 sword draws to decide life and death. With this slash, the surrounding starry sky was directly shattered. A trace of surprise flashed in Tai Yixing's eyes. What a powerful sword skill. As he said that, he flicked his sleeve. Boom, an expanse of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively. However, at the instant that he stopped, Tai Yixing's throat suddenly split open, and a sword light appeared. However, at the instant that Tai Yixing's throat split open, his body instantly became illusory. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Yi Xian, and then he smashed his fist towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he directly utilized the sword domain. Bang! Yi Xian's sword domain forcefully resisted this punch, but his face instantly turned pale. At the same time, he retreated explosively. He didn't retreat to space, but directly retreated to a world. Yi Xian was shocked in his heart. He'd never encountered such a situation in the past. Meanwhile, Tai Yixing appeared in front of Yi Xian again. He gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Do you know what this place is? This is a space-time domain that I've cultivated myself. Now that you're within my space-time domain, I can control your space-time. Yi Xian's face fell when he heard this. He hadn't expected that he would actually be within this fellow's space-time domain. Of course, he hadn't expected that he could actually cultivate a domain in this space-time domain. This wasn't just an ordinary level of terror. Tai Yixing continued, I can control your time at will within my space-time domain. You. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. In the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Tai Yixing was stunned when he witnessed this scene. He fled. Yi Xian actually left his space-time domain just like that. At this moment, Yi Xian was within the same expanse of the starry sky. Meanwhile, Tai Yixing appeared before him. Tai Yixing stared fixedly at Yi Xian. How did you do that? Yi Xian suddenly started laughing. He wasn't laughing because he'd escaped Tai Yixing's space-time domain. He was laughing at his own stupidity, because he suddenly realized that he'd severely underestimated the green profound sword. The knowledge hidden within the green profound sword was truly too much. Just like earlier, he was completely capable of jumping out of the space-time domain. This meant that even though the sword was forged from the space-time energy of this universe, it had jumped out of this universe, because the person who'd forged it had jumped out of this universe. If one could fully study this sword, then one could completely jump out of this universe. Even if one couldn't jump out for now, at least one would know the method. Space-time. This universe was formed from time, space, and matter. If one wanted to jump out of this universe, then one had to surpass the time, space, and matter of this universe. Suddenly, Tai Yixing spoke, It's your sword. This chapter isn't over. Please continue to the next page. As he spoke, his gaze descended onto the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. All of them looked at Yi Xian's sword. Tai Yixing chuckled, How interesting. I never expected that someone would actually possess such a deep understanding of the space-time Tao and was even able to forge a sword from it. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. The person who forged this sword was that woman behind you, right? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Tai Yixing smiled, where is she now? Yi Xian smiled, let's continue our battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked slowly towards Tai Yixing. Bang, a ray of blood-red light suddenly swept out from within him, the energy of his bloodline. He'd utilized the energy of his bloodline, because he wanted to see his current limit. Only by knowing one of his limits would he be able to break through them. All of them frowned when they saw Yi Xian transform into a blood-red figure. The energy of his bloodline, what sort of bloodline is that? Jingji glanced at Yi Xian. She noticed that this fellow was even more mysterious than she'd investigated. She knew a little about the origin of this bloodline, and it was Yi Xian's father. However, she knew nothing about Yi Xian's father. It was too mysterious. Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Sword draw to decide life and death. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword draw had overlapped up to 999 times. Because he'd circulated his bloodline to its limits, Tai Yixing's expression instantly changed when he executed this attack. 999 overlapped sword draw to decide life and death. As soon as this attack was executed, the region in an area of over 100 kilometers was instantly obliterated. As for Tai Yixing, who was the target of this attack, he sensed a trace of the aura of death. He didn't dare act carelessly. He raised his right hand slowly, and then he chanted silently. In an instant, a barrier of water suddenly appeared around him. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword descended, bang, the barrier of water trembled violently. After a moment of silence, it exploded apart, and Tai Yixing, who was behind the barrier of water, retreated 3 kilometers away. Gu Ming couldn't help but frown when he witnessed this scene. The might of Yi Xian's attack was more than a few times stronger than the attack from before. This fellow's bloodline is actually so terrifying. In the distance, Tai Yixing glanced at his right hand. There was a deep sword scar on it. Tai Yixing shook his head and smiled when he saw the scene. I haven't been injured in many years. I never expected that I would be injured by you, Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't speak. He just opened his palm, and then the green profound sword suddenly flew out. In the distance, Tai water directly punched out, bang. An expanse of blood-red light erupted, and then a figure retreated repeatedly. It was Yi Xian. However, Tai Yixing had retreated by over 1 km. After Tai Yixing stopped, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Tai Yixing's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly became ethereal. Bang, an expanse of blood-red light suddenly erupted, and then 2 figures retreated explosively at the same time. When Yi Xian stopped moving, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Even though his current strength was extremely terrifying, there was still a gap between him and Tai Yixing. Suddenly, Tai Yixing said, interesting. How truly interesting. As he spoke, he walked slowly towards Yi Xian. Bang, in an instant, an extremely terrifying aura enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes while the green profound sword in his hand started to tremble violently. End of this chapter. He couldn't beat him. At this time, Yi Xian already knew his limits. Even if he used the power of his bloodline, he still wouldn't be able to beat a powerhouse like Tai Shui. The gap was still a little big. However, this was also normal. After all, he had cultivated for at least 1,000,000 years, and how long had Yi Xian been cultivating? However, he wanted to force himself. Fight. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, which were blood-red like a sea of blood. Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot. Boom, wherever his foot landed, the space instantly collapsed, and Yi Xian himself had already turned into a blood-red sword light and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Tai Shui's head. The next moment, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword draw to decide life and death. 999 superimposed sword draws to decide life and death. As the sword fell, a sword cry suddenly soared into the sky, and the starry sky directly trembled. A sword strike with all his strength. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't dare to hold back in the slightest, because the person in front of him was the #1 powerhouse in the ancient god world. In front of Yi Xian, Tai Shui watched Yi Xian's sword fall, but his expression was surprisingly calm. When Yi Xian's sword was still a dozen inches away from his head, his entire body suddenly became illusory. Yi Xian's sword fell straight down, directly piercing through Tai Shui's body, but Tai Shui was completely fine. Tai Shui suddenly punched Yi Xian's abdomen. Boom, Yi Xian instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet away, and his body directly cracked. However, Tai Shui's right fist was directly shattered by the sword light. Sword body. at that critical moment, Yi Xian directly activated the sword body. On the other side, Gu Ming, Jingji, and Shaoan were all extremely shocked. They were shocked by Tai Shui, and also shocked by Yi Xian. They were shocked because the Great One Water had jumped out of this space-time. The reason why Yi Xian's sword didn't work was that Tai Xing had already jumped out of this time and space. He was not in the same time and space as Yi Xian. Space-time suppression. From this, it could be seen that they were not on the same level as the Tai Water, and they were shocked by Yi Xian because of Yi Xian's sword body. Just now, the three of them thought that even if Yi Xian didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, they did not expect that not only was Yi Xian not dead, but he was also uninjured. On the contrary, Tai Xingshui was injured. The three of them looked at Yi Xian. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that Yi Xian's skin was covered with all kinds of tiny sword qi. These sword qi were even thinner than a strand of hair. What kind of physique was this? Gu Ming frowned, and he was quite curious. Shaoan glanced at Yi Xian, and she was extremely shocked. She knew about Yi Xian's sword body, but she hadn't expected that it would be so terrifying once it was activated. Jingji glanced at Yi Xian. Damn it, this man really has a lot of trump cards. In the distance, Tai Xingshui glanced at his right arm. Not only had his fist been shattered, his entire right arm had been completely cracked, and his bones were exposed. Tai Xingshui looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, I have to say, you really surprised me. With your strength, even amongst the younger generation of God Ancient Star Domain, no one besides a Gue can fight you. Yi Xian wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, You jumped out of this spacetime just now. Tai Xingshui nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled and said, If I'm not wrong, you can only jump out for a short period of time, right? Tai Xingshui smiled, so what? Yi Xian gazed at Tai Xingshui and said, Again. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. In the distance, Tai Xingshui had become illusory. He'd escaped through space once more. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword descended. However, Tai Xingshui's expression suddenly changed drastically. Tai Xingshui had silently retreated 3 kilometers away. Gu Ming and the others were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian had actually pushed Tai Xingshui back. Tai Xingshui had jumped out of this spacetime. Could Yi Xian have jumped out of it as well? Tai Xingshui stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You. How could you possibly? As he spoke, he suddenly gazed at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. Your sword. It's your sword. Yi Xian gazed at the sword in his hand with a complicated expression on his face. He realized that he'd greatly underestimated the green profound sword forged by Qing Er. He could have used this sword to jump out of this spacetime. Qing Er had said that the sword had many uses, and he hadn't thought too much about it. However, he hadn't expected that the sword would have so many unknown and formidable uses. There were definitely many uses that he didn't know about. It was an omnipotent sword. In the distance, Tai Xingshui suddenly said, You actually relied on a sword to jump out of this spacetime. His expression was extremely unsightly. Yi Xian glanced at Tai Xingshui and said, What's wrong with you? Tai Xingshui stared fixedly at Yi Xian and said, I cultivated for 300,000 years to barely be able to jump out of this spacetime. But you actually relied on a sword to do it. Yi Xian frowned slightly. 300,000 years? Is it very difficult to jump out of this spacetime? Tai Xingshui said angrily, Try it without using that sword. Yi Xian put the sword away and gave it a try. No, Yi Xian was somewhat embarrassed. Tai Xingshui said mockingly, Without that sword, you are nothing. Yi Xian held the sword and gave it a try. He directly escaped the spacetime of this current universe. Seeing this scene, Tai Xingshui's expression became extremely unsightly. Soon, Yi Xian returned to the current universe and looked at Tai Xingshui and said, You too. It was such a simple thing, but you actually cultivated for 300,000 years. Look at me, I didn't even need to cultivate, I just held this sword and jumped out. At this point, he seemed to have thought of something and paused before saying, Sorry, I forgot that you have no sister. No one made a sword for you. Everyone. This sentence wasn't very lethal, but it was extremely insulting. In the distance, Jingji suddenly couldn't help but turn to look at Shaoan indignantly. Look, is what he said even human? Shaoan glanced at Yi Xian and said, It's a bit too much. Jingji shook his head, I really want to hammer him to death. Tai Xingshui's expression was extremely unsightly as he stood opposite Yi Xian. He felt like he'd been insulted. Yi Xian spoke abruptly. So, in terms of the importance of having a sister. You don't have a sister, but you've cultivated for 300,000 years. I have a sister, so I don't even need to cultivate to jump out. Jingji couldn't help but become furious. Tai Xingxue, can you stop talking to him? Don't you want to kill him? Just do it. Why are you talking to him? Aren't you afraid of being angered to death by him? Gu Ming couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian and say, Brother Xingxue, kill him. He couldn't take it anymore. So what if you have a sister? He suddenly shook his head when he thought up to here. It's really great to have a sister. Damn it, this fellow relied on this sword to fight me and Tai Xingxue. If it wasn't for this sword, then Yi Xian wouldn't be a match for them at all, especially that jump out of space-time the Tai water had cultivated for a total of 300,000 years. What about Yi Xian? That fellow hadn't even cultivated. Isn't that infuriating? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Tai Xingxue suddenly smiled and said, Yi Xian, I admit that the person who created this sword isn't ordinary. However, that's the person who created it. What does that have to do with you? Yi Xian gazed at Tai Xingxue. That's my younger sister. Tai Xingxue stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Even you know that it's your younger sister, not you. Yi Xian smiled. If my younger sister is strong, then I'm strong. Everyone was speechless. Tai Xingxue gazed at Yi Xian. Can you be a little more shameless? Yi Xian roared with laughter. Tai Xingxue, why do you have so much nonsense? Let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss, a blood-red ray of sword light suddenly flashed through the battlefield. In the distance, Tai Xingxue's eyes flashed ferociously. He charged forward and punched. Bang, in an instant, the starry sky shook violently. Then, a ray of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian retreated repeatedly. However, as he retreated, he escaped from the current universe's spacetime. When he escaped from the current universe's spacetime, the powerful force from Tai Xingxue instantly vanished without a trace. Because he was no longer in this spacetime, Tai Xingxue's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he saw this. He could only temporarily escape from the current universe's spacetime, but Yi Xian didn't seem to have this restriction. When he thought of this, Tai Xingxue felt even more unbalanced. Why was it that he had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years to be able to do it, but this guy was able to do it so effortlessly? The more Tai Xingxue thought about it, the more his killing intent surged. He directly escaped from the current universe's spacetime and appeared in the same spacetime as Yi Xian. As soon as he appeared, Yi Xian suddenly opened his right hand. Hiss, a ray of sword light flashed through the battlefield. Tai Xingxue immediately punched. Bang, the ray of light shattered. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared above him, and then a ray of light slashed down. Draw the sword to decide life and death. Tai Xingxue didn't dare act carelessly. Even though there was a gap between him and Yi Xian's sword technique and the sword in his hand weren't ordinary. At the instant that Yi Xian's sword descended, Tai Xingxue's left hand suddenly burst into flames, and then he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Rumble, the spacetime there suddenly seethed, and then an expanse of light shattered while Yi Xian retreated repeatedly. Tai Xingxue was just about to attack again, but it didn't take long for him to frown. Because a mysterious force had suddenly appeared in the surrounding spacetime, Tai Xingxue's expression changed drastically when he saw this mysterious force, and he practically didn't hesitate to vanish on the spot and return to that expanse of spacetime. This was why he could only enter that unknown expanse of spacetime for a short period of time, because that mysterious force rejected all who entered that expanse of spacetime. As if he'd thought of something, he suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still in that expanse of spacetime, and the mysterious force had enveloped Yi Xian. Tai Xingxue couldn't help but roar with laughter when he witnessed this scene. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. This is the consequence of ignorance. At this moment, he was extremely happy. Yi Xian was equivalent to courting death. That mysterious force was so strong that even he wasn't a match for it at all. As for Yi Xian, he wasn't a match for it at all. Yi Xian glanced at the mysterious force in the surroundings, and his expression was quite unsightly. Because it was a force that exceeded his understanding, it was absolutely not something he could resist right now, but at this moment, the mysterious force had sealed off this expanse of space he resided in. Just as Yi Xian was about to fight to the death, the mysterious force seemed to have discovered something and suddenly retreated like a receding tide. Yi Xian was stunned. Not only was Xian stunned, but Tai Xingshui was also stunned in the spacetime outside. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This? How is this possible? Saying this, he suddenly looked at the sword in Xian's hand. It's the sword in your hand. It's your sword. Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand. Could it really be because of this sword? Thinking of this, he looked at Tai Xingshui and smiled. Look, how great it is to have a sister. It's your fault for not having a sister. Everyone was speechless. Tai Xingshui was so angry that he almost vomited blood. When he heard Xian, not only was Tai Xingshui furious to the point of almost spitting out blood, even Jingji couldn't take it anymore. This fellow's words are too infuriating. However, she was even more shocked at this moment. Xian was actually able to rely on this sword to jump out of this universe's spacetime. What did this mean? It meant that the person who made the sword was even more terrifying. Of course, she'd personally experienced how terrifying the woman in a plain dress was. She was truly a godlike woman. At this moment, Gu Ming's expression was slightly solemn. The sword in Xian's hand had greatly exceeded his expectations. From this, it could be seen how formidable the person who made the sword was. Gu Ming had a trace of worry in his heart. Right at this moment, Xian returned to the battlefield. With the green profound sword, he could really travel back and forth between the two universes. However, he didn't dare to travel randomly in that unknown space because he was quite afraid of it as well. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear from that mysterious force. Meanwhile, Tai Xingshui suddenly said, "Where is the person who made the sword now?" At this moment, he was even more curious about the woman in a plain dress. Gu Ming looked at Xian as well. He was similarly curious about the woman in a plain dress. Exactly how strong is she? Originally, he was very confident that he could defeat her. But now, he wasn't completely confident anymore. However, he wanted to fight her even more now. When had he ever been afraid of anyone? Xian didn't answer Tai Xingshui, and he slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he was very excited because he'd discovered a formidable ability of the green profound sword, and that was the ability to travel freely between two different spaces. With this ability, he could be said to be in an invincible position forever. Even if he faced Tai Xingshui, his opponent wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Most importantly, he could use this sword to study its principles, and then rely on his own ability to jump out of this expanse of space. A new door had opened for him. Right at this moment, Gu Ming suddenly said, the sword in his hand. The sword. Tai Yishui's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the sword in Xian's hand. At this moment, he intended to seize the sword. Without any hesitation, Tai Yishui suddenly vanished on the spot. At practically the same time, Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Rumble, the sword light shattered and Xian instantly retreated. In the instant that he retreated, he directly escaped from the spacetime of this universe. Tai Xingshui, who was about to follow up with another attack, was stunned. How were they supposed to fight? Although he could also appear in this universe's spacetime, he didn't dare to fight with Xian there. Xian wasn't afraid of that mysterious force, but he was. Tai Yixing looked at Xian and mocked. Xian, are you still a man? If so, then come out and we'll fight to the death. Xian laughed and said, if you are a man, then come in. We will fight to the death. Tai Yixing stared at Xian, you don't want to come out? As he spoke, he looked at the awareness realm cultivator and Shaoan. You can escape, but what about them? Xian thought for a moment and said, I'll give it a try. As he spoke, he suddenly appeared by Shaoan and Ji Jing's side and took their hands. A moment later, the three of them vanished at the same time, and they were out of this universe's spacetime when they appeared again. Tai Yixing and Ancient Fate were stunned. He can take others in? What the hell? Shaoan and Jingji, who stood by Xian's side, were quite stunned as well. They hadn't imagined that Xian would actually be able to take them in. What's going on? Jingji was quite excited. She ceaselessly sized up the surroundings because such an opportunity was rare. If she could familiarize herself with this expanse of spacetime, then she might be able to use her understanding of spacetime to enter again in the future. Meanwhile, Xian had brought her and Shaoan back into the outside world. Jingji hurriedly gazed at Xian. Stay a little longer. Xian was speechless. She wants to stay a little longer. I can't let her off so easily. Tai Yixing's expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and he stared fixedly at the sword in Xian's hand. This sword can even take others in. What kind of sword is this? At this moment, Gu Ming suddenly said in a deep voice, rumor has it that this person also has a Xiao Ta. That Xiao Ta is said to last 100 years inside and a day outside. I thought it was fake before, but now it seems that this pagoda might really be that magical. Hearing this, Tai Yixing's eyes narrowed. Two divine objects, he slowly clenched his right hand. If these two divine objects fell into his hands, he would definitely become the strongest person in the history of this universe. However, he didn't make a move and said, let's go. After speaking, he turned around and left. Gu Ming frowned, but he didn't ask any more questions and also turned around and left. Seeing the two of them leave, Xiaoan, who stood by Yi Xian's side, frowned. What do they mean? Jingji said indifferently, what do they mean? It's obvious. They can't do anything to Yi Xian now, so they're going back to discuss how to deal with this guy. Xiaoan was silent. Yi Xian could escape the space-time at will. It could be said that as long as he didn't want to fight to the death, even Tai Yixing couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, even if Tai Yixing joined forces with Gu Ming, it would be meaningless. At this moment, Jingji suddenly said, you have to be careful. If I were them, I would definitely attack your friends and family. As long as I capture your friends and family, you have to fight even if you don't want to. Unless you want to watch them die. Xiaoan frowned slightly. Tai Yixing wouldn't do such a despicable thing, right? Naive. Jingji sneered. Under normal circumstances, he would indeed not do such a despicable thing, but don't overlook one point, and that is that this fellow possesses two super divine objects, and these two divine objects are things that the supreme life water cannot give up. For these two divine objects, Tai Yixing won't adhere to his Boolj *T principles. Moreover, the two of them don't dare to give this guy too much time. Therefore, they will definitely attack again, and when they do, they will definitely be fully prepared. Yi Xian nodded, so, we have to make some preparations. Jingji gazed at Yi Xian, what preparations? According to what I know, you seem to have quite a lot of friends and family. Yi Xian said, then what do you think I should do now? Jingji fell silent for a moment, and then he said, there are two ways. The first is to call your younger sister over. Once she appears, all the troubles will disappear. Yi Xian said, tell me about the second. Jingji glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, the second is to take all your friends and family into Xiao Ta. It should be possible for you as well, but it might be a bit more troublesome. Yi Xian smiled, there's a third way. Jingji frowned slightly, what way? Yi Xian said, to the ancient god world. Jingji's eyes narrowed slightly, you want to go to the ancient god world? Yi Xian smiled, can't I? Jingji said in a low voice, that's their headquarters. If you go there, speaking of this, she frowned again, even the two of them can't do anything to you, so the rest of them certainly can't do anything to you. Moreover, with your strength, whether it is the ancient demon race or the greater one-sex powerhouses, for you, I'm afraid it will only be a matter of one sword. Saying this, her pupils suddenly shrank. She had always neglected a problem, and that was Yi Xian's strength. Now, Yi Xian could not even do anything to ancient fate and greater one life water. To some extent, he was already comparable to super powerhouses like greater one life water and ancient fate. If he went to the ancient god world, it would undoubtedly be a great disaster for the ancient demon race and greater one race. As if thinking of something, Jingji said, but what about your family and friends here? They are now your biggest weakness, and they will never let go of this weakness. They will definitely use it against you. Or do you really have the heart to leave them alone? As long as they go to Azure Province, then you, Yi Xian, will be in an absolute passive position. If you fight, Azure Province will be destroyed. If you don't fight, then you will have to surrender. Saying this, she sighed softly. Greater One Life Water retreated just now, but in reality, he was retreating in order to advance. Now that he has retreated, your situation has become even more difficult. Yi Xian smiled, then what do you think I should do now? Jingji said in a low voice, the best way is to call for help. If your sister comes out, what ancient fate, what greater one life water, they are all ants. Yi Xian, Jingji suddenly said, you can't contact her, can you? Yi Xian nodded. Jingji frowned slightly, why can't you contact her? Yi Xian said, she may have already left this universe. Jingji was silent for a moment, then said, then there is no point in you going to the ancient god world. You can only kill the Greater One Life Water and the Ancient Fate. Saying this, she shook her head, but the problem is, even if the three of us work together, we cannot kill the Ancient Fate and the Greater One Life Water. Although the Ancient Fate and the Greater One Life Water couldn't do anything to Yi Xian couldn't do anything to the Ancient Fate and the Greater One Life Water either. The only difference was that Yi Xian had too many things to worry about, and these things were his fatal weakness. If she hadn't seen how scary the plain-clothed woman was, she would have done the same thing, because Yi Xian would have obediently submitted. Jingji sighed. Not only was Yi Xian's situation getting worse, but it was also the same for her and the Saint Church, because the ancient demon and the Greater One would never let her and the Saint Church go. At this moment, the space in front of Jingji suddenly trembled. Yi Xian and Shaoan looked at her, and then Jingji suddenly looked up at Yi Xian. You don't have to feel bad. Yi Xian didn't understand, and he asked, why? Jingji said, let me ask you something. How strong is your father? Yi Xian froze, and then he said, why do you ask? Jingji said, I just received news that the Stellar Fate sect couldn't find your sister, but they found your father. Yi Xian's face darkened. They aren't going to find my father, are they? Jingji nodded. The Greater One Life Water and the Ancient Fate have already gone to find your father. So, what I want to know is, how strong is your father? Yi Xian thought about it, and then he said, he's a little stronger than me. Jingji shook her head. Then why don't you go and save your father? Yi Xian was speechless. Save my father? Yi Xian was speechless. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't speak, Jingji frowned. What are you waiting for? If you're late, your father will be gone. Yi Xian was puzzled. Jingji, I don't understand why they want to find my father. Jingji asked in a deep voice, was your small pagoda left to you by your father? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Jingji knew. That's the reason. Yi Xian was still puzzled. Then they can just kill me. Why do they want to find my father? Jingji thought for a moment and said, it should be because they are curious. Also, they might want to eliminate any future troubles. Think about it, if they kill you, will your father let it go? He definitely won't let it go. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Why are you still asking questions? Why aren't you going to save you? Speaking of this, she seemed to have thought of something and narrowed her eyes. Your father is not weak. Yi Xian smiled. A little stronger than me. Jingji stared at Yi Xian. Really just a little? Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, a little. Jingji shook his head. You never speak the truth. Yi Xian was speechless. Jingji asked again, do you want to go? Actually, she also wanted to see Yi Xian's father. What kind of person could give birth to such a shameless fellow? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. Where are they? Jingji said solemnly, the North Pole region in the Divine Ancient Star region. It's very far away from here. It said that your father appeared there. The experts of Star Life Gate have already rushed there. Yi Xian frowned. His father hadn't left this universe? Was he worried about him? As soon as this thought appeared, he denied it himself. His father couldn't wait for him to live a hard life. It was impossible for him to deliberately stay behind to help him. Since it wasn't him, then why did his father stay behind? He was also a little curious. Jingji suddenly said, let's go to the Divine Ancient Star Field. Yi Xian nodded. All right. With that said, the three of them disappeared on the spot. Somewhere in the starry sky, Tai Shui was flying through the air, with Ancient Fate next to him. They were on their way back to the ancient god world. Gu Ming suddenly said, Brother Xianxia, I don't think we need to look for Yi Xian's father. Although Yi Xian can use the divine sword to escape from this space-time, his family and friends are still here. As long as we target his family and friends, he will have no choice but to fight us. Tai Water Dao, I know. Gu Ming was a little confused. Since Brother Xianxia knows, then why? Tai Yixing smiled and said, Brother Gu Ming, aren't you curious about Yi Xian's background? Yi Xian's background, Gu Ming was silent. He was naturally curious about Yi Xian's background, especially the two people behind Yi Xian, especially the plain-dressed woman. This person was able to forge that kind of divine sword, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. He was most likely a superior blacksmith. Tai Yixing continued, the most terrifying thing about Yi Xian is not his own strength, but the person behind him. To be able to nurture such a genius, the person behind him is definitely not simple. Especially that plain-dressed woman. This person can fuse the Tao of spacetime into the sword. This ability. Saying this, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. This woman is not simple. I never thought that our universe would have such a blacksmith. Gu Ming nodded. Indeed, she is not simple. But why have we never heard of this woman? Tai Yixing nodded slightly. Logically speaking, with such ability, this woman should not be unknown, but neither of us have heard of her. Saying this, he frowned. Could it be that the rumors are true? This Yi Xian and that plain-dressed woman are outsiders? Gu Ming immediately shook his head. Impossible. Tai Yixing looked at Gu Ming. Why is it impossible? Gu Ming said in a low voice, I've investigated Yi Xian before. This person is flashy and likes to deceive people. The foreign guests he mentioned must be fabricated by him to deceive us. Tai Yixing pondered for a moment and said, no matter what, since the Star Life Gate has found this person's father, we should go and meet him. I want to see how extraordinary the person behind Yi Xian is. Gu Ming nodded. That's true. He was also very curious about the person behind Yi Xian. Tai Yixing suddenly smiled. I hope they are stronger. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Gu Ming also smiled. Indeed. Saying this, the two smiled and disappeared into the endless starry sky. On the other side, Yi Xian and the other two were also rushing to the ancient god star field. However, they were not as slow as Tai Yixing and Gu Ming. After all, Yi Xian had the azure profound sword, although he did not know the exact location of the ancient god world. Xiaoan and Jingji knew. It only took the three of them less than a dozen breaths to reach the ancient god star field. When they appeared in the ancient god star field, Xiaoan and Jingji's expressions became serious. They were shocked by this speed. One had to know that even with their strength, it would take at least half a month to reach the ancient god star field from where they were just now. However, Yi Xian only used less than a dozen breaths of time. This was too terrifying. Jingji suddenly said, this sword of yours can ignore the spacetime of this current universe. Saying this, she took a deep look at the azure profound sword in Yi Xian's hand, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Your sister is not an ordinary kind of terrifying. Hearing this, Yi Xian laughed. Qing'er and I are both very powerful. Jingji said calmly, I don't know why young Master Yi is so powerful. Yi Xian said seriously, I have such a powerful sister. Isn't that powerful? Jingji's expression froze. After a moment, she gave him a thumbs up. Young Master Yi's skin is so thick, it's rare to see. I'm convinced. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaoan suddenly glanced around with a complicated expression. She had left this place, and now that she had returned, her feelings were naturally complicated. Yi Xian walked over to Xiaoan and said softly, do you want to return to the hallowed halls to take a look? At the side, Jingji suddenly smiled and said, yes. Marshal Lorden, do you want to go back and take a look? Xiaoan glanced at Jingji and said indifferently, there's no need. Jingji smiled and didn't say anything else. The enmity between her and Xiaoan had always existed, but she understood that now wasn't the time for internal strife. They had to deal with the hallowed halls and the ancient devil race first. These two were even more of a threat. Yi Xian suddenly said, let's go to the North Pole starfield. Jingji hesitated for a moment and said, I have to return to the hallowed halls to make some arrangements. Yi Xian asked, what arrangements? Jingji smiled and said, now that I'm on your side, do you think the ancient demons and the very ones will let the hallowed halls go? If I don't make some arrangements, I'm afraid the hallowed halls will be caught off guard. Yi Xian nodded. That's true. Let's go to the hallowed halls first. Jingji looked at Xiaoan and smiled. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Jingji, let's go. Jingji glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. Okay. The three of them headed to the hallowed halls. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoan. He could tell that Xiaoan wanted to return to the hallowed halls, but that was normal. After all, she was the sacred leader of the hallowed halls. After a while, the three of them arrived at the hallowed halls. The hallowed halls were located in sacred, an independent small world. as soon as they entered sacred, an old man in a white robe appeared in front of them. When the old man in the white robe saw Xiaoan, his face changed. You are Martial Lorden. Xiaoan's expression was calm, and she didn't speak. As for the old man in the white robe, his eyes were filled with vigilance as if he was facing a great enemy. Jingji suddenly said, "Can't you see me?" Hearing this, the old man in the white robe looked at Jingji, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Sacred leader," Jingji said indifferently, "don't be so nervous. Martial Lorden won't eat you." The old man in the white robe glanced at Xiaoan again, and he was slightly puzzled. Why is the sacred leader and Martial Lorden together? Have they reconciled? Jingji suddenly said, "Pass down the order. Ask all the Hallowed Hall's experts outside to return to the Hallowed Halls immediately." The old man in the white robe was stunned. He was about to ask something, but when he saw Jingji frown, he hurriedly said, "Yes." After saying this, he turned around and disappeared. Xiaoan suddenly said, "I'm going to see Master." After saying this, she turned around and walked to the other side. Jingji glanced at Xiaoan and didn't speak. The master Xiaoan was referring to as her father. Yi Xian hurriedly followed as well. He was also afraid that the two women would suddenly start fighting. Before long, Yi Xian followed Xiaoan to a cave at the back of the mountain. In this cave, there were hundreds of memorial tablets. All of them were the memorial tablets of the ancestors of the Hallowed Halls. There were a lot of them. Although cultivation to a certain extent could increase one's lifespan, it wasn't true eternal life. There would eventually be a day when one would turn to dust. Besides that, there were also some who died unnaturally. Xiaoan walked to one of the memorial tablets, slowly knelt down, and fell silent. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian retreated. Outside, Jingji was also there. Yi Xian chuckled and said, "Miss Jingji." Jingji shook his head. "Don't say anything because I know what you're going to say." Yi Xian nodded. All right. He knew that the matter between Xiaoan and Jingji wasn't something that she could mediate. Unless they both became his women. Holy shit, Yi Xian was shocked by his own thought. Why would he have such a thought? At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of Jingji. The phantom glanced at Yi Xian, wanting to say something but hesitating. Jingji said calmly, "Young Master Yi is not an outsider. Just say what you want." The phantom nodded slightly. "The Starfate Gate has been making a big move recently. They've set up a mysterious array in the North Pole Star region. I don't know what kind of array it is, but the Starfate Gate has sent at least tens of thousands of experts, including the sect master of the Starfate Gate." Hearing this, Jingji frowned. What are they going to do? The phantom shook his head. I don't know. Jingji suddenly looked at Yi Xian with an extremely solemn expression. They're making such a big move. They might be targeting your father. Your father is in danger. Yi Xian was speechless. Targeting his father? Yi Xian was speechless. Why did he have to target Qing and his father? Was he unworthy? Suddenly, Zhijing asked, "How strong is your father?" She had investigated Yi Xian's father and only knew that he was the Sword League's sword master. To be honest, the Sword League wasn't much. However, in her opinion, Yi Xian's father was no ordinary person. After all, Yi Xian's bloodline wasn't simple. Yi Xian said, "A little stronger than me." Zhijing looked at Yi Xian, "Tell me the truth." Yi Xian said with a smile, "I think it's a 50-50 chance." 50-50, Zhijing frowned, "Really?" Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "Absolutely." Zhijing glanced at Yi Xian, "As if I'd believe you." Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, the white-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of Zhijing. The white-robed old man bowed, "Holy Lord, our people have rushed back to the Holy Hall and await your orders." Zhijing nodded, "Got it." The white-robed old man glanced at Yi Xian, then retreated. Zhijing suddenly looked at the cave. She smiled, "She cares about you." Yi Xian frowned, "Xiaoan?" Zhijing nodded, "Yes. If it weren't for you, she would have attacked me." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "The conflict between the two of you." Zhijing suddenly smiled. "The old man inside said that I'm not as good as her, but it turns out that I'm not any worse than her." With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian glanced at Zhijing. He could feel that Zhijing still held a lot of resentment towards her father. Yi Xian sighed softly. He didn't try to persuade Jijing because he hadn't experienced what Jijing had gone through, so he wasn't qualified to do so. One shouldn't persuade others to do good without suffering. At this moment, Xiaoan walked out. Xiaoan walked up to Yixian, looked around, and then said softly, "This is no longer the place we are familiar with." Yixian chuckled. "I'm here." Xiaoan looked at Yixian and didn't say anything. Yixian suddenly grabbed An's hand. "Let's go." After saying that, he pulled Xiaoan and walked into the distance. This time, Xiaoan didn't resist and let Yixian pull him. Yixian turned to Xiaoan and smiled, "Thank you." Xiaoan was puzzled. "What are you thanking me for?" Yixian said, "For my sake, you didn't choose to fight Miss Jingji at this time." After a moment of silence, Xiaoan said, "You need her and the Templars' help now." Yixian was about to speak when Jingji suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. She glanced at the two of them holding hands and said with a smile, "Don't tell me you two are really together?" Yixian smiled, "Miss Jingji, do you have any news?" Jingji nodded, "I just received news that the Supreme Life Water and Ancient Fate have arrived in the ancient God world." Yixian frowned, "So fast?" Jingji nodded, "They should have received help from the Stellar Life Gate." Yixian said solemnly, "What kind of power is the Stellar Life Gate?" Jingji knew, it's a power that likes to study all sorts of things. Especially the Tao of spacetime. Their overall strength isn't particularly strong, but it isn't weak either because they still have a living God Emperor. However, no one has seen him before. They are experts in spacetime, and the teleporter they built is amazing. Under normal circumstances, it would take us half a month to get to where you are, but through their teleporter, the time can be reduced to a few days. With the help of elites like the Supreme Life Water and Ancient Fate, it can be even faster. Because they are strong enough, they can ignore the effects of the spacetime teleporter. Saying this, she frowned, "They are a public power, and they don't get involved in worldly affairs. I didn't expect that they would openly side with the ancient demons and the very ones. The ancient demons and the very ones must have promised them something." Xiaoan suddenly said, "The green profound sword." Jingji nodded when he heard this. "Only the azure sword and your tiny pagoda are capable of making the Stargate side with them. Because with the characters of those fellows, they'll definitely want to study your tiny pagoda and the azure sword." Yixian said, "Your people said that the Stellar Life Gate is building a teleporter in the North Pole starfield. Do you have any specific information?" Jingji shook his head. "That place is full of teleporters. Our people can't get in, so we don't know what they are building. However, according to my speculation, they might be targeting your father." Yixian was speechless. Suddenly, Xiaoan said, "To the North Pole starfield." Yixian nodded. "Let's go." He wanted to see how these people were going to target his father. Jingji suddenly said, "Are we going just like that?" Yixian looked at Jingji. "What else?" Jingji said, "You don't seem to be worried about your father at all. Tell me honestly, isn't your father very strong?" Yixian said, "Miss Jingji, I told you before. My father is only a little stronger than me." "It's true." Jingji frowned. "Aren't you worried about him? He is your father. There are 3 super forces targeting him. Aren't you afraid that he will be killed by them?" Yixian blinked. Then he said, "A little scared." Jingji was speechless. At this moment, Yixian suddenly said, "Let's go." After saying that, he disappeared into the horizon with Xiao and Jingji frowned. "Unfilial fellow." After saying that, she also disappeared. The North Pole starfield was located in the northernmost part of the divine ancient star field. It was desolate and barren, so there were very few humans here. Even if there were, they were weak rogue cultivators. At this moment, tens of thousands of super experts were gathered in a mountain range in the North Pole starfield, Starfate sect. An old man stood in front of a valley. He looked down with a frown. This person was the sect master of the Starfate sect, Xianxia. In the valley below, there was a huge astral formation. However, this formation was not yet complete, because there were still hundreds of formation masters from the Stellar Fate Gate continuously drawing some strange runes at the edge of it. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men suddenly appeared beside Xianxia. They were Gu Ming and Tai Shui. The two of them would have needed half a month to reach the divine ancient star field, but with the help of the Star Fate sect, the time had been shortened to a few days. Dao Xingzi suddenly said, Yi Xian has arrived at the divine ancient star field. Tai Shui frowned. So fast? Dao Xingzi smiled. It seems like it is really as you said. The space-time Dao contained in that sword really surpasses the space-time of this universe. Tai Shui nodded. This person was able to travel from so far away to here. It seems like the space-time Dao contained in that sword far exceeds our expectations. Dao Xingzi narrowed his eyes. The two of you, my Star Fate sect doesn't care who owns this sword, but no matter who obtains it, you must first let my Star Fate sect study it for 3 months. Tai Shui smiled. Of course. As he spoke, he looked at Gu Ming. Gu Ming smiled slightly. No problem. Dao Xingzi nodded. He looked at the formation below and said, once this formation succeeds, it will be able to reverse the spacetime here and find the spacetime of that man in green. Tai Shui frowned slightly. You're not just reversing spacetime. Dao Xingzi smiled. Yes, it's not just reversing the spacetime here, it's also exchanging spacetime. In other words, the spacetime here and the spacetime of that man in green. Gu Ming frowned. Is that possible? Dao Xingzi smiled. Brother Gu Ming, of course it's possible. The spacetime Dao is boundlessly profound. According to my Dao Star Sect's ancestor, if the spacetime Dao is researched to the extreme, then not only can it reverse spacetime, it can also reverse the future. It is to reverse the past spacetime and the present spacetime and the future spacetime. Tai Shui said in a low voice, has your Dao Star Sect's ancestor ever done it? Dao Xingzi shook his head. Not even in death. Tai Shui nodded. That's indeed impossible. Dao Xingzi said softly, I really want to see the sword in young Master Ye's hand. Tai Shui smiled. Isn't he in the ancient god star field right now? Once we deal with his father, it will be very easy to deal with him. Although Yi Xian could escape from this spacetime, the people around Yi Xian did not have this ability. Dao Xingzi nodded slightly. He looked down, and at this moment, the enormous starlight formation below suddenly trembled. Gu Ming asked. Is it done? Dao Xingzi nodded. He raised his hands and chanted some unknown incantation. Gradually, the spacetime above the starlight formation began to distort. The Star Life Sect's experts also began to chant incantations. The spacetime above the starlight formation became more and more distorted and abstract. Gu Ming and Tai Shui stared at the distorted and abstract spacetime. Very quickly, blurry figures appeared within the spacetime. Suddenly, a green-clothed man appeared within the warped expanse of space. Seeing this, a trace of excitement flashed through Dao Xingzi's eyes, and he hurriedly roared. Spacetime swap. Below, the Star Life Sect's experts roared in unison. Spacetime swap. Bang, the spacetime above the starlight formation became illusory. When it became completely translucent, a man in green clothes appeared before everyone's eyes. His main body, however, he wasn't in this spacetime. He was in another unknown spacetime, and he'd just appeared here in a special way. At this moment, a white furry little fellow appeared on the green-robed man's shoulder. She looked around curiously. Dao Xingzi stroked his beard and smiled. Found him. In the distance, the white little fellow turned to look at the man in green clothes with a bewildered expression. Why did he come here? Even though Dao Xingzi and the others had looked for the man in green clothes, he'd come here of his own accord. The man spoke indifferently. That unfilial son of mine must have gotten into trouble again. If he doesn't give me a reasonable explanation, then I'll break his legs. The white little fellow was speechless. In the distance, Dao Xingzi turned to look at Gu Ming and Tai Shui. Let's do it. This formation consumes a lot of energy, and we won't be able to hold on for long. Tai Shui turned to look at Gu Ming and smiled. Brother Gu Ming, do you want to do it, or should I? Gu Ming glanced at the man in green clothes and grinned. I don't care. Dao Xingzi frowned slightly when he heard them. Don't underestimate this person. His intuition told him that the azure-clothed man in another dimension wasn't simple at all. At this moment, he felt slightly uneasy. Hearing Dao Xingzi's words, Tai Shui and Gu Ming looked at the azure-clothed man in the distance and the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. They couldn't see through him, both Gu Ming and Great Life Water couldn't see through the azure-clothed man in the distance. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the side. "Father?" Hearing this, everyone turned around to look. Not far away, three people were slowly walking over. It was Yi Xian, Jing Ji, and Shaoan. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw his father. Damn it, this Star Life Gate is really amazing. It actually managed to get my father out. Impressive. The azure-clothed man sized up Yi Xian, and then he shook his head. "Why are you still so weak?" Yi Xian's expression froze. The azure-clothed man looked at Jing Ji and Shaoan, and he smiled. "Are they your wives?" Jing Ji and Shaoan's expressions instantly became slightly unnatural. Yi Xian was about to speak when Jing Ji immediately said, "You've misunderstood. I'm not." At this moment, she was quite angry. Looks like this father isn't serious as well. The azure-clothed man looked at Shaoan. "Then you are." Shaoan was about to speak when the azure-clothed man suddenly smiled. "Since you're a member of the Yang family, you should at least show some respect." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a ray of sword light suddenly flew out. In the next moment, the ray of sword light directly entered the space between Shaoan's eyebrows. Boom! In an instant, Shaoan's entire body trembled violently, and then an extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept out from her body. Rumble! The entire North Star region was in an uproar. No, the entire ancient god world was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was stunned, including Shaoan. What happened? Jingji looked at Shaoan in disbelief. She didn't know what had happened, but she knew that Shaoan was transforming. A true transformation. What exactly did this azure-clothed man do? On the other side, Dao Xingzi stared fixedly at the green-clothed man. His fists were tightly clenched and trembling. At this moment, Gu Ming and the Great One Life Water's faces turned extremely grave. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Shaoan in the distance. Boom! In an instant, the entire world became illusory, and her soul slowly floated out of her body. At the same time, her physical body started to disintegrate bit by bit. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was he doing? Decompose the body. Before long, Shaoan's body vanished completely, leaving behind only his soul. However, at that moment, a stone door gradually appeared in the depths of the distant starry sky. Under everyone's gaze, the stone door slowly opened and an ancient voice came from within. "Enter my God's gate and you can forge your fate, soul. Are you willing?" Gate of God. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shaoan was also dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the green-cloaked man suddenly laughed and said, "How can a tiny divine sect like you covet the members of my Yang clan? Hurry up and cast a bright soul for her, otherwise, I'll exterminate your entire family." "Everyone, how dare you?" An angry shout suddenly resounded from within the divine gate. "Who are you? How dare you look down on my divine gate, you?" The green-cloaked man suddenly drew his sword and slashed, and a ray of sword light directly entered the divine gate. Boom! The divine gate trembled violently and then cracked. In the next moment, a voice suddenly resounded, "Boss, please calm down. We'll immediately cast a bright soul for her." As soon as the voice resounded, countless rays of white light suddenly surged out from the stone door. The white light gushed out from the stone door and surged into Shaoan's body like a tide. Boom! In an instant, Shaoan's soul directly trembled violently, and gradually, her physical body began to condense again. With a wave of his hand, Shaoan's physical body completely recovered. Not only that, but the space-time around her actually became distorted, and under everyone's gaze, Shaoan directly escaped from the space-time of this universe. Not far in front of her, a stone staircase appeared, and this stone staircase led directly to the stone door. Whether it was the current Shaoan, the stone staircase, or the stone door, none of them belonged to this space-time. Above the divine soul. At this moment, the nearby star child suddenly said in a trembling voice, She's already above the divine soul." What was above the divine soul, no one knew, because in history, no one had ever broken through to the divine soul realm. Even the supreme life water had only reached the divine soul realm. Of course, there were strong and weak divine souls, however, no one knew what realm was above the divine soul realm. At this moment, Shaoan had directly reached above the divine soul realm. At this moment, the green-cloaked man suddenly waved his right hand, and the stone staircase in front of Shaoan vanished. The stone door even trembled violently and then disappeared. Shaoan looked at her hands, and in the next moment, she slowly pressed her right hand down. Boom, in an instant, the spacetime of the entire North Pole Star region became distorted and was about to shatter. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Dao Xingzi and the others changed drastically. Xiaoan withdrew her hand, looked at the green-clothed man, and bowed slightly, "Thank you." At this moment, she had already left the spacetime of this universe. The green-clothed man smiled slightly, "We're all family, so there's no need to be so polite." Xiaoan, at the side, Yixian suddenly said, "Dad, do it for me. Let me jump out of this universe as well." The green-cloaked man sized up Yixian and shook his head, "You can't." Yixian was slightly puzzled, "Why?" The green-cloaked man said, "You're too weak." Yixian, suddenly, Dao Xingzi's voice trembled, "Who exactly are you?" The green-cloaked man looked at Dao Xingzi and smiled, "Didn't you come looking for me? Why are you asking me who I am?" Dao Xingzi bowed slightly and spoke respectfully, "Senior, this is a misunderstanding." The green-cloaked man drew his sword and slashed. Hiss! In an instant, the heads of tens of thousands of experts from the Life Star sect flew into the air. This scene was extremely bloody. The green-cloaked man looked at Dao Xingzi and smiled, "This is also a misunderstanding." Dao Xingzi, the green-cloaked man was suddenly puzzled, "There's something I'm very puzzled about. The conflict between you and my son is a matter between the two of you, and I have no intention of interfering. But why didn't you target him instead of me? Why is that?" Yixian suddenly said, "They want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." The green-cloaked man glared at Yixian, "Can't you deal with this yourself? Don't ask me and Tianming to help you so easily." Yixian said seriously, "Father, you have to have a conscience when you speak. I've never taken the initiative to look for you and Qing'er, right? The heavens have pity on me, they're the ones who brought this upon themselves. It has nothing to do with me." The green-clothed man was speechless. That seemed to be the case, Yixian continued, "Actually, even without you and Qing'er, I can still deal with them. They are like dust to me, and I can destroy them with a wave of my hand." Hearing this, everyone looked at Yixian. Destroy with a wave of his hand, was he serious? The green-clothed man smiled, "Then you deal with them yourself." As he spoke, his body suddenly became illusory. Seeing this, Yixian's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly said, "Father. Wait." The green-cloaked man smiled, "What are you doing?" Yixian said seriously, "Father, do you know why they came looking for you and not Qing'er, do you?" The green-cloaked man frowned, "Why?" Yixian said seriously, "They said that you're weaker than Qing'er, and that you're easier to bully." Fuck. The green-cloaked man suddenly looked at Dao Xingzi. In the next moment, Dao Xingzi's father was sent flying. At the same time, two rays of light shot into the space between Ancient Fate and Tai Yixing's eyebrows. Rumble. Ancient Fate and Tai Yixing's bodies instantly shattered, and only their souls remained. They were instantly killed. All three of them were dumbfounded. This was the first time the green-clothed man had attacked, and all three of them had been instantly killed. Dao Xingzi, who only had his soul left, was stunned. What did I do? Could it be that he was courting death? On the other side, Jingji suddenly looked at Yixian. She stared at Yixian, "You said that your father is a little stronger than you?" Yixian blinked, "Yes." Jingji said angrily, "Shameless. Is this a little stronger? It's 1,000,000,000 points, right?" Yixian, at this moment, Tai Yixing suddenly said, "You've already jumped out of this universe." Hearing this, everyone looked at the green-clothed man. The green-clothed man suddenly opened his palm, and a ruler appeared in his hand. He waved it casually. Boom! Yixian, who was on the ground, was sent flying. While he was flying, his body instantly cracked. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why did he hit his son? After Yixian stopped, he was also dumbfounded. He looked at the green-clothed man. "Father, you..." The green-clothed man stared at Yixian, "Your strength isn't much, and you have a lot of tricks. You want to surpass me and Tianming? What do you have to surpass us? Do you think you're shameless?" At this moment, Xiao Ta and Yixian's body suddenly couldn't help but say, "Master, little master inherited your shamelessness." Hearing this, the white little guy on the green-clothed man's shoulder opened his eyes wide. Did Xiao Ta become so arrogant? The green-clothed man opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in front of him. Xiao Ta hurriedly said, "Master, what are you doing?" The green-clothed man waved his ruler. Bang! Xiao Ta was directly sent flying, and when he stopped, his body directly cracked. Xiao said with a trembling voice, "Master." The green-clothed man waved his ruler again. Bang! 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 In next to no time, numerous shrill cries resounded, not only Xiao, but also Yixian. Both of them were being beaten. In the distance, Xiao wailed, "Master, I'm now the #1 pagoda in the universe. Leave me some face." The green-clothed man suddenly waved his ruler. Bang! Xiao was swept to the end of the starry sky, but in the next moment, he was forcefully sent back by a powerful force. Just like that, the man and the pagoda were swept back and forth by the green-clothed man like a ball. "Little master, let's join forces and rebel. I think with our current strength, we should be able to fight master head-on." "Okay." The green-cloaked man was about to attack. At this moment, Xiao suddenly shook violently, and a powerful force surged out from his body. Seeing this, the white little guy on the green-clothed man's shoulder opened his mouth, and his face was filled with disbelief. What exactly did Xiao go through? How did he become so arrogant? He actually wants to fight back. He's even more arrogant than Arya. Xiao suddenly said, "Little master, go." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly charged towards the green-clothed man. However, Yixian did not move. The green-clothed man waved his ruler lightly, and Xiao was directly hit on the spot. In the distance, Yixian hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Father, I was wrong." Xiao go against Pops? In fact, Yixian was a little speechless. This Xiao was even more arrogant than him, but it made sense. Ever since he was transformed by Qing this Xiao had become arrogant. He did have the capital to be arrogant, but it depended on the person. Who was this? This was Pops. Not to mention him and Xiao, even Qing might not be able to do anything to Pops. This Xiao actually wanted to go against Pops, who knew what he was thinking. The green-cloaked man looked at Xiao. "I haven't seen you for a while. Xiao, you've become more capable." Xiao said with a trembling voice, "Master. It was young master who told me to do this." Yixian's eyelids twitched. "Fuck, this Xiao actually tried to frame me." The green-clothed man glanced at Yixian and sneered, "After this Xiao followed you, he actually became so flashy. You're really capable." "Yixian," the green-cloaked man suddenly said, "do you know why I hit you?" Yixian hesitated and said, "I don't know." The green-clothed man said, "There's no other reason. I just wanted to beat you up." Yixian's expression froze. The green-clothed man looked at Yixian and sighed after a while. Yixian hesitated and said, "Pops, if there's anything, just say it." The green-clothed man said, "It's also my fault." As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Tai Shui and Gu Ming. "These two have forces behind them, right?" Yixian nodded, "Yes." The green-clothed man looked at Yixian, "Go and slaughter them." Slaughter? Everyone was stunned. Yixian was also stunned. Slaughter? The green-clothed man stared at Yixian. "Is there a problem?" Yixian was silent. The green-clothed man said, "I don't want to talk about principles with you. Now, go slaughter their forces." Yixian thought for a moment and nodded. "All right." With that, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Tai Yixing spoke abruptly, "We've lost." He was admitting defeat. The azure-robed man glanced at Tai Water. "Admit defeat? Do you think it's that simple?" Tai Yixing looked at the green-robed man. "You have already jumped out of this universe. Don't you feel that you are bullying the weak?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "When you were targeting my son, did you ever think about the problem of bullying the weak?" Tai Shui's expression was somewhat ugly. "Sir, this is a matter between the two of us. It has nothing to do with our clansmen." The blue-clothed man shook his head. "Don't try to argue with me. I only know that if you touch my people, I will exterminate your entire family." Tai Shui. By now, Yixian had arrived at the very first. By now, the very first had learned of what had happened in the North Pole starfield. The entire very first was on high alert. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of Yixian. The old man bowed and said, "Mr. Yi, this is the fault of the very first. Please, Mr. Yi, spare the lives of the tens of thousands of very first." Yixian was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "No." After he spoke, the deep green sword flew out of his hand. Slash, the old man's head flew off his neck. There were many elites in the very first, but aside from elites like Tai Yixing, no one could stop Yi Xian, who was wielding the deep green sword. 2 hours later, Yi Xian left the very first. By now, he was covered in blood. As he killed, the bloodline power in his body automatically activated. After destroying the very first, Yi Xian went to the ancient demon. 2 hours later, Yi Xian returned to the green-robed man in the North Pole starfield. The very first and the ancient demon were gone. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian. Do you know why I told you to kill them? Yi Xian nodded. I do. The green-robed man said, tell me. Yi Xian said, because if I fail, my family and loved ones will be slaughtered. They will not show me mercy. The green-robed man nodded. It is good that you know this. You did not disappoint me. Remember this, kid. In this world, if you are not ruthless, you will not be able to stand firm. Especially when you have so many friends and loved ones. You can be merciful, but you cannot be merciful to your enemies. If they are enemies, you must kill them all. You must destroy them. Do not give them a chance to take revenge. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. The green-robed man nodded. I do not want you to be a heartless man. I do not want you to be like your father. I just want you to be more ruthless. A man must be ruthless when he needs to be. He must not be merciful. The Young family does not bully others, but we will not let others bully us. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Meanwhile, Tai Yingxue spoke abruptly, exactly how strong are you? How strong? Everyone looked at the green-robed man. The green-robed man waved his sleeves. Tai Yingxue, the ancient life, and Dao Xingzi were erased. He had no interest in ants like them. The moment he was erased, Dao Xingzi's intestines were ruined. F***ck, what had he done? He had used the power of the entire sect to activate the spacetime formation, but he had summoned such a monster. How stupid was he? This was the legendary courting death. The green-robed man wanted to say something. Yi Xian said, what do you want to say, Dad? The green-robed man sighed. There are some things that I will not tell you. Otherwise, you will be shocked. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-clothed man glanced at the surroundings and said, I'm leaving. Yi Xian frowned. So soon? The green-robed man smiled. There is no point in staying here. It is time for you to leave this universe. Yi Xian hurried to ask, is there another universe out there? The green-robed man smiled. Go and see for yourself. As he spoke, his body became illusory. The white girl on his shoulder suddenly flew to Xiao Ta. She waved her claw. Xiao Ta's body was filled with violet energy. Xiao Ta's injuries started to recover. Xiao Ta was touched. Little White is the best. Whitey blinked its eyes and then waved its little claws quickly. She meant to tell Xiao Ta not to be so arrogant. Xiao Ta was speechless. Meanwhile, Little White looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly took out a tonghulu and gave it to the white girl. The white little creature grinned. She took out a mustard seed ring and gave it to Yi Xian. Then she waved her little paw gently. Yi Xian smiled. Goodbye. The white girl returned to the green-robed man's shoulder and started to lick the tonghulu that Yi Xian had given her. Right at this moment, Shaoan suddenly said when the green-clothed man was about to leave, Senior, what cultivation do I belong to right now? The green-robed man looked at An and shook his head. I don't know. An was stunned. The green-robed man smiled. You can leave this universe now. However, this is just the beginning. Shaoan's expression turned grave. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Dad, let's help Miss Jingji. Hearing this, Jingji turned his head to look at Yi Xian and was struck dumb. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian would speak for her. The green-robed man glanced at Jingji and smiled. All right. As he spoke, he pointed with his finger, and a strand of sword energy shot into the space between Jingji's brows. Bang, Jingji's body trembled violently. Then, a powerful aura swept out from her body. Yi Xian was curious. Dad, can you help others improve their cultivation by force? The green-robed man shook his head. No. The reason they can't break through their limits isn't entirely because of themselves. Yi Xian frowned. Are there other reasons? The green-robed man nodded. There are some other reasons. You'll slowly understand them when you leave this universe and enter that stone door. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. You're keeping me in suspense again. The green-robed man said, Kid, all I can tell you is that the three of us are interested in something. Do you think something that can interest the three of us can be ordinary? You'll have to walk your own path from now on. I came back this time to see you. I don't know how long it will be before we meet again. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Are you exaggerating? The green-robed man laughed. He suddenly looked towards the end of the starry sky. She's gone. I have to go as well. With that, he disappeared with the little white fellow. Yi Xian frowned. What did Dad, Qing'er, and Big Brother discover? Somewhere in an unknown galaxy, a woman in a plain dress was walking slowly. The starry sky had no end. The woman in the plain dress walked slowly. After walking for an unknown amount of time, she stopped. Not far in front of her was a small thatched hut. An old man lay in front of the hut, and beside him was a fish tank. The old man lay on a bamboo chair. He glanced at the woman and narrowed his eyes. The woman in the plain dress walked towards the old man. The old man looked at her. You can walk out of the circle we drew with your own strength. The woman in the plain dress did not speak. She continued walking. The old man stood up. He was about to speak when the woman in the plain dress disappeared. When she reappeared, she was behind the old man. The old man's throat split open. Blood spurted out, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? You're just a lowly person raised in captivity. How could you kill me? The woman in the plain dress walked to the fish tank. It was not a fish, but an endless starry sky. Monitoring, the old man was monitoring the current universe. The woman in the plain dress turned to look at the old man who was still breathing. You're raising the living beings in the current universe. The old man's eyes widened as if he had lost his soul. You're just a lowly person raised in captivity. You can't kill me. This is impossible. The woman in the plain dress did not speak. She looked down at the fish tank. As she looked, she saw a person. Yi Xian, seeing Yi Xian, the woman in the plain dress curled up the corners of her mouth. Her smile made the whole world pale. At this moment, the old man was about to speak. However, a sword suddenly disappeared into his mouth. In the distance, the woman in the plain dress looked at the fish tank. Don't disturb me. I'm looking at my brother. The old man. The plain-dressed woman watched for a long time before speaking. She turned to look at the disbelieving old man. She opened her palm and pressed it down lightly. Bang! In an instant, the space around the old man twisted and became illusory. Gradually, the old man turned into a huge old man. From the outside, he looked no different from a human. However, he was more than 3 times bigger than a human. Not only that, his body was covered in a layer of white light. At first glance, he looked like a man made of light. This was the old man's real body. The plain-dressed woman sized up the old man. What is this? So ugly. The old man roared, lowly human, you are all created by us, the God clan. How dare you? The plain-dressed woman waved her sleeve. A ray of sword light pierced the old man's forehead. Bang! The layer of light on the old man's body shattered and only an illusory soul remained. The old man's expression froze and his eyes were filled with fear. You. How could you hurt me? The plain-dressed woman said. You created humans? The old man stared at the plain-dressed woman. At this moment, he finally became clear-headed. The human before him was different. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread from afar. Seeing this, the old man's expression became ferocious. Lord Wu Wei is here. Woman, you are finished. You. The plain-dressed woman suddenly drew her sword and slashed. In the distance, a bloody head flew out. Instant kill. Seeing this, the old man was dumbfounded. Instant kill. The plain-dressed woman looked around and shook her head. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Are the so-called God clan that created humans so weak? As she spoke, she looked at the old man in confusion. Didn't you create humans? Why are you so weak? The old man's expression was extremely ugly. Lowly human, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't insult me. The God clan is not something that lowly humans like you can insult. You. The plain-dressed woman shook her head. I won't kill you. As she spoke, she walked away. After taking 2 steps, she turned to look at the old man. Because you are too weak to die under my sword. Puff, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the woman in a plain dress had already vanished at the end of the horizon. The old man's expression was unsightly to the extreme. How could this human be so strong? At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the elder. The middle-aged man wore a silver crown on his head. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the old man hastily said, Lord Pingyang. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. A human broke through the restrictions we set up? The old man hurriedly nodded. Yes. Pingyang Lord sized up the old man. You're not his match? The old man's face turned ugly. I'm not her match. Hearing this, Pingyang Jun's frown deepened. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? Even if a human from the lower realm cultivates to the extreme, he would not be able to harm the divine humans. How could a human harm you? The old man said in a deep voice, that's also what I'm curious about, but her sword can indeed kill me. With that said, he looked at Lord Pingyang. Lord Pingyang, what should we do now? Lord Pingyang slowly closed his eyes. I thought that everything was under our control. I didn't expect that some humans had already escaped our control. The old man nodded. That woman is very strong. Lord Pingyang suddenly said, where did she go? The old man pointed into the distance. Over there. Lord Pingyang looked in the direction the old man was pointing, his eyes cold. We can't let this person live, and we can't let her come into contact with the divine human's divine Tao civilization. With that said, he turned his head. Pass down the order to capture this woman. I want her alive. Only a living person has research value. A voice rang out in the dark. Yes, sir. Lord Pingyang looked into the distance and smiled. I want to see how strong this woman who escaped our restrictions is. However, since she could escape our restrictions, it proves that she's extraordinary. She has high research value. We must capture her alive. With that said, he disappeared on the spot. North Pole Star region. Xianxia had also broken through. As for what realm, she did not know. In any case, he had broken through. After Xianxia and Xiaoan broke through, they could leave the current universe's spacetime at will. However, they did not dare stay in the current universe's spacetime for too long. There was a very scary and mysterious power in the current universe's spacetime. It was the power that Yi Xian had seen. Even now, they were extremely fearful of that mysterious power. Xiaoan suddenly said, I can feel that stone door. Xianxia said, me too. The two women could feel that stone door. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I can't feel it. Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian. I'll wait for you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, that stone gate should be outside the universe. Xiaoan nodded. It should be. Yi Xian suddenly looked around and shook his head with a smile. He did not expect that the ancient demons and the very ones would be finished. He was ready to fight to the death. He did not expect that the ancient life and the very one water would come to find his father. What was even more unexpected was that they had actually managed to get his father to come over. They were wiped out. What the hell? Xianxia suddenly said, what do you plan to do next? Yi Xian smiled. Of course, I'm going to go outside the current universe to see. But before that, I have to take care of things around me. Xianxia nodded. Then I'll wait for you. Yi Xian blinked. Wait for me? Xianxia smiled. I feel very safe when I'm with you, young Master Yi. Yi Xian was speechless. Xianxia looked at Xiaoan. If you want to fight, I'll be waiting. After that, she turned and left. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoan, but Xiaoan did not speak. Yi Xian smiled. Come with me. Xiaoan nodded. Okay. Yi Xian left with Xiaoan. Fan Duo, who was sitting cross-legged in the clouds, suddenly raised her head. At this moment, Yi Xian and Xiaoan appeared in front of her. Fan Duo was about to speak when she suddenly looked at Xiaoan and frowned. You. Yi Xian smiled. Xiaoan has broken through her limits and attained the soul realm. Fan Duo's expression instantly changed when she heard this. Really? Xiaoan nodded. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoan. Xiaoan, can you give her some guidance? Xiaoan thought for a moment and said, the reason I was able to break through was because your father forcefully broke through some sort of seal. I don't know exactly what that seal was, but I'm able to sense the seal within her body. But I can't break it. Yi Xian frowned. Seal? Xiaoan nodded. It seems like everyone has it. No. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. You don't seem to have it within you. Yi Xian glanced at his own body. I don't have it within me? Xiaoan nodded slightly. I can't sense it. Yi Xian said solemnly, what kind of seal is it? Xiaoan shook her head. I don't know. I can sense it, but I can't break it. But. At this point, she wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian smiled. Is there something you can't say? Xiaoan said solemnly, I can share my experience with her, but if no one can break the seal within her, then even if she reaches her limits, it will be difficult for her to reach the next level. At most, she can only reach the level of Tai Water. Tai Water, this person hadn't truly attained the soul realm. However, she was able to jump out of this universe for a short period of time, and that was already very terrifying. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then looked at Fan Duo. Then you should learn from Xiaoan first. In the future, I'll ask Qing or Dad to help you break the seal within you. What do you think? Fan Duo smiled. Thank you. Xiaoan suddenly said, do you want to try using the azure sword? The azure sword? Yi Xian frowned. He looked at the azure sword in his hand. Can I? Xiaoan said, you can try. Because this sword of yours is very unusual. Yi Xian said solemnly, but I can't sense the seal within her. Xiaoan said, I'll help you. As she spoke, she opened her right hand and pressed it lightly towards Fan Duo. This pressure caused Fan Duo's body to tremble, and then a blurry black mark appeared above her head. Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Bang, a ray of sword light slashed the black mark. Under their gazes, the black mark trembled violently before shattering. It really can, all three of them were stunned. Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian. Your sword is amazing. Yi Xian. Fan Duo said solemnly, but I can't sense any changes. Xiaoan said, cultivate with me. It won't take long for us to escape this expanse of space. Fan Duo bowed slightly. Thank you. Xiaoan gazed at Yi Xian. I'll take her to Xiao Ta. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Suddenly, a woman walked over from afar. Me too. It was Ce. Ce walked over to Yi Xian. Me too. Yi Xian was speechless. A short while later, Ce and Fan Duo entered Xiao Ta to cultivate. In the field, Yi Xian looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand. Could he create a lot of super powerhouses? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly when he thought up to this point. After all, he lacked experts the most right now. With the azure sword, he could raise the upper limits of countless experts. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in Pine Prefecture when he appeared again. After being busy for so long, it was time for him to get down to business. He was getting tired of fighting and killing every single day. It was better to hurry up and give birth to a child. Yi Xian arrived at the imperial palace. Tuoba Yan, who was busy, suddenly raised her head. She was overjoyed when she saw Yi Xian, and she was about to stand up. However, Yi Xian had started to take off his clothes. Tuoba Yan was speechless. Without the threat of the ancient demons and the very ones, Yi Xian felt a sense of relief. In the following days, he spent every day and night in the imperial palace, enjoying the indescribable pleasures. Of course, he did not forget to cultivate. His current goal was to rely on his own ability to jump out of this current universe's spacetime, not by cheating. In fact, he knew that he was lucky this time. If Tai Yixing Shui and Gu Ming had not gone to find his father, he would still be in a bad situation. After all, he, Xiaoan, and Jingji could not kill Tai Yixing Shui and Gu Ming. Even with the Qingxian sword, his current power was only equivalent to a peak divine soul realm elite. And now, compared to Jingji and Xiaoan, the gap was even bigger. his goal now was to reach the divine persona stage. Create a divine persona. Inside Xiao Ta, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. Under Xiaoan's guidance, he began to create a divine persona. Because of Xiaoan's guidance, his cultivation was very fast. Xiaoan and Zhang Wenxiu also reached the divine physique echelon under Xiaoan's guidance. The two women also began to create a divine persona. The reason why the two women could progress so fast was because of Xiao Ta. 10 years inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. One had to admit that it was too heaven-defying. It should be said that Qing'er was too heaven-defying. Even Xiaoan did not know how Qing'er did it. And small pagoda itself was even more stupefied, it only knew that it had become stronger. As for how it had become stronger, it did not know. No one knew how Qing'er did it. In Xiaoan's words, the stronger he became, the more terrifying he felt Qing'er was. Somewhere in an unknown star region, a woman was slowly walking. This woman was the woman in the plain dress. The woman in the plain dress walked slowly, and the space in front of her was very strange, because in some places, the space was folded, and in some places, it was curved. After a few steps, the woman in the plain dress stopped. Not far from her stood a middle-aged man. The god-human. The middle-aged man held a folding fan in his hand that emitted streams of light. There was a kind smile on his face, and he looked very wise and refined. The middle-aged man sized up the woman in a simple dress and said with a smile, "Interesting. I never expected that a human would come here." The woman in the plain dress looked at the middle-aged man and didn't say anything. The middle-aged man said with smile, "My name is Boya, a great divine master of the god race. I'm not here to hurt you, but because I'm curious. This is because when we created humans, we placed a seal on you. This seal will restrict your growth. And now, it seems that you have broken this seal. How did you do it?" The plainly dressed woman raised her hand and slashed with her sword. Chi, a sword pierced through the middle-aged man's forehead. Boya's expression froze. The plain-dressed woman slowly walked in front of Boya. She stared straight at Boya. "Celestial race? Human?" As she spoke, she shook her head with a trace of disappointment in her eyes. "So you're still thinking about your true form?" Hearing this, Boya's pupils shrank. What do you mean?" The plain-dressed woman looked at Boya. "According to your logic, in my eyes, you belong to a lower race and a lower civilization. Do you understand?" Boya stared at the plain-dressed woman. "You were created by us. What right do you have to say that the celestial race is a lower race?" The plain-dressed woman slowly walked into the distance. "Any life form has unlimited possibilities. Humans have spiritual intelligence, so humans have unlimited possibilities. As for saying that the celestial race is a lower race, that's because you're still focusing on other races." Celestial race? Humans? Demons? Beasts? In my eyes, there are no races. Everyone is just a type of life form. Life forms are divided into strong and weak. According to your logic, you're all lower life forms in my eyes." Boya's eyes were somewhat blank. After a while, his pupils shrank. You've already surpassed the essence of life." The plain-dressed woman stopped and turned to look at Boya. "You don't seem so stupid." "But you're wrong again." Boya hurriedly asked. "What's wrong?" The plain-dressed woman said, "You're wrong because you're too stupid." Boya was speechless. The plain-dressed woman continued walking into the distance. Meanwhile, Boya's body had started to slowly become illusory. Boya suddenly said, "Then in your opinion, what kind of life form is terrifying?" The plain-dressed woman suddenly stopped. She fell silent for a long time before she said, "To me, there's nothing to be afraid of because I'm invincible." Boya ridiculed. "Invincible? In this world, no one can be truly invincible. Even the ancestor of the celestial race who created the human race doesn't dare say that he's invincible. What makes you think that you're invincible?" The woman in a simple dress spread open her right hand, and then she spun it lightly. In an instant, the space beneath her palm suddenly started trembling, and then countless mysterious substances converged together. In next to no time, a person had condensed into form under Boya's terrified gaze. It wasn't a human, it was a living celestial god. Moreover, it looked exactly like Boya. Most importantly, it was alive. It wasn't a puppet or some secret technique. Boya stared at the plain-dressed woman as if he was looking at a ghost. "You," the plain-dressed woman said, "is it difficult to create a race of life?" "It's not difficult. So long as you can understand the essence of life, then creating a life form is a very simple matter." As she spoke, she glanced at Boya. "If I want to, I can create a life form that's thousands of times stronger than the celestial race." Boya seemed as if he'd lost his soul. "You," the plain-dressed woman waved her right hand lightly, and the person she'd created was directly erased. "Creating life forms goes against ethics. I don't recommend it." As she spoke, she slowly closed her eyes. "I've spoken too much today." "Do you know why I've spoken so much?" "Because..." At this point, she suddenly looked at Boya with an icy cold expression. "Because all of you have disappointed me." "Why are all of you so weak?" "So weak that I don't even have the desire to kill all of you." Boya, the plain-dressed woman suddenly opened her palm. There was a small wooden figure in her hand that looked exactly like Xian. Looking at the wooden figure in her hand, the plain-dressed woman smiled. "All of you should thank my big brother. Because if it wasn't for him, I would destroy everything I see." Boya's voice trembled. "Why?" The plain-dressed woman said, "Because you're too weak." I find it annoying." As she spoke, she'd already disappeared nearby. She was very indifferent to life because she'd already surpassed the essence of life. However, she also felt that life was very interesting. Because of Yixian. Because of Yixian's existence, she felt that life was interesting. Behind the plain-dressed woman, Boya became more and more illusory. His eyes were filled with confusion. The plain-dressed woman had overturned his understanding. In next to no time, Boya vanished on the spot, completely disappeared. It didn't take long for an old man from the God clan to appear here, and he just stared at the spot where Boya had fallen. He was too late. The old man slowly closed his eyes. He was aware of Boya's strength. However, he didn't expect that the human could even kill Boya, and erase him at that. Just how strong was that human woman? At this moment, a celestial race woman suddenly appeared. The woman wore a white robe. Her features were picturesque and she held an ancient book in her hand. The old man said softly, "That human strength is abnormal." The woman said indifferently, "I've told you long ago that keeping humans in captivity, in the words of the human race, is like raising a tiger. Now, there are people who can jump out of the rules we set. In the future, there will be more and more humans who will jump out of the rules we set." As she spoke, she looked at the old man. "Patriarch, we should take advantage of the fact that the human race hasn't completely risen to power. We should directly wipe them out, lest they become a disaster for our celestial race." The old man was the patriarch of the celestial race, Mo Yen. After a long silence, Mo Yen said softly, "If we directly wipe them out, our celestial race will lose a lot of faith power." Humans cultivated the cultivation method given to them by the celestial race. However, they didn't know that all cultivators would produce faith power, and this faith power would eventually be fed back to the celestial race. Simply put, it was like humans rearing animals. After reaching a certain level, humans would eat these animals. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, "But as you can see, some humans can already jump out of the rules we set. This means that humans have grown to a certain level. If we allow them to continue to grow, it will become a disaster in the end. If we don't wipe them out while they are still weak, I'm afraid that once they grow in the future, they will become like that woman just now." Hearing this, Mo Yan's face darkened. Even Boya was killed. This meant that the human woman's strength had reached a very terrifying level. She might be just a little weaker than them. Once she came into contact with the celestial race's god civilization, she might become even stronger. Thinking of this, Mo Yan's eyes became cold. He looked at the woman and said, "Yan, I'll leave this matter to you. Wipe out the human race." As Yan had said, someone had already jumped out of the rules they set. This meant that there might be more people jumping out of the rules in the future. Once too many human experts jumped out of the rules, it would be a certain threat to the celestial race. They had to be on guard. Yan smiled and said, "All right. But how do you plan to deal with that woman?" Mo Yan looked into the distance. After looking for a long time, he said, "I can't feel her aura anymore." She must have used some special method to hide herself. Saying this, he turned to the side and said, "Search for this person with all your strength. If you find her, don't kill her. I want her alive." At the side, a voice sounded quietly. "Understood." After Yan left the God clan, she arrived at an unknown galaxy. She'd just arrived when an old man suddenly appeared in front of her. The old man bowed respectfully. "Greetings, God." Yan spoke indifferently, "Annihilate the humans." "Annihilate the humans?" The old man was stunned. Yan smiled. "Didn't you hear me?" The old man hurriedly said, "I heard." "God of Yan, may I ask why you suddenly want to annihilate the humans?" Yan walked over to the old man and stared at him. "Don't ask so many questions. Gather everyone here right now." The old man was shocked, and he didn't dare ask any further questions. He bowed respectfully before turning around and leaving. It didn't take long for a few dozen human experts to appear in front of Yen. These humans had been raised by the God clan to manage the humans, the Divine Gate, using humans to manage humans. At this moment, all the human experts of the Divine Gate were gathered in front of Yen, and all of them were extremely respectful. Yen glanced at them and said, "The God clan has decided to annihilate all humans. Of course, all of you are excluded. Because all of you have been loyal to the God clan, and we won't abandon all of you. I'll leave the task of annihilating the humans to all of you. Once it's done, all of you will follow me back to the God clan and come into contact with an even more powerful civilization." Annihilate the humans. All the human experts in the surroundings were stunned. "Why are we suddenly annihilating the humans?" Yen glanced at them again and smiled. "Is there a problem?" One of the human experts bowed respectfully. "My God, why are we suddenly annihilating?" Yen suddenly waved her right hand. Bang! The human expert who'd spoken was instantly obliterated. The remaining human experts were horrified when they witnessed this scene. Yen smiled. "Do whatever I tell you to do. Don't ask why. Understand?" The other human experts hurriedly replied, "Yes." Yen said, "You can begin now. As for how to annihilate all the humans in the universe, think about it yourselves. I'll return in a month. I hope all humans will be completely annihilated by then." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. The human experts glanced at each other. Meanwhile, one of them suddenly looked at the old man who led the group. "Elder Zhang, why did the God clan suddenly annihilate the humans?" Elder Zhang shook his head. "I don't know." The man frowned. "Even Elder Zhang doesn't know?" Elder Zhang said softly, "Do you still remember the swordsman who forced us to cast a soul for a human woman?" Everyone nodded. They had a deep impression of that swordsman. That day, he broke through the stone door with a single sword strike and almost killed Elder Zhang. A complicated look flashed in Elder Zhang's eyes. Among the humans, there are some who have broken the rules set by the Divine Clan. Because of this, the Divine Clan feels a little uneasy. Therefore, they want to destroy the humans they created. Some of the human powerhouses were puzzled. How did the green-robed swordsman escape their rules? Everyone looked at Elder Zhang. This was also what they were very confused about. Old Zhang shook his head. But what was certain was that someone had already jumped out. And if one person jumped out, it meant that many people could also jump out. So, the divine humans can't sit still anymore. A human powerhouse said in a deep voice, "Elder Zhang, do we really want to destroy the humans?" Elder Zhang said indifferently, "If we don't destroy the humans, the Divine Clan will destroy us." Everyone was silent. Rebel against the Divine Clan, that was simply impossible. In front of the Divine Clan, they were just like ants. Thinking of this, the human powerhouses sighed in their hearts. After cultivating for so many years, they also wanted to jump out of that circle. But no one could do it, even Elder Zhang and he couldn't completely jump out, and they could reach this point today because of the Divine Clan's permission. Otherwise, they would at most be at the Divine Soul Realm. They relied on the Divine Clan to survive. At this time, Elder Zhang suddenly said, "Destroy the rest of the humans." "This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page." The powerhouses were silent. Obviously, they agreed. In fact, they had no other choice, either destroy the humans or be destroyed by the Divine Clan. Elder Zhang suddenly said, "Let's go." With that, he turned and left. Everyone else followed closely behind. Inside Xiao Ta's room, At this moment, Yi Xian was still forming his divine core. Because of Shaoan's guidance, everything was going smoothly. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, his body was undergoing a subtle change. Divine core. At this moment, he was condensing his divine core. Once his divine core was formed, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. Most importantly, he might be able to open the sword Dao seal left behind by his father and big brother. That was the main point. 3 years later, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Bang! A powerful aura swept out from his body, and the space around him boiled. Yi Xian pressed down lightly with his right hand, and the powerful aura instantly vanished without a trace. At the side, Shaoan sized up Yi Xian and said, "It's done." Yi Xian nodded. After years of bitter cultivation, he had finally condensed his divine core. At this moment, his body trembled slightly, and a sword howl resounded. Yi Xian was overjoyed. The sword Dao seal had been activated. Yi Xian first looked at the sword Dao seal left behind by his father. Just as he expected, this seal was the second part of the sword domain. The second part was called Core Sword Domain. It was also called Core Sword Domain. It could crush everything in Core Sword Domain. Main attack. Yi Xian couldn't wait to start cultivating. The more he cultivated, the more excited he became. Because he noticed that this Core Sword Domain wasn't just ordinarily terrifying, it was simply an extraordinary killer move. However, it consumed quite a lot of energy right now. However, its lethality was extremely great as well. In the following period of time, Yi Xian started to cultivate the Core Sword Domain like a madman. Besides that, he also strengthened his life and death draw and head snatch. After he reached the Divine Spark realm, his overall strength had also greatly increased. A few months later, Jingji suddenly arrived at Xiaota. Jingji gazed at Yi Xian and Shaoan with an extremely solemn expression. "Something big has happened." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What's the matter?" Jingji said solemnly, "The spirit qi in the entire divine ancient star field has begun to dry up. Not only that, but countless dead spirits qi has appeared in the world for some unknown reason. The entire ancient divine world is rapidly dying. Not only the entire ancient divine world, but other places are also experiencing the same situation." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Other places?" With that, his expression changed greatly and he left Xiaota. When he arrived at Qingzhou, his expression instantly darkened. The spirit qi in the entire Qingzhou was also rapidly drying up. Countless terrifying dead spirits qi spread between the heavens and earth. These dead spirits qi were frantically corroding the entire world. Yi Xian directly arrived at Tuobayan's palace. With a wave of his right hand, the dead spirits qi that was spreading towards the palace was instantly crushed. However, the next moment, countless more dead spirits qi appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Shaoan and Jingji appeared beside him. Yi Xian said solemnly, "Where did this dead spirits qi come from?" Jingji shook his head. "I don't know. In any case, this dead spirits qi has appeared in the entire universe." Yi Xian looked at Jingji. "The entire universe?" Jingji nodded. "The entire universe." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. "It shouldn't be the work of the current experts in this universe. It should be done by someone outside." Jingji knew. Someone outside wants to destroy this universe. Yi Xian opened his eyes. Who could it be? Jingji shook his head. "I don't know. The situation is very serious. If we don't stop this dead spirit's qi, it will destroy the entire universe." Yi Xian looked at the dead spirit's qi and drew his sword to slash. Qi, a sword beam tore through the sky. In an instant, the dead spirit's qi in the entire sky was directly wiped out. However, after a while, countless dead spirits qi appeared again. Yi Xian directly flew out of this space. This chapter is not over. Please continue. There was a spacetime in the universe. When he arrived at another unknown spacetime, his face instantly darkened. This unknown spacetime was filled with endless dead spirits qi, and the dead spirits qi in the current universe had seeped through this spacetime. Meanwhile, Shaoan and Jingji appeared by his side. Their faces sank when they saw the dead spirits qi in this spacetime. Someone really wants to destroy the current universe. Who is it? Jingji looked at Yi Xian. What should we do? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, of course, we have to stop it. If they didn't stop it, then the dead spirit's chi wouldn't just destroy Azure Prefecture, it would also destroy the 5th dimension and the 9th dimension. It was coming for this universe, Xianxia suddenly said, we have to deal with the dead spirit's chi at its source. Otherwise, it will be endless. Yi Xian looked up into the depths of the starry sky. Can't both of you sense that stone door? Xianxia nodded. Yi Xian said, can you make it come out? Xianxia was about to speak when a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the depths of the starry sky, and then a stone door slowly condensed. At the same time, an old man walked out from the stone door. This old man was Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang looked down at Yi Xian and the others and didn't speak. Xianxia suddenly said, you want to destroy that universe? Elder Zhang said indifferently, yes. Xianxia was slightly puzzled. Why? Elder Zhang said, there's no need to explain to you. Xianxia's face sank when she heard this, and she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, there has to be a reason to destroy a universe, right? A reason? Elder Zhang looked at Yi Xian. Humans are weak, so they deserve to die. Is this reason enough? Yi Xian frowned when he heard this. Elder Zhang said, don't struggle pointlessly. This is the fate of all humans. As he spoke, his body gradually became illusory. At the same time, countless specks of necromancy energy started to spread out towards the universe outside. Yi Xian's expression became ferocious when he saw this. At this moment, he thought of something that happened when he was young with Qing. Why did he die in that cave all those years ago? It was because Tendo wanted to destroy the world. But why did Tendo want to destroy the world? Because all living beings were like ants in the eyes of Tendo. If you're weak, then who else should I bully? Being weak is wrong, and being weak is a sin, just like at this moment. These people want to destroy the entire human race, and the reason is that humans are weak, so they deserve to die. How unfair is this world? When he thought of this, Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, he seemed to see the helpless and despairing gazes of countless people, just like how he and Qing looked in that cave all those years ago. His heart, what was his heart all those years ago? He wanted Qing to become stronger, then kill Tendo and help the weak, because he and Qing used to be very weak. If someone had stood up against Tendo back then, he and Qing would not have ended up like that. But now, he only thought of himself, his family and friends. Was he wrong? He was not wrong. He really did not have the obligation to save the world. He could bring all his family and friends into Xiao Ta's body, and then let the universe be destroyed. But if that was the case, how many people would be as helpless and despairing as he and Qing had been in the past? Back then, he and Qing had hoped so much that someone would stand up against Tendo, but there was no one. When he thought of this, Yi Xian took a step forward and directly displayed his sword domain. With the help of the Qingxian sword, his sword domain directly enveloped this unknown spacetime, and the necromancy energy was temporarily suppressed by his sword domain. Almost instantly, his face turned as pale as a sheet. Protect, invincible sword domain. He did not know if he could save this current universe, but he only wanted to help this current universe, and fight for this current universe with countless living beings. End of this chapter. The sword domain enveloped this unknown expanse of space and suppressed the necro energy. However, there was truly too much of it. It wasn't something he could endure right now. He would be dead by now if it wasn't for the green profound sword. The might of the green profound sword had sustained his sword domain and soul. Elder Zhang's eyes narrowed, and he was quite shocked. He hadn't expected that the young man before him would actually be able to suppress the necro energy. As far as he was concerned, it was utterly impossible. As if he'd thought of something, he suddenly gazed at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. When he saw the azure profound sword, his brows furrowed. This sword made him feel somewhat uneasy. Meanwhile, an old man appeared in front of Elder Zhang, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Elder Zhang, this young man isn't simple at all. Elder Zhang nodded. That sword in his hand is even more extraordinary. The old man spoke in a low voice. He can't be allowed to suppress the necro energy. Elder Zhang nodded, and then he slowly pressed his right hand down, causing a powerful force to sweep towards Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Xiaoan suddenly appeared above Yi Xian, and then she raised her hands. In an instant, a golden shield appeared above her. Rumble, the golden round shield trembled violently, and then it cracked. Xiaoan plummeted straight down. Elder Zhang gazed at Xiaoan. It's you. He naturally recognized Xiaoan because it was they who'd helped her refine her radiant soul. Xiaoan wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth, and then she looked up at Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang spoke in a low voice, "Young miss, if you're willing, then you can join my divine door. If you're willing, then you can be spared from death." Xiaoan had the qualifications to join the divine door. Moreover, the mysterious green-clothed swordsman was standing behind Xiaoan, and that was something he was quite fearful of. Xiaoan shook her head when she heard Elder Zhang, and then she glanced at Yi Xian. "I'll go with him." "Go with him." Hearing this, Elder Zhang furrowed his brows. "Going against the God clan will only lead to death." Xiaoan replied, "It's fine." Elder Zhang shook his head, "Kill him." Even though he was afraid of the man in green, he was even more afraid of the God tribe. Compared to the God race, the green-robed man was just a slightly stronger human. What was he worth? Hearing Old Man Zhang's words, a few super experts suddenly flew out from the stone door and headed straight for Xiaoan. Xiaoan looked at the super experts charging at her with a calm expression. She slowly clenched her right hand, and in the next moment, she suddenly turned into a beam of golden light and shot into the sky. Rumble, as the golden light shattered, Xiaoan fell straight from the sky. In front of the stone door, old Zhang looked at the falling Xiaoan and said indifferently, "You have only just reached the bright soul stage, you are not our match. I will now give you one last chance. If you are willing to enter my divine gate, I can spare your life." Down below, Xiaoan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her body had already split open, his injuries were severe. Xiaoan shook his head. Again. She was about to launch another attack. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait." Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian grinned. His smile was slightly pale. "I want to protect this universe. How can I drag you down?" Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian, "You protect this universe, and I will protect you." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he smiled, "We both have to live well." Live? In the sky, Elder Zhang suddenly spoke indifferently, "Young man, you are indeed extraordinary to be able to utilize the sword domain to suppress the necromancy energy. But do you know what you are facing? You won't know." Yi Xian suddenly looked at Xiaoan and smiled, "They all say that I am the second generation." "Xiaoan, this chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page." Xiaoan replied with a question, "Aren't you?" Yi Xian's face darkened, "Give me some face." Xiaoan nodded, "I take back what I said." Yi Xian was speechless. In front of the stone door, Elder Zhang looked at Yi Xian, "It sounds like you are going to call for help." Yi Xian smiled, "Of course." As he spoke, he gazed at the green profound sword in his hand and spoke softly, "Qing I want to save this universe. Help me." Yi Xian wasn't a pedantic person. Save the universe? He wanted to, but he didn't have the ability. Since he didn't have the ability, he naturally wouldn't force it. Moreover, he would even bring his woman along. He wasn't an idiot. In the sky, Elder Zhang looked at Yi Xian, "I'll be waiting." In an unknown star region, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped. She fell silent for a moment before she said, "All right." As she spoke, she pressed her fingers together. The green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly shot into the sky. In an instant, the dead spirit's aura around Yi Xian was cut into pieces by the green profound sword. With one strike, all the dead spirit's aura was gone. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Qing could really hear him? In fact, he was just testing it out. He didn't expect Qing could really hear him. Qing had been watching him all this time. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt a warm current in his heart. In the sky, Elder Zhang and the others were completely dumbfounded. Gone, with one strike, all the dead spirit's aura was gone. As if thinking of something, Elder Zhang looked at Yi Xian and stared at Yi Xian, "Who the hell are you?" Yi Xian looked at Elder Zhang, "The divine race's ancestor." "Bullshit." Elder Zhang said angrily, "You're a human, how can you be the divine race's ancestor? Who are you trying to fool?" Yi Xian said indifferently, "Then who do you think I am?" Mr. Zhang stared at Yi Xian. At this moment, he was panicking. That strike just now was not from Yi Xian, it was from someone secretly controlling it, but he couldn't feel anything. What did this mean? It meant that the person who did it was far stronger than him. Was it a human or a divine race? Or the green-robed man? The green-robed man. At this thought, Elder Zhang was sure, only that human man had this kind of strength. Elder Zhang looked around, his eyes filled with fear. that day, his soul was almost destroyed by the green-robed man. Elder Zhang looked coldly at Yixian. Let's go. Then he and the others turned and entered the stone door. The stone door closed. Below, Yixian looked at the green profound sword. At this moment, the green profound sword trembled slightly and landed in front of Yixian. Yixian held the green profound sword in silence. In another unknown starfield, the woman in a plain dress continued walking into the distance. Save the universe? She really had no interest in that. Perhaps in the beginning, she might have, but she didn't. The reason she did it was because of Yixian. Similarly, if Yixian needed it, he could just say the word, and she would destroy the entire universe. To her, life was just a formality, a dispensable formality. Of course, except for Yixian, this chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress suddenly stopped. She looked into the distance and saw a woman standing there. When the woman saw the woman in a plain dress, she was slightly stunned, and then she smiled. What a coincidence. The woman in a plain dress nodded slightly as a greeting. The woman in front of her was none other than Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian smiled. I snuck up here. But you probably forced your way up here, right? The woman in a plain dress nodded. Mu Niannian said, how is he? The woman in a plain dress gazed at Mu Niannian. I'm a little busy. Obviously, she didn't want to talk anymore. If it wasn't for Mu Niannian, she wouldn't have said a word. She would still give Mu Niannian some face. Mu Niannian smiled. I won't disturb you anymore. The woman in a plain dress nodded slightly, and then she walked off into the distance. But she stopped after a few steps, and then she said, you probably want to ask me something. Go ahead. Mu Niannian said, the god race created humans. In other words, they've grasped the essence of life, right? The woman in a plain dress nodded, yes. Mu Niannian spoke in a low voice. I've been researching the essence of life recently, but I've noticed some problems. The essence of life is made up of matter, but where does that matter come from? In other words, what was the beginning of life? For example, the first living thing. The origin of life, that was what she'd been researching recently. The woman glanced at Mu Niannian, and then she opened her palm. There was a drop of water there, and it gradually froze into ice. But it didn't take long for the ice to transform into a drop of water. Mu Niannian remained silent for a long time, and then she said, I understand. The woman in a plain dress nodded slightly. Smart. Mu Niannian had a slightly complicated expression on her face. The woman walked off into the distance. Meanwhile, Mu Niannian said, one last question. The woman gazed at Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian opened her palm, and an ancient book appeared there. She didn't ask, and she just looked at the woman because she knew that the woman in a plain dress knew what she meant. The woman in a plain dress fell silent for a short while, and then she said, you're very outstanding, but there are some things that you have to pretend you don't know. Because you'll vanish with a single thought. Understand? Mu Niannian spoke in a low voice, I know. But is there any meaning to our lives? The woman nodded, there is. Moreover. Then, she sneered, some people think that he's a chess player, but they don't know that he's just a chess piece. Then, she glanced at the ancient book in Mu Niannian's hand, do you understand? Mu Niannian didn't say anything. The woman in a plain dress turned and walked away. This universe is just a cycle, and the so-called Tao is just a cycle. A person who draws circles for others doesn't know that he's also in someone else's circle. In short, I'm invincible. Mu Niannian looked at the woman in a plain dress disappearing into the distance, and her expression was complicated. What a terrifying woman, such a deep mind was rarely seen in history. After a while, Mu Niannian put away the ancient book, smiled, and turned to leave. Somewhere in a stone hall, Old Zhang stood respectfully in front of Yi. Yi looked at Old Zhang. You said it was the green-robed man? Old Zhang said in a low voice, it should be him. He's very strong, and I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Yi said indifferently, leave this person to the divine race. Then, she got up, and the next moment, she had returned to the divine race. After a while, the divine race began to list the green-robed man as wanted. End of this chapter, the God Clan. In the middle of a starfield, there was a tower that was thousands of feet tall. The Tower of Gods had a total of 1,000 levels, and every single level represented a world. Just this single pagoda contained over 1,000 worlds within it. Moreover, there were countless spatial passageways around the pagoda, and endless energy of faith and pure spirit energy flowed ceaselessly through these spatial passageways into the various levels of the pagoda. The top-rate experts of the God clan were gathered within a hall. Mo Yen, who sat at the seat of the host, glanced at them, and then he said, "I know that 2 of them have broken through the rules we set. The first is that woman in a plain dress. She killed Boya, and it proves that her strength has exceeded the limits of humans and even surpassed some of our gods. The second is that man in green clothes. His strength is unknown, but he shouldn't be too weak." Hearing this, all the gods in the hall furrowed their brows. Humans were created by the gods. Every single human had a seal placed on them since birth. It wasn't just humans, even the entire universe had a seal and restriction. Without the help of the God clan, the soul realm was the limit of humans, yet now, someone had actually broken through this limit without relying on the God clan. Suddenly, a woman smiled and said, "I think it might not be a bad thing." All the gods gazed at her when they heard this. The person who spoke was Xianxia, and he was a grand instructor of the God clan's God Institute. Xianxia smiled, "I know what all of you are worried about, but have all of you thought about why they were able to break through the rules we set?" All the gods frowned when they heard this. "Right, why were they able to break through the rules we set? That's not normal," Xianxia continued. "Since they were able to break through our rules, it means that they've grasped another path of cultivation, a path that even we don't know about." The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she spoke. "So, as far as I'm concerned, it isn't a bad thing, and it's actually a good thing. It's an extremely good thing because it means that we might be able to establish a new path of cultivation." Mo Yen said, "Both of them really do possess extremely high research value." Yanji hurriedly said, "Patriarch, they must be kept alive. Only when they're alive would they have research value." Mo Yen was about to speak when an extremely old man spoke abruptly, "I'm slightly uneasy." Hearing this, everyone looked at the old man. This elder's name was Yan Zhu, and he was the great elder of the divine human race. Mo Yen smiled and said, "Elder Yan Zhu, please speak." Yan Zhu said, "At present, I don't even know the specific situation of these 2 people. Their strength is also just our conjecture. Has anyone thought about what if their strength is different from what we have guessed, or even much stronger than what we have guessed?" Yanji smiled and said, "What Grand Elder means is that those 2 humans are stronger than all of us here." Yanji looked at Yanji. "Why isn't it possible? Nothing is absolute." Yanji shook his head and smiled, "Great Elder, how long has human history been around? How long is the history of the divine human race? Furthermore, humans were created by us. In the food chain of this universe, they belong to the lower races. It's not that I'm looking down on them, but they're just that weak. Even if there are 1 or 2 exceptions, they're just slightly stronger ants." The experts of the divine clan nodded in agreement when they heard this. It wasn't that they looked down on the 2 of them, but in their opinion, it was impossible for a human to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine race. After all, humans were created by the divine race, humans surpassing the divine race. All the experts felt it was absurd when they thought up to this point. How could a human that was created by the divine race surpass the divine race? Yan Zhu fell silent. Actually, he didn't think that humans could surpass the divine race. But reason told him that nothing was absolute, and he shouldn't look down on them. Meanwhile, Mo Yen suddenly said, "Instructor Yanji is right. Those 2 do have extremely high research value, so we should capture them alive." However, what Grand Elder said isn't without reason. We can't be careless and underestimate them. Since they were able to escape the rules we set, then they're definitely extraordinary. Moreover, all of you are aware of Boya's strength. Since that woman was able to kill him, it means that her strength has reached at least the 6th rank. The division of realms in the divine domain was different from humans. There were a total of 9 ranks. 9 was the current limit. Even in the divine clan, there were only a few 9th rank experts. Yanji suddenly said, "Since that woman has reached the 6th rank, it means that humans can break through their limits and reach the level of our divine clan. Therefore, I think it's time to exterminate them. Moreover, their power of faith is dispensable to us now. After all, we have a new substitute." All the experts nodded when they heard this. In fact, in the last 1,000,000 years, the divine clan didn't care about humans anymore. This was because the god race had already found a new substitute. To the divine race, the power of faith of the human race was really dispensable. Mo Yen suddenly looked at Yi Yen. Tell the humans in the gate of God to hurry up. As for the man in green and the woman in the plain dress, our divine clan will deal with them. Yi Yen nodded. I'll arrange it. Mo Yen nodded slightly. The matter with the humans below isn't urgent. Our top priority is to capture the swordsman and the woman in the plain dress. As he spoke, he turned to look at a middle-aged man. Yu Chen, I'll leave the task of capturing them to you. No problem, right? The middle-aged man called Yu Chen nodded slightly. No problem. Mo Yen said, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I'll allow you to mobilize 6 divine generals. Yu Chen said indifferently, no need. They're just 2 humans. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Mo Yen shook his head. This fellow is still so arrogant. Meanwhile, Yan Ji spoke abruptly. I want to make a trip to the human universe. Mo Yen looked at Yan Ji. The human universe? Yan Ji nodded and smiled. I wasn't interested in them in the past, but now I am. I want to take a few students to the human universe and come into contact with them. Mo Yen thought for a moment and nodded. Up to you. Yan Ji turned around and left. It didn't take long for all the experts to disperse. Not long after, Yan Ji brought the 3 god race students to the human universe. But at this moment, they were in human form. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yan Ji looked down and smiled. I've studied humans in the past. As lowly beings, although they're weak, they're very interesting. Because they possess a so-called human nature. A woman in a white dress by Yan Ji's side was slightly curious. Instructor Yan Ji, what is human nature? Yan Ji smiled. Qin Shui, you're making things difficult for me. Because human nature is the most complicated thing about humans, and it can't be explained in a few words. A man by the side said indifferently, Instructor, what's there to study about these ants? Yan Ji glanced at the man and smiled. Amu, although humans are weak, they still have some outstanding aspects. Let's go. With that, she vanished with the 2 of them. Inside the Xiao Ta, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground with the azure profound sword in front of him. And around him, there was an extremely terrifying power, sword domain just now. During this period of time, he had been madly cultivating the square sword domain, using the azure profound sword to establish a sword domain. It could destroy everything in the square sword. After the dead spirit chi from before, the current universe was in a state of panic. Although the previous destruction of the world didn't succeed, many people died. Now, the current universe was in a mess. The main reason was that the people's hearts were in chaos. The order of the entire universe collapsed, and the evil side of human nature was completely exposed. At this moment, Jingji suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's Xiao Ta. When he saw the power of the sword domain around Yi Xian, Jingji's expression instantly became incomparably solemn. At this moment, Yi Xian gave him a very dangerous feeling. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Jingji. What's wrong? Jingji said in a deep voice, the current universe is very chaotic, and many places have lost their original order. Moreover, there are rumors that the end of the world is coming, and the universe is going to be destroyed. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. Jingji looked at Yi Xian. Are you going to do something about it? She knew that in this universe, only Yi Xian had the strength to do something about it. If Yi Xian didn't do anything, then humans wouldn't even need to wait for the god race to act, as humans would play themselves to death. Most of the time, humans were very united, but most of the time, humans were the most ferocious when they killed each other. Yi Xian shook his head. The universe is too big. How can I do anything about it? How big was the current universe? Manage the entire universe. Even if he wanted to, he didn't have the ability, he didn't have enough manpower. Jingji said in a deep voice. Now, there are rumors that the universe is going to end. Many people think that since they are going to die anyway, why not go crazy? Therefore, many places outside, especially those small places, are in chaos. Yi Xian looked at Jingji. What do you think? Jingji knew, if you want to do something, I have a way. If you don't want to do something, then you can only let the chaos outside. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Jingji said again, I think you have to do something. Yi Xian asked, why? Jingji looked at Yi Xian. Now is not a problem of human civil strife, but a war between races. The god race wants to destroy us. but now, humans need someone to carry the flag. If no one comes out to carry this flag, the entire human race will be at a loss. As for us humans, we can only let the god race slaughter us. This is the end of humanity. If you want to save the human race, you must stand up and carry the flag. Call on all humans to fight against the divine race. Xian shook his head. I know you're right, but the humans' current strength is not enough to fight against the god clan. Jingji frowned slightly. Why can't we fight against the god race? We have a green-robed man and a plain-dressed woman. I know that you don't want to rely on your father or your sister, but what is the purpose of the god race? Exterminate the entire human race? And they are humans, right? As she said that, she looked at Xian and said seriously, I can testify for you. It was the god-human race that didn't care about martial ethics first. Don't have any other psychological burden. Fight them first. If you can't beat them, make yourself look worse. It's best if you break an arm or a leg. Then, I'll take your severed limbs to inform your father and sister. The effect will definitely be great. Xian was speechless. Jingji knew that the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man might not care about this current universe, but they would definitely care about Xian. If they saw Xian crippled, the two of them would definitely not stand by and do nothing, especially the woman in the plain dress. At the thought of the woman in the plain dress seeing Xian's severed limbs, she felt very excited. That woman must have slaughtered the entire divine race. Upon hearing Jingji's words, Xian was somewhat speechless. Damn it, this woman was not only scheming against him, but she was also scheming against his father and Qing'er, too evil. At this moment, Jingji suddenly sighed in a low voice. Come with me to take a look outside. Without waiting for Xian to refuse, she directly grabbed Xian's arm and left Xiao Ta. The two of them immediately appeared in the divine ancient star field. Under Jingji's lead, the two of them came to a small city. As soon as they entered the city, Xian furrowed his brows. Inside the city, there were endless screens. Xian glanced around. At this moment, the entire city was in chaos, burning, killing, raping. The whole city was like hell on earth. As for those weaklings without strength, it was even more tragic to look at. The dark side of human nature was on full display. Beside Xian, Jingji said softly, there are many places like this in the universe. Some powerful people and powerful forces could protect themselves, but who would care about those weaker people? They can only wait to be slaughtered. Xian said nothing. Jing knew. Why did you suppress the dead spirit qi all by yourself? In fact, she was very curious about this point. Based on her understanding of Xian was not a saint, and Xian was not the kind of person who wanted to be a hero. However, at that time, Xian still stood out. Xian said softly, because I thought of me and Qing'er. At that time, she and I were helpless. Jingji looked into the distance and said, what you were in the past is what they are now. As she spoke, she looked at Xian. We cannot avoid a battle with the God clan. Xian smiled and said, indeed. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared within it. In the next moment, all the experts of the Sword Alliance appeared here. Xian looked at the leading Sword Jew. From now on, the order of this universe will be maintained by my Sword Alliance. First, send an order to all the realms. Everyone must obey the order set by the Sword Alliance. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed. Sword Jew glanced at Xian. We might not have enough manpower. Xian said, ask the All-Heaven City and the Undying Emperor clan of the nine-dimensional cosmos for help. Then, he looked at Xiao Ta. Supreme Fan Duo and Supreme Feng Yi. The two women appeared in front of Xian. Xian looked at the two women. I need your help. The two of them were very powerful. With the help of these two women, there was still a great chance of restoring the order of this universe. The two women nodded, turned around, and left. Xian looked at Jingji. Jingji said, the people of the Templar Church will be at your command. Xian nodded. Have your people assist the Sword Alliance. At the same time, inform the entire human race about the God clan. Hearing this, Jingji frowned slightly. Won't this cause greater panic? Xian said, it has already reached the bottom. Jingji understood when he heard this. If the humans knew that there was a stronger race that wanted to destroy them, what would they do? If no one took the lead, there would definitely be chaos, but what if someone took the lead? Humans killed each other, but at the same time, they were a very united race, because if they were not united, they would die. Sword Ju and the others immediately left for the realms. Jingji looked at Yi Xian. What do you plan to do next? Yi Xian said with a smile, what else can I plan to do? Of course it's to fight the God clan. Jingji said in a low voice, we know nothing about the God clan. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. He said softly, we will know soon. At this moment, he suddenly frowned. He turned his head and looked into the distance. There were 3 people standing there, 2 women and a man. When he saw the 3 people, Jingji, who was beside Yi Xian, frowned. These 3 people were Yan Ji's group of 3. At this moment, Yan Ji's group of 3 were sizing up Yi Xian. They didn't meet by chance. They had come to look for Yi Xian, because in this universe, Yi Xian was the most famous. At this moment, Yan Ji suddenly smiled and said, young Master Yi, hello. My name is Yan Ji. These 2 beside me are my students. Amu and Qin Shui. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He sized up the 3 of them, and a trace of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. Meanwhile, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly trembled. When he sensed this scene, a trace of vigilance arose in Yi Xian's heart. Yan Ji led the 2 of them to stand before Yi Xian, and then she smiled lightly, young Master Yi, can I have a look at the sword in your hand? Obviously, she'd noticed the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, I'm afraid not. Meanwhile, Amu suddenly spoke coldly, you don't know how to appreciate favors. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and a powerful force smashed down towards Yi Xian. He attacked at the slightest disagreement. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Hiss, a strand of sword light tore through the sky, and Amu's head flew into the air before he could even react. He was instantly killed. He died at the slightest disagreement. The smile on Yan Ji's face froze when he saw this scene. Shock. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian's strength would actually be so terrifying to the point of instantly killing her student with a single strike of his sword. This human isn't as weak as I thought he was. At this moment, she understood a principle as well. The human race as a whole was weaker than the divine race. However, there were top-rate experts amongst the human race, and ordinary divine race experts were unable to go against these top-rate experts. Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian, young Master Yi killed someone at the slightest disagreement. Isn't that going a bit too far? Yi Xian said with a smile, who started it? Yan Ji fell silent. Yi Xian continued, Miss Yan Ji, what happened earlier was a misunderstanding. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Yi Xian, the reincarnation of the divine race's ancestor. The expressions of Yan Ji and Qin Shui froze when they heard this. The reincarnation of the divine race's ancestor? Jingji's face instantly sank when he noticed the subtle changes in their expressions. These 2 people are really from the divine race. The reason Yi Xian said those words wasn't because he was bored, but because he wanted to test these 2 people. But now it seemed like they really were from the divine race. When she thought of this, she glanced at Yi Xian. This man is really scheming. However, Yi Xian's expression didn't change at all, and he still had a smile on his face. Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian and smiled, young Master Yi is the reincarnation of the divine race's ancestor? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Yan Ji blinked, what proof do you have? Yi Xian smiled, it's fine. If Miss doesn't believe it, then I'm not. In any case, it's fine as long as I believe it myself. Yan Ji was speechless. Qin Shui suddenly said, young Master Yi, I heard that the divine race wants to annihilate the human race. As the reincarnation of the divine race's ancestor, what do you think about this? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then sighed, I never thought that my descendants would do such a cruel and inhumane thing. If I had known earlier, I would have castrated myself. The 3 women were speechless. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Yan Ji and smiled, Miss Yan Ji, what do you think about the divine race annihilating the human race? Yan Ji blinked, and then said, what do you think about humans raising livestock to eat? Yi Xian was silent. Yan Ji smiled, you just said that the divine race annihilating the human race is cruel and inhumane. Then I would like to ask young Master Yi, humans eating livestock and enslaving other living beings, what does that mean? Yi Xian smiled slightly, I am a human. Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled up, so, young Master Yi is a double standard. Humans raising livestock to eat and enslaving other living beings, young Master Yi said that he is a human. But the divine race annihilating the human race, young Master Yi said that it is cruel and inhumane. Saying that, she shook her head and smiled, young Master Yi, double standard is not good. Yi Xian smiled, it's a matter of strength. Yan Ji smiled and said, Mr. Yi hit the mark. Actually, we don't need to talk about benevolence and morality. In the end, it's a matter of strength. The reason why humans can raise livestock to eat and enslave other living beings is because humans are strong. As for the reason why the divine race wants to annihilate the human race, that's not important. What's important is that the divine race is stronger than humans. What do you think? Yi Xian smiled slightly, indeed, if we fall behind, we will be beaten. Humans are weak now, so it's normal for them to be beaten. I'm very open about this. A trace of astonishment flashed across Yan Ji and Yan Ji's eyes. I originally thought that young Master Yi still wanted to talk about benevolence and morality with me. Yi Xian laughed, Miss Yan Ji, I'm a little curious. Why do you think the divine race suddenly wants to annihilate the human race? Jingji also looked at Yan Ji. She was also very curious, why did the divine race suddenly want to annihilate the human race? Something must have happened. Yan Ji blinked and smiled, young Master Yi, I'm not from the divine race, so how would I know why they want to annihilate the human race? Yi Xian smiled, that's true. Yan Ji looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand, young Master Yi, can I take a look at this sword? Just take a look. Yi Xian handed the sword to Yan Ji. Yan Ji took the sword, and very quickly, the smile on her face gradually disappeared and was replaced with solemnity. A moment later, Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian, who made this sword? Yi Xian smiled, I made it myself. Yan Ji was stunned, then said, young Master Yi, do I look like an idiot to you? Yi Xian, Yan Ji looked at the green profound sword again. A moment later, she said in a deep voice, young Master Yi, the person who made this sword is not simple. As she said that, she glanced at Yi Xian. At this moment, a trace of uneasiness suddenly rose in her heart, because she couldn't completely see through this sword. Some of the knowledge contained in this sword was something she had never come into contact with before. If it was really made by a human, then this human was too terrifying. Yi Xian suddenly said with a smile, I brought them from the god-human clan. Yan Ji frowned slightly, really? Yi Xian nodded, it was really made by the divine race. Yan Ji stared at Yi Xian in silence. If it was really made by the divine race, then it made sense, however, she still didn't believe it. Yi Xian suddenly said, I can swear on my character that it's not a lie. Swear on my character, Yan Ji hesitated for a moment, then said, that's too serious. I believe in young Master Ye's words. She had studied humans before, so she knew that humans paid great attention to character. Since this human in front of her had sworn on his character, then it should be true. Made by the celestial race? Yan Ji fell into deep thought. If it was made by the celestial race, then it meant that someone from the celestial race had come down to help the humans, and it wasn't an ordinary person. Who was it? For a time, countless celestial race experts flashed through Yan Ji's mind. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the cyan profound sword appeared in his hand. He smiled and said, Miss Yan Ji, I still have something to do, farewell. After saying that, he turned and left. Yan Ji glanced at Yi Xian, who was leaving in the distance, and kept silent. At this moment, Qin Shui suddenly said, Mentor, do you really believe that the sword was made by the celestial race? Yan Ji said solemnly, this sword's mysteries are endless. The Tao of time and space contained within is far beyond this universe. Not only that, even I can't see through some of it. This sword shouldn't have been made by humans. Qin Shui frowned slightly, then who could it be? Yan Ji said softly, I don't know. But it's definitely not an ordinary celestial race. But what is the other party's intention? To support the humans? As she said that, she frowned. Qin Shui suddenly asked, Mentor, could it be that Yi Xian is lying? Yan Ji said, it shouldn't be, right? That person swore on his character. Moreover, that sword is definitely not made by humans. Qin Shui said solemnly, then what should we do now? Yanji said, you return to the celestial race first and inform the patriarch of this matter. I'll stay here and observe. Qin Shui nodded, okay. After saying that, she turned and disappeared into the horizon. Yanji looked into the distance and disappeared on the spot. On the other side, Jingji looked at Yi Xian, they are from the celestial race. Yi Xian nodded. Jingji said solemnly, why not kill them? Yi Xian smiled, is there any use in killing them? Jingji said, that's true. Yi Xian looked around and said, unknowingly, I, Yi Xian, have become the flag bearer of the human race. As he said that, he shook his head and smiled, it's like a dream. Do you regret it? Jingji asked with a smile. Yi Xian shook his head. As you said, we will have to fight the god race eventually, right? Jingji looked up into the depths of the starry sky. Do you know? In the past, we always wanted to leave this current universe and see the universe outside. However, when we were finally able to leave this place, we discovered that the outside world was filled with malicious intent towards us. Curious, most of the time, human curiosity could kill humans. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, a giant stone gate suddenly appeared above their heads, the divine gate, the stone door opened slowly, and a terrifying pressure swept down. Then, an old man walked out, Old Zhang. After Elder Zhang appeared, he looked at Yi Xian and said, you can't protect humanity. Yi Xian smiled and said, you seem to be a human too. Elder Zhang said, I'm different from you. Yi Xian was puzzled. What's different? Old Zhang said, I can become a god. After the humans are annihilated, the members of the divine gate will head to the god domain. There, we can accept a divine Tao civilization. A civilization that far surpasses humanity. God domain, Yi Xian frowned. At this moment, Elder Zhang suddenly said, I originally wanted to give all humans a peaceful death, but since you're the patriarch, then don't blame us for being inhumane. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the space around them started to crack, and then the space around them started to burn. It should be said that the entire universe started to burn. Seeing this, Yi Xian said solemnly, there should be an array formation enveloping our current universe. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to destroy this universe at will. Jingji nodded. It should be. Yi Xian looked at the stone door. It's behind that stone door. Jingji was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword. Hiss, a ray of sword light shot into the sky and slashed at Elder Zhang who was in front of the stone door. When he saw Yi Xian charging over with his sword in hand, Elder Zhang slowly pressed his right hand down, and then an enormous palm descended from the sky. Rumble, the space above Yi Xian instantly became illusory. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, slash. Bang, the sword light directly slashed the palm print. In an instant, the palm print was directly shattered, turning into countless streams of light that shot out. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was holding the sword, had already rushed in front of Mr. Zhang. He slashed his sword down. Elder Zhang was just about to attack when his expression changed drastically because a mysterious force had enveloped him. Sword domain, that was the sword domain from before. At the instant that Yi Xian's sword descended, an expanse of light instantly enveloped him and Elder Zhang. Just now, everything had been destroyed. Bang, an explosion resounded, and then a soul suddenly flew out from within the expanse of light. It was Elder Zhang. In that instant just now, his body had been blasted into pieces. Even though his soul had escaped, it was almost translucent as well. A single sword strike had almost obliterated him. Elder Zhang looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. You. At this moment, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew out. Elder Zhang didn't even have time to react before the soul-subduing sword pierced through his forehead. Bang! Elder Zhang's soul was directly absorbed. After absorbing Elder Zhang's soul, the azure profound sword trembled slightly. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the azure profound sword returned to his hand. At this moment, his face was slightly pale. Executing the core sword domain consumed too much energy. In fact, he hadn't fully grasped the core sword domain. He'd grasped 80% of it at most. Because the core sword domain relied entirely on his own comprehension, if it wasn't for the azure profound sword, even if he executed the core sword domain, it would be difficult for him to kill Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang's strength was extraordinarily terrifying. In the dark, Yanji took a deep look at Yi Xian. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian would actually be able to kill Elder Zhang with a single sword strike. After all, Elder Zhang's cultivation far surpassed Yi Xian's. Yanji gazed at the azure profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. A large part of the reason Yi Xian was able to surmount his realm and kill Elder Zhang was because of the sword domain and the sword he'd just executed. She was even more curious about the sword. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly walked towards the stone door. Meanwhile, a group of experts suddenly surged out from within the stone door. All of them were extraordinary experts from the divine door. Yi Xian's face fell when he witnessed this scene. There were quite a few of them. Meanwhile, Xiaoan and Jingji appeared by Yi Xian's side. At the same time, there was a white-haired old man. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the white-haired old man. He'd seen this person in the past. It was the old man that played chess with Qing. Why is he here? Yi Xian gazed at the old man, and the old man smiled embarrassedly. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. What are you doing here, senior? The old man replied, I heard young Master Yi was calling for me, so how could I not come? Yi Xian was just about to speak when the old man continued, after parting ways with senior that day, I gained some comprehension after returning. I never expected that I'd advance a step further. Yi Xian sized up the old man. The old man really was much stronger than before. This old man is amazing. He actually improved after being beaten up by Qing. The white-haired old man gazed at the experts from the divine door in the distance and spoke solemnly, Young Master Yi, these people aren't simple. Yi Xian nodded, they're from the Godsfolk clan, and they intend to destroy our universe and all humans. The white-haired old man frowned, do they really intend to destroy all humans? Yi Xian nodded, the white-haired old man's face fell, an even more powerful clan? Yi Xian nodded, I've never heard of the Godsfolk clan before, but from the looks of it now, they're definitely stronger than humans. The white-haired old man's eyes were filled with worry. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, is your sister a human? Yi Xian nodded, of course Qing is a human. Why do you ask, senior? The white-haired old man laughed, she's a human. If she's a human, then I won't panic. He was afraid that the woman in the plain dress was from the Godsfolk clan. If that's the case, then what's the point of fighting? Just surrender. But since the woman in the plain dress is a human, then what's there to be afraid of? Hearing the white-haired old man's words, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He looked at the experts from the divine door in the distance. Senior, I need you to help me stop these people. The white-haired old man immediately shook his head. Young friend, we can't stop them. These people's realms were higher than theirs, and they outnumbered them. It was unrealistic for the three of them to stop a few dozen people. Xiaoan suddenly said, I can. Jingji glared at Xiaoan, you can my **s. She finally realized that because of Yi Xian, Xiaoan was almost talking without thinking. 3 people to stop a few dozen people? That was impossible, not to mention the 3 of them. Even if Yi Xian joined in, they still wouldn't be able to stop them. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and looked down. Countless flames were constantly pouring into this universe. In at most an hour, these flames would be able to devour the entire universe. He didn't have much time. He had to enter the stone door and destroy the array. At this time, an old man from the divine door looked at Yi Xian. You want to save humanity? That's simply wishful thinking. Yi Xian looked at the old man. You are also humans. The Godsfolk clan wants to destroy the entire human race. Could it be that you, the old man sneered, humans? Once we destroy you, we can go to the God realm. The Godsfolk clan will help us leave our human bodies and souls. At that time, we will come into contact with the divine Tao civilization and cultivate more advanced martial arts. Yi Xian was speechless when he heard this. Right at this moment, the old man suddenly sneered and said, Human, don't you like to call for help? Come on, call for help. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean I like to call for help? The old man ridiculed, didn't you save the human race by calling for help? However, I can tell you that the Godsfolk clan is searching for the person behind you. If you call for help, then I'm afraid they won't be able to leave alive. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, I won't call for help. Don't force me. The old man stared at Yi Xian, hasn't the human behind you already broken the rules? Call for help. Yi Xian turned to look at Jingji, how many times has he asked me to call for help? Jingji thought for a moment, and then he said, it seems to be the 3rd time. You can call for help. It was them who asked you to call for help, not you. The white-haired old man, and I can testify to that. Yi Xian nodded, all right. As he spoke, he took out the green profound sword and said, Qing they asked me to call for you. I originally refused, but they kept forcing me. Why don't you attack again? For the last time. After a moment of silence, the green profound sword started to tremble. Seeing the green profound sword in his hand tremble, Yi Xian hurriedly said, Qing a sword hum suddenly resounded. Then, the green profound sword suddenly flew up. A ray of sword light directly pierced the old man's forehead. At the same time, the heads of the remaining Gate of God experts flew out. More than 30 bloody heads flew out at the same time. It was an extremely bloody scene. The old man who was pierced by the sword light was stunned. How did I die? He and the surrounding Gate of God experts were killed before they could even react. The old man's eyes were somewhat blank. Didn't the divine human race want to stop the people behind Yi Xian? Where are the divine human race? In the dark, Yan Ji's expression instantly became solemn. Who was it? She couldn't sense it at all. Even with her strength, she couldn't sense the person who attacked. At this moment, Yan Ji's pupils suddenly shrank because the green profound sword suddenly shot towards her. It's over. This thought arose in Yan Ji's mind, because when she saw the sword flying towards her, the sword had already pierced through her forehead and locked onto her soul. She didn't even have the strength to fight back. Yan Ji was stunned. Who was it? Yi Xian glanced at Yan Ji, who was locked by the green profound sword. He was the one who asked Qing to be merciful. This woman was still useful to him. Yi Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. Yan Ji was still locked. There was sword light in his body, the sword light left behind by the plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand and smiled. Qing the green profound sword slightly trembled as if it was responding. Yi Xian smiled and said, I won't let you wait too long. The green profound sword trembled and then calmed down. Gone. At this moment, Qing really left, because he could no longer sense Qing aura. The reason he summoned Qing was because he could sense a trace of Qing aura through the green profound sword. In other words, Qing was paying attention to this place, but now, that wisp of aura had disappeared, there were two possibilities. The first possibility was that Qing had left, the second possibility was that Qing had cut off all contact with him and wanted him to walk the rest of the way on his own. No matter what, he could only rely on himself in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian took the green profound sword and entered the stone door. Beyond the stone door was another starry sky. Yi Xian saw that there were more than a dozen super arrays covering the starry sky. These great arrays were all locking down the existing universe below. How generous! Yi Xian's expression turned grave. The strength of the celestial race was much stronger than what he had expected. These formations were definitely not something an ordinary person could construct. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. A wisp of sword light tore through space. In an instant, the super arrays in the starry sky were destroyed bit by bit. Yi Xian looked into the distance. At the end of his vision, he vaguely saw an unknown world, God domain. Yi Xian frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he returned below. At this moment, the existing universe had gradually returned to normal. Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian. Was the green-robed man or the plain-dressed woman? At this moment, she was extremely shocked. She knew that the celestial race had greatly underestimated the people behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at Yan Ji and smiled. Let's go back and talk slowly. After saying that, he directly sent Yan Ji into Xiao Ta's body. Yi Xian looked at the white-haired elder and Jing Ji. Maybe it's just the beginning. The white-haired elder and Jing Ji were silent. They were not in contact with the celestial race but just a few human puppets cultivated by the celestial race. Now that those human puppets have been killed by them, the next step is to face the celestial race head-on. Without a doubt, the celestial race is stronger. Jing Ji suddenly looked at Yi Xian. In any case, I will follow you. The white-haired elder hurriedly said, I will follow young Master Yi. Yi Xian, their intentions were very simple, follow Yi Xian. In any case, Yi Xian will not die. As long as Yi Xian does not die, they will not die. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, Miss Jing Ji, you have to help me deal with the matters outside this universe. Jing Ji nodded, I will take care of the matters outside. Some looked at the white-haired elder. Senior, are there any other people around you who are as strong as you? The white-haired elder hesitated and said, there are one or two, but they are very afraid of death. If they are afraid of death, they will not stand up. Xian smiled, what if there are benefits? The white-haired elder's eyes lit up, what benefits? Xian said, for example, going to my tower to cultivate. The white-haired elder said in a low voice, young Master Yi, are you serious? He had heard of Xiao Ta's abnormal ability. If he could really cultivate in there, the benefits would be too great for him. Xian nodded, yes. Senior can go in and cultivate at any time. If Senior's friends are willing to help, they can also go in and cultivate. Not only that, but I can also help Senior and the others reach a higher level. He found that the seal within the white-haired elder's body had not disappeared. The seal left behind by the celestial race, in fact, he was also slightly shocked by the white-haired elder because this old man had actually cultivated to such a level before the seal was broken. This was very terrifying. Although this old man had not surpassed the divine soul realm, his strength was definitely not weaker than Shaoan and Jingji, the white-haired elder said in a low voice, like Miss Jingji and Miss An. Xian nodded. The white-haired elder sighed softly. Xian was a little puzzled, Senior, why are you sighing? The white-haired elder said softly, many years ago, I felt that there might be a seal in my body because no matter how I cultivated, I could not take that last step. At that time I was not too sure. I never thought that there would be such a seal in our human body. Saying that, he looked at Xian, when I saw your sister that day, I wanted to ask, but saying that, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He wanted to ask, but he did not dare. He was afraid that this question would be the last one in his life. Xian smiled, Senior, let me help you break the seal first. The white-haired elder bowed respectfully, thank you. Xian said, you are welcome. Saying that, he opened his palm and the profound azure sword in his hand directly sank into the white-haired elder's chest. Boom, the white-haired elder's body trembled violently. The next moment, his whole body seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. It's broken. The white-haired elder took a deep breath. He once again bowed respectfully to Xian, little friend, Lin Shan will never forget your kindness. Xian said, Senior Lin Shan, go and contact your friends. If they are willing, that is naturally good. If not, we will not force them. Lin Shan nodded, understood. Saying that, he turned around and left. Xian looked at Jingji, I will leave the outside to you. I want to interrogate this divine human clan woman. Jingji glanced at Xian, don't use force. Xian's face was full of black lines, what do you mean? Am I, Xian, that kind of person? Jingji turned around and ran away. Xian was furious, this woman is really, am I that kind of lecherous person? Without thinking much, Xian returned to Xiao Ta. Xian walked in front of Yanji. At this moment, Yanji was curiously looking around. Gradually, shock appeared in her eyes. Obviously, she discovered that Xiao Ta was not simple. Xian was about to speak when Yanji suddenly said with a trembling voice, so the Tao of time and space can reach this level. Saying that, she looked at Xian, was this Xiao Ta created by the people behind you? Xian looked at Yanji, I want to know everything about the divine human clan. Yanji stared at Xian, what if I don't say? Xian smiled, then you can disappear from this world. Yanji immediately said, I will say. Xian nodded, good. Let's begin. I want to know everything about the divine human clan. You can deceive me, but you better deceive me well because I also like to deceive others. Yanji glanced at Xian, then said, divine human clan, origin divine realm. Xian listened quietly. As he listened, his expression became solemn. This was a race whose martial arts civilization far surpassed that of humans. The two races were not on the same level at all. The divine human clan's division of realms was also very interesting. It was divided into 9 levels, which was even simpler. Yanji's strength was at the peak of level 6, and level 6 was considered above average in the divine human clan. Xian looked at Yanji, you said that the divine human clan wants to exterminate humans because there are people among humans who have surpassed the rules, making you feel uneasy? Yanji nodded. Xian asked again, is it the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man? Yanji nodded again. Hearing this, Xian suddenly slapped his thigh. This was an undeserved disaster. Yanji glanced at Xian, those two are the people behind you. Xian said softly, what do you think the divine human clan will do now? Yanji looked at Xian, you killed those humans at Gate of God. This will make the divine human clan more vigilant, and it will also make the divine human clan more determined to exterminate humans. Yanji looked at Xian, you killed those humans at the Gate of God. This will make the God clan more vigilant, and it will also make the God clan more determined to exterminate the human race. Yanji looked at Xian, then what do you think I should do now? Xian said with a smile, what do you think I should do now? Xian frowned slightly, surrender? Yanji nodded, human, you are a smart person, so I told you these things about the divine human clan, because you will know that for now, humans will absolutely not be able to stop the divine human clan. Because you will know that for now, the humans absolutely cannot stop the divine race. Just like me, I am restrained now, so I surrender. Living is the most important thing, isn't it? Being alive is the most important thing, isn't it? Xian was speechless. He was speechless. What this woman said seemed to make sense. Yanji said, young Master Yi, your best choice now is to surrender. Only by surrendering will you have a way to live. Xian shook his head and smiled, beg the divine human clan? I can't do it. Yanji sighed, young Master Yi, I know you are still pinning your hopes on the two mysterious experts behind you. I admit that I've underestimated their strength before this. They are very strong, at least rank 7 or rank 8 experts. Let's just treat them as rank 8 experts for the time being. But do you think the two of them can fight against the divine human clan? Do you know that before I came, our divine human clan had already put them on the wanted list? But they are now in hiding and don't dare to show their real bodies. If they can really fight against our divine human clan, why do they need to hide? Hide? Xian was stunned, did you misunderstand something? Yanji frowned, misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. You may not know, but we are using our entire clan to find the man in green and the woman in plain dress. Xian was speechless. P.S. Whenever I don't have any inspiration, I will look at the comments section. At this moment, he suddenly felt slightly relaxed. The God clan, searching for Dad and Qing'er with the entire clan, have they gone mad? What exactly happened to make them so confident? He was slightly curious. Do Qing'er and Dad know that the God clan is searching for them with the entire clan? Meanwhile, Yanji said, young Master Yi, it's not too late for you to surrender now. Xian glanced at Yanji and said, I'm afraid my father will break my legs. Yanji frowned slightly. Your father? Xian nodded. The azure-cloaked man you spoke of. Yanji smiled and said, young Master Yi, if you surrender to my God clan, then you'll be able to surpass your father in a few years at most under the nurturing of my God clan. At that time, it's uncertain who will be fighting who. Xian hesitated for a moment and said, to be honest, I'm slightly tempted by your suggestion. But, isn't it a bit exaggerated to say that it'll only be a few years at most? Yanji smiled and said, you might not know much about our divine Tao civilization. If you do, then you'll know that it really isn't difficult to surpass your father. Xian nodded. I really don't know much about the divine Tao civilization. However, I know my father very well. Defeat his father, he wanted to as well, but in 2 or 3 years, not to mention cultivating outside, he might not even be able to cultivate in the pagoda, because even now, he still didn't know what level his father had reached. Yanji was about to speak when Xian suddenly smiled and said, Miss Yanji, let's end our chat here. Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. However, I can't let you go either. Stay in my Xiaota for a while. With that, he turned around and left Xiaota. After Xian left, Yanji frowned. A moment later, she opened her palm and wanted to mobilize her strength. However, her expression changed drastically as soon as she did, and she hurriedly gave up. That strand of sword light was still within her body. Yanji slowly closed her eyes. The plainly dressed woman who sealed her was at least a rank 8 expert. Only an 8th level expert could lock her down with a wisp of sword light. 8th phase expert, Yanji's expression became a little complicated. She hadn't expected that a human could reach the 8th phase. The threat was too great. One had to know that although the overall strength of the human race was inferior to the divine race, the number of humans far exceeded the divine race. The reproduction rate of the human race was much more terrifying than that of the god race. Moreover, the learning ability of humans was very strong. If more and more people broke through the seal left by the god race, Xianxia slowly closed his eyes. She didn't dare to continue thinking about it, he had to get out. After leaving Xiaota, Yixian arrived at the Jiang country of Qingzhou. At this moment, Jiang country had returned to normal. This side was still fine, because there was Mo Yunqi and the others suppressing it, so this place was relatively stable. However, people were also anxious. The end of the universe, even in the Qing province, there were all kinds of rumors everywhere, causing people to be on tenterhooks. As for other places, although there were Sword Alliance experts suppressing it everywhere, the manpower of Sword Alliance experts was limited, and they couldn't control the entire universe. The current universe was still a little chaotic. On a certain street, Yixian was walking slowly with a woman. The woman wore white armor and had a short saber hanging from her waist. The woman was Jiangjiu. Jiangjiu turned to look at Yixian. Is the matter about the god race true? Yixian nodded. Jiangjiu said in a deep voice, I never thought that we humans were actually created by another race. It sounds really hard to accept. Yixian said with a smile, me too. Jiangjiu was a little puzzled, then why did they want to exterminate humans? Yixian said, because they discovered that some humans have already escaped their control. Jiangjiu sighed, do we humans have hope? Yixian looked at Jiangjiu and said softly, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Jiangjiu looked at Yixian, what about the other humans? Yixian went silent. Jiangjiu hesitated for a moment, and then she said, I know it's a little selfish of me to ask this. But I can't give up on the people of the state of Jiang, and I can't give up on the students of the academy. We can't let go of too many things. She paused for a moment, and then she said, I'm sorry. I'll have to carry everything on my shoulders. Yixian smiled, what you can't let go of is what I can't let go of as well. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed in Jiangjiu's eyes, you're carrying too much. Yixian smiled, and then he said, little Jiu, accompany me to a place. Jiangjiu nodded, all right. Both of them vanished on the spot, and when they appeared again, they were already at the back mountain of Songlan Academy. Yixian brought Jiangjiu to the depths of the back mountain, and there was a tomb here. Elder Ji's tomb. Yixian stood in front of Elder Ji's tomb, and he remained silent. Jiangjiu just silently accompanied him by his side. After a long time, Yixian slowly knelt down. Elder Ji, worthy for him, Yixian to kneel. If it wasn't for Elder Ji risking his life to save him back then, he, Yixian, would already be dead. Jiangjiu also knelt down. Yixian said softly, little Jiu, do you know? Sometimes I kind of hate my selfish way of thinking. Jiangjiu asked, why? Yixian said, if Elder Ji was also selfish back then, me, Mo Yunqi, and Ji, and I would all be dead. And he gave up his life for us. Jiangjiu was silent. Yixian pulled Jiangjiu up slowly, and he looked at Elder Ji's tomb in front of him, and said with a smile, I used to be selfish because I only had my younger sister as a relative, but now, I have many, many relatives and friends. Elder Mu, don't worry, I will protect Songlan Academy. As long as I, Yixian, am here, Songlan Academy will always be here. As he spoke, he looked at Jiangjiu again, as long as I am here, the state of Jiang is here. Jiangjiu held on to Yixian's hand and said softly, I'm afraid you're carrying too much on your back. Yixian smiled and said, it's what I should be carrying. Jiangjiu looked at Yixian, and after a long time, she cracked a smile and said, do you still remember the first time we met? Yixian nodded, of course. Jiangjiu smiled and said, at that time, you said that no matter how bad the state of Jiang is, it's still our country, and we can't allow outsiders to trample on it. These words of yours attracted me. Yixian laughed heartily. This scene seemed to have brought him back to the past. Jiangjiu smiled lightly and said, when facing the divine clan, I can't help you. Not only can I help you, but I might even become your burden. But if you die, don't worry, I, Jiangjiu, won't live alone. Yixian turned to look at Jiangjiu, and Jiangjiu smiled and said, I can't face the divine clan with you, but I can die with you. Yixian spoke softly, we'll both live well. As he spoke, he took Jiangjiu's hand tightly. Just like that, they walked towards the distance while holding hands. The God Domain. Some experts of the Divine Clan were gathered within the God Pagoda. The patriarch of the Divine Clan, Mo Yen, who sat at the seat of the host, glanced at them and said, "The divine entrance has been destroyed." As he spoke, his gaze descended onto Yan. "Aren't you going to explain?" All the gods gazed at Yan. Yan's expression was quite unsightly. She hadn't expected that the humans would actually be able to destroy the divine entrance. After all, while there were very few experts in the divine entrance, there were over a dozen extraordinary formations there, and all of them covered the entire human world. It really couldn't be any easier to annihilate the humans while they were there. However, she hadn't imagined that it wasn't just the divine entrance that had been destroyed, even those formations had been destroyed. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the divine clan, Yan Zhu, spoke abruptly, "Looks like this human is about to escape our control." Hearing this, the faces of the gods in the hall darkened. Mo Yan spoke abruptly, "These humans must be destroyed as soon as possible. If they're allowed to rise, then wouldn't our divine clan become the laughingstock of the world?" As he spoke, he gazed at Yan. "Yan, I'll send someone else if you don't have the strength to do so." Yan spoke solemnly, "There's no need. I'll head there myself this time." Mo Yan nodded, "You can deploy some divine generals. Will 6 be enough?" Yan spoke indifferently, 3 will be enough." Mo Yan nodded, "Deploy 3 divine generals. I don't want any mishaps to occur this time." Yan nodded slightly and was about to leave. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, Yan Zhu, spoke abruptly, "We don't seem to have figured out why the divine entrance was destroyed." Yan frowned when she heard this. Why had the divine entrance been destroyed? She hadn't even tried to figure it out. Meanwhile, Yan Zhu spoke solemnly, "Yan, investigate this matter once you head down there. Because it's quite strange, so take 6 divine generals with you just in case." Yan thought for a moment and nodded, "All right." Yan Zhu continued, "Remember not to be careless. Although these humans were created by the divine race, they already have their own martial arts civilization. Moreover, there are some humans that have jumped out of the rules that we have set. This means that there might be some special powerhouses among them. In short, don't underestimate them or be careless. Return immediately if you're no match for them." Yan nodded, "Understood." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Mo Yan suddenly asked after Yan left, "Is there any news from Yu Chen?" An elder shook his head, "No." Mo Yan frowned, "He still hasn't found the woman in a plain dress and the green-cloaked man?" That elder spoke solemnly, "No." Elder Yu Chen inferred that they might have fled the god domain. Now, he's leading his men to the infinite world outside the god domain to search for them. The infinite world, Mo Yan frowned when he heard this. The infinite world wasn't under the god clan's jurisdiction. Mo Yan spoke solemnly, "Have they fled to that place?" The elder spoke solemnly, "It's very likely. Because we would have found them a long time ago if they were still in the god domain. However, we've searched the entire god domain and haven't found any traces of them. So, there's only one explanation, and it's that they've headed to the infinite world." Mo Yan pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Continue searching. Send more men. Besides that, send a bounty to the infinite world. Anyone who provides information about them will be rewarded with 2 spirit crystal mines." The elder nodded slightly, "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. It didn't take long for a bounty to arrive at the infinite world. Yan arrived at the divine gate. At this moment, there was no one at the gate of God. As for the great arrays inside the gate of God, they had all been destroyed. Yan looked around. The next moment, she disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the human world. When she sensed the auras of countless humans, she frowned. She did not like humans very much. After a while, Yan suddenly said, "Ask the people from the theological seminary to rebuild the formation. I'll go investigate." Behind Yan, a divine general left quietly. Yan disappeared from where she was. When she reappeared, she was already in an ancient city. At the moment, the ancient city was in chaos. Cries of distress could be heard everywhere. Yan glanced at the entire city, a mocking smile on his lips. "You're indeed a lowly race. Even at a time like this." They were actually killing each other. Seriously. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from within the city. A moment later, a voice resounded from within the city, and then another voice resounded from every corner of the city. "My sword alliance is taking control of this city. From this moment onward, all who dare to cause trouble will be killed without mercy. Sword Alliance, Yan frowned. In next to no time, shrill cries resounded in the city, but it didn't take long for the city to slowly regain its calm. Seeing this, Yan's face darkened. Someone was maintaining order. Sword Alliance. Without a second thought, she disappeared on the spot. All Heaven's City. Yan went straight to the Sword Alliance's sword hall. There was only one person in the hall. It was the sword maniac. The sword addict looked at Yan calmly. Yan sized him up and said, "Where's the sword master of your Sword Alliance?" Sword maniac asked, "You are?" Yan pressed down with his right hand. Sword addict's pupils shrank as she drew her sword and slashed. Boom, the sword light shattered, and the sword maniac was suppressed by a mysterious force. A mocking smile appeared on Yan's face. "So weak?" As she spoke, she was about to attack again. Meanwhile, a man had appeared in front of the sword crazy. When Yan entered the Sword Alliance, she had already informed Yi Xian. Yi Xian sized up Yan. "God." Yan sneered, "Looks like you're not that stupid." Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword. A wisp of sword light flashed past. Yan narrowed his eyes and flicked his sleeves. Boom, the sword light shattered, and Yi Xian returned to his original position. But the next moment, a sword appeared in front of Yan without warning. Yan blocked with his arm. Boom, Yan retreated out of the sword temple. Outside the hall, Yan looked at her right arm. At that moment, there was a deep sword wound on her right arm. His defense had been broken. Seeing this, Yan's face instantly turned ferocious. She looked at Yi Xian in the distance and said, "You lowly human, how dare you hurt me?" Yi Xian looked at Yan. "You're being racist." Just as Yan was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yan. Core sword domain. As soon as the sword domain appeared, Yan's expression changed. Chi wrong. In an instant, countless sword lights engulfed her. After a moment of silence, the sword light suddenly shattered, and Yan appeared in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yan no longer looked like a human. She had returned to her original form. However, her body was covered in sword marks, and blood flowed from her body. In less than a breath's time, she was covered in blood. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. His opponent was much stronger than he had expected. The core sword domain had not been able to kill him. Yan looked up at Yi Xian, or more accurately, at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. At this moment, her eyes were solemn. "Your sword." Yi Xian swung his sword again. Chi, a ray of sword light slashed at Yan like a bolt of lightning. Yan punched out. Boom, the sword light shattered, and Yan retreated hundreds of feet. Yi Xian slowly walked toward Yan. With every step, a ray of sword light slashed at Yan, a flying sword. In the distance, Yan opened her right hand. Divine Wall. In an instant, a mysterious power suddenly surged from heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, a golden divine wall appeared in front of her. Boom, the divine wall had actually blocked all of Yi Xian's sword light. At this moment, Yan suddenly said, "Reverse." As soon as she spoke, the divine wall suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, numerous flying swords suddenly flew out of the divine wall and slashed at Yi Xian in the distance. They were even faster than Yi Xian. Reflect, Yi Xian was stunned, and then he took a step forward. He did not resist and let the flying swords slash at him. Absorb them all. All the flying swords were absorbed by him in an instant. Seeing this, Yan frowned. "What the hell is that?" In the distance, Yi Xian greedily took a deep breath. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If he could absorb sword chi, why didn't he make his own sword chi for himself to absorb? In theory, it was possible. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He had gone mad. In the distance, Yan said in a low voice, "Human, the sword in your hand." Yi Xian suddenly flew into a rage. Sword, 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 all you know is to talk about swords. Don't you see me? Am I not as good as this sword? Yan stared at Yi Xian. You really are not as good as this sword. Damn it. Yi Xian was furious. He directly rushed out with his sword. Swoosh, a ray of sword light pierced through the air and slashed at Yan. Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Even if the sword is not simple, the person who wields it, at this point, her expression suddenly changed. Because the speed of Yi Xian's sword suddenly increased, Yi Yan took a step back, and the divine wall appeared again. Boom, a ray of sword light slashed at the divine wall. The divine wall shook violently, and Yi Yan repeatedly retreated. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly rushed forward and appeared in front of Yi Yan again. Sword domain, he once again displayed the core sword domain. A sword's cry suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A ray of sword light instantly drowned Yi Yan, but the next moment, the ray of sword light shattered, and Yi Yan had already retreated hundreds of feet. As soon as she stopped, Yi Xian appeared in front of her again. Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Life and death were decided by unsheathing the sword fell. Boom, the space in front of Yi Xian exploded, and Yi Yan retreated again, but as she retreated, she directly became illusory. She left this space-time. At this moment, Yi Xian also disappeared from this space-time. Seeing this, Yi Yan frowned. You haven't surpassed the divine soul realm. How can you leave this space-time? At this point, she seemed to think of something and suddenly looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. It's your sword. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Yan, but he did not attack again. Up until now, he had a general understanding of this woman's strength. It was still quite difficult for him to kill her with his current strength. Moreover, it wasn't so easy for her to kill him. Yi Yan gazed at Yi Xian. I never expected that humans could actually develop to such an extent. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Yan and smiled. Miss, since you look down on humans so much, then let's make a bet. We'll fight one-on-one in a month, and we won't stop until one of us dies. 1 month, Yi Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. You? Yi Xian nodded. Me. Yi Yan thought for a moment and said, all right. It would take at least a month to build the formation. Of course, she didn't have the ability to destroy the entire human race on her own. She had to rely on the formation. Yi Xian nodded. Then we'll meet in a month. I'll come look for you. He needed time. Moreover, if this woman caused trouble while he was cultivating, then it would be quite a headache for him. 1 month's time in the small pagoda was equivalent to 300 years. 300 years. If he cultivated for 300 years, wouldn't that be a waste? Yi Xian laughed. Miss, I'll see you in a month. With that, he turned around and left. Yi Yan looked at Yi Xian in the distance and sneered. I want to see how you'll kill me and save these humans in a month. With that, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. After Yi Xian returned to the sword hall, Sword Maniac said in a low voice, that woman is very strong. Yi Xian nodded. Very strong. She probably didn't use her full strength just now. Sword Maniac looked at Yi Xian. Do you have any countermeasures? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, can our sword alliance summon an ancestor? Sword Maniac was speechless. Yi Xian said seriously, I'm serious. If other forces can summon an ancestor, then our sword alliance should be able to as well, right? Sword Maniac said, we can't, but you're the sword master's son. You should be able to call him father, right? Yi Xian shook his head. I can't. Sword Maniac frowned. Yi Xian looked around carefully and said, I even suspected that I wasn't his biological son. With that, he returned to Xiao Ta. In the sword hall, Sword Maniac hesitated for a moment and said, has the sword master been cuckolded? The man in green was speechless. After Yi Xian returned to Xiao Ta, he went to find Yan Ji. When he saw Yi Xian, Yan Ji hurriedly said, young Master Yi, have you thought about surrendering? Yi Xian glanced at Yan Ji and smiled. I have that thought, but I don't think your divine Tao civilization is that great. Yan Ji frowned slightly. How could that be? If you come into contact with our divine Tao civilization, then you. Yi Xian suddenly said, you said before that you're a teacher of some seminary? Yan Ji nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said seriously, then help me improve. Let me see just how great your divine Tao civilization is. Yan Ji glanced at Yi Xian. You're trying to fool me. Yi Xian smiled. I just want to see your divine Tao civilization. Look, I'm already so powerful without coming into contact with your divine Tao civilization. If your divine Tao civilization isn't so powerful, then wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Yan Ji fell silent. Yi Xian looked at Yan Ji. Come, let me see your divine Tao civilization. Yan Ji said solemnly, If you don't surrender after your divine Tao civilization helps you improve, then what? Yi Xian raised his right hand. I swear. I swear. If I don't surrender after the divine Tao civilization helps me improve, then I'll. Yan Ji suddenly said, swear in the name of your family. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Then, he said, my father will be hacked to death. Yan Ji hesitated for a moment. Then, he said, your oath is a little too vicious. I believe you. Yi Xian. The divine Tao civilization. Actually, Yi Xian was very curious about the divine Tao civilization. In fact, Qing Er's martial Tao far surpassed the divine Tao civilization, but it was not suitable for him to learn now. Qing Er's martial Tao philosophy was too advanced. Even if Qing Er was willing to explain it to him, he might not be able to understand it. The gap between him and Qing Er was still too great. Yan Ji began to explain the divine Tao civilization to Yi Xian. The divine Tao civilization originated from the divine realm and had a history of 80 billion years. 80 billion years. When he heard this number, Yi Xian was shocked. This was too terrifying, and human history was less than 10 billion years. The reason why the celestial race created humans was for the power of faith. As long as humans cultivated, the divine humans would have the power of faith. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Miss Yan Ji, is the divine Tao civilization the earliest civilization in this universe? Yan Ji shook her head. No. Yi Xian frowned slightly. There was an earlier one? Yan Ji nodded. Yes. Also, you're wrong about one thing. That is the universe. Usually, we call it the endless universe. Because as of now, the universe still has no boundaries. There are only differences in size. Yi Xian said solemnly, there are no boundaries? Yan Ji nodded. There are no boundaries. Boundless. This universe that you humans live in, which is what you call the current universe, if placed in the entire universe, it is not even a speck of dust. Yi Xian's brows furrowed deeply. Not even a speck of dust? Yan Ji nodded slightly. There are hundreds of trillions of galaxies that we can detect now, and among them, the smallest galaxy contains billions of worlds. And this world that you humans live in is one of these billions of worlds. To be precise, your place is not qualified to be called a universe. Yi Xian was silent, somewhat shocked. Yan Ji continued. In this vast universe, many life forms are born, and these life forms will evolve on their own. After reaching a certain level, they will form a civilization. Of course, there would be differences in strength. From the lowest to the highest, they were a level 1 civilization, a level 2 civilization, a level 3 civilization, a level 4 civilization, a level 5 civilization, a level 6 civilization, and a level 7 civilization. Now, level 7 civilizations were the highest known civilizations. However, according to the speculations of the scholars of the God race, the highest civilization should be level 10. Yi Xian said in a low voice, level 10? Yan Ji nodded, level 10. Although it is only a guess, we firmly believe that such a civilization definitely exists. Our God race is also constantly exploring new galaxies, new universes, and new civilizations. Yi Xian suddenly asked, what level of civilization does the God race belong to? Yan knew. 3rd level civilization. Yi Xian was shocked. Level 3? You only belong to a level 3 civilization? Yan Ji frowned. Is level 3 very low? Yi Xian said, aren't there 7 levels in total? You're only level 3, isn't that low? Yan Ji said angrily, you humans can't even be considered level 1. Yi Xian was speechless. Yan Ji said again, do you know how terrifying a level 3 civilization is? A level 3 civilization already understands the essence of life and can create life. Not only that, but they can also understand the essence of time and space. As for you humans are still exploring time and space. As for the essence of life, you humans don't even have this concept. Yi Xian was silent. Currently, the powerhouses in this universe were indeed still studying time and space. As for the essence of life, it seemed like no one was studying this. Yan Ji said again, do you know why you humans are trapped here? Because you haven't even fully understood the Tao of time and space. We just drew a circle and trapped you in this universe. Yi Xian nodded. Compared to you humans, we are indeed very backward. Yanji glanced at Yixian. You humans have no chance against the god race. Yixian suddenly said. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. I met a woman before. I fought with her. She doesn't seem to be that powerful. Then, he described the woman's appearance. Yanji frowned slightly. Elder Yan. Yixian asked, is that woman an elder of your god race? Yanji nodded. Yes. Yixian said, she doesn't seem to be suppressing me. Yanji pointed at the green profound sword in Yixian's hand. The next time you meet her, try not to use the sword. Yixian looked at his green profound sword. Is it because of this sword? Yanji said calmly, this sword can allow you to ignore the suppression of time and space. Otherwise, just the suppression of time and space alone will be enough to beat you up. Yixian was silent. Suppression of time and space, he thought of the great life water. If he didn't have this green profound sword, he would have been beaten up. This woman named Yan's strength and Tao of time and space must be above the great life water. Yanji said again, your strength is not much, but your sword and the sword skills you use are very unusual. This is why you can injure a god. Yixian was silent for a moment, then smiled. Miss Yanji, come, tell me about this divine Tao civilization. I want to improve myself, and at the same time, see how amazing your divine Tao civilization is. Yanji thought for a moment, then said, your current realm is equivalent to a level 4, but if you use the sword in your hand, your strength is equivalent to a level 6. Yixian smiled. Then let's start now. Yanji said solemnly, then let's start with time and space. We'll start with the basics. In the following time, Yixian began to listen to Yanji's explanation. It had to be said that Yanji was really good. She was a teacher, and her explanation was really detailed and easy to understand, and her explanation also opened a new door for Yixian. Time and space, compared to the god race, humans were indeed much weaker. The god race had only set up a restriction in this space-time, and humans could not jump out of the circle. Space-time restriction, in fact, he was a little worried about Qing and his father. After talking in detail with Yanji, he more or less understood this endless universe. What level did Qing belong to in this endless universe? If she was measured in terms of civilization, what level of civilization did she belong to? He did not know. The Gate of God. At this moment, inside the Gate of God, Yan was leading a group of God race scholars to rebuild a formation. Although Yixian had destroyed the formation here, he did not know that as long as this place was not destroyed, even if the formation was destroyed, it could still be rebuilt. In fact, the god race could directly send people to destroy the existing universe below, but this was a bit of a waste of time. If they used a formation, they could directly target the entire universe. At this moment, an old god race suddenly walked in front of Yan and bowed slightly. Elder Yan, the formation will be completed in half a month at most. Half a month, Yan smiled. Good. Hurry up, I don't want to give the humans below too much time. The old man nodded. Understood. With that, he retreated. Yan looked up into the starry sky and said softly, I wonder if they found the woman in the plain dress and the man in green. The infinite realm. The infinite realm no longer belonged to the god realm. It was a world outside of the god realm. This world was infinitely large, and there were many messy forces in it. Even the god race was wary of these forces. The universe was so big, the god race was not invincible. In the infinite realm, there was a small city, Desolation City. This city was not big, but it had a long history. It had existed for millions of years. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. And this city had a special place. It was the only safe place in the infinite realm. The entire infinite realm was chaotic. Even the god race would not let their clansmen enter this world easily, but in Desolation City, it was very safe, because no one dared to make a move here, and the reason why no one dared to make a move here was because the city lord was said to be a powerhouse who had surpassed the 9th rank. In a shabby tea house, Yuchen of the god race sat quietly. He had been here for more than 10 days, but he still could not find the woman in the plain dress, but it was not like there was no news at all. At this time, a tree man walked in. The tree man walked in front of Yuchen and looked at him. Something. Yuchen opened his palm, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. The tree man opened his palm, but Yuchen had no intention of giving it to him. The tree man looked at Yuchen. Are you messing with me? Yuchen smiled. I am afraid that you are messing with me. After a moment of silence, the tree man said, more than 10 days ago, I saw that woman heading east. Yuchen frowned. East? The tree man nodded. After a moment of silence, Yuchen put down the storage ring, stood up, and left. The tree man put away the storage ring, turned around, and left. After Yuchen left the tea house, he led everyone to the east. Roughly 4 hours later, Yuchen had already brought the 3 divine generals to a black hole. As soon as they entered the black hole, they felt an extremely terrifying force enveloping them, as if it was about to tear them apart. Yuchen furrowed his brows. He pressed his right hand forward and the terrifying force around him disappeared without a trace. Just then, a black figure appeared not far away from Yuchen and the others. Yuchen's face changed at the sight of the figure. You're Emperor Jun. A 9th-rank Emperor Jun, what was he doing here? Emperor Jun looked at Yuchen in silence. Yuchen glanced at Emperor Jun and noticed that he was missing a hand. Was he injured? Emperor Jun asked. Are you from the divine humans? Yuchen quickly nodded, yes. He knew that Emperor Jun was friends with the divine humans, so he relaxed a lot. Emperor Jun nodded. I am friends with your Grand Supreme Elder. How is he? Yuchen smiled. Grand Supreme Elder is in seclusion. Emperor Jun pondered for a moment, then asked, why are you here? Yuchen bowed at once and said, Your Excellency, we are here to find a woman in a plain dress. A woman in a plain dress. Emperor Jun's eyelid twitched and his body trembled. Yuchen added, Your Excellency, this woman has an irreconcilable feud with the divine humans. If Your Excellency sees her, please inform us and we will be eternally grateful. An irreconcilable feud. Emperor Jun was stunned, then quickly turned around and said in horror, Senior, I have nothing to do with the divine humans. I have an irreconcilable feud with them as well. Hearing this, Yuchen was stunned. Not far away, there was a woman in a plain dress. Yuchen narrowed his eyes at the sight of her. He clenched his right hand and a powerful force began to gather within him. The woman stared at Yuchen. Before the plain-dressed woman could finish her words, Yuchen suddenly disappeared from the spot. He had attacked. He did not like to waste his breath before making a move. All he knew was that Daoi had a principle. Those who attack first gain the upper hand, those who attack later suffer the consequences. Those who liked to waste their breath usually met a tragic end. Attack first and gain the upper hand. End of this chapter. Yuchen's idea was good. It was the right thing to do, but reality was cruel. Pissed, a sword pierced through Yuchen's forehead the moment he made his move. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Yuchen was dumbfounded. I've been stabbed? The woman looked at Yuchen. Are you looking for me? Yuchen's eyes were filled with disbelief. At that moment, he was truly terrified, because he didn't even notice how the woman had attacked. At that moment, his mind cleared up. This woman might be a rank 9 expert. She wasn't someone he could fight, but how could a human be a rank 9 expert? Suddenly, the emperor spoke with a trembling voice. Senior, I have nothing to do with the god tribe. Yuchen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Senior? His Majesty was calling this woman senior. Could it be that she was an expert above the 9th level? How is that possible? The woman glanced at the emperor, and the emperor quickly bowed. He had been so arrogant with Yuchen earlier. But now, he had lost an arm. If he didn't humble himself, he wouldn't just lose an arm, he would lose his head. The woman in a plain dress was just about to speak when the space in front of her suddenly split apart. In the next moment, a man walked out from within, a man in green. The man in green smiled at the woman. Let's go. The woman said nothing. The man in green said, we agreed to let him walk his own path. The woman still didn't speak. The man in green smiled bitterly. If you can't bear to part with him, you'll hurt him in the end. He's getting more and more flashy now. He's growing more and more reliant on you. That's not a good thing, don't you think? The woman said after a moment of silence, let's go. The green-clothed man nodded, and then the two of them were about to leave. Meanwhile, the imperial emperor hurriedly said, Seniors, is that person you were talking about, your junior? The man in green was about to speak when the woman said, he's my brother. She took out a portrait, and it was a portrait of Yi Xian. She looked at the emperor. This is my brother. He's not very strong right now. Do you understand? The emperor nodded. I understand, I understand. The green-robed man was speechless. This woman is helping that little bastard cheat again. The woman in a plain dress still wanted to say something when the green-clothed man spoke abruptly. Let's go. The plain-clothed woman glanced at the azure-clothed man. Why are you so annoying? The azure-robed man, the woman looked at the emperor. He's a very kind man. Don't bully him. The emperor quickly said, of course not. From now on, young Master Ye's business is my business. I will live and die with young Master Yi. The woman in a plain dress nodded slightly. The green-clothed man by her side suddenly said, there's no need for that. There's nothing bad about that little fellow suffering a little. The emperor quickly said, I understand. I understand senior's meaning. I will appear at the most crucial moment. This will allow young Master Yi to suffer a little, yet not be in any danger. The green-robed man was dumbfounded. Holy shit, is that what I mean? He still wanted to say something, but the woman suddenly said, let's go. This place is boring. Let's find some people to kill. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a streak of sword light and vanished into the distance. Find some people to kill? The green-robed man frowned but didn't think much of it. He also disappeared into the distance. After the two left, the emperor heaved a sigh of relief. As if remembering something, he looked at Yu Chen. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. Before he could speak, he waved his right hand. Boom, Yu Chen and the other two were wiped out. The emperor looked around and murmured, this is the first time I've realized how dangerous this world can be. Inside Xiao Ta's room. Under Yan Ji's guidance, Yi Xian's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, according to the divine human tribe's realm, he had already reached the 5th stage, a phase 5 expert. Even among the divine human race, he was considered slightly above average. With the addition of the azure profound sword and his sword skills, his true combat power was equivalent to that of a phase 7, but that wasn't enough for Yi Xian. When Yi Xian reached phase 5, Yan Ji didn't want to teach him anymore. Somewhere on a boulder, Yan Ji looked at Yi Xian. You will never surrender to the divine humans. Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Yan Ji was silent. Yi Xian said, Miss Yan Ji, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Let's continue. Yan Ji glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yan Ji, are you unwilling? Yan Ji asked, do I have any other choice? Yi Xian shook his head. No. Yan Ji sighed. She was so unlucky, she had been captured by a human, that was so embarrassing. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yan Ji, you are a smart person. I don't want to treat you badly. So, do you understand what I mean? Yan Ji nodded. Resist? It wasn't that she hadn't thought about it. However, with that wisp of sword light in her body, she couldn't resist at all. The reason why she agreed to Yi Xian previously was because she wanted to stabilize Yi Xian, and then think of a way to remove that wisp of sword light in her body. However, during this period of time, she discovered that she couldn't remove that wisp of sword light at all. At this moment, she was already somewhat worried. Although her strength wasn't particularly strong in the divine humans, she understood these realms very well. Now, she was somewhat suspicious. She suspected that the woman in the plain dress might not be as simple as a rank 9 expert. Could it be the legendary rank 10? She didn't dare to think too much. At this time, Yi Xian said again, Miss Yan Ji, let's begin. Yan Ji nodded. All right. As she said, she continued to teach Yi Xian cultivation. She had no choice. Unless she wanted to die, she knew that as long as she didn't cooperate, this human in front of her would definitely kill her. She wasn't particularly afraid of death. What she was most afraid of was this human in front of her sullying her. During this period of time, she had more or less understood the personality of this human in front of her. This was a very lecherous human. If she didn't cooperate, this human might very well humiliate her. This was what she absolutely couldn't tolerate. People could die, but she absolutely couldn't be humiliated by this guy. Regarding Yan Ji being so cooperative, Yi Xian was actually also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that this woman was actually so tactful and so cooperative with him. Of course, this was a good thing. under Yan Zhi's guidance, Yi Xian started to charge for rank 6, and Yi Xian also let Lanqiao, Shaoan, and the rest in the tower learn together. Under Yan Zhi's guidance, everyone's improvement was very obvious. Among them, Shaoan, Jingji, and that white-haired old man, God Emperor, all reached rank 5 too. Once they started cultivating, this time passed very quickly. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Of course, in Xiao Ta's world, a full 100 years had already passed. It looked like a lot, but to Yi Xian and the rest, it seemed to be a matter of a blink of an eye, and during this cultivation process, Yi Xian was also not anxious for quick results. Instead, he took it step by step, striving to walk each step steadily. The him in the past, when he cultivated, this chapter is not over, please flip the page. Most of them walked the wrong path. Even if they improved themselves, there would generally be a situation where their realm was unstable. Moreover, they didn't digest it properly and started to charge for the next realm again. Now, he didn't want to make such a mistake again, sniff a little. And Yan Zhi, who was teaching them, was also somewhat shocked. She didn't expect that this batch of humans in front of her was actually so talented, especially Yi Xian. Don't look at how Yi Xian was usually flashy, but once he started cultivating, it was not an ordinary kind of seriousness and hard work. Even when he encountered some particularly painful processes, his brows didn't even blink. This perseverance and mentality shocked her. At this moment, she had to admit that there were also many outstanding existences among humans. The current her only wanted to think of a way to leave Xiao Ta, return to the divine race, and let the divine race not look down on humans. But unfortunately, no matter what she said, Yi Xian wouldn't let her go. This human wasn't too easy to fool. Beside the huge rock, Yan Zhi glanced at Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, and sighed in her heart. She only hoped that the divine race would hurry up and make a move. The sooner they made a move, the better. Moreover, it was best to directly send a rank 9 expert down, because this guy was already rank 6, and now, this guy was charging for rank 7. If not for familiarizing himself with the Tao of spacetime, he would already be rank 7. Most importantly, that sword in Yi Xian's hand, that sword was simply a freak. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, and his entire body trembled. Comfortable. Right at this moment, Yan Zhi suddenly said in astonishment, rank 7? Yi Xian looked at Yan Zhi and said with a smile, yes. Yan Zhi's face darkened, you're really a freak. Yi Xian asked in reply, do you divine race cultivate very slowly? Yan Zhi knew, there are fast ones, but there are very few who are as fast as you. Yi Xian said with a smile, actually, I can still be faster, but I don't want to be that fast. As a man, you can't be too fast. Yan Zhi frowned slightly. As a man, you can't be too fast? What do you mean? Isn't the faster the better? Yi Xian blinked, you don't understand? Yan Zhi shook his head, I don't understand. Can you explain it in detail? Yi Xian shook his head, I can't. Yan Zhi still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said with a smile, Miss Yan Zhi, I'll get busy first. With that said, he left Xiao Ta. Yan Zhi frowned, what do you mean? In a certain deathly silent star region, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. With one slash, the entire deathly silent star region was directly erased, forcefully erased. Yi Xian looked at the Xianxian sword in his hand. What he used just now was drawing sword to determine life and death, and he stacked up to 1590, 1590. The power of this slash was more than 100 times stronger than before, especially when he used the Xianxian sword, invincible. At this moment, he had a feeling of invincibility. Yi Xian looked at the Xianxian sword in his hand, and his expression gradually became solemn. He was very strong now, however, he still couldn't see through the Xianxian sword. How strong was Qing he asked before, but Qing didn't answer. He felt invincible. However, invincibility should have a limit, right? Was she always invincible? He really wanted to believe that Qing would always be invincible, but the universe was really big. Even the powerful celestial race was only a level 3 civilization. Would Qing be defeated one day? End of this chapter. Yi Xian shook his head. Instead of worrying about this, it was better to worry about himself. If he was not strong enough, he would only be a burden to Qing and his father in the future. At that moment, as if sensing something, he suddenly looked up and frowned. Are we going to make a move? With that, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the divine gate. In front of the divine gate, Yan was already waiting. Yixian smiled. Miss Yan, isn't there still half a month? Yan looked at Yixian. I don't want to wait another half a month. Can I? Yixian nodded. Sure. With that, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword draw to decide life and death decided by unsheathing sword with 1500 stacks. With this strike, Yan's calm expression changed dramatically. She twisted her right hand. Wall of God. Boom, in an instant, a golden barrier appeared in front of her. At that moment, Yixian's sword reached her. Kaboom, with a deafening explosion, the golden barrier shattered. At the same time, a ray of sword light sank into Yan's forehead. Boom, Yan's body shattered. Yan was dumbfounded. Gone, she was gone just like that, with only her soul left. Yan looked at Yixian blankly. How did you suddenly become so strong? Yixian smiled. I've been cultivating hard for the past 10 days. Yan looked as if she had lost her soul. 10 days? You went from 4th phase to 7th phase in 10 days? Yixian frowned. Yes. What's wrong with you? Yan was speechless. At that moment, she was truly dumbfounded. When she first met Yixian's strength was only 4th phase in the divine human tribe. Now, Yixian's strength was at least 7th phase. How many days had it been? This guy went from 4th phase to 7th phase. Yan looked at Yixian and wanted to say something, but Yixian suddenly smiled and said, bye-bye. As his voice trailed off, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly sank into the space between Master Yan's brows. Boom, Yan's soul was immediately absorbed. After absorbing Misfortune's soul, the Xianxia sword trembled. Yixian smiled and said, Little soul, how much longer do you need to improve? Soul said solemnly, we need at least 100 souls of this level. 100, Yixian nodded. I understand. As he spoke, he put away the green profound sword and entered the stone door. When he entered the stone door, he saw a group of gods. These gods were all scholars from the College of Gods. They had been ordered to set up the array formation. When they saw Yixian, they were all stunned. Yixian glanced at the gods before his gaze landed on the formation not far away from them. He frowned when he saw the array formation. At this time, one of the gods suddenly said, Human, where is Elder Yan? Yixian said, Gone. The god frowned slightly. Gone? Yixian nodded. Very peacefully. Hearing this, the gods' expressions changed. Yixian looked at the gods and smiled. I will send you down to accompany her. As he spoke, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly flew out. Chi 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 chi, in the blink of an eye, all the gods were killed. With his current flying sword, he could even kill a phase 6 expert in an instant. Only an expert of the same level could barely block his flying sword. After absorbing the souls of the gods, the green profound sword was clearly excited. Young master, this is a great tonic. Yixian laughed and put away the green profound sword. With a smile, he put away the azure profound sword and walked to the front of the formation. He glanced at it, and his face sank. This array formation covered the entire human universe. The god race refuses to give up on the destruction of the human race. Yixian didn't think too much about it and swung his sword. Hiss, a ray of sword energy entered the array formation, and it instantly shattered and was obliterated. At the same time, the entire divine gate vanished into thin air. Yixian looked up into the starry sky. He knew that this wasn't the end. Destroying Yan would only make the god race pay more attention to him. In other words, the god race would definitely send even stronger experts next time. Right at this moment, his pupils constricted abruptly, and the green profound sword in his hand started to tremble at this moment. Danger! Yixian suddenly turned around and saw a middle-aged man standing not too far away from him. The god race's patriarch, Mo Yan. Yixian gazed at Mo Yan with an extremely solemn expression. His intuition told him that this person was extremely dangerous. Mo Yan was also looking at Yixian at this moment. After a while, he said, Rank 7. At this moment, Yan Ji's voice suddenly rang in Yixian's mind. Young Master Yi, he is the god race's patriarch. It's not too late to surrender. At this moment, she was very excited. The god race finally stopped looking down on humans. The patriarch had come personally. That's great. What she was most worried about was that the god race would always look down on humans. They would first send a rank 6 expert, and after the rank 6 expert was killed, they would send a rank 7 expert. After the rank 7 expert was killed, they would send an rank 8 expert. If they really did that, it would be equivalent to giving these humans experience points. But now, after Yan's death, the god race's patriarch had come personally. The god race's patriarch, Xian, was silent. Damn it, why didn't they play by the rules? They came directly, big brother. Not only that, but he also sensed some very obscure auras in the surroundings. Obviously, they didn't come alone. At this moment, Mo Yan suddenly said, I never thought that you humans could develop to this extent. This is something we didn't expect. Xian suddenly said, aren't you looking for a man in a green shirt and a woman in a plain dress? Mo Yan's eyes narrowed, you know where they are? Xian said, if you can't find them, I can help. Mo Yan smiled, that's great. Xian thought about it, then said, how about this, I will go with you to the god race to help you find them. As for the humans below, don't touch them for now. Mo Yan smiled, why should I? Xian smiled, the two of them have jumped out of the circle you drew, and they have now entered your universe. If they are allowed to come into contact with a higher level of martial arts civilization, with their talent, at this point, he didn't continue. Mo Yan was silent. Compared to the entire human race, he was more worried about the two who had jumped out of the god race's rules. That was a great danger. Mo Yan looked at Xian, perhaps you know where they are, but I don't believe you. It's better to cripple people like you before anything else. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his right hand, and a powerful force suddenly gathered in his hand. Xian's expression instantly changed when he saw this. He wasn't used to this enemy suddenly not giving him a chance. Right at this moment, Mo Yan was about to attack, but Xian hurriedly said, we can still talk. Mo Yan shook his head, let's talk after I cripple you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Xian's pupils constricted, and he suddenly held the sword in his right hand horizontally. Invincible sword domain, bang. Besides the space where Xian was, the space around him was directly obliterated. His face also turned pale in an instant. Moreover, his sword domain was gradually being obliterated. It couldn't resist Mo Yan's strength at all. The gap in their strengths was too huge. Mo Yan glanced at Xian from afar, your domain isn't bad. Unfortunately, you haven't comprehended its quintessence. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the fingers of his right hand together and moved lightly. In an instant, Xian's sword domain actually started to disintegrate bit by bit. Moreover, his entire body had started to disintegrate as well. Xian was horrified, and he immediately activated the core sword domain. Bang! In an instant, an expanse of sword light enveloped him. Mo Yan frowned when he witnessed this scene, and then he moved lightly with the fingers of his right hand. Split. Hiss. Hiss! In an instant, Xian's sword light actually started to disperse bit by bit towards the surroundings. The core sword domain was directly destroyed. Xian suddenly charged forward, and he arrived directly in front of Mo Yan before he slashed with his sword. Life and death decided by drawing the sword. 500 sword strikes decided by drawing the sword. As soon as this strike descended, Mo Yan's figure instantly became ethereal. He'd entered another expanse of space. At this instant, Xian immediately fled out of this expanse of space. The sword descended, bang, an expanse of space was obliterated. However, Mo Yan was completely unharmed. Xian was stunned. He's fine, he's completely unharmed. Exactly what expanse of space is Mo Yan in? Mo Yan gazed at Xian, are you stunned? Do you know how many layers of space there are? Obviously, you don't. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his right hand down lightly. Bang! Xian didn't even have the time to react before his figure plummeted straight down. At this moment, he seemed as if he was falling through a river of stars. There was no destination, and he just kept falling while a formidable force ceaselessly tore at his body. Moreover, his invincible sword physique was dissipating bit by bit at this moment. There was a trace of disbelief in Mo Yan's eyes as he gazed at Xian, who was falling incessantly. Under normal circumstances, a single thought from him was sufficient to obliterate a figure at Xian's realm of cultivation. However, this human in front of him was actually able to exchange several blows with him. Even now, he had sent Yi Xian into the abyss of space and time, yet this fellow still hadn't died. This human could actually reach such a level. Right at this moment, Yi Xian in the abyss of space and time suddenly roared angrily. His entire body directly turned into a bloody person. Crazy demon bloodline, Yi Xian opened his right hand, and the green profound sword suddenly turned into a bloody light as it slashed out. Bang, chi, that abyss of space and time was directly torn apart. At the same time, a flying sword appeared below Yi Xian, forcefully holding him back. Yi Xian's body turned around, and both feet stood on the sword. However, at this moment, he was still falling straight down, unable to stop at all. That Mo Yan was right in front of him, but the two of them weren't in the same spacetime. He was being suppressed by spacetime. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his hand. He slowly closed his eyes, and in the next moment, he held the green profound sword with both hands and fiercely slashed. Bang! In an instant, the spacetime he was in began to directly shatter. Yi Xian found the right opportunity, and directly used the green profound sword to directly return to the current spacetime of the universe. As soon as he returned to the current spacetime of the universe, he discovered that his physical body was gone. His physical body couldn't withstand passing through a spacetime that was too powerful. Right now, he was only left with his soul. He couldn't beat him, even if he used all his strength. He was still suppressed by his opponent. He was suppressed in all aspects. There was no chance. Mo Yan looked at Yi Xian. Call for help. Sure. Yi Xian looked at the azure profound sword in his hand, slowly closed his eyes, and whispered in his heart, Qing. No response. Yi Xian frowned, saying again, Qing. The azure profound sword still didn't respond. It's over. Qing really didn't pay attention to me anymore. Yi Xian was somewhat unwilling, saying again, Qing. Still no response. It's over. In the distance, Mo Yan suddenly said, Where are you? Yi Xian took out Xiao Ta, I want to summon the ancestor. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, Summon it. Yi Xian's face darkened. How do I summon it? Xiao Ta was somewhat puzzled. How do I know? I'm just a pagoda. Yi Xian was speechless. F***ck, now you know you're just a pagoda. At this time, Mo Yan suddenly said, Where are you? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then he urged his bloodline power, whispering in his heart, Dad? No response. Yi Xian's face darkened. This time it's over. Mo Yan suddenly laughed. Looks like you can't summon it. As his voice fell, he lightly swept his right hand, and with this sweep, the space where Yi Xian was actually undulated like waves. And within that undulated space, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. At this moment, he felt his soul was about to be torn apart. Death. At this moment, he once again felt the aura of death. It had been a long time since he faced death so closely. Despair, indeed a little despair. He had already used all his strength and all his trump cards, but the gap between him and Mo Yan was too big. This was not a powerhouse he could fight against. Therefore, he had the idea to call for help, but this time, he didn't call anyone. Qing did not respond. His father did not respond. At this moment, he understood that he could only rely on himself. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled. In fact, he had understood this principle many years ago. When he was in Qingqing, he knew that he could only rely on himself. At that time, he could only rely on himself. In the end, he had Qing, his father, and someone he could rely on. As a result, he developed a sense of dependence. Failure, he had never failed. Because every time he was about to fail, either his father or Qing would appear. But now, they did not appear. When they didn't appear, he realized how useless he was in the face of real difficulties. Useless. Before this, even though he knew that the god race was powerful, he wasn't afraid at all. Why? Because he had Qing and his father. Qing and his father were so powerful. Could the god race even withstand a single strike from them? Of course not. Qing and his father were undefeatable. Yi Xian was fearless. He even looked down on the god race. However, he had forgotten one thing. Qing and his father were undefeatable, able to kill the god race. But Yi Xian was not one of them. He asked himself, without Qing and his father, what was he? What was he? To the god race, he was but an ant, one that could be stomped to death at any time. The truth was cruel, but very real. Complain? He didn't complain, he just felt that he hadn't worked hard enough. At this moment of life and death, many thoughts flashed through his mind like sparks. Not long ago, he knew that he could only rely on himself. But now, he truly felt that he could only rely on himself. Understanding and experiencing were two different concepts. Death, he knew that he couldn't escape death, but he wasn't going to sit here and wait for death. Just as his soul was about to be torn to shreds, he slashed forward with the profound azure sword. Seeking death, he had never wanted to use this sword technique, because he wasn't his big brother. His big brother used this sword technique to show off, but if he used it, he would really die. As Xianxia swung his sword, the rippling spacetime around him began to vanish bit by bit. This was his strongest sword technique, seeking death. Boom, the spacetime around him suddenly split apart. In the next moment, Mo Yan retreated hundreds of meters. The experts of the Divine Clan who were hiding in the dark frowned when they saw this scene. This human actually repelled Mo Yan. Not far away, Xianxia slowly fell, his soul fading away. Although he had repelled Mo Yan, he hadn't completely withstood Mo Yan's spacetime power. Mo Yan looked at Xianxia, who was about to disappear, in shock. Xianxia's strength could not be said to be weak, because the current Xianxia was too young. But what shocked him was these sword skills of Xianxia. Xianxia's sword technique had shattered his spacetime suppression. Was this a sword technique created by a human? Mo Yan was shocked. Just as Xianxia was about to disappear, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. She was Yanji. Yanji waved her lily-white hand and a mysterious power enveloped Xianxia. Then, she turned to look at Mo Yan. Patriarch, this person can't die for now. He has extremely high research value. Apart from that, we can also use him to investigate the two people behind him. Those two people have been hiding. If Xianxia dies, I'm afraid they won't appear. Mo Yan nodded after a moment of silence. Okay. Saying that, he glanced at Xianxia's soul. However, you have to be careful of this person. Yanji smiled. Don't worry. I will set up many restrictions in his body. Mo Yan nodded. He glanced at the human universe below and frowned. Destroy it. Yanji suddenly said, Patriarch, wait. Mo Yan looked at Yanji. Yanji smiled. I don't think there's a need to rush. Mo Yan frowned. Why? Yanji smiled. Xianxia wants to protect these humans. If I want him to give in, I think I can use these humans to threaten him. Not only can I threaten him, but I can also threaten the two people behind him. We can set up a formation here first. When Xianxia and the people behind him are no longer useful, we can destroy them. In any case, the humans below can't do anything. Mo Yan thought for a moment and said, okay. He was also interested in the sword techniques that Xianxia had just used. Those weren't ordinary sword techniques. The person who could create such sword techniques was definitely not an ordinary person. As Yanji said, Xianxia and the people behind him had extremely high research value. Soon, the gods retreated. Yanji looked at Xianxia's soul in the distance and smiled. You're in my hands. What goes around comes around. Saying that, she took Xianxia away. God race, God college. Divinity College was the only college of the celestial race. It was the dream of countless celestials. Because one could change one's fate here, every race had a hierarchy, and the God race had it too. Only by entering the God College and learning about the God civilization could one change one's fate. G College. This was Yanji's college. As a teacher, and a great teacher at that, she was qualified to have a college of her own. Inside the college, Xianxia sat on the ground. At this moment, his body had recovered. In front of him was Yanji. Yanji sized Xianxia up and said with a smile, I've set 360 divine technique restrictions in your body. With your current strength, you definitely won't be able to undo them. Xianxia slowly lay down. He used his hands as a pillow. No one knew what he was thinking. Yanji looked at Xianxia. What's wrong? Are you shocked? Xianxia shook his head. I just didn't expect you to still be alive. Yanji blinked. Then shouldn't you thank me? Xianxia looked at Yanji. What do you want to know? The corner of Yanji's mouth raised slightly. You're really a smart person. Saying that, she opened her palm. Xiao Ta and Xianxia's sword appeared in her hand. Xianxia said, you didn't hand it in? Yanji smiled. No. Yi Xian smiled. You want to keep it all for yourself? Yanji said, wrong. Yi Xian frowned. Wrong? Yanji said, the reason why I'm interested in these two things is that they contain extremely high knowledge. I'm only interested in knowledge. Saying that, she pointed to the surroundings. Look around. These are all books that I wrote. Many of them are my research works. Yi Xian looked around. There were many bookshelves. There were at least hundreds of thousands of books on the bookshelves. Yanji said again, my god race has been researching the Tao of spacetime for our entire lives. The higher our attainments in spacetime, the stronger our strength. Do you still remember the battle between you and the Patriarch? Yi Xian nodded. Yanji smiled. Do you know why you lost so miserably? Yi Xian said, strength suppression. Yanji nodded. It's strength suppression. More accurately, it's spacetime suppression. He used spacetime suppression on you. Do you know how many layers of spacetime there are? Yi Xian shook his head. Yanji chuckled. Currently, it's known that there are 6 layers of spacetime. However, God race can at most cultivate to the 4th layer. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why can only cultivate to the 4th layer? Yanji knew. Because the 5th layer is multidimensional spacetime. Once you enter multidimensional spacetime, it's equivalent to overlapping multiple universes. Ordinary people can't withstand that kind of spacetime pressure. Furthermore, you can't forcefully enter the 5th layer of spacetime. Because the 5th layer of spacetime is a spatial enchantment. If you forcefully barge in, you'll be attacked by the spacetime dimension. Even a rank 9 expert can't block this kind of spacetime attack. Of course, if you can grasp this Tao of spacetime, it also means that you can use the power of multidimensional spacetime to attack the enemy. Unfortunately, until now, no one has entered this kind of spacetime. Even some rank 9 peak experts only dare to look at this kind of spacetime from afar and don't dare to touch it. Yi Xian glanced at Yanji. Don't dare to touch the 5th layer of spacetime. Then how do you know about the 6th layer of spacetime? Yanji smiled. Guessing. Yi Xian frowned. Guessing? There's no evidence? Yanji blinked. The exploration of the divine way all starts from guesses, then we slowly go and verify our own guesses. Of course, this process will be very difficult. Yi Xian said in a low voice, in other words, there might be 7, 8, or even 100 layers of time and space? Yanji said seriously, why is it impossible? Not to mention the history of the human race, even the history of the celestial race was only 800 trillion years. But do you know how many trillions of years of history our universe has? It had a history of at least 10,000 trillion years. Whether it is a human or a god, they are as insignificant as a speck of dust in the entire universe. Yi Xian had a headache. Damn it, what was he in the universe? Actually, Yi Xian was quite shocked. He used to only know how to cultivate and had never explored the origin of the universe or anything like that. If he didn't investigate, he wouldn't know. Now that he knew, he was shocked. What did humans and gods count for in this endless universe? At this moment, he really felt that he was somewhat insignificant. At this moment, Yanji said, do you know why I'm interested in your sword and the Xiao Ta? Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at Yanji, spacetime Tao? Yanji nodded and smiled, spacetime Tao. As she said, she took out the green profound sword. Previously when you fought with the Patriarch, he sent you into the spacetime abyss. That is equivalent to 3 layers of spacetime. Moreover, it is the most dangerous place in the 3 layers of spacetime. There are no pressure points there. Ordinary people would definitely die if they entered. But you, this fellow, ran out. How could you escape? Because of this sword. And the reason why this sword could bring you out, that means that the person who made this sword is at least proficient in 3 layers of spacetime. Yi Xian was silent. He did rely on the green profound sword to escape. As if he thought of something, he suddenly asked, the spacetime that I fell into, that was the spacetime abyss? Yanji nodded, spacetime abyss. Every layer of spacetime has a dangerous place, and the spacetime abyss can be said to be the most dangerous place in every layer of spacetime. As she said, she glanced at Yi Xian, you were able to escape from there. This is really abnormal. Because in that spacetime abyss, you were suppressed by spacetime. Under normal circumstances, it was completely impossible for you to escape. However, you still escaped. As she said this, she glanced at the green profound sword in her hand with a trace of seriousness in her eyes. I feel that I might have underestimated the strength of the person who made this sword. Xian was silent. Spacetime abyss, regarding that place, he indeed had some lingering fear when he thought about it. Yanji smiled. Let's get down to business. Let's start with your sword. Let me ask you a question. Was this sword made by your sister? Xian nodded, yes. Yanji knew. Then do you know how strong she is? Xian shook his head. I really don't know. Yanji smiled. It doesn't matter. You will know soon. Xian looked at Yanji. Why? Yanji waved the azure profound sword. Later, I will need your cooperation. I want to see the limit of this sword. Its limit represents the strength of the plain-dressed woman. Yanji knew. I need to see it. Yan knew. I'm going to open a spatial tunnel now. I'll bring you in with me, and then you can use this sword. I want to see if we can reach the fourth layer of spacetime. Xian thought about it and nodded. Xian. Yanji waved her right hand lightly. In an instant, the space in front of her transformed into a vortex, and then a spatial tunnel appeared within the vortex. Xian. Yen be Xian it, no, teet. Yi to say to Xian, to say to be. Yi, don't to goat tell l. I shan to xia not do to be said, to be at. Yanji nodded, that's good. With that, she brought Xian into the spacetime whirlpool. Soon, they were in the spacetime tunnel. During the process, Xian looked around curiously. They were in the third spacetime tunnel. He had once entered this place with the green profound sword, but he didn't expect this place to be a spacetime tunnel. Yanji suddenly said, this spacetime tunnel was opened by my divine race. Any cultivator of my divine race who wants to enter the fourth spacetime can go through this spacetime tunnel. It's like a shortcut. Even if an ordinary person enters the third spacetime tunnel, they won't be able to find the way to the fourth spacetime tunnel and might even lose themselves. Of course, even with this shortcut, it doesn't mean that one can enter the fourth spacetime tunnel for sure. Xian was puzzled. Why? Yanji said, you'll know soon enough. Xian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Soon, the two arrived in front of a spacetime black hole. Xian looked up and saw an endless black hole. He couldn't see anything, but it contained an extremely mysterious power. Seeing this power, his face became solemn. He had encountered this power before. When he first entered the spacetime tunnel with the green profound sword, he felt a very dangerous power. It was the power in front of him. Yanji's expression was also somewhat solemn. The spacetime black hole is more dangerous than the spacetime abyss. And through this, we can enter the fourth spacetime tunnel. With that, she looked at Xian. You go in. Xian's face was full of black lines. What about you? Yanji blinked. You go in first. When there's nothing else. You come out to pick me up. *CK, Xian was a little angry. What if I can't come out after I go in? Yanji said, I'll take good care of your tower. Xian was speechless. Yanji pointed at the spacetime black hole. Go in. Don't you want to know how strong your sister is? Xian looked at the spacetime black hole. After a moment, he looked at the green profound sword in his hand. Without thinking too much, he turned into a sword light and entered the spacetime black hole. Seeing this scene, Yanji suddenly became a little nervous. Of course, she wasn't worried about Xian's life. She was worried that this sword couldn't bring Xian into the fourth spacetime tunnel, because if that was the case, it meant that the plain-dressed woman's strength was at most level 8, and if Xian could enter, it meant that the plain-dressed woman's strength had most likely reached level 9. Yanji stared at the spacetime black hole. Could this guy come out alive? As if thinking of something, she suddenly frowned. Oh no, I forgot to tell this guy not to wander around in there. He might get lost. This guy wouldn't wander around randomly, right? When Xian entered the spacetime black hole, the mysterious power in the spacetime black hole actually retreated rapidly. Xian was not surprised, because these mysterious power had encountered him before and these mysterious power didn't dare to approach him at all. Yi Xian shuttled all the way. Not long after, he passed through the spacetime black hole and arrived at the fourth spacetime tunnel. Yi Xian looked around. The surroundings were silent and there was nothing. He felt a little uneasy. Although he had entered the fourth spacetime tunnel, he still couldn't control the spacetime power of the fourth spacetime tunnel. Entering and controlling were two completely different concepts. Yi Xian glanced around. He couldn't see the third spacetime tunnel from here. It seemed that he had to go back and fool Yanji. Yanji definitely knew how to control the fourth spacetime tunnel. Thinking of this, he was about to go back, but at this moment, he frowned. Wasn't there still the fifth spacetime tunnel? Why didn't he try it himself? Since he said he would try, Yi Xian urged the green profound sword and directly turned into a sword light and shot into the distance. At the beginning, he was still a little excited. The fifth spacetime tunnel, if he could enter it and learn how to control the spacetime power, wouldn't he be invincible? One had to know that no one from the divine race had been able to enter it until now. After an hour, Yi Xian frowned, because he found that after shuttling for an hour, there was still dead silence around him. There was nothing. What the hell? Another hour passed and Yi Xian's face completely darkened. He found that he seemed to be lost. I'm lost, damn it. He couldn't find his bearings anymore, because he wanted to go back, but he found that he couldn't find the way back no matter how he turned around. Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword. Little soul, do you know the way back? Little soul said, young master, you don't know? Yi Xian, little soul smiled awkwardly. Young master, Sister Qing'er transformed me, but I don't know what she transformed. I'm also very helpless. As she said, although she had been transformed by Qing'er, there was too much knowledge involved, and she didn't know about these knowledge points. She didn't care. Anyway, she just had to devour it. Why should she care so much? Wasn't that what the young master should care about? Yi Xian was completely speechless. Little Soul and Xiao Ta were both open-minded. What should he do now? Yi Xian looked at the dead silence around him and felt a headache. Could it be that he couldn't go back just like that? Without thinking much, he continued to move forward on his sword. Keep moving forward, there must be a way out. Outside. Yanji frowned. Why isn't there any movement from this guy? It had been a day since Yi Xian had gone in, and Yi Xian didn't move at all. As if thinking of something, Yanji looked at Xiao Ta in his hand. Xiao Ta, is your master still alive? Xiao Ta was silent for a moment. Alive? Jingji was puzzled. Why are you so sure? Xiao Ta said. Because our universe still exists. So, he must still be alive. Jingji was puzzled. Does his survival have anything to do with our universe? Xiao Ta sighed softly. This silly woman, don't you know that my young master is linked to the survival of the universe? If the young master is really dead, will this universe still exist? Yanji said again. Xiao Ta, if your master is dead, can you recognize me as your master? I can give you something better. Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment. What's better? Yanji quickly said. For example, status. I can make you the first pagoda of the god race. In the future, you will be called God Pagoda. The name Xiao Ta is too vulgar. God Pagoda sounds much better. Not only that, I can also transform you and make you more powerful. Xiao Ta was silent. Yanji smiled. How about it? Xiao Ta thought for a moment. I can think about it. Yanji nodded. Sure. Saying that, she looked at the pitch-black spacetime black hole. What did you mean by what you said just now? It means that our universe still exists, so he is still alive. Xiao Ta said. I understand. Yanji was speechless. P.S. Yanji was speechless. Is there something wrong with this Xiao Ta's IQ? It's hard to communicate with him. Yanji stopped talking nonsense with Xiao Ta and turned to look at the spacetime black hole. Is that guy alive or dead? At this moment, Yi Xian was completely confused. He was really lost. He had been running on his sword for a day, but he still couldn't see the exit. He was lost in this universe's spacetime. How do I get out? He was a little confused. This was a pain in the ass. Yi Xian glanced around. The surrounding spacetime was silent. There was no sound at all. It was like a dead zone. He was still in the fourth spacetime, but he didn't know which area he was in. How do I go back? He wasn't thinking about going to the fifth spacetime, but how to go back? after a while, he disappeared into the distance on his sword. Just like that, he shuttled through the vast fourth spacetime for a few days. During these few days, he didn't find anything. At this moment, he was a little annoyed. He wasn't afraid of danger. He was afraid of nothing. Because in this spacetime, he couldn't feel the passage of time. Every moment seemed to be the same. Loneliness, he felt like he was the only person in the whole world. When he noticed that he was a little annoyed, he frowned. Why was he annoyed? Was there something wrong with his sword heart? After a while, Xian shook his head and smiled. He had to say that this lonely place was really suitable for settling himself. Because he could only calm down, Xian simply sat down. Since he couldn't find a way out, he might as well sit down and calm down and think about it. The more he wanted to go out, the more annoyed he would be, and the more annoyed he was, the easier it was to cause problems. After sitting down, Xian began to think. For spacetime. What was the difference between here and outside? He directly displayed his sword domain to cover the surroundings. After displaying the sword domain, he could feel the spacetime more clearly. He began to study the spacetime instead of rushing out. He wasn't busy now anyway. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. With the help of the sword domain, he began to try to integrate with the spacetime. It was naturally impossible in the beginning. Even with the assistance of the sword domain, he was unable to fuse into one with this expanse of space, but gradually, he realized that he could use the green profound sword to merge with the spacetime. Because he noticed that this space didn't reject the green profound sword, he could use the green profound sword as a medium to merge with the spacetime, because he could become one with the green profound sword. He had to admit that this discovery made him somewhat excited. However, he didn't dare to be careless because he didn't understand the spacetime at all. He was afraid that he would play himself to death, but fortunately, with the green profound sword, this spacetime was very respectful. Just like that, Xian slowly merged himself with the spacetime, and when he did, he was stunned, because he discovered that the exit was right in front of him. No, it should be said that there was an exit everywhere. Before, he was trapped in spacetime. But now, he was one with spacetime. Therefore, he could leave the spacetime at any time. Apart from that, he could also use the spacetime. Of course, he had to rely on the azure profound sword. If he did not use the green mysterious sword, this spacetime would not care about him at all. This made him a little embarrassed. He was actually less respected than the green mysterious sword. Xian put away the green mysterious sword and looked around. He didn't plan to leave. He wanted to go to the legendary fifth spacetime to take a look. He did as he said. He arrived at the end of the fourth spacetime, and when he arrived, he frowned. At the end of the fourth spacetime was a void. A void? Xian was about to enter when the green profound sword suddenly trembled. Xian looked at the green profound sword. Little Soul said, "Young master, it's dangerous." Xian frowned slightly. Dangerous? Little Soul said, "Yes. It's very dangerous, don't go in." Xian said in a low voice, "Is it dangerous with you here?" Little Soul said, "I'm not in danger, but you are." Xian, Little Soul continued, "I can feel that it contains an extremely terrifying power, and it's not something you can withstand right now." Terrifying power? Xian looked at the void. Could it be the spacetime pressure that Yanji mentioned? Spacetime pressure. In this fifth spacetime, there were multiple dimensions of spacetime, and multiple dimensions of spacetime contained multiple spacetime pressures. Xian took another look at the void, and then he turned around and left. He naturally wouldn't risk his life. Yanji, who was waiting, suddenly looked up into the distance. From the spacetime black hole, a man slowly walked out. It was Xian. Yanji blinked. "You're still alive." Xian smiled. "You want me to die?" Yanji smiled slightly. "What are you saying?" "Of course I want you to live." As she said that, her smile gradually disappeared. "You went into the fourth spacetime?" Xian shook his head. "No." Yanji frowned slightly. "No?" Xian nodded. "After I entered that spacetime black hole, the spacetime pressure in that spacetime black hole was too strong. I didn't dare to go any deeper." Yanji looked at Xian. "Really?" Xian nodded. "Really? If you don't believe me, I can swear." Yanji immediately said, "Then swear." Xian said seriously, "I swear on my father, if what I said is false, let him be, forget it." Yanji suddenly shook his head. You unfilial son. Yi Xian, Yanji said again, since you didn't go to the fourth spacetime, why did you stay for so long? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. It was too dark inside, I got lost. Yanji stared at Yi Xian. Really? Yi Xian said seriously, if you don't believe me, I can swear. Yanji, Yi Xian said, Miss Yanji, after knowing each other for so long, you should be very clear about my character. I can bleed and my head can be broken, but it's absolutely impossible for me to say anything against my heart. Yanji glanced at Yi Xian. Why do I feel like you're bluffing? Yi Xian, Yanji said again, if you didn't go in, then you didn't go in. Anyway, I don't think it's possible to go in. Not to mention your sister, even the patriarch spent countless years before he could enter. Saying that, she laughed. She was a little happy, because Yi Xian didn't enter the fourth spacetime, it meant that the woman's strength hadn't reached phase 9. At most, she was phase 8, this wasn't a bad thing for the divine race. Thinking of this, she glanced at Yi Xian. You stay here first, don't run around because the divine race isn't that friendly to humans, understand? Yi Xian said with a smile, I see. Yanji nodded. You're a smart person, it's good that you understand. Saying that, she turned and left. Inside the hall, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth rose slightly. He was currently at phase 7, but his strength had far exceeded phase 7, there was a gap between him and phase 9, but phase 9 shouldn't think about suppressing him, because the spacetime dimension suppression had no effect on him. It could be said that he stood on the same level as phase 9 powerhouses. Of course, this didn't mean that he was a phase 9 powerhouse, in short, he wouldn't be unable to fight back against a phase 9 powerhouse now. As if thinking of something, he sat down cross-legged and sank his consciousness into his body. He glanced and his face darkened. Damn, that woman really put more than 300 kinds of restrictions in his body. Was this woman crazy? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Little soul, can you break these restrictions? Little soul said, of course. Do you need to break them now? Yi Xian thought about it and said, not now. If he broke them now, it would alert that woman. He couldn't face the entire god race head-on. Soul suddenly became excited and said, Young lord, I feel a lot of powerful souls. Should we go and absorb them? Yi Xian's face darkened. Little soul, I feel many powerful souls, should we go absorb them? Little soul giggled. Little soul, I miss Sister Qing. Yi Xian said with a smile, I miss her, too. Little soul said, Young master, I have a plan. Do you want to hear it? Yi Xian was curious. What plan? Little soul said seriously, let me stay with Sister Qing for a while, then I'll come back for you. Yi Xian's face darkened. Do you think I'm too weak? Little soul quickly said, No, no. I just want to become stronger and help you, young master. If I stay with Sister Qing for a while, Sister Qing's temper will be irritable, and she will point to a place and then cut down with her sword. In a few days, I'll definitely become very strong. At that time I'll be able to help you. Yi Xian, Little soul said again, I'm one with young master, I absolutely have no thoughts of despising young master. Young master, you know that. Yi Xian laughed. Of course I know. As Little soul said, Little soul really wanted to help him. Yi Xian sighed. I also want to follow Qing but, saying that, she shook her head. Intuition told him that he couldn't follow Qing too often. Why? Because after being with Qing for a long time, he always felt that everyone else was an ant. This idea was very scary. At this moment, Yanji suddenly walked in. She walked in front of Yi Xian and said with a smile, I'll take you to a place. Yi Xian was a little curious. What place? Yanji knew. The academic exchange. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why are you taking me to the academic exchange? Yanji said with a smile. I want to take you to see what a higher civilization is. After you see it, you'll find out how great our divine race is. And that sister of yours, she's as small as an ant in front of our divine race civilization. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said. If you say that, I, Xiao Ta, will not accept it. Miss Yanji, I advise you to be kind. Really? Xiao Ta was not convinced. Yanji laughed. You are not convinced because you are not knowledgeable enough. I don't blame you. Xiao Tao was speechless. Yanji looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian waved the green profound sword in his hand. Miss Yanji, can you make this sword? Yanji looked at Yi Xian. No. Yi Xian smiled. But Qing'er can. Then, he walked out of the hall. Yanji was silent. She knew what Yi Xian meant. After a while, she turned and left. Led by Yanji, Yi Xian arrived in front of an academic palace. At the moment, many scholars of the Divinity College had gathered there. Academic exchange. In the God race, there would be an academic exchange every year. On the surface, it was for improvement, but in reality, it was for showing off. When Yanji and Yi Xian arrived, many people's eyes fell on Yi Xian and Yanji. To be precise, they were looking at Yi Xian, human. When they saw Yi Xian, many of the divine scholars were filled with curiosity. Human, this was a rare thing. Soon, many people surrounded them. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, a man suddenly smiled. Instructor Yanji, is this the human you brought back from the human world? Yanji smiled. Why? Instructor Gong Zhuang is interested in him? The man named Gong Zhuang smiled. Of course I am. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and smiled. I never thought that humans would develop to this day and form their own unique civilization. The Tao of life is really mysterious. At this moment, a celestial lady at the side smiled and said, Indeed. I heard that there are humans who have jumped out of the rules set by us. I have to say, humans are amazing. Yi Xian glanced at the divine lady who had spoken. He was a little surprised. Originally, he thought that when he arrived, these gods would mock him or look down on him. After all, the human race was created by the divine race. These gods would definitely be high and mighty. But he didn't. These gods in front of him didn't have that kind of arrogant attitude. This surprised him a little. At this moment, Yanji looked at the female god and smiled. Instructor Yuan Qing, I heard that you are very interested in humans and have been researching them? The girl named Yuan Qing nodded. I've done some research. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Actually, humans are really outstanding because their ability to learn is very terrifying. Moreover, just like my god race, they also like to explore the unknown. If it weren't for the restriction we set up, the human race would have developed far more. Even so, some of them seem to have broken through the restrictions we set up. At this point, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. The man called Gong Zhuang smiled and said, Yuan Qing, are you worried that this human will become a great enemy of ours in the future? Yuan Qing smiled and said, They already are. Gong Zhuang shook his head. If the human race continues to develop, they will indeed become our great enemy. However, for now, they shouldn't be a threat to us. Even if there are 1 or 2 special humans, they will only be 1 or 2. They won't be a real threat to us. Our god race's 80 billion years of history isn't something humans can overturn. Yuan Qing smiled and said, That's true, but we shouldn't look down on any civilization, especially humans who have such a strong learning ability. Gong Zhuang nodded. Indeed, we shouldn't look down on them. In fact, we should eliminate them as soon as possible to prevent future disasters. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Yanji and said, Instructor Yanji, I heard that you suggested to the patriarch to let the humans go for now? Yanji nodded. Right now, humans are still of some use. At this point, she glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, I think what Yuan Qing said is very true. Some humans are really outstanding. Young Master Yi, can you show us your sword? Yi Xian smiled and said, Sure. As he spoke, he opened his palm and the azure profound sword flew to the center of the crowd. When the divine scholars saw the azure profound sword, they were all shocked. Gradually, the expressions of the divine scholars turned solemn. Yuan Qing walked to the azure profound sword and touched it lightly. After a while, she said in a deep voice, Which god made this sword? Yanji smiled and said, It's not a god, it's made by a human. Yuan Qing turned to look at Yanji and frowned, A human? On the battlefield, all the gods were slightly shocked. Yanji nodded, It's a human. Yuan Qing looked at Yi Xian, He made it? Yi Xian was just about to nod when Yanji suddenly smiled and said, It's his younger sister. Younger sister, Yuan Qing said in a deep voice. Where is his younger sister now? Yanji blinked and asked, what do you want to do? Yuan Qing shook her head. Yanji's eyes flashed with a trace of complexity. Yanji, this sword involves the Tao of space-time. It's profound. Yanji nodded. I know. That's why I brought it here for you to see. Yuan Qing said softly, a human can actually understand the Tao of space-time to such a degree. I have to say, this is really terrifying. She looked at Yanji, the woman in the plain dress who was wanted by our god tribe. Is she the one who made this sword? Yanji nodded. Yuan Qing said in a deep voice, tell the patriarch to keep her alive. This woman has great research value. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. These gods attached great importance to this azure profound sword, but they did not pay enough attention to Qing'er. Research Qing'er. He did not know what level Qing'er had reached, but he knew that Qing'er's strength definitely surpassed the god tribe. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Xiao Ta, what level do you think Qing'er has reached? Xiao Ta had been with Dad for a long time, so he should have a better understanding. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, the ceiling. Yi Xian frowned, the ceiling? Xiao Ta said, everyone knows. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Yuan Qing suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Human, can you let me study this sword for a while? Yi Xian smiled, you have to ask Miss Yanji about this. Yanji immediately kept the azure profound sword and glared at Yuan Qing. This sword and this human belong to me now. Yuan Qing said in a deep voice, study it for a month. After a month, I will return it to you untouched. Yanji shook her head, no. Yuan Qing said again, 10 days. After a moment of silence, Yanji said, all right, but I need your insights on the space-time matter theory. Hearing this, the gods were speechless. This woman was too cunning. That was Yuan Qing's lifetime of research. After a moment of silence, Yuan Qing said, all right. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a thick ancient book appeared before Yanji. Yanji chuckled, put the book away, and then passed the azure profound sword to Yuan Qing. 10 days it is. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the surroundings and said, are all of you interested in this human? He's very formidable, and he knows a lot of human knowledge. If all of you want to understand humans, you can ask him. Yi Xian smiled. She wants to rent him out. Meanwhile, a woman from the god race suddenly smiled, I'm slightly interested. Yi Xian gazed at her, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Human, I'm very interested in the way you humans reproduce. We can talk about it in detail. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, I'm interested in the way you humans reproduce as well. We can talk about it in detail. All the gods were speechless. In the end, Yi Xian wasn't able to talk about it in detail with the woman. Because Yanji wouldn't allow it, she was afraid that something would happen between Yi Xian and the woman from the god race because it was against ethics. In the following time, the group of divine human scholars started to discuss, while Yi Xian listened quietly at the side. Even though he could enter the fourth layer of space now, there were many things that he didn't understand, especially the space-time Tao. Yi Xian's expression gradually became solemn. Because he noticed that the scholars from the god race were very formidable. Perhaps they weren't very strong, but they were very knowledgeable. Especially when it came to knowledge, they knew a lot of details. They were a group that specialized in researching the future for the god race. That was exactly why the scholars from the god race had such a high status in the god race, but the humans didn't have such a group of scholars. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the side, where are the humans? Where are the humans? Hearing this, everyone turned to look. Not far away, a young god walked over with a smile. Seeing this god, the group of divine scholars frowned. The young god's gaze landed on Yi Xian and he smiled, you're a human? Yi Xian smiled, yes. The young god sized up Yi Xian and shook his head, you're indeed a lowly creature. You're so ugly. Yi Xian blinked his eyes, who are you talking about, lowly creature? The young god immediately said, I'm talking about you. Yi Xian said with a smile, that is exactly what a lowly creature is talking about. The other gods, the young god was stunned. Very quickly, his face turned ferocious, you dare to humiliate me. Yi Xian went forward and gave him a slap. Pa! Before anyone could react, the young god was sent flying tens of feet away. The other gods were stunned. why did he suddenly attack? Beside Yi Xian, Yanji said in a low voice, how can you hit a god? Yi Xian said angrily, he humiliated you. The other gods were stunned. Humiliated us, did he? Yanji looked at Yi Xian, wasn't he humiliating you humans? How did he become humiliating us? Yi Xian said, were humans created by the gods? Yanji nodded, yes. Yi Xian said, then when he humiliated humans, isn't that the same as humiliating the gods? The other gods, Yanji frowned. Isn't there something wrong with your logical thinking? Yi Xian suddenly said, are you unhappy with him too? Yanji said, I don't like him, but, at this point, she suddenly stopped. What did she say? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, if you don't like him, that means I don't like him too. Miss Yanji, don't worry, if there's anything, I will bear it alone. As he said that, he charged in front of the man and punched him in the face. Bang, the god was sent flying once again. And Yi Xian rushed over again, shouting as he hit, who asked you to make Miss Yanji angry? Let me tell you, if there's anything, come at me, don't make Miss Yanji angry. On the other side, Yuan Qing looked at Yanji. Yanji, we all don't like him, but don't you think it's a bit too much to let a human hit him like that? Yanji. P.S. Some people say that I don't update enough. Actually, I want to say that no matter how fast the author writes, it can't compare to the speed at which the readers read. For example, if I write 10 chapters, it might take a few days, but you can finish it in a few minutes. The reader is the field, the author is the cow, there are only bad cows, there are no bad fields. And some readers think that I don't update enough, so they crazily scold me. I read the book reviews every day, really, sometimes I'm speechless. Why are some of my readers so angry? They're so angry that they want to kill me. Nowadays, the anger on the internet is too strong. To be honest, I've been reading the book reviews recently, and I'm getting a little depressed. This problem won't get better without a few hundred votes, do as you see fit. In the distance, Yi Xian was still beating up the male god and had no intention of stopping. Yuan Qing glanced at Yanji, tell him to stop. Yanji came back to her senses and quickly pulled Yi Xian back. She was a little angry, do you know who he is? Yi Xian blinked, no matter who he is, as long as you don't like him, I will beat him up. Yanji stared at Yi Xian, you want to frame me? Yi Xian shook his head and was a little disappointed, Miss Yanji, am I such a person in your heart? Yanji said in a cold voice, you're dishonest. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, the male god who was being beaten suddenly said angrily, Yanji, you bitch, how dare you instigate your people to beat me up, you. Yi Xian flew into a rage, how dare you insult teacher Yanji, die. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly rushed out, boom, before the male god could react, his head was directly smashed by a punch. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, directly killed. Yanji's face was a little pale, and she said with a trembling voice, you. Yi Xian looked at Yanji, he insulted you. Yanji said angrily, do you know who he is? He is the vice dean's grandson. Yi Xian frowned slightly, second generation? Yanji glared at Yi Xian, yes, he is a second generation. Yi Xian was a little disdainful, Yi Xian, look down on this kind of second generation the most in my life. Xiao Ta suddenly said, young lord, before you speak, can you use your brain, Yi Xian? In front of Yi Xian, Yanji said in a deep voice, you idiot, you think you can act recklessly just because you don't like it? Without strength and background, don't talk about acting recklessly, even if you want to do a good deed, you have to think twice first. Yi Xian frowned. Is your god race so complicated? Yanji was just about to speak when an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly swept over from afar. Seeing this, the expressions of the divine scholars became serious. At this moment, an old true god appeared in front of everyone. The person who had just arrived was none other than Gao Qi, the vice president of the School of Divinity. Gaoka's gaze fell on Yi Xian. Did you kill him? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Gaoka's eyes narrowed slightly. Who gave you the guts? As he said that, he looked at Yanji. Is that you, Mentor Yanji? Everyone in the surroundings gazed at Yanji. Will Yanji protect Yi Xian? Yanji fell silent. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. Gaoka stared at Yanji. Teacher Yanji, this human was protected by you. But now, he is openly killing people in my god race. What do you think? Yanji was silent. Gaoke sneered. Don't tell me you want to protect a human? Yanji sighed softly. She looked at Yi Xian. I don't really like the god you killed. However, he is still a god, not a human. You killed a god, so you deserve to die. As she said that, she began to chant in God's language. She wanted to activate the seal in Yi Xian's body. At this moment, her voice suddenly stopped. Because a sword was directly inserted into her throat, Yanji's eyes widened. Yanji was filled with disbelief. The person who attacked was Yi Xian. Yi Xian shifted his consciousness, and a sword light flew out. Before Gao Zhu in the distance could react, his head was sent flying. Although Gao Ku was the vice dean, most of the gods in the Theological Institute were scholars. They only liked to research and were actually very weak. Of course, the most important thing was that he, Yi Xian, could already enter the fourth spacetime, after seeing Yi Xian kill Gao Ku in an instant. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. Killed just like that? Yi Xian looked at Yanji and smiled. Are you a little surprised? Yanji stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. Your seal is useless against me. Yanji said in a deep voice. We are friends, right? Yi Xian blinked. Nonsense. As he said that, he raised his hand and slashed. Yanji was directly erased. Friends, he felt that it was a little funny. This woman actually wanted to trick him. At this moment, Yuan Qing suddenly said, human. Yi Xian looked at Yuan Qing and the others. Hand over all your academic research, immediately. The gods were furious. Yuan Qing quickly said, give it to him, give it to him. Quickly. As she said that, she took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Xian. The rest of the gods were a little confused. One of the gods said in a deep voice, Instructor Yuan Qing, how can we be threatened by a human? Before he could finish his words, a sword was pressed against his forehead. The god was stunned. Then, he said, I think it's fine. As he said that, he quickly took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Xian. The gods, soon, all the gods gave the storage rings to Yi Xian. The storage rings contained their lifetime's research. Yi Xian took all of the storage rings. He looked above his head and said with a smile, goodbye. As he said that, he disappeared. As soon as he left, Yuan Qing heaved a sigh of relief, as if she thought of something. Her face became gloomy. This human has become a great disaster. We can't let him live. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her. He grinned. Surprised? Yuan Qing was stunned. Just as she was about to attack, Yi Xian raised his hand and slashed. Hiss, Yuan Qing's head flew into the air. How dare you? A furious shout suddenly resounded from afar. Yi Xian turned around and vanished. As soon as Yi Xian disappeared, an old man showed up. It was the Grand Elder, Yan Zhu. Yan Zhu's expression became ferocious when he saw Yi Xian flee. How dare you? He clawed forward as soon as he finished speaking. Countless spaces away, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He suddenly turned around, and at this moment, a giant hand came straight at him. A powerful pressure immediately enveloped the spacetime he was in. Yi Xian frowned. It's chasing me from so far away. He didn't think too much about it, and he slashed with his sword. Bang! As the sword light shattered, Yi Xian retreated repeatedly. However, the enormous hand was shattered as well. As soon as Yi Xian came to a stop, a powerful aura rushed towards him. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not choose to fight it head-on. Instead, he activated the green profound sword and disappeared into the spacetime. As soon as he vanished, Yan Zhu appeared. Yan Zhu frowned deeply when he saw Yi Xian disappear again. This human had actually escaped right under his nose. Right at this moment, the patriarch of the God clan, Mo Yan, appeared. Yan Zhu said solemnly, wasn't this person sealed by Yan Ji? Mo Yan shook his head, I was too careless. Yan Zhu sighed softly, this Yan Ji was also careless. We've underestimated this human. Mo Yan spoke in a low voice, our top priority right now is to find this person as soon as possible. Yan Zhu, if this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Nodding, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, has God General Yuchen died? Mo Yan nodded, yes. As he spoke, his expression became slightly gloomy. I was investigating this matter earlier, and now, I still don't know if he really died at the hands of that woman in a plain dress. Yan Zhu sighed once more. I never expected that the human race would actually develop to such an extent. Mo Yan said, now isn't the time to be thinking about this. Our top priority right now is to find these people as soon as possible. Since they were able to break through the restrictions set up by my God clan, it means that they're extraordinary geniuses. Now that they've arrived in our cosmos, I'm worried that they'll come into contact with the divine Tao civilization. Especially Yi Xian. He stole the spatial rings of Yuan Qing and the others. As he spoke, he suddenly turned around, passed down my order to search for Yi Xian with all our strength. Understood. A voice resounded not too far away. Mo Yan looked into the distance. Elder Yan Zhu, you'll be personally in charge of this matter regarding Yi Xian. I'm going to investigate the cause of God General Yu Chen's death. Yan Zhu fell silent briefly before he spoke out. I'm going to mobilize all the divine generals. Mo Yan was stunned. All the divine generals? Yan Zhu nodded. That's not all. I'm going to mobilize the divine guards as well as the 10 divine generals. Mo Yan spoke in a low voice. Grand Elder Yan Zhu, he's just a human. Yan Zhu looked at Mo Yan. I can't underestimate them anymore. This was especially so for Yi Xian. He had instantly killed the vice dean. What did this mean? This means that in the short few days he was locked up, his strength has increased again. Mo Yan remained silent. Yan Zhu sighed in a low voice. My intuition tells me that we might have even underestimated that woman in a plain dress and that man in a green robe. Mo Yan said in a low voice, earlier, Yan Ji told me that the woman in a plain dress should be at most a rank 8 expert. Because that sword can't lead to the 4th dimension, Yan Zhu suddenly said, she is dead. Mo Yan, Yan Zhu looked at Mo Yan, Patriarch, Yan Zhu is dead. He had died because of his own carelessness, and because he had underestimated his enemy. If we still believe what she said, then we may end up like her. Mo Yan remained silent. Yan Zhu continued, up until now, Bo Ye is dead, Yan is dead, and Yu Chen is dead. There's also Yuan Qing and the others. Why don't we pay attention to these humans? Moreover, those humans broke through the restriction we set up without anyone's help. This means that their talent and creativity are no weaker than us gods. Our god clan must take them seriously. Mo Yan said, Grand Elder is right. From now on, the experts of the clan are at your disposal. However, that Yi Xian has already escaped. How are you going to find him? Yan Zhu smiled. It's not difficult to force him to show himself. Because he wants to protect those humans. And those humans will become his greatest burden. Mo Yan nodded slightly. I understand. Go do it. Yan Zhu turned and left. Mo Yan also turned and left after a moment of silence. Right after the two of them left, a man suddenly appeared here, and it was the imperial monarch, the emperor who was almost killed by the woman in a plain dress. The emperor took out the portrait in his hand. After looking at it for a while, he looked into the distance and said softly, the God clan wants to kill Senior's brother. With Senior's brother's current strength, he is definitely not a match for the God clan. And Senior's brother and that green-robed man have no intention of helping. I alone won't be able to resist the divine race. No, I have to find some helpers to help young Master Yi at the critical moment. At that time, I'll cripple myself a bit. This way, young Master Yi will owe me a huge favor, and the favor he owes me is the same as Senior Su Kun owes me a favor. Damn, this monarch is truly a genius. With that, he turned and disappeared. Go find helpers. End of this chapter. Yi Xian arrived at the 4th layer, found a quiet place, and sat down cross-legged. He took out all the storage rings and began to scan them with his divine sense. The spatial rings contained the lifetime research of the divine clan scholars. To him, these things were still of great value. Humans were inferior to the divine clan, and since they were inferior, then they naturally had to learn from them. That was nothing to be ashamed of. Yi Xian sighed softly after he finished absorbing all the ancient books in the spatial rings. Needless to say, the divine clan's divine civilization was far more advanced than human civilization. There was no comparison at all. For example, the divine clan had explored the sixth layer of space-time, but humans hadn't even figured out the second layer, and some had even separated the two into separate studies. They were too far behind. Xian started to study how to control the fourth layer of spacetime. Needless to say, the divine clan's understanding of the Tao of spacetime was very thorough, especially when it came to controlling spacetime. Infinite World. Desolation City. There was a city governor's estate in Desolation City, and the reason Desolation City was so orderly was because of this city governor's estate. To be more precise, it was because of the mysterious city governor, a ninth-rank expert. However, he wasn't an ordinary ninth-rank expert, because he was the oldest ninth-rank expert in the Infinite World. When Emperor Jun arrived at the city governor's estate, a black-robed old man blocked his way. The old man's appearance was 70% to 80% similar to a human, and the only difference was that his ears were extremely sharp, and his eyes were dark blue. The old man glanced at Emperor Jun but didn't speak. Emperor Jun smiled. "Tell that old geezer that I have something good to tell him." The old man nodded slightly. "Wait a moment." He turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. It didn't take long for the old man to appear before Emperor Jun again. "Your Majesty, the old master doesn't want to see you." Emperor Jun roared with laughter. "Tell him that I was almost instantly killed." The old man frowned when he heard this. "Based on your Excellency Emperor's strength, no one in this world can kill you instantly." Emperor Jun smiled. "Just tell him, Jingyu." The old man hesitated for a moment, nodded, and left. A while later, the main gate of the governor's residence suddenly opened and Jingyu walked out. He glanced at the emperor and said, "Master invites you in." The emperor walked into the manor and followed Jingyu to a small courtyard where an old man lay. He was wearing a thin linen robe and was missing an arm. This person was the city lord of Desolate City. No one knew his name. The emperor was taken aback when he saw that the old man was missing an arm. "You old fart, you," the old man glanced at the emperor. "It was that human girl who almost killed you, wasn't it?" The emperor mused. "Don't tell me she cut off your arm." The old man said indifferently, "What do you think?" The emperor's face turned grim. "Even you can't beat her?" The old man sneered. "Fight? Are you kidding me?" Before the old man could do anything, he was almost beheaded by her. The emperor was speechless. The old man slowly closed his eyes. What is this divine clan doing? How can this human be so strong? The emperor thought for a while and said, "The god tribe is after her." If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The old man then turned to look at the emperor. "Arrest her?" The emperor nodded. "Kill her and you'll get 2 types of crystals." After a moment of silence, the old man said, "Who is the current patriarch of the god-human race?" The emperor said, "Mo Yan." The old man frowned. "How did he become the head of the family with his IQ?" The emperor smiled. "He probably doesn't know the senior's true strength." The old man was silent. The emperor continued, "Old man, the god race is doomed this time. I know one of their elders, so I wanted to warn them, but..." At this point, he shook his head. "After some thought, I decided to forget about it." The old man was puzzled. "Why?" The emperor sighed. "I've looked into it. That senior Suchuan is from the human world and she cares a lot about her brother in the human world, young Master Yi." At this moment, the old man suddenly took out a portrait. The person in the portrait was Xian. The old man looked at the emperor. "Is this the one?" The emperor nodded. "That's him." "Old man, why do you have it too?" The old man said after a moment of silence, "She told me that this was her brother and she just stared at me." He clenched his right fist. Luckily, the old man was smart enough to promise that he would take care of this young man. Otherwise, the old man's head would have flown off his neck. The emperor was speechless. The old man looked at the emperor again. "Is the young man here?" The emperor nodded. "He is. And now, the entire god-human race is after him. Damn it." The old man suddenly sat up. Have the god-human race lost their minds? Do they know what they're doing? The emperor shook his head. Obviously not. The old man was puzzled. Then why didn't you just kill them? The emperor sighed. I think there are two reasons. First, she has no interest in the god-human race. Second, she probably wants to train her brother, young Master Yi. The old man said solemnly, there are two reasons. The emperor nodded. I wanted to talk to the god-human race, but when I found out that they were going after young Master Yi, I knew that the feud between them would never be resolved. The old man shook his head. The god-human race is retarded. The emperor said, you can't blame them entirely. After all, they created humans. They wouldn't think that a human could surpass them. The old man said, I'm confused about that as well. Humans were created by the god-human race. How could a human be so powerful? The emperor looked at the old man. Do you know what level she's at? The old man shook his head after a moment of silence. I can't. He couldn't, the emperor said, even you can't see through her, old man? The old man said indifferently, if I could see through it, would I still be able to find out that I was killed? The emperor smiled bitterly. The old man suddenly asked, where is young Master Yi now? The emperor said, he ran away. I don't know his exact location because young Master Yi ran a little too fast. The old man looked into the distance. What's the god-human race doing? The emperor smiled. They're making a lot of noise. As far as I know, the god-human race's first elder, Yan Zhu, has already called back the god-human race's 10 immortal generals. They're obviously up to something big. The old man looked at the emperor. This young Master Yi can't, this chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page, something's wrong. The emperor nodded. I know, but now is not the time for us to make a move. The old man smiled. You want to make a move at a critical moment so that this favor will be more valuable. The emperor nodded. That's a selfish motive of mine. He then sighed. Old man, you and I can't see through Senior Su Chong's strength. That means she's at least at the 10th rank. Here's the question. How did she reach the 10th rank? The old man was silent. The 10th rank, he had been studying it for millions of years, but he still hadn't reached the 10th rank. He smiled bitterly at the thought. A human had surpassed the limit of the 9th rank and reached the 10th rank. That was terrifying. The emperor suddenly said, Old man, the god-human race isn't weak. If they risk everything to kill this young man, with your and my strength, I'm afraid. The old man fell silent. He wasn't afraid of the god-human race, but he wouldn't underestimate them either. After all, this was a race with an ancient heritage. Even in this endless universe, they held great weight. A moment later, the old man said, keep an eye on the god-human race. No matter what, we can't let them kill young Master Yi. The emperor nodded. All right. With that, he stood up and left. The old man suddenly said, you must find a way to contact young Master Yi. Tell him to be careful of the god-human race. I'm afraid they'll kill him right away. The emperor nodded. I'll find a way to contact young Master Yi. But you must think of a way. I'm afraid the god-human race will do anything to kill him. If that's the case, we'll be pinned down and young Master Yi is killed. That'll be troublesome. The old man was silent for a moment and said, I'll arrange it. The emperor laughed. I'm relieved to hear that. The old man had lived for so long and his network wasn't something the emperor could compare to. Now, the old man was calling for help. A moment later, the emperor stood up and left. The old man looked into the distance and said softly, God-human race, you've got guts. He then turned to Jingyu. Pass down my order. Have the elves who are still alive come here at once. Also, send word to those who owe me favors. If they still remember that favor, they should come here at once. Jingyu bowed. Understood. With that, he turned and left. The old man slowly closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. The god-human race. Under the order of the god-human race's grand elder, Yan Zhu, the 10 divine generals had all returned to the god realm. Apart from that, Yan Zhu also mobilized countless mysterious powerful fighters from the god-human race. In a large hall, Yan Zhu looked at a god in a black robe. Still no news? The god in the black robe shook his head. That human seems to have evaporated. There's no news of him at all. Yanzhu slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, he said, "Let's go to the human world." The god in the black robe looked at Yanzhu. "To the human world?" Yanzhu said, "We'll wait for him in the human world. As long as he doesn't return, I'll slaughter millions of humans until he shows up." With that, he walked out of the hall. Soon, countless powerful fighters from the god-human race headed for the human universe. End of chapter. In the fourth space, Yi Xian was still cultivating. Of course, he was cultivating inside Xiao Ta. He could now control the fourth space. According to God's standard, he could barely be considered a rank 9 expert. Of course, there was still a gap between him and a real rank 9 expert. After all, a rank 9 expert was not as simple as just controlling the fourth space. However, if he were to face a rank 9 expert, he could still fight. At least, he wouldn't be suppressed by the opposite space and be unable to fight back. Without cultivating, Yi Xian left Xiao Ta. A few days had passed. If the god race could not find him, they would definitely attack the humans. He had to return to the human race. If he did not return, with Shaoan and Jingji's strength, they would not be able to fight against the god race. Human universe. On this day, countless mysterious experts suddenly descended. They were the god race experts. Their leader was Yanzhu. Somewhere in the starry sky, Shaoan looked at Yanzhu and the others calmly. Beside her was Jingji and God Emperor Linshan. Shaoan whispered, "Is he still alive?" Linshan smiled, "He is definitely alive." Shaoan and Jingji looked at Linshan. Linshan smiled, "The reason why I am so sure is because of these gods. They are still alive. This means that Yi Xian is still alive." Shaoan whispered, "Plain dress woman?" Linshan whispered, "Yes." Shaoan asked, "You think she is stronger than the god race?" Lin Shan's eyes flashed with disdain. How can the god race compare to her? What a joke. Not far away, Yanzhu suddenly laughed, "My god race cannot compare to a human?" Lin Shan looked at Yanzhu and smiled, "Let's not talk about this. You are here today to exterminate the human race. It's true that we're no match for your divine clan, but your divine clan can forget about annihilating the entire human race." Yanzhu looked at Lin Shan, "My god race created you humans and can also exterminate you." Lin Shan laughed, "As long as the god race has the plain dress woman, we will exist forever." Plain dress woman. Yanzhu chuckled, "A woman in a plain dress? I hope that she will appear soon and become your savior." As soon as he finished speaking, an expert from the divine clan behind him dashed towards Lin Shan. Lin Shan suddenly shouted, "Young Master Yi, if you don't show yourself, the old man will self-destruct." There was no response. Lin Shan's expression froze. Still no response. Lin Shan smiled bitterly, "Young Master Yi, the old man still wants to live a few more years. Now, it seems that I can only leave in advance." As he spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out of his body. He chose to self-destruct. Facing so many divine race experts, he could only choose to self-detonate and hope to drag one of them down with him. At this moment, the head of the divine race powerhouse that was charging towards Lin Shan suddenly flew off. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, and then it formed a beautiful arc in the air. All the gods were stunned. In the distant horizon, a man slowly walked over. It was Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian, Yanzhu narrowed his eyes. As for Lin Shan and the other two, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If young Master Yi did not appear, they really could only choose to self-destruct. Yi Xian walked in front of Shaoan and the other two and smiled, "Fortunately, we are not late." Jingji, who was at the side, said indifferently, "I thought you would wait for us to self-destruct before appearing." Yi Xian looked at Jingji and smiled, "Why would I?" As he spoke, he turned to look at Yanzhu. "How should I address you?" Yanzhu looked at Yi Xian. "Yanzhu, Great Elder of the Divine Race." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Elder Yanzhu, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page." "Elder, as far as I know, there is no deep hatred between the humans and the divine race. I feel that it is not impossible for the two races to coexist peacefully. What do you think?" Yanzhu smiled and said, "In theory, it is possible. However, why should my divine race let you rise and become a threat to us?" Yi Xian looked at Yanzhu. "As far as I know, the infinite universes do not know that the divine race is a universe, right?" Yanzhu looked at Yi Xian, "But your human race was created by my divine race." Yi Xian nodded, "I understand. Since we cannot coexist peacefully, then we will fight. Beside Yan Zhu, a divine general suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Boom, the sword light shattered, and the divine general was sent flying. Yan Zhu's expression gradually became solemn when he witnessed this scene. This divine general was a level 8 expert. How did Yi Xian's strength reach such a level in just a few days? The divine general wanted to attack again, but Yan Zhu suddenly said, "Allow me." The divine general bowed slightly and then retreated to the side. Yan Zhu looked at Yi Xian, opened his palm, and then pressed down lightly. In an instant, the space around Yi Xian became illusory, space-time suppression. Yi Xian stood there without moving, and he allowed the space around him to change. Meanwhile, Yan Zhu suddenly flipped his right hand. Bang! The space where Yi Xian resided was turned upside down, and then Yi Xian started to fall rapidly, the fourth space-time abyss. With a flip of his hand, Yi Xian was blasted into the space-time abyss. However, Yan Zhu frowned because he noticed that Yi Xian was actually completely fine. Moreover, the space-time abyss where Yi Xian resided was gradually becoming illusory. Yan Zhu's pupils constricted when he saw this. You've mastered the fourth space-time abyss. At this moment, Yi Xian had returned to the battlefield. He gazed at Yan Zhu and smiled, "Take this." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. 1-800 overlapped sword drawing techniques. This slash caused the space before him to shatter, and it didn't just shatter the first space-time abyss, even the third space-time abyss was shattered. A wisp of a solemn expression flashed in Yan Zhu's eyes when he witnessed the scene. He opened his right hand and pressed it down lightly. Bang! Yi Xian's sword light was directly suppressed by the pressure of the fourth space-time abyss. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Yan Zhu, and a wave of sword light instantly drowned him and Yan Zhu. Core sword domain, bang! In an instant, the space where they resided was directly shattered, even the fourth space-time abyss was directly shattered. In the fourth space-time abyss, Yan Zhu had retreated over 1 kilometer, and there were over 10 sword marks on his body. On the other hand, there was a palm print on Yi Xian's chest. Both of them had won and lost in this collision. Yan Zhu gazed at Yi Xian with disbelief in his eyes. "You've actually mastered the fourth space-time abyss." At this moment, his heart was surging like a tidal wave. Yi Xian has actually mastered the fourth space-time abyss. How could this be possible? Yi Xian glanced at the battlefield. Besides Yan Zhu, the strongest amongst the other experts of the Divine Clan was only at the 8th space-time abyss. In other words, only Yan Zhu was a threat to him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at Yan Zhu, and the next moment, he directly disappeared on the spot. In the distance, a trace of hostility flashed in Yan Zhu's eyes, and he suddenly pressed down with his right hand. Bang! With a loud explosion, Yan Zhu directly retreated, and in the process of his retreat, another flying sword slashed at him. Yan Zhu blasted out a punch, and the moment this punch blasted out, the entire starry sky trembled violently. Rumble! The flying sword was blasted away. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew back into his hand. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. He looked at Yan Zhu in the distance, and Yan Zhu slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, the power of countless stars around him gathered towards him. For a moment, the entire starry sky trembled. Just as Yi Xian was about to draw his sword, Yan Zhu suddenly blasted out a punch, and this punch, countless stars gushed out from his fist. This punch gathered the power of thousands of galaxies. Yi Xian held his sword horizontally to block. Invincible sword domain, rumble. The expanse of space that Yi Xian resided in was instantly obliterated, but Yi Xian was completely unharmed. His sword domain had forcefully resisted all the force of Yan Zhu's punch. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through Yan Zhu's eyes when he witnessed this scene. He knew that he couldn't kill this human before him. Strictly speaking, the current Yi Xian was already a level 9 powerhouse. Coupled with the green profound sword in his hand and those formidable sword techniques, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian at all. When he thought up to here, his clenched right hand relaxed, and he gazed at Yi Xian. "In the past, we underestimated you, and my God clan paid a heavy price for that. But it won't happen again now." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a divine order appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the divine order shot into the sky. Bang! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept out from the starry sky. Meanwhile, Yan Zhu spoke abruptly, "Greetings, Ancestor." "Ancestor," Yi Xian was stunned. "Damn it, he's calling on our ancestor just like that. He summoned the ancestor just like that. Not only Yixian, but the other gods were stunned as well. They didn't expect that Grand Elder Yan Zhu would directly summon the ancestor. This ancestor's soul was a trump card of the god clan. He used it just like that. Wasn't he thinking too highly of Yixian? Yixian's expression was slightly ugly. Damn it, we haven't even fought yet, and he's already summoned the ancestor, who would use such a powerful move right away. He wasn't mentally prepared at all. At this moment, an old god appeared in the starry sky. Mo Wuxian, the ancestor of the god clan, he was also the one who created the human race, a superpower who once stunned an era. Mo Wuxian glanced around, and he frowned. At this moment, countless gods knelt down in unison. Greetings, ancestor. Mo Wuxian looked at the gods below. What's the matter? As soon as this voice came out, the entire starry sky actually split apart. Seeing this scene, Xiaoan and the others' expressions instantly became solemn. This spacetime couldn't even withstand his voice. How terrifying was this? Even the woman in the plain dress wasn't this terrifying. The white-haired old man Lin Shan's expression was extremely solemn. This was a super big shot. In the distance, Yan Zhu bowed respectfully, and then he said, Ancestor, the human race has become a great disaster. A great disaster. Mo Wuxian frowned slightly, and he turned to look at Yixian. He sized up Yixian, and then he said, him? Yan Zhu nodded, not just him, but the person behind him as well. Mo Wuxian looked at Yixian, and after a moment, he shook his head. The human race is still like an ant. As he spoke, he opened his right hand, and then he pressed it down lightly. As he pressed down, an extremely terrifying force swept down, a strength that surpassed level 9. This was a strength that surpassed level 9, and his target wasn't just Yixian, it was the entire human universe below. As soon as this palm descended, the entire human universe would collapse. By Yixian's side, the pale Jingji said in a trembling voice, Young Master Yi, they called the ancestor first, you can do the same. End of this chapter. Summon the ancestor? Yixian smiled bitterly. Summon my ass, Dad would love nothing more than for me to suffer. Call Qing At this moment, he could no longer sense Qing aura. Qing and my father should be very, very far away by now. He could only rely on himself. Yixian looked up at Mo Wuxian in the starry sky and smiled. I'll go first. As soon as he finished speaking, he stamped his right foot. The space collapsed, and he turned into a sword light that shot up into the sky. A ray of sword light tore through the starry sky. In the starry sky, a ray of sword light slashed against that powerful force. Boom! The sword light shattered, and Yixian fell straight into the abyss of spacetime of the fourth layer. As he fell, the abyss of spacetime actually distorted. In the abyss of spacetime, Yixian opened his palm. The green profound sword flew to his feet and forcibly held him back. In the starry sky, that mysterious force was still falling straight down. If that force was allowed to fall completely, the entire human universe would be thrown into the abyss of spacetime. One palm to destroy a universe, his opponent could really do it, and the ancestor of the divine human race in front of him was not someone he could contend with now. Was he really going to die? As he thought of this, Yixian suddenly laughed. If he was going to die, so be it. He stamped his right foot and turned into a ray of sword light that flew out of the fourth layer of spacetime and slashed at that powerful force. In the starry sky, Missouri Wuxian looked down at Yixian with an indifferent expression, as if he was looking at an ant. To him, humans were indeed like ants. In the starry sky, Yixian's sword once again slashed against that powerful force. However, he was unable to shake that powerful force. On the contrary, he was once again thrown into the abyss of spacetime. This time, his physical body exploded, leaving only his soul. The difference in strength was too great. In the starry sky, Missouri Wuxian looked down at Yixian in the abyss of spacetime. A mayfly trying to shake a tree. Yixian escaped from the spacetime abyss. He looked at Mo Wuxian and said with a smile, again. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Xiaoan appeared by his side, and Xiaoan looked at him and said, if you attack again, you'll die. Right now, Yixian had already suffered very serious injuries. If he attacked again, he would undoubtedly die. The two of them were not on the same level at all. The ancestors of the divine race. Who was this person? That was a super giant from who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago. Even if it was just a wisp of his soul, it was not something that Yixian could fight against. Yixian smiled and said, if I die, then so be it. Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian for a moment before she smiled and said, "I'll go with you." As she spoke, she took the initiative to hold Yi Xian's hand. Meanwhile, Jingji suddenly said, "What are you talking about? Young Master Yi, they call your ancestors, you also call your ancestors." Yi Xian glanced at Jingji and said with a smile, "Miss Jingji, I can't call my ancestors, nor can I call anyone." Jingji's face was a little pale. "Are you serious?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Do I look like I'm lying?" After a moment of silence, Jingji said, "Farewell." After saying that, she turned around and disappeared at the end of the horizon. She had already escaped from the spacetime of this universe, so naturally, she could escape from this human universe. In fact, she had wanted to leave this human universe for a long time. However, she was still willing to believe in the plain-dressed woman because she was the strongest person she had ever met. However, after seeing the ancestor of the divine race, she was a little shaken. Was this plain-dressed woman really as strong as the ancestor of the divine race? If so, why hadn't she appeared now? There was only one explanation for her not appearing, and that was fear. Therefore, she chose to escape. Seeing Jingji escape, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He did not blame Jingji, because everyone had the right to make their own choice. However, he was still a little surprised. There were some people who you thought were friends, but in fact, they weren't. Some people could only share wealth, but not trials and tribulations. Yi Xian turned to look at Xiaoan and smiled. "Actually, you can also leave." Xiaoan shook his head. "I've given you my heart. Where can I go?" Yi Xian was speechless. Lin Shan also smiled. "Looks like it's hard to escape today." Yi Xian looked at Lin Shan and smiled. "Senior Lin Shan, you can also leave." Lin Shan shook his head. "I owe you a favor, and this favor naturally has to be returned." He was able to break through again because of Yi Xian's help to break the seal. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, in the distant starry sky, the power suddenly boiled, and in an instant, the entire starry sky began to be annihilated bit by bit. This power's target was not just him, Yi Xian, but the entire human universe, and at this moment, this power was destroying the origin of this universe. It couldn't be defended. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Some things, even if one tried his best, might not have a good ending. Of course, he had a clear conscience. He had tried his best. Just then, Yan Zhu suddenly said, "It looks like the woman in the plain dress that all of you have been waiting for will not appear." In fact, he had been waiting for the woman in the plain dress and the man in green to appear, and then he would capture them in one fell swoop, but now, it seemed that they would not appear. Below, Yi Xian looked up at the terrifying power, and the next moment, his soul began to burn. Soul ignition. Although he was no match for them, he would not sit and wait for death. Even if he were to die, he would die in battle. Just as Yi Xian was about to make a move, a shocked voice suddenly came from the distant sky. "Wait. Young Master Yi, wait." When he heard this, Yi Xian looked up into the distant sky. The space there suddenly split open, and then a middle-aged man flew out. It was none other than the emperor. The emperor shuddered when he saw that Yi Xian was burning his soul, and he hurriedly appeared in front of Yi Xian and slapped his palm against Yi Xian's shoulder. Bang! The flames on Yi Xian's body vanished. Yi Xian was puzzled. "Senior, you are?" The emperor hurriedly said, "What do you mean by senior? I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, I'll call you Big Brother." "Big Brother?" Yi Xian was stunned. "You're a few years older than me, and I'm calling you Big Brother? Is there something wrong with that?" Suddenly, Yan Zhu said from afar, "Your Majesty?" Yan Zhu turned around to look at the Grand Elder and roared with laughter, "That's me." Yan Zhu gazed at the emperor. "You intend to help this human?" The emperor smiled. "Is there a problem?" Yan Zhu stared at the emperor. "Why?" The emperor roared with laughter, "Because he's my big brother." "Big brother?" Yi Xian was confused. "Senior, do we know each other?" The emperor looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Didn't we just get to know each other?" Yi Xian was speechless. Just then, the horrifying energy in the starry sky began to disappear bit by bit. Emma Wuxian frowned when he saw this, and he turned around to look. There was an old man standing not too far away. It was the governor of Huang City. Yan Zhu's face darkened at the sight of the old man. Why was this old man here as well? And by the looks of it, he was here to help Yi Xian. The governor looked down at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian asked in a low voice, "Senior, do you know Qing'er?" "Qing'er," the governor's eyelid twitched. The woman in the plain dress? Yi Xian nodded. She's Qing. Desolate city lord smiled, yes. Yi Xian understood now. No wonder he came to help, Mo Wuxian suddenly said, since when did the fairies side with the humans? The governor looked at Mo Wuxian. Since this moment. Mo Wuxian shook his head and smiled. How laughable. I never thought you fairies would lower yourselves to mingle with humans. How laughable. If your ancestor finds out, I wonder if he'll die from anger. The governor smiled. You don't have to worry about that. Mo Wuxian stared at the governor. Let me see if you can protect this human today. As he spoke, he suddenly flipped his hand and pressed down, boom, in an instant, the spacetime around the governor collapsed and he fell to the bottom of the spacetime abyss. Endless spacetime pressure pressed down on him, about to crush him. The governor shook his head with a smile. He was slightly worried that the ancestor's strength was even more terrifying than the woman in the plain dress. But now it seemed like he was weaker than the woman in the plain dress, because the ancestor was still playing with the spacetime Tao. When the woman in the plain dress attacked him, he couldn't feel what power she used. Obviously, the woman in the plain dress's cultivation was higher than the ancestor's. Without giving it much thought, the desolate city lord flicked his sleeves. In an instant, the spacetime abyss around him actually became illusory bit by bit. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of Mo Wuxian, and in the next moment, he punched out. The spacetime around Mo Wuxian transformed into a strange vortex, and Mo Wuxian's entire body became distorted, a spacetime vortex. It changed the structure of the fourth layer of spacetime. Yi Xian's face turned solemn. So the fourth layer of spacetime could be played like this. A wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of Mo Wuxian's mouth as he stood in the depths of the spatial vortex. He flicked his sleeve, and the surrounding space instantly returned to normal. Meanwhile, the governor's punch arrived. Mo Wuxian pointed out with a finger, and a ray of white light flashed on the tip of his finger. Bang, an explosion resounded, and the governor retreated a few hundred meters. He was at a slight disadvantage. The city lord of Desolation City laughed and rushed out again. At this moment, Yan Zhu suddenly looked at Yi Xian from below. All gods, listen up. Kill this man. As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to charge out. On the other hand, all the experts of the God clan by his side charged out as well. All of them had a single target, and it was Yi Xian. Obviously, Yan Zhu wanted to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it. The God clan really thinks too highly of me. Not only did they summon their ancestor, but they also want to gang up on me. Meanwhile, the emperor glanced at Yi Xian, and then he hurriedly stood in front of Yi Xian and said furiously, if you want to kill my big brother, then you must step over my emperor's corpse. Yi Xian was speechless. Hearing the emperor's words, Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. At the same time, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Qing, he knew that the emperor was not doing this for Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not have that kind of influence. The emperor was doing this for Qing. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. Was he really a second-generation heir? Right at this moment, the space in the surroundings suddenly split open, and then numerous powerful auras surged out. Not long after, dozens of mysterious experts appeared in the surroundings, blocking the divine race's experts. In the starry sky, Yan Zhu's face instantly sank when he saw this. So many cultivators were helping Yi Xian. Yan Zhu stared at the emperor in front of Yi Xian. Emperor, as far as I know, you are friends with an elder of the God tribe. Why are you doing this? The emperor smiled. Justice is in the hearts of men. The God tribe has committed such inhumane acts. Anyone with the slightest sense of justice would not sit by and watch. Yan Zhu flew into a rage. T. Emperor, you slaughtered millions of lives for your own selfish reasons. Now, you're talking about justice? Where's your dignity? The emperor's smile turned cold. I'll make this clear. Young Master Yi is my big brother. If the God tribe wants to touch him, they'll have to do it over my dead body. Yi Xian was speechless. Yan Zhu's face trembled with anger. Emperor, you're a 9th-rank cultivator after all. How dare you call a human your big brother? Aren't you afraid that everyone in the universe will laugh at you? The emperor chuckled. Laugh at me? If they think I'm stupid, then laugh all you want. I don't care. Yan Zhu stared at the emperor. Is it because of that woman in a plain dress? The emperor laughed and was about to speak when he remembered something. He frowned. You're stalling for time. As soon as he finished speaking, the starry sky behind Yanzhu suddenly trembled. In the next moment, countless experts of the God clan charged out. The entire tribe had come out. Among them, there were a total of 4 Phase 9 powerhouses, and the God clan's patriarch, Mo Yan, was among them. The emperor's face darkened when he saw this. He didn't expect Yanzhu to be so ruthless. This was almost the power of the entire divine human race. Yanzhu looked at the emperor. What did that plainly dressed woman give you that you're willing to go against the divine clan for a human? At this moment, Mo Wuxian's voice suddenly came from the distant starry sky. Don't ask for the reason. Since you've made an enemy of the divine humans, then kill you. Yanzhu still wanted to say something, but Mo Yan suddenly said, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine race experts behind him charged towards Yi Xian's group. Next to Yi Xian, Emperor Jun said solemnly, Young Master Yi, be careful. As he spoke, he took a step forward. A powerful force swept out from his body like a volcanic eruption. His Majesty stopped the 2 9th phase divine humans right away. Meanwhile, Mo Yan charged at Yi Xian. However, he just made a move when an old man blocked his way. It was Jingyu of the fairy race. Jingyu looked at Mo Yan. In the next moment, countless strange green talismans appeared around Mo Yan. Mo Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Tao of Talismans. Is the fairy race really going to go against the divine clan for a human? Jingyu nodded. Yes. Mo Yan was slightly puzzled. Why? Jingyu fell silent for a moment before he said, Our intelligence isn't on the same level. I can't answer you. Mo Yan was furious. How dare you insult me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Rumble. The starry sky around Jingyu transformed into a vortex, but it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the strange green talismans formed a spacetime cage that trapped Mo Yan within. Mo Yan's face turned solemn. Meanwhile, Grand Elder Yanzhu charged at Yi Xian. However, he'd just arrived in front of Yi Xian when a fairy race old man blocked his way. This fairy race old man was a 9th rank expert as well. Yanzhu's face instantly sank when he saw the old man. At this moment, he felt even more uneasy. The fairy race is doing its best to help Yi Xian. Why? It's definitely because of that woman in a plain dress. What on earth did the woman in the simple dress use to make the entire elf race give their all to help Yi Xian? According to his thoughts, he should stop fighting for now and figure this out. Unfortunately, the situation had developed to this point, and it was no longer within his control. After Yanzhu was blocked, Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. He noticed that the divine race didn't have any more 9th rank experts. Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss, in the distant horizon, the head of a divine general flew into the air. Instant kill. Experts below the 9th rank couldn't withstand a single strike of Yi Xian's. After killing a divine general with a single strike, Yi Xian didn't stop and slashed once more. In next to no time, the heads of some divine race experts flew into the air in succession. It was like slaughtering chickens. Yanzhu's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly said, Stop that fellow, Yi Xian. However, at this moment, no one in the divine race could stop Yi Xian at all. Right at this moment, a world-shaking explosion suddenly resounded in the distant starry sky, and then an old man retreated repeatedly. It was the city governor of Desolation City who was fighting Mo Wuxian. After he repulsed the city governor with a single strike, Mo Wuxian suddenly gazed at Yi Xian, and then he pointed his finger forward. Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, drew his sword, and slashed. Life and death were decided by drawing the sword. Rumble. Along with an expanse of sword light shattering, Yi Xian fell directly into the spatial abyss of the 4th level. Mo Wuxian was just about to attack again when the city governor suddenly appeared in front of him. Mo Wuxian's eyes narrowed slightly. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he smashed his fist forward. The city governor smashed his fist forward as well. Both of them were very simple punches. As soon as their fists collided, the expanse of space they were in was instantly obliterated. The city governor retreated once more. Mo Wuxian gazed at the city governor. Do you want your spirit race to be annihilated? The city governor smiled and said, My spirit race will protect this young Master Yi. Mo Wuxian stared at the city governor. I'm not dead. The city governor fell silent. Mo Wuxian's main body wasn't dead, Mo Wuxian continued. I'll give you one last chance. If you leave with your spirit race's experts now, then I'll let bygones be bygones out of consideration for your spirit race's ancestors. But if you insist on helping this human, then I guarantee that your spirit race will be slaughtered by my divine race. The city governor smiled and said, my spirit race will protect this young Master Yi. Mo Wuxian gazed at the city governor, and then he shook his head. Your actions are slightly difficult for me to understand. The city governor laughed. There's no need to understand. Mo Wuxian, if you have the ability, then annihilate my spirit race today. Otherwise, my spirit race will live and die with young Master Yi. Mo Wuxian nodded. I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to slowly turn illusory. Seeing this, the city governor frowned. Was he going to disappear? Very quickly, he seemed to have thought of something. His pupils constricted. Mo Wuxian was going to come with his main body. On the other side, Yan Zhu and the others also noticed this. When Yan Zhu realized that Mo Wuxian was going to come with his main body, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now that things had developed to such a drastic change, only Mo Wuxian's main body could completely deal with Yi Xian and the others. Mo Yan and the others stopped as well. They were all 9th stage experts. In a short period of time, no one could kill the other. Now, they only needed to wait for their ancestor's main body to come. Then, everything would be over. The city governor's face darkened. He hadn't expected that the situation would develop to such an extent. Not only had the god race summoned their ancestor as soon as they arrived, Mo Wuxian was even going to come with his main body. They were determined to annihilate Yi Xian. The emperor walked over to the city governor's side and spoke in a low voice. How long will it take for them to get here? The city governor shook his head. I don't know. But it shouldn't be too long. The emperor asked. What should we do? The city governor shook his head again. I don't know. This ancestor of the god race was able to suppress him with just a strand of his soul. So, if the ancestor's main body arrived, then he would definitely be unable to defeat the ancestor. Because it was very likely that the ancestor was a 10th stage expert. When he thought up to here, the city governor's expression grew even more solemn. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Seniors. The emperor and the city governor gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, I, Yi Xian, will forever remember your help just now. The emperor smiled. It's a small matter. Yi Xian shook his head. To me, it's a matter of life and death. Seniors, please go back. The matter between me and the divine human race will be settled by us. He didn't take their help for granted. The city governor hesitated for a moment and said, My young friend, if Mo Wuxian's main body arrives, then we really won't be able to stop him. May I know if you can contact that senior in a plain dress? Yi Xian shook his head. No. The city governor sighed in his heart. Meanwhile, the emperor spoke abruptly, She won't stand by idly. The city governor fell silent. At this moment, he was slightly hesitant. Should I make a bigger bet? Now, Yi Xian owed him a favor. But if he left with the soul race right now, then it wouldn't be a huge favor, and the benefits he would obtain in the future would definitely be limited. On the other hand, if he stayed behind to face Mo Wuxian with Yi Xian, then he would owe him a huge favor. Of course, the risk was huge as well. If the woman in a plain dress really didn't show up, then all of them would really die. Moreover, even if the woman in a plain dress did show up, if she wasn't a match for Mo Wuxian, then all of them would be dead. Should I make a bet? At this moment, the city governor was extremely conflicted. Suddenly, the emperor smiled and said, I'll stay. The city governor gazed at the emperor. The emperor fell silent for a moment before he said, Old geezer, how do you feel when you face Mo Wuxian? The city governor replied, Formidable. The emperor asked, What about when you face senior in a plain dress? The city governor's face turned slightly unsightly. Terror. He was terrified when he faced the woman in a plain dress. At this point, the city governor suddenly smiled and said, I, Jing Yan, have lived for 1.8 million years. If I can't improve, then what's the point of living for another million years? As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian and roared with laughter. My young friend, the soul race will live or die with you today. If we live, then please put in a good word for us in the future and ask her to guide us. The old man and the soul race will be eternally grateful. If we die, then everything will be over. Haha. He made the bet. Not only was he risking his life, but he was also risking the lives of his entire race. The emperor was shocked. He didn't expect the old man to bet so much that he even brought the entire fairy race with him. This was a bit too much. Of course, wasn't the emperor a bit too much? He wasn't confident that he would win, but he didn't regret it. What he felt when facing the woman was fear that came from the depths of his heart. His instincts told him to trust the woman. At the side, Xian had a complicated look on his face. He knew that the reason why these two dared to bet so much was because of Qing'er. Xian looked into space. To be honest, with a sister like her, was there really a need for him to fight? Was there? For the first time, he felt that he might as well just be a second-generation heir. He didn't want to fight anymore. Just then, the entire galaxy was stirred. The true gods in the distance were excited at the sight of this. He's here. Their ancestor is here. Everyone looked into space. In the faraway galaxy, the entire galaxy was boiling like boiling water. Time and space were distorted. The person hadn't arrived, but the force was there. Just the force alone was enough to make the universe unbearable. If the deity himself came, wouldn't the universe collapse? Looking at the seething starry sky in the distance, Xian also looked extremely serious. So powerful, this was definitely beyond the 9th rank. At this moment, Small Tower suddenly sighed softly. Xian was confused. What are you sighing about? Xiao said, young master, I'm starting to feel sorry for you. Xian frowned. Sorry for what? Xiao said in a low voice, I realized that no matter how hard you work, there will always be a super enemy who is many times stronger than you. And this enemy is definitely someone you can't beat. Xian, Xiao continued, I suddenly feel that something is wrong with Master's methods. He wants to train you, but he hasn't considered that your enemy is not normal. I've said before that Master killed his way to the top, but I've neglected one problem. That was, he could kill his enemies. But young lord, you can't. Many times, even if you activate your bloodline and ignite your soul, you still can't kill your enemies. At this point, it paused for a moment and said, young master, you're really tragic. Xian was speechless. Xiao continued, indeed, master rarely relies on others. However, other than Sister Tianming, there are very few enemies that are much stronger than him. But you, young master, are different. Your enemies are often many times stronger than you. Speaking of which, young lord, don't you have any opinion on this? Xian said indifferently, what do you think I would think? Xiao said, tell master. Get him to help. Xian shook his head. I used to think it was unfair, but now, I don't think so anymore. Xiao was puzzled. Why? Xian smiled and said, in this world, there are far too many people who encounter injustice. Who are they going to complain to? If there's anyone to blame, then blame it on me, Xian, for not being strong enough. And one more thing, father has given me a lot. Without him, Xiao said, without him, you still have Sister Tianming. Xian was speechless. This small pagoda was trying to rebel against his father. At this moment, the entire universe suddenly became illusory. The universe was about to shatter. Seeing this, the Lord of Desolation City's face turned extremely solemn. The smile on the emperor's face disappeared without a trace. Mo Wuxian, the ancestor of the divine humans, was here. Mo Wuxian was not the first true god of the divine humans, but the rise of the divine humans was due to him. Therefore, the divine humans respected him as their ancestor because he was the one who brought the divine humans to glory. At this moment, a ray of white light suddenly fell into the starry sky. The white light dissipated and a middle-aged man appeared before everyone's eyes. Countless gods fell to their knees. Greetings, ancestor. Ancestor, it was the ancestor of the divine humans, Mo Wuxian, and it was his real body that had come. His real body. The moment he saw Mo Wuxian, the Lord of Desolation City slowly closed his eyes. A 10th rank expert, Mo Wuxian had surpassed the 9th rank. Mo Wuxian's gaze descended onto the Lord of Desolation City, and he slowly pressed his right hand down. The Lord of Desolation City opened his eyes. and a wisp of ferocity flashed through them as he shot into the sky. Bang! Everywhere the Lord of Desolation City passed, space and time distorted. Mo Wuxian's right hand suddenly descended. Bang! The Lord of Desolation City fell directly into the fourth layer of the spatial abyss, and his body was completely shattered. He was instantly killed. The countenances of all the experts from the demon race had turned pale when they witnessed this scene. We're finished. That was the only thought in their minds. On the other side, the true gods of the divine race became excited. The ancestor is invincible. The ancestor is invincible. For a time, countless experts of the true god race roared madly. Their voices were so loud that it was like thunder, and it spread through tens of thousands of galaxies. At this moment, all the experts in the boundless universe looked over. A 10th rank expert? All the experts were horrified. In an unknown galaxy, a swordsman suddenly stopped in front of a white starry hole. The swordsman wore a long white robe, and he held a sword in his hand. The swordsman turned around and frowned. Who was calling himself invincible? He was a little displeased. Last time, he met someone who called himself invincible, but what happened? That person was as weak as an ant, and he made a wasted trip. Now, someone called himself invincible, and he made such a big fuss. After a moment of silence, the swordsman looked at the white starry hole. Wait a moment. With that, he turned and disappeared. Not just anyone could call himself invincible. It was fine if he didn't hear it, but if he heard it, he had to see it. In another galaxy, Mo Wuxian looked at the Lord of Desolation City, who no longer had a body. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, let me ask you, do you regret it? Regret? The Lord of Desolation City laughed. What's there to regret? Isn't it just a life? Just come and take it. Mo Wuxian nodded slightly. You have some backbone, I'll grant you your wish. With that, his right hand slowly pressed down. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared above the Lord of Desolation City. He looked straight at Mo Wuxian, and without a word, he shot up into the sky. Mo Wuxian was expressionless. Ant. With that, his right hand pressed down. Boom, the sword light shattered, and Xianxia fell from the sky. Like the Lord of Desolation City, he fell into the space-time abyss again. If not for the green profound sword, the space-time abyss would have swallowed his soul. Inside the space-time abyss, Xianxia's soul became illusory. He was no match for him, not to mention that he wasn't a real 9th rank expert yet. Even if he was, he wouldn't be a match for Mo Wuxian. The gap between them was too huge. Mo Wuxian looked down at Xianxia. I never imagined that the human race would actually develop to such a level. I really hadn't expected this. Xianxia gazed at Mo Wuxian and smiled. There are many more that you can't imagine. Mo Wuxian stared at Xianxia. Just now, my clansman told me that there are 2 formidable humans behind you. Since that's the case, why don't you let them meet you? Xianxia thought for a moment, and then he said, I can't contact them. But... When he spoke up to hear, he gazed at Mo Wuxian. Since you're so strong, why don't you contact them yourself? Mo Wuxian chuckled. Contact them myself? Xianxia nodded. Since you're so strong, you'll definitely be able to contact them. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew over to Mo Wuxian. This is Qing'er's sword. I think that with your extraordinary ability, you should be able to contact her through this sword. Mo Wuxian was about to speak when Grand Elder Yan Zhu spoke abruptly. Ancestor, I'm afraid it's a trap. Mo Wuxian glanced at Grand Elder Yan Zhu. All of you remember that when your strength reaches a certain level, you can disregard all schemes and plots. Yan Zhu fell silent. There was nothing wrong with that. Once one's strength reached a certain level, would one still have to fear schemes and plots? Mo Wuxian gazed at the green profound sword, and he instantly frowned when he saw it. In the next moment, he opened his right palm, and the sword fell into his grasp. As he looked at it, his brows furrowed. Who forged this sword? Xianxia gazed at Mo Wuxian. You can use this sword to find the person who forged it. Mo Wuxian gazed at Xianxia and smiled. Ignorant human, this sword is extraordinary indeed. However, that's all there is to it. You actually foolishly think that the person who forged it can save you. That's not just laughable, it's pitiful. As he spoke, the sword in his right hand shook slightly, bang, the sword shook violently, and then a sword howl shot into the sky. At the same time, a ray of white light shot into the depths of the starry sky. He'd directly utilized the sword to open up a spatial passageway, to search for the woman in a plain dress. He traversed countless spaces with a single thought. Everyone in the surroundings was looking at Mo Wuxian. A rank 10 expert, that's a rank 10 expert. Could that woman in a plain dress compare to him? In the sky, Missouri Wuxian suddenly gazed at Yixian, and he grinned. Human, I'll let you see what strength is. You know nothing about strength. If the person behind you appears later, then they'll fall into despair. Because I'm an invincible existence in this boundless universe, invincible in the truest sense of the word. Invincible? Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. Everyone turned around and saw a swordsman in a cloud-white robe walking over slowly from afar. Yixian was stunned when he saw the person who'd arrived. Damn it, what's this big brother doing here? Mo Wuxian gazed at the swordsman, and he instantly frowned when he saw the swordsman. I can't see through him. He's actually unable to see through this human. The swordsman glanced at Yixian, and then he grinned. I never expected that we'd meet again. Yixian hurriedly said, Big brother, what are you doing here? The swordsman smiled. I heard someone say he's invincible, so I'm here. Yixian was about to speak when Xiao Ta suddenly said, Big sister Tianming often says she's invincible as well. Why don't you go look for her? The swordsman was slightly stunned, and then he gazed at Yixian. Do you still want this pagoda? If you don't, I can destroy it for you. A single strike of my sword is enough. Yixian was speechless. Xiao Ta was speechless. Yixian was speechless. Ever since Qing'er had transformed Xiao Ta, he'd become extraordinarily arrogant. Suddenly, Mo Wuxian said, Who are you? Swordsman turned around to gaze at Mo Wuxian and grinned. Are you talking about being invincible? Mo Wuxian gazed at Swordsman. Is there a problem? Swordsman nodded. Yes. Mo Wuxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Swordsman, you really aren't simple. However, you. Swordsman suddenly interrupted Mo Wuxian. There's no need to talk about it. Take this. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and slashed. Simple and direct, Mo Wuxian's pupils constricted when he saw this attack. At this moment, he sensed danger. How can this human's brain be so strong? This thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't have the time to think about it. He took a step forward and smashed his fist down. At the instant his fist struck out, the first to fourth layers of space overlapped, and then they formed an extremely terrifying spatial pressure. However, as soon as Swordsman's sword slashed down, the formidable spatial pressure suddenly collapsed. Hiss, everyone watched as a sword pierced directly into the center of Mo Wuxian's forehead. Bang, Mo Wuxian's body instantly collapsed into pieces, and his soul was locked down tightly by a sword. He lost. At this moment, the minds of everyone here had gone blank. Ancestor Mo Wuxian was killed by a sword just like that. The emperor who stood by Yixian's side gulped, and then he said, Big brother, this swordsman is your big brother? Yixian nodded. The emperor immediately said, If he's your big brother, then he's my big brother. Yixian was speechless. Swordsman glanced at Mo Wuxian, who was slightly dazed, and then he shook his head while a trace of disappointment flashed through his eyes. Don't say that you're invincible in your next life. Mo Wuxian gazed at Swordsman with eyes filled with disbelief. You. How could a human be so strong? The swordsman did not answer Mo Wuxian. He turned to look at Yixian. Kid, I have to go. Yixian quickly asked, Big brother, where are you going? Swordsman smiled and said, Go wherever the danger is. Yixian was speechless. At this moment, Mo Wuxian suddenly roared, You are all living beings that I created, how can you be stronger than me? This is impossible. Swordsman glanced at Mo Wuxian, a little puzzled. Isn't being defeated a good thing? Do you know how much I want to be defeated? This feeling of being invincible is really lonely, do you understand? Mo Wuxian, everyone, Swordsman looked at Yixian. Kid, don't be afraid of failure. Every time you fail, it means that you can improve. Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Losing once or twice is a good thing, but being defeated frequently isn't a good thing. Swordsman smiled and said, Indeed. But this feeling of being invincible is really lonely, you. Yi Xian said, actually, I really want to experience this kind of loneliness. Swordsman was stunned, and then he smiled and said, then you have to work hard. Yi Xian smiled and said, Big brother, can you help me with a small thing? Swordsman nodded. Speak. Yi Xian glanced at the Lord and Emperor of Barren City in the distance. Big brother, these two friends of mine have reached their limits. I wonder if you can give them some guidance? Hearing this, the Lord and Emperor of Barren City were instantly excited. Damn it, they didn't sell their lives for nothing. Swordsman glanced at them, and then he shook his head. I can't give them any guidance. Yi Xian was a little confused. Why not? Swordsman looked at the sword in his hand. I only train in the way of the sword, nothing else. Please continue to the next page. Yi Xian frowned. Only train in the way of the sword? Swordsman nodded. That's right. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Big brother, do you know about the fifth dimension? Swordsman shook his head. I don't. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't know. Yi Xian was shocked. Big brother, you don't know anything else apart from the way of the sword? Swordsman smiled. That's right. Yi Xian was silent. Swordsman, this big brother was a pure swordsman, a man who had trained swordsmen to the extreme. Hearing Swordsman's words, the governor and the emperor were a little disappointed. This swordsman in front of them was not just an ordinary person. Unfortunately, he only trained in the way of the sword, and they weren't swordsmen. In other words, he couldn't give them any guidance. At this time, Swordsman said, as far as I know, Tianming seems to be good at this. You can ask her to guide your friends in the future. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. That's the only way. Swordsman nodded. They're still waiting for me. I have to go. Yi Xian quickly asked, Qing'er and Papa? Swordsman smiled. Yes. Yi Xian frowned. You've formed a group? Swordsman said, not really. We're just walking together for a while, and we'll talk about it. You know what I mean. Yi Xian's expression became solemn. You won't get into a fight, right? Swordsman thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. Because we can't kill each other for now. Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Swordsman was about to speak when Mo Wuxian suddenly said fiercely, Human. Swordsman looked at Mo Wuxian. Mo Wuxian was slightly mad. Do you think you'll win for sure? Swordsman was quite happy. What other trump cards do you have? Come on, hurry up and use them. Mo Wuxian opened his right hand. There was a small command token in his hand, and it rose slowly before transforming into a flame that vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Don't tell me you're going to summon your ancestor as well? Mo Wuxian glanced coldly at Yi Xian. Ignorant ant, you. Swordsman suddenly drew his sword. Slap, a ray of sword light swept across Mo Wuxian's soul. Mo Wuxian's entire soul trembled violently before it became illusory. Swordsman gazed at Mo Wuxian. Be more polite to my little brother. Mo Wuxian was speechless. Right at this moment, the distant depths of the starry sky suddenly trembled violently, and then an enormous starship appeared above them. A group of extremely strange living beings stood on the starship. These living beings seemed like skeletons, and they were tall and huge. Every single one of them emanated strange runes that flowed through their bodies. It was an extremely strange sight. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What living beings are they? Right at this moment, the desolate city lord suddenly exclaimed in shock. They're otherworldly demons. Otherworldly demons. The emperor's expression instantly changed drastically when he heard this. Yi Xian gazed at the two of them. What race are these otherworldly demons? The desolate city lord's face was slightly pale. Little friend, you might not know this, but the otherworldly demons were once living beings of this boundless universe. They were a level 3 civilization, but they surpassed the limits of their race in the end and became a level 4 civilization. After that, they left this boundless universe. Level 4 civilization. Yi Xian fell silent. He knew that the god race was a level 3 civilization, and in this boundless universe, there were no level 4 civilizations. In the distance, Mo Wuxian bowed respectfully to the group of otherworldly demons, and then he began to mumble something. No one understood him, not even the god race. However, the more Mo Wuxian spoke, the more agitated he became. Not only that, he even pointed at Swordsman from time to time. At this moment, that starship, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. One of the otherworldly demons on the starship looked at Swordsman. He looked at Swordsman for a moment, and then he bowed slightly. Then, he opened his palm, and a ball of light slowly floated out from his palm. Finally, it landed in front of Swordsman. At the same time, that otherworldly demon placed his right hand on his chest and bowed respectfully again. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. Mo Wuxian himself was dumbfounded. At this moment, his entire soul was trembling. The others might not understand the meaning of these otherworldly demons, but he did. The otherworldly demons only respected powerful beings, and the otherworldly demons gave Swordsman the ball of light as a gift to express their goodwill. Why would the otherworldly demons do this? There was only one explanation, and that was that Swordsman made these otherworldly demons feel threatened. It's over. This was the thought in Mo Wuxian's mind. Swordsman glanced at the ball of light in front of him, and he frowned. He looked at the leading otherworldly demon. Are we not going to fight? The leading otherworldly demon immediately shook his head. He bowed respectfully again, and then he took out another ball of light. That ball of light slowly floated in front of Swordsman. Beside Xian, the emperor said softly, as expected of a race from a higher civilization, their intelligence is really high. At this moment, Xian walked in front of Swordsman. He glanced at the two balls of light, and then said, Big brother, do you want them? Swordsman looked at Xian. Do you? Xian's face reddened, but he quickly recovered. He took the two balls of light in his hand. I'm just a little curious. Swordsman laughed. If you like them, I'll give them to you. Xian quickly said, How can I accept them? Even so, he had already put the two balls of light away. The crowd was speechless. After putting away the balls of light, Xian walked to the front of the starship. At this moment, the otherworldly demons were looking at Xian. Xian pointed at Swordsman below. My big brother. The leading otherworldly demon hesitated for a moment, then took out another ball of light and handed it to Xian. At the same time, a voice sounded in Xian's mind. Sir, please tell your big brother that the otherworldly demon race has no intention of making an enemy out of him. Xian looked at the otherworldly demon. Is my big brother very strong? The leading otherworldly demon glanced at Xian. Can't you feel it? Xian was silent for a moment, then asked, How strong is he? The otherworldly demon was silent for a moment, then said, I can't tell. Can't tell. Xian was silent for a moment, then said, My big brother has no intention of making an enemy out of the otherworldly demon race. Not only that, he is willing to befriend the otherworldly demon race. Hearing this, the leading otherworldly demon was elated. Really? Xian nodded. He said that the otherworldly demon race is a very powerful race, and he wants me to befriend you, but I don't know if you are sincere. The otherworldly demon glanced at Swordsman, then looked at Xian. Damn it, this human is trying to fool me. The otherworldly demon was silent for a moment, then he took out a token and handed it to Xian. Human sir, this is the otherworldly spirit token. With this token, you can come to the otherworldly demon race at any time. Xian suddenly shook his head. No, no. I don't want it. If you want to give it to me, give it to my big brother. The otherworldly demon's expression froze. Giving this human a otherworldly spirit token was actually enough, but if he gave it to Swordsman, a otherworldly spirit token? How could he take out such a trashy thing? He hesitated for a moment, then said, Sir, please wait a moment, I will ask the Patriarch. If he gave it to Swordsman, a otherworldly spirit token was definitely not enough, and he could not give him anything better. He had to ask the Patriarch. Xian smiled and said, It's fine, we can wait a moment. The otherworldly demon. End of this chapter. The otherworldly demon looked at Xian with a strange expression. This human. At this moment, Swordsman walked to Xian's side and smiled. With your status, why do you need to make friends with the otherworldly demons? Xian smiled bitterly. Father doesn't care about me, I can only rely on my own efforts to survive. The green-robed man, Swordsman thought for a moment, then looked at the otherworldly demon. Where is the otherworldly demon tribe? The otherworldly demon's expression changed drastically. He quickly said, Your Excellency, the otherworldly demon tribe has no intention of becoming enemies with Your Excellency. This time it is purely a misunderstanding. As soon as his voice fell, the space in front of him suddenly trembled, and the next moment, an otherworldly demon walked out. This otherworldly demon was wearing a golden yellow robe and a golden crown on his head. Seeing this person, all the otherworldly demons in the field hurriedly bowed respectfully. The otherworldly demon king's gaze fell on Swordsman. Swordsman did not waste any time and raised his sword. The otherworldly demon king's pupils suddenly shrank, and his right hand pressed forward lightly. Boom! In an instant, endless space-time pressure suddenly swept over. The space-time pressure of the fifth layer. Xianxia's expression was a little grave. At first, he thought that Mo Wuxian had mastered the fifth layer, but in fact, that was not the case. Mo Wuxian had only combined the first and fourth layers. However, this was still terrifying. But the other party had not mastered the fifth layer, and the otherworldly demon king before him had truly mastered the fifth layer. Countless overlapping space-time forces crushed towards Swordsman's sword light. At this moment, the entire human universe trembled. However, when the space-time pressure touched Swordsman's sword light, boom, all the space-time pressure disappeared, and at the same time, a sword was pressed against the otherworldly demon king's forehead. Defeated, on the other side, Mo Wuxian, who hadn't died yet, started trembling when he saw this scene. In front of Swordsman, the otherworldly demon king was silent for a moment, then bowed slightly. I lost. Keeping his sword, Swordsman looked at Xian and smiled. Little guy, they are still waiting for me. See you later. Saying this, he turned and left, disappearing in the distant Star River Pure Land in the blink of an eye. Gone, Xian smiled bitterly. This big brother, he came fast and left fast. The otherworldly demon king suddenly walked up to Xian. He opened his palm, and a golden ring slowly floated in front of Xian. Spirit ring. Xian was a little puzzled. The otherworldly demon king smiled. The otherworldly demon king chuckled softly. Spirit ring, seeing this ring is equivalent to seeing me. All otherworldly demons who see this ring have to obey my commands unconditionally. Ring Xian said, Demon King of. Our otherworldly demonic tribe is willing to be on good terms with mankind for all eternity. Xian kept the spirit ring and smiled. The human race is also willing to be friends with the otherworldly demon race. The otherworldly demon king nodded, then turned to Mo Wuxian, kill. As soon as he finished his words, the otherworldly demons behind him charged at the God Clan experts. Before the divine race masters could react, their bodies were destroyed bit by bit. They were powerless to fight back. This was civilization suppression. Haha, Mo Wuxian suddenly laughed. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. I never thought that the 800 trillion years of history of the divine race would be destroyed by the humans I created. Yanzhu suddenly said with a trembling voice, Young Master Yi, please show mercy. Xian, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Looking at Yanzhu hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, Xian suddenly asked, will you let the humans go? Yanzhu's expression froze. Xian opened his palm, and the cyan profound sword in his hand suddenly sank into Mo Wuxian's forehead. Boom! Mo Wuxian's soul was directly absorbed by the cyan profound sword, and at the same time, the cyan profound sword flew into the group of divine race masters. With the help of the otherworldly demons, in a few short breaths, Xian's cyan profound sword had absorbed all the souls of the divine race masters. Xiao Hun shouted excitedly, Young Master, it's a great tonic. A great tonic. Xian smiled, I should be able to break through, right? Xiao Hun hurriedly said, yes. Xian nodded. At this time, the otherworldly demon king suddenly looked at the cyan profound sword. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Can I have a look at it? Xian nodded, and with a thought, the cyan profound sword flew in front of the otherworldly demon king. The otherworldly demon king looked at the cyan profound sword and seemed to discover something. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Xian was a little curious. Did you discover something? The otherworldly demon king looked at Xian. Was this sword forged by that senior just now? Xian shook his head. The otherworldly demon king was taken aback. then said, someone else? Yixian nodded. The otherworldly demon king looked deeply at Yixian, then passed the cyan profound sword to Yixian. Young friend, my otherworldly demon race will be holding a divine item exhibition in 3 days. I would like to invite you to participate. Yixian frowned. Divine item exhibition? The otherworldly demon king nodded. There will be many divine items appearing at that time. Everyone can exchange and discuss with each other, and also trade with each other. Yixian was a little hesitant. Given his current strength, if the cyan profound sword were to be targeted by others, he would be in deep trouble. As if sensing Yixian's worries, the otherworldly demon king said, young friend, there's no need to worry about anything else. My otherworldly demon race will be by your side the entire time. Of course, I hope that you can represent our otherworldly demon race to participate in the exhibition. Hearing those words, Yixian immediately understood. The other party's target was the cyan profound sword. The otherworldly demon king continued, there will be many powerful races appearing at the exhibition. Young friend, you can participate in it. Hearing those words, Yixian smiled, all right. The otherworldly demon king nodded. Young friend, if you have no other matters to attend to, you can follow me to the otherworldly demon race. Yixian said with a deep voice, I still have some matters that I need to attend to. The otherworldly demon king smiled, it's fine. As he spoke, he took out a token and passed it over to Yixian. This is the spatial teleportation token. Young friend, activate it, and you will be able to reach our otherworldly demon race within 2 hours. Yixian kept the spatial teleportation token and said with a smile, that's great. The otherworldly demon king nodded. I'll be waiting for you at the otherworldly demon race. As he spoke, he prepared to lead the otherworldly demons away. At this moment, Yixian hurriedly said, wait a moment, I have a presumptuous request. The otherworldly demon king smiled, speak. Yixian glanced at the desolate city lord and Emperor Jun in the distance. Senior, my 2 friends have already reached their limits. May I ask if Senior can guide them a little so that they can break through their limits? Hearing those words, the desolate city lord and Emperor Jun were moved. This young Master Yi hasn't forgotten about them, their lives were truly worth it. The otherworldly demon king glanced at the desolate city lord and Emperor Jun before saying, this is a small matter. If the 2 of you are willing, you can follow me to the otherworldly demon race. The desolate city lord hurriedly said, yes. That's a level 4 starfield, Emperor Jun. If this chapter is not complete, please flip the page. The desolate city lord also hurriedly said, yes. I'm willing. The otherworldly demon king nodded, and then he waved his right hand lightly. 2 teleportation formations suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Meanwhile, he seemed to have thought of something, and he gazed at Xiaoan. He thought for a moment, and then he flicked his finger, causing a ball of light to appear in front of Xiaoan. Xiaoan glanced at the otherworldly demon king, what's this? The otherworldly demon king said, it's a legacy ball. This ball contains the complete legacy of a rank 10 expert. You can attain rank 10 once you absorb it. Rank 10, Xiaoan's expression changed when she heard this. However, she didn't take it, and she turned around to look at Yixian instead. Yixian smiled, Senior, it's a gesture of kindness. Please accept it. Xiaoan nodded and put the ball of light away. The otherworldly demon king gazed at Yixian, farewell. As he spoke, he and the otherworldly demons by his side started to fade. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared here. It was none other than Jingji. Jingji gazed at Yixian with a pleading gaze. She knew that as long as Yixian spoke, her fate would change. Yixian looked at Jingji and said with a smile, Miss Jingji, what can I do for you? Jingji said in a deep voice, young Master Yi, for the sake of our previous relationship, Yixian walked up to Jingji and smiled, we're not familiar. After saying this, he turned around and left with Xiaoan. Jingji's expression froze. In the distance, the otherworldly demon king glanced at Jingji before withdrawing his gaze. In the next moment, he and the otherworldly demons disappeared. Jingji was silent. She knew that she would never have the chance to reach rank 9 or above in this lifetime. Cultivate by herself, the divine race had a deep foundation, but how many rank 9 experts did they have? There were only a few. If Jingji didn't have anyone to help her, she wouldn't even be able to reach rank 6 or 7, let alone rank 9. However, Xiaoan had reached the heavens in a single step. She had truly reached the heavens in a single step. Thinking of this, Jingji slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, she recalled her father's words, "You're not as good as Xiaoan." She was not convinced, so she joined forces with outsiders to pull Xiaoan down. Now, it was proven that she was indeed not as good as Xiaoan. From now on, there would be a gap between her and Xiaoan that she would never be able to cross. In some unknown starry sky, the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man slowly walked into the distance. Not far in front of the two of them, there was a city wall that spanned across the starry sky. Behind the city wall was a tall tower. The green-robed man glanced behind him and frowned. What is Brother Xiao doing? Why isn't he here yet? At this moment, the space in front of the two of them suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a shadow appeared in front of the two of them. The green-robed man smiled slightly. "I'm just passing by." The shadow glanced at the two of them and narrowed his eyes. "This road is blocked. Leave quickly, or you'll have to bear the consequences." The plain-dressed woman suddenly took out a portrait. "This is my brother." The green-robed man, the shadow glanced at the portrait in the plain-dressed woman's hand, and then he frowned slightly and was slightly displeased. "What's the relationship between your brother and me?" "You're ridiculous." The plain-dressed woman pointed with her fingers. Chi, the shadow's physical body collapsed, and only his soul was left. The shadow's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with terror. "Did I say something wrong? P.S. I recommend a friend's book. Cultivation begins with kowtowing. Those who like Xianxia should read it. It's already 1,000,000 words and can be slaughtered." End of this chapter. The figure was completely dumbfounded. What did he say? His body was gone. The green-robed man glanced at the plain-dressed woman and was about to speak. Suddenly, an angry roar resounded from within the city wall. "How dare you!" As the voice fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly swept out from within the city wall. In an instant, the space around the plain-dressed woman became illusory. The woman in the plain dress stared at a spot not far away from her with an expressionless face. She didn't make a move and allowed that powerful force to slam into her body. In an instant, that powerful force disappeared without a trace. It was like a pebble falling into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This, following a shocked voice, an afterimage appeared in front of the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man. The afterimage gradually solidified. Its appearance was not particularly different from that of a human, but its skin was dark purple, and so were its eyes. The green-robed man sized up the creature in front of him. "What race are you from?" The creature glanced at the green-robed man and said, "The Illusion tribe." The green-robed man nodded slightly. "Leave." The man from the Illusion tribe cupped his fists. "You are?" The green-robed man smiled. "We are not interested in the Illusion tribe." At this moment, the plain-dressed woman suddenly opened her palm. In the next moment, a sword flew out from her hand and in an instant, the sword was pressed against the forehead of the man from the Illusion tribe. The expression of the man from the Illusion tribe froze. The plain-dressed woman took out a portrait of Yixian. "My brother. Do you understand?" The green-robed man felt a headache coming on. The man from the Illusion tribe hurriedly said, "Yes." He was not stupid. How could he not understand? The plain-dressed woman put away her sword and waved her sleeves. In an instant, the space around the man from the Illusion tribe fluctuated like waves. "This." The man from the Illusion tribe's eyes were filled with shock. The plain-dressed woman suddenly walked to the right. The green-robed man looked at the plain-dressed woman. "Where are you going?" The plain-dressed woman did not answer and disappeared into the distance. At this moment, the man from the Illusion tribe looked in the direction where the plain-dressed woman had left and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you for your guidance." The green-robed man was about to speak when he suddenly turned around. Not far away, a ray of sword light appeared. Then, a swordsman walked over. Swordsman glanced at the green-robed man's side. "Where's Tianming?" The green-robed man shrugged. "Let's go." Swordsman frowned. "Gone?" The green-robed man nodded. "Forget about her. Let's go." With that, he wrote his sword and disappeared into the distance. Swordsman pondered for a moment before disappearing into the distance as well. The man from the Illusion race wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. What kind of creatures were these three? It was actually so terrifying, as if he'd thought of something. He opened up his palm, and the portrait left behind by the woman in a simple dress appeared before him. After looking at the portrait for a long time, he suddenly said, "Make 100,000 copies of this portrait. I want every single clansman to have a copy. If you encounter this person, notify me immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the space in front of him, and his expression grew even more solemn. In that instant just now, the woman in a plain dress had directly sent him into the 7th layer of space. Although it was only for a moment, he had already experienced the mysteries of the 7th layer of space-time. To him, this was undoubtedly the opening of a new door. Azure Province, inside the palace. Xian sat on the dragon throne with Tuoba in his arms. Tuoba nestled in Xian's arms and asked softly, "Are you all right now?" Xian nodded. "The crisis of humanity has been resolved. Now, I'm going to explore the outside world." Tuoba looked up at Xian. "The outside world?" Xian smiled. "Yes. Do you want to see the outside world together?" Tuoba shook his head. "The human world hasn't been sorted out yet. Why would I want to go outside?" Hearing this, Xian fell silent. The current human race had already come into contact with the civilizations of the universe outside. However, the entire human race was really very weak in the vast universe. If an outside civilization invaded human civilization, with the current strength of humanity, they would not be able to resist at all. Thinking of this, Xian said solemnly, "You reminded me." Tuoba looked at Xian. "You want to manage the entire human race?" Xian looked at Tuoba and said with a smile, "Tell me what you think." Tuoba shook his head. "You won't be able to manage it. Although the human race has resolved the crisis this time, many people don't even know about it. If you forcefully manage it, it will only be a thankless effort." Xian fell silent. Tuoba said again, "Leading the entire human race forward is too tiring. I don't want you to be so tired." Xian's right hand slipped restlessly into Tuoba clothes and said with a smile, "That's true." Tuoba rolled his eyes at Xian. "Haven't you asked for enough?" Xian laughed. "Even 10 times a day isn't enough." Tuoba soon, some discordant voices came from the hall. On the 3rd day, Xian left Qingqing. He did not head directly to the otherworldly demonic tribe but entered Xiaota. Cultivate, he was going to consolidate his cultivation at rank 9, other than that, he also obtained 3 white balls of light from the otherworldly demonic tribe. All 3 balls of light contained an inheritance. The otherworldly demonic tribe was very interesting. They could extract all the memories and life experiences of a dying otherworldly demon and store them in a ball of light for the next otherworldly demon to use. This was what they called an inheritance. This method could ensure that the otherworldly demonic tribe would remain strong forever. Of course, there were some drawbacks. The inheritor might be affected by those memories, and this depended on the grade of the ball of light. The higher the grade, the less the inheritor would be affected. The one Shaoan obtained was of the highest grade, and the influence was almost negligible. As for the ones Xian obtained, although they were not of high grade, they could not affect him. After all, he was a swordsman. His will was not something ordinary people could compare to. The 3 balls of light were all rank 9 inheritances. This was enough for Xian. He had no intention of rushing to rank 10 now. He kept 1 ball of light for himself and gave the other 2 to Lin Shan and Fan Duo. Naturally, he would not forget those who had helped him before. In Xiaota's body, after absorbing all the inheritances in the ball of light, Xian sat cross-legged and began to digest the memories. It had to be said that the otherworldly demonic tribe was indeed much more advanced than the celestial tribe. In terms of spacetime, the otherworldly demonic tribe's understanding was far superior to the celestial tribe's. Other than him, Little Soul was also making a breakthrough. He was looking forward to Little Soul's breakthrough. Cultivation knew no time. About a few years later, Xian had completely grasped the 4th dimension. Not only that, after absorbing the otherworldly demonic tribe's inheritance ball, his knowledge also increased greatly. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the otherworldly demonic tribe. The otherworldly demonic tribe used to be in this boundless universe. However, billions of years ago, the ancestor of the otherworldly demonic tribe stepped into the fifth dimension. Thus, he led the entire otherworldly demonic tribe to become a level 4 civilization and left this boundless universe for the higher level Tianling cosmos. They were the only race in this boundless universe to reach level 4. And now, the otherworldly demonic tribe was trying to reach level 5. At this moment, the Cyan Profound Sword appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the Cyan Profound Sword in front of him. Now, the Cyan Profound Sword had made another breakthrough. Yi Xian grasped the Cyan Profound Sword and slowly closed his eyes. Power. He felt that the power contained in the Cyan Profound Sword was at least 10 times stronger than before. Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. This increase was a little too exaggerated. At this moment, Little Soul suddenly said, "Young master, I'll take you to a place." After saying that, she directly disappeared on the spot with Yi Xian. When they reappeared, they were already in a spacetime. Yi Xian was stunned. The spacetime around him was stacked layer by layer like a tall building. Yi Xian said solemnly, "The fifth dimension?" Little Soul giggled, "Yes. Young master, as long as you take me, you can appear in the fifth dimension. Not only that, the spacetime pressure here can't hurt you at all." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Why can't it hurt me?" Little Soul smiled. "I don't know. In any case, you're holding me now, so the spacetime pressure can't pose any threat to you." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then took a few steps forward. He had just taken a few steps when he felt countless terrifying spacetime pressures, but he seemed to be transparent, and the spacetime pressure had no effect on him. What was going on? Yi Xian frowned. Could it be that the Cyan Profound Sword had unlocked a new function after its breakthrough, immunity to spacetime? At this thought, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Was he already immune to spacetime? At this thought, Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Little Soul, can you feel the next dimension?" Little Soul said, "Yes." As she spoke, the spacetime around Yi Xian suddenly changed. Soon, Yi Xian appeared in a spacetime vortex. At first glance, it was an endless spacetime vortex. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Was this the sixth dimension? Yi Xian gulped. He glanced around. The whole vortex exuded endless spacetime pressure, and the strength of the spacetime pressure was at least 100 times stronger than the fifth dimension. Intuition told him that a wisp of spacetime pressure could easily obliterate him. Damn, this was too exciting. Yi Xian asked again, "Little Soul, can we go to the next dimension?" After a moment of silence, Little Soul said, "Yes." With that, the space around Yi Xian changed, and soon Yi Xian appeared in a pitch-black darkness. Yi Xian frowned. "This is?" Little Soul said, "It seems to be the seventh dimension." Yi Xian glanced around, and all he could see was darkness, a spacetime black hole. The seventh dimension was a spacetime black hole. Yi Xian carefully sensed his surroundings. Gradually, his expression became extremely solemn. There was also spacetime pressure in this endless spacetime black hole, and it was at least 100 times stronger than the sixth-layer spacetime pressure. This was too terrifying. Little Soul said again, "Young master, I have already felt the next dimension." Yi Xian was silent, and a great plan slowly formed in his mind. Under the guidance of Little Soul, Yi Xian came to the eighth layer of time and space. As soon as he arrived at the eighth layer of time and space, Yi Xian was stunned. Because he found that in front of him, there was a person who looked exactly like him. What's going on? He frowned. At this time, the him in front of him also frowned. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly let Little Soul take him out of the eighth layer of time and space. After returning to reality, Yi Xian's expression was extremely solemn. At that moment, he suddenly felt a little flustered, or rather, afraid, from the bottom of his heart. What kind of time and space was that? Why was there another him? Was that him real? There was no answer. Little Soul did not know either. After a moment, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "It seems that I have to ask Qing'er when I see him in the future." He did not dare to continue to explore the ninth layer of time and space. He was afraid that he would play himself to death. Yi Xian put away the Azure Profound Sword, then took out the teleportation token given to him by the spiritual king, and the next moment, he disappeared. Heavenly Spirit Universe, Otherworldly Spirit World. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, he was already in the palace of the Otherworldly Spirit World. At this time, an old otherworldly spirit suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. the old man bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, the patriarch has been waiting for a long time. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Please lead the way. The old spiritual king bowed slightly. Follow me. After saying that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian followed the old spiritual king into a hall. In the hall, there was only the spiritual king. Seeing Yi Xian, the spiritual king got up, walked in front of Yi Xian, and smiled slightly. Little friend Yi. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, this exhibition you asked me to participate in, it shouldn't be that simple, right? The spiritual king nodded. To be honest, this time I invited you to participate in the divine item exhibition is to ask for your help. Yi Xian was a little curious. What kind of favor? The otherworldly demonic king replied. There are 3 superpowers in the Tianling cosmos. Other than our otherworldly demonic tribe, there's also the Nether Spirit tribe and the Heaven's Sanctum. On the other hand, the otherworldly demonic tribe is the sworn enemy of the Heaven's Sanctum. Every single divine artifact exhibition, the 2 of us would compete with one another, and the loser would be humiliated. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior wants to use my sword? The otherworldly spirit king chuckled. That's right. Yi Xian was silent. He hadn't forgotten that the otherworldly demonic tribe had declared that they were mortal enemies. If he were to help the otherworldly demonic tribe, he would be making a powerful enemy out of nowhere. The otherworldly demonic king suddenly spoke up. Young friend, your 2 friends have already reached 10 Dan. Not only so, with the help of our otherworldly demonic tribe, they should be able to reach 11 Dan very soon. Other than that, I have also sent my men to keep an eye on the humans. With our otherworldly demonic tribe around, no one will be able to harm the humans. With that said, he opened his palm, and a ball of light appeared in front of Yi Xian. This ball of light was nearly twice the size of the one he had given Shaoan. The otherworldly demonic king said, Young friend, this ball contains the heritage of a former king of our otherworldly demonic tribe. If you absorb it, you will be able to reach at least 12 Dan. Not only so, you will be able to grasp many spacetime arts. Of course, even if young friend is unwilling to help our otherworldly demonic tribe, we will still gift this to you. Of course, I have to remind you that helping our otherworldly demonic tribe will only result in offending the Heaven's Sanctum. However, rest assured, our otherworldly demonic tribe will deal with the Heaven's Sanctum. We won't allow them to harm you. As he spoke, he passed the ball of light over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. He was really a smart person. He hadn't done anything at all, but he had already received so many benefits from the other party. It was clear that the other party was making it hard for him to turn them down. Yi Xian fell silent. His guess was that the other party was trying to drag him down with them. To be more precise, the other party was trying to drag his big brother down with him. It wasn't that his thoughts were complicated, but that he had a clear mind. What right did the other party have to treat him, Yi Xian? Was it because he was handsome? Clearly not. As the king of such a fearsome race, everything he did was for the sake of his race. Such a person wouldn't mix personal emotions into his actions. As such, it was impossible for the other party to do so out of admiration for him, Yi Xian. There had to be a scheme behind it, and this scheme was definitely his big brother's doing, and he couldn't let his emotions get the better of him. Most of the time, there was no such thing as camaraderie between races. There was only mutual benefit. With such thoughts in mind, Yi Xian turned to the otherworldly demonic king and said with a smile, Elder, take a look at my sword. As he spoke, he passed the green profound sword over to the otherworldly demonic king. The otherworldly demonic king glanced at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand, and in the next instant, his face warped in shock. This sword has grown stronger? Yi Xian nodded. That's right. As he spoke, the green profound sword dived into the 5th layer of spacetime. Upon seeing this sight, the otherworldly demonic king narrowed his eyes. The 5th layer of spacetime, the sword had actually dived into the 5th layer of spacetime. Furthermore, it was able to withstand the spatial pressure of the 5th layer. How terrifying! Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. He looked at the otherworldly demonic king and said with a smile, Elder, I, Yi Xian, am an honest man. I sincerely wish to befriend the otherworldly demonic race. The otherworldly demonic king glanced at Yi Xian, and a hint of solemnity flashed in the depths of his eyes. Our otherworldly demonic race also sincerely wishes to befriend this young friend and befriend the human race. How could he not understand the meaning behind Yi Xian's words? Yi Xian did not wish to be used. Taking out the sword earlier was not only a display of his strength, but also a warning. Yi Xian smiled. Tomorrow is the divine item exhibition, right? The otherworldly demonic king nodded. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. Elder, I will return to rest for a while. I will be punctual tomorrow. The otherworldly demonic king immediately said, send young friend to the spirit god pavilion to rest. The old otherworldly demon who had led the way appeared before Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, please follow me. Yi Xian clasped his fist. Elder, see you tomorrow. After which, he turned around and left. After Yi Xian left, an otherworldly demon female appeared in the hall. She glanced at the distant hall and said calmly, Father, is there a need to treat a human this way? The otherworldly demon king glanced at the female otherworldly demon and asked, then what do you think? The female otherworldly demon replied calmly, this human is just a lowly being created by the celestial race. Putting them aside, even the celestial race is nothing more than an ant in the eyes of our otherworldly demonic race. Shut up. The otherworldly demon king suddenly bellowed. The female otherworldly demon's face darkened, and she hurriedly lowered her head. The otherworldly demon king turned to the female otherworldly demon king and said, did you see the sword in his hand? The space-time mastery contained in that sword has already surpassed our otherworldly demonic race. Hearing this, the female otherworldly demon king's face was filled with shock. This? How is that possible? The otherworldly demon king said softly, under normal circumstances, it is not very possible. But that is the truth. His big brother defeated me with a single sword. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. The reason why I allowed him to come here and participate in the God Item exhibition was to rope him in and make Heaven's sanctum target him. But who would have thought that this little fellow would see through my intentions? The female otherworldly demon king said solemnly, then, Father, what should we do now? After a moment of silence, the otherworldly demon king said, keep expressing goodwill. The female otherworldly demon king frowned. But if he only takes benefits without doing anything, the otherworldly demon king laughed and said, I don't believe that his skin is that thick. Under the lead of the otherworldly demon king, Yi Xian arrived at the spirit god pavilion. As soon as he entered the spirit god pavilion, an extremely pure spiritual energy rushed toward him. The otherworldly demon king bowed slightly and said, young Master Yi, rest well. After saying those words, he left the room. Yi Xian entered Xiao Ta's body and took out the inheritance orb that the otherworldly demon king had given him. He infused a Xianxia into it, and the orb disappeared into his glabella. In an instant, countless information surged into his mind. Rank 10 expert. In order to reach rank 10, one had to overlap the spacetime of the first layer to the fourth layer, forming a spacetime overlap. Just like Namo Wuxian, naturally, it was not easy to achieve this. However, there was a method in the inheritance orb. Yi Xian realized that the inheritance orb was really like cheating. It was a complete duplication. Strength came too easily. It was because the otherworldly demonic tribe had such a method that they were able to maintain the number of experts in their tribe. When an expert fell, it wouldn't take long for the tribe to groom another expert. Under such circumstances, as long as the otherworldly demonic tribe did not provoke a civilization of a higher level, ordinary civilizations would not be able to stand against them. Of course, this kind of inheritance light ball also had a flaw, and that was that it was too easy to obtain strength. Moreover, it was all the path that the inheritor had taken. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for the inheritor to surpass the original owner. In the otherworldly demonic tribe, there was basically no one who could surpass the original owner. This was a huge flaw. Nevertheless, the inheritance orb was still something that countless otherworldly demonic tribe dreamed of. This was cheating. Normally, it would take at least 100,000 years to reach rank 10. However, with the inheritance orb, it would take less than 10,000 years. This shortened the time required by at least 10 times. At this moment, Yi Xian was hesitating. Should I use it or not? Without much hesitation, he decided to use it. Of course, he wouldn't copy the other party completely. He needed to learn from the other party's experience, especially the other party's manipulation of spacetime. This was what he wanted to learn the most at the moment. Time passed quickly. The next day, the otherworldly demon elder arrived at the door of Yi Xian's room. He bowed slightly and said, "Young Master Yi, the God item exhibition is about to begin." A moment later, the door opened, and Yi Xian appeared in front of the otherworldly demon elder. The otherworldly demon elder bowed slightly again and said, "Young Master Yi, the chief is waiting outside." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's go." Yi Xian followed the otherworldly demon elder to the entrance of the palace. The otherworldly demon king was already waiting there. The otherworldly demon king smiled and said, "Little friend Yi, let's walk there. On the way, I will explain the Tianling universe to you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I also want to know more about this universe." The otherworldly demon king nodded and led Yi Xian into the distance. On the way, the otherworldly demon king said, "Little friend Yi, may I ask which civilization the creator of this sword came from?" "Which civilization did Qing'er come from?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Probably from a civilization called Invincible." Otherworldly demon king. P.S. The new year is coming, and I'm going to be busy. I'm saving up my manuscripts so that I can play for a few days during the new year. I don't have enough updates, so I don't like it. Anyway, I will work hard to save more manuscripts and strive for more, and more. Also, does anyone want to walk on? If you do, you can leave your name in the book review section. I will choose a few more eye-catching cameos. If you have any suggestions, feel free to tell me. I will try my best to reply. As for the votes, don't vote. I haven't updated much, and sometimes I'm a little weak. Give me the votes, I'm a little ashamed. What civilization does the Qing'er belong to? Yi Xian really didn't know. In any case, as far as he was concerned, Qing'er was invincible. From the moment he met Qing'er, she had always been invincible. When he met the god race, he thought that the god race, who had created the human race, could break the myth of the Qing'er's invincibility. However, it turned out that the god race, who had created the human race, was like an ant in front of the Qing'er. Just how strong was she? He didn't know, but the moment he asked, it was invincible. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the otherworldly spirit king fell silent. Invincible, to him, saying that it was invincible was a little exaggerated. However, there was no need to doubt the strength of the person who had created the sword. The other party was at least an expert from a level 5 civilization. A level 5 civilization. With such a thought in mind, the otherworldly spirit king's expression became a little complicated. The otherworldly demonic tribe had been striving for innumerable years to reach the level of a tier 5 civilization, but even now, there was no hope at all. He had never thought that a human could reach a level 5 civilization. Even the god race, who had created the human race, was only a level 3 civilization. The human race was about to rise. The otherworldly spirit king sighed deeply. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Senior, is there a level 5 civilization in the heavenly spirit universe?" The otherworldly spirit king shook his head. "No." Yi Xian frowned. "Not before?" The otherworldly spirit king hesitated for a moment before he said, "A very long time ago, there was an extremely powerful race in this universe called the spirit beast race. They were originally demon beasts, and their strength was mediocre. However, an extraordinary genius appeared in their race, Yao. This beast reached the legendary 14th stage and stepped into the 6th layer of spacetime. Because of his breakthrough, the entire beast race's bloodline broke through its shackles and evolved into a spirit. Under Yao's lead, the spirit beast race entered a level 5 civilization. However, for some unknown reason, they completely disappeared. According to our speculations, they either encountered an invincible civilization, or they left the heavenly spirit universe." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Once your bloodline reaches a certain level, you can also enter a higher civilization?" The otherworldly spirit king chuckled. "Of course." Yi Xian furrowed his brows and was a little puzzled. His bloodline wasn't bad. Why was he still so weak? Could father have done something to it? The otherworldly spirit king continued, "The heavenly spirit cosmos is also facing a huge problem. Once this problem erupts, the entire heavenly spirit cosmos will be in chaos." Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and turned to the otherworldly spirit king. "A huge problem?" The spirit king nodded. There is a problem with the spiritual energy. Xian said in a deep voice, is the spiritual energy in this universe not enough? The otherworldly spirit king said, of course it's not enough. You should know that any expert who has reached a certain level can easily live for hundreds of thousands of years. The longer a person lives, the greater their need for the spiritual chi of this world. The heavenly spirit universe has a history of at least 1 trillion years since its birth, and over these years, the living beings of this universe have been absorbing the spiritual chi of this universe without any restraint. Now, it can be said that it has reached the end of the line. If we can't break through to a level 5 civilization and leave this universe will start killing each other. Xian asked, Elder, you mentioned that there are 3 superpowers in this universe. Other than the otherworldly demonic tribe, there's also the netherworld tribe and the heaven's sanctum, right? The otherworldly spirit king nodded. Yes. Xian said, Elder, can you tell me more about those 2 superpowers? The otherworldly spirit king smiled. Of course. The netherworld tribe is a special race. They live in the land of Een. They love the aura of death, and they are good at seducing souls. They are a very strange race. Even the otherworldly demonic tribe doesn't want to provoke them. Of course, we aren't afraid of them either. They don't come out much either, and they usually stay in the realm of Een. At this point, he looked at Xian and said seriously, little friend, remember, don't step into the realm of Een if you don't have anything to do. It's not a place that ordinary living beings can stay in. Xian smiled bitterly. Elder, now that you mention it, I have a feeling that I might appear in that place in the future. The otherworldly spirit king frowned. Why? Xian shook his head. Intuition. The otherworldly spirit king, Xian said again, Elder, tell me more about the heaven's sanctum. The otherworldly spirit king's face gradually turned cold. The Heaven's Sanctum was originally an organization of unaffiliated cultivators. However, as it grew larger and larger, there are all kinds of living beings in it. There seems to be a human among them. Xian frowned. A human? The otherworldly spirit king nodded. There seems to be a human among them. Xian's curiosity was piqued. At this moment, the otherworldly spirit king suddenly said, Little friend, we have arrived. Xian retracted his thoughts and raised his head. There was a huge palace in the air not too far away. The palace seemed to be made out of crystal, and the outer walls were smooth like mirrors. Furthermore, it was rotating slowly, looking extremely luxurious. The otherworldly spirit king said, This is the Odd Crystal Palace. Usually, if our otherworldly demonic tribe has any auctions, we will hold it here. After the exhibition of the god item, there will be a batch of god items being auctioned here. If little friend is interested, you can buy them. Xian blinked his eyes. What do you want to buy them with? The otherworldly spirit king opened his palm, and a dark purple crystal appeared in his hand. This is a heavenly crystal, the currency of our celestial spirit cosmos. Heavenly crystals are divided into low grade, high grade, and supreme grade. A supreme grade heavenly crystal is sufficient for a stage 10 expert to cultivate for a year. As he spoke, he smiled. Cultivation is actually very expensive. Little friend should have experienced it, right? Xian shook his head. I have never been short of money. The otherworldly spirit king's expression froze. Just as Xian said, he had never been short of money. Cultivation resources? He really had never been short of money. At this moment, a female otherworldly spirit walked in front of him. The female otherworldly spirit said, Royal Father. As she spoke, she glanced at Xian. Young Master Yi, nice to meet you. The otherworldly spirit king smiled. Little friend, she is my daughter, Yiqin. Xian smiled. Nice to meet you, Miss Yiqin. Yiqin smiled. Royal Father, young Master Yi, the exhibition is about to begin. Let's take a seat. The otherworldly spirit king nodded. Little friend Yi, please. Xian smiled. Senior, please. The otherworldly spirit king smiled. Let's go together. In front of Xian, he really did not dare to be careless. After the 3 of them entered Heavenly Crystal Hall, Xian discovered that the interior of Heavenly Crystal Hall was extremely large. There was no obstruction at the top, and one could see the blue sky and white clouds with a single glance. At the center of Heavenly Crystal Hall, there was a huge circular platform. The circular platform was over a dozen zhang tall. On the circular platform stood an otherworldly spirit female, and around the circular platform were huge floating chairs. At this moment, there were already people sitting on the floating chairs. Clearly, they were here to participate in the Divine Object exhibition. The otherworldly spirit king brought Xian to the seat at the very front and sat down. He turned his head to the right. Not far away, there was a middle-aged man sitting there. The middle-aged man had 2 horns on his head, and there was a faint smile on his face. When Xian sat down, he glanced at Xian. Beside Xian, the otherworldly spirit king said, "This person is the current Heaven's Sanctum Master, Mu Tian, from the Rhino Spirit Clan." Xian glanced at Mu Tian. Unfathomable, Mu Tian suddenly looked at Xian and smiled. "This little brother is?" Xian smiled. "Human race, Xian." "Human race?" Mu Tian smiled. "So it's young Master Yi of the human race. It's an honor to meet you." Xian was speechless. "Honor my A**s. Do you know me?" The otherworldly spirit king smiled. "Manor Master Mu, I wonder what divine object your Heaven's Sanctum has brought this time. I'm looking forward to it." Mu Tian laughed. He didn't answer the otherworldly spirit king. Instead, he looked at Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi should be new to the heavenly spirit cosmos. I have something to give to young Master Yi." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a divine object appeared in his hand. At this moment, Xian suddenly smiled. "There's no need for that." Hearing this, Mu Tian was stunned. The otherworldly spirit king beside Xian looked at Xian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Xian smiled. "Manor Master Mu, thank you for your kindness. If I need anything, I will look for the otherworldly demonic tribe." Mu Tian's smile gradually disappeared. The otherworldly spirit king laughed. "Young friend Yi, if you need anything, feel free to tell us. As long as the otherworldly demonic tribe has it, we will not be stingy." Xian smiled. "Thank you." Is Mu Tian expressing goodwill? No, Xian knew that the other party was trying to drive a wedge between him and the otherworldly demonic tribe. If he were to accept Mu Tian's gift, the otherworldly demonic tribe would surely feel displeased. Would he be able to form a good relationship with the Heaven's Sanctum? No, the Heaven's Sanctum had never seen his big brother's strength before, so it was impossible for the other party to respect him as much as the otherworldly demonic tribe did. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, one had to be more vigilant in order to survive in the outside world. One mustn't be blinded by the benefits before them. Mu Tian glanced at Xian and chuckled. After which, he retracted his gaze, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Beside Xian, the otherworldly spirit king revealed a smile. "A human?" At this moment, a light chuckle sounded not too far away from him. Xian turned around and saw a man standing not too far away. A human. Xian was taken aback. Was that the human expert who had walked out from the human cosmos? Beside Xian, the otherworldly spirit king said, "His name is Ling Tian, and he's a human expert. He's currently an elder of the Heaven's Sanctum, a rank 12 pinnacle expert." Ling Tian walked over to Mu Tian's side, and he turned to Xian with a smile. To think that after so many years, a human expert would finally emerge from the human race. Xian chuckled. Indeed, it isn't easy for the human race. At this moment, Mu Tian suddenly burst into laughter. "Elder Ling Tian, as the #1 expert of the human race, why don't you tell us about the human race so that we can understand it better?" Xian frowned. "#1 expert of the human race?" Mu Tian turned to Xian and chuckled. "Elder Ling Tian is the #1 expert of the human race." "Why? Do you have a problem with that?" Xian glanced at Ling Tian. Was the #1 expert of the human race, self-proclaimed? The otherworldly spirit king burst into laughter. "It must be." Mu Tian chuckled. "It seems like young Master Yi isn't convinced. Since you're not convinced, why don't you challenge me to a duel?" Ling Tian chuckled. "I can do it any time." As he spoke, he glanced at Xian. "What about you?" Yi Xian took out the profound azure sword. With a thought, the profound azure sword entered the sixth space-time. Seeing this, the expressions of Ling Tian and the others froze. Yi Xian chuckled. A duel? A mere rank 12 is boring. Come, Mu Tian abode master, summon your ancestor. Everyone was speechless. Ancestor summoning, everyone was shocked when they heard that. How arrogant, he actually dared to make the heaven's sanctum summoning ancestor summoning. However, all the experts in his surroundings fell silent when they saw Yi Xian's azure sword, and their expressions gradually became solemn. The sixth layer of space-time. The sword actually entered the sixth layer of space-time. The sixth layer of space-time. After all, even Mu Tian and the otherworldly demonic king were only at the 13th stage, and they could only enter the fifth layer of space-time. However, this human could actually enter the sixth layer of space-time. Mu Tian stared at Yi Xian with an extremely solemn expression. The sword before him had really surpassed the fifth layer of space-time. Who exactly is this human? Mu Tian wasn't the only one, even the otherworldly demonic king was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to enter the sixth layer of space-time. After all, Yi Xian was only at the ninth stage of space-time. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Master Mu Tian, I'm still waiting for you to summon your ancestor. Mu Tian hesitated for a moment before he cupped his fists. Sir, I was rude just now. Please don't take it to heart. Yi Xian looked at Mu Tian, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Do you really believe that I won't take it to heart just because you said so? Mu Tian's expression became slightly unsightly. Yi Xian suddenly grinned and opened his palm, and the azure sword flew into his hand. Since Master Mu Tian doesn't want to summon your ancestor, then let's have a spar. I'll be responsible for my own life and death. He'll be responsible for his own life and death. All the experts looked at Mu Tian. Would Mu Tian dare to accept the challenge? Mu Tian's expression was extremely unsightly. If he refused, how could he continue living in this world? However, if he accepted the challenge, then it would be a life and death battle. This human before him was so mysterious, and he had no confidence at all. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, You're not going to accept the challenge, and you're not giving me any benefits. Master Mu Tian, what's the meaning of this? Give me benefits? Mu Tian was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, Please forgive me for my rudeness just now. With that said, a storage ring silently appeared in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn, this person has some skills. He didn't even sense any spatial fluctuations before the storage ring appeared in his hand. He might not be able to beat them. Yi Xian naturally had to stop while he was ahead. Otherwise, wouldn't he be embarrassed if the other party really summoned his ancestor? Although he could enter the 8th spacetime continuum, or even the 9th spacetime continuum, he could only go in and do nothing else. This move could only be used to scare people. Yi Xian glanced at the storage ring on his hand. There were a total of 100,000 supreme-grade heaven crystals in it. It was enough for a long time. Yi Xian sheathed the azure profound sword. Forget it. Hearing this, Mu Tian relaxed. He was truly a little afraid of Yi Xian. Furthermore, there was no need for the heaven's sanctum to provoke an expert like Yi Xian. Spending some money to resolve this matter naturally couldn't be any better. However, he was still slightly worried because Yi Xian was very close to the otherworldly demonic race. At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly resounded from the side, Young Master Yi. Yi Xian turned around and saw a black-clothed expert floating not too far away. This black-clothed expert's entire body was covered in black clothes, and his true appearance couldn't be seen. Moreover, there was an extremely dense spirit death energy around him. The otherworldly spirit king by Yi Xian's side said in a low voice, This is the patriarch of the nether spirit race, Ming Dao. Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked at Ming Dao. Do you need something? Ming Dao looked at Yi Xian. After this exhibition ends, I wonder if young Master Yi would do me the honor of visiting my spirit dimension. Yi Xian smiled. Qingqing, Yi family, ancestral hall ancestors above. Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be removed, and Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man wearing a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly resounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked over and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old, and her two small hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling, and she was Xian's blood sister. This time, when she heard that the family wanted to remove Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yiling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Xian is a crown prince, why did you remove his title for no reason?" The great elder looked coldly at Yiling. "This is a family matter, what are you interrupting? Leave." Yiling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the family, and his life is uncertain. But the family is using a groundless excuse to remove his crown prince position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away from me." At this moment, the new crown prince Yiling suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder said coldly, "Then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi mansion rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years, and even now he is fighting for the family, but the family is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yiling, and he knew that his chance to show off had come. The guard sneered, "Young master Yiling inherits the crown prince position, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he said this, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, the crisp sound of the slap was heard, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she did not cry. She just covered her cheek with her hand. Yiling looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince." Yiling nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "I will go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I will risk my life for you." Yiling nodded slightly. "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't show any mercy, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yiling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly saw something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Xian, Yiling's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yiling, and was about to speak, when Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, "Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yiling's face turned ugly. Xian looked up at him, and snarled, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's appearance, Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Xian, her tears flowed out. "Brother, it hurts, Hearing this, Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yilang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yilang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yiling, and she was Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yiling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yiling coldly, This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, Discard him or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yilang, suddenly laughed, You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yilang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yilang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yilang looked at the guard and smiled, What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yilang nodded, You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply, This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince. Yilang nodded, Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yilang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Xian, Yilang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yiling and was about to speak. At this time, Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, Xian, he's my man. How dare you, Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! The otherworldly spiritual king's face sank when he heard Mu Tian agree so quickly. Why is Mu Tian so confident? Yi Xian looked at Mu Tian and smiled. "You're extraordinarily confident." Mu Tian smiled. "It's fine if you want to back out now." Yi Xian turned to look at the otherworldly spiritual king. "How many minds are there in the heaven's sanctum?" The otherworldly spiritual king replied, "About 12. Yi Xian looked at Mu Tian. 12 minds? Mu Tian didn't hesitate. Sure. Sure. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was slightly shocked. 12 heavenly crystal minds, that was the entire wealth of the heaven's abode. Why did the heaven's sanctum dare to make such a bet? Yi Xian smiled. Then let's begin. I don't think the heaven's sanctum master will use this dimensional soul spike to compete with me, right? Mu Tian smiled. Of course. He turned around and saw a black-robed powerhouse standing not far away. Just like Dao Yi, the black-robed powerhouse was completely shrouded in a black robe. The black-robed man walked up to Yi Xian and said in a hoarse voice, "You won't go back on your word, right?" Yi Xian smiled. "I won't." The black-robed man nodded. He opened his palm and a square crystal seal appeared in his hand. Boom! In an instant, the space around the crystal seal started to distort. At the same time, the surrounding space-time started to distort. Under everyone's gazes, the crystal seal entered the fourth layer of space-time. After a brief pause, it immediately entered the fifth layer of space-time. The fifth layer of space-time. The expressions of all the experts became solemn when they witnessed this scene. What is this crystal seal? How can it enter the fifth layer of space-time? Suddenly, the black-robed man said, "Suppress." The crystal seal suddenly started to spin. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying space-time pressure suddenly appeared in the hall. Some of the weaker powerhouses were directly crushed. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, including the otherworldly spiritual king by Yi Xian's side. This square crystal seal actually brought the space-time pressure of the fifth layer of space-time to reality. That was not the end. Under the control of Black Robe, the square crystal seal suddenly became illusory. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the sixth layer of space-time. The sixth layer of space-time. The countless experts in the surroundings were flabbergasted by this scene. This square crystal seal could actually enter the sixth layer of space-time. However, this was not the end. After the square crystal seal entered the sixth layer of space-time, a spatial pressure that was 100 times stronger than before suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Boom! In an instant, the entire heavenly crystal palace turned into nothingness. The experts in the surroundings were horrified as they fled. Even the otherworldly spirit king, Mu Tian and Ming Dao retreated. The strength of the space-time pressure was something that even they were extremely fearful of. They were all experts at the peak of the 13th phase and could enter and control the fifth space. However, they were still unfamiliar with the sixth space. As if they had thought of something, the few of them looked at Yi Xian in shock. Yi Xian didn't even take a step back. At this moment, the otherworldly spirit king was slightly stunned. Could it be that young Master Yi has been acting weak all this time? Black Robe spoke in a hoarse voice before Yi Xian. This item is called the Spacetime Spirit Seal. Not only can it be used to enter the sixth layer of spacetime, it can also be used to control the spacetime energy of the sixth layer of spacetime. I wonder if your sword can do the same? Yi Xian smiled. No wonder all of you are so confident. So it's because you have such a divine treasure. Black Robe said, Young Master Yi, it's your turn. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the spacetime seal returned to his hand. In an instant, the terrifying spacetime pressure vanished without a trace. Yi Xian suddenly asked, I wonder if your spacetime seal can enter the seventh layer of spacetime? Black Robe said, It can't. The seventh layer of spacetime is filled with boundless profundities. No divine treasure can enter it. This is absolutely. Right at this moment, the azure sword in Xian's hand suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the azure sword directly entered the sixth layer of spacetime. Before anyone could react, the azure sword had entered the next layer of spacetime, the seventh layer of spacetime. The expressions of all the experts changed drastically at the sight of this. The otherworldly spirit king and Ming Dao, who were not far behind Xian, were already trembling. The sixth layer of spacetime was unfamiliar to them, but the seventh layer of spacetime wasn't unfamiliar to them. It was simply a legend that they didn't even dare to imagine. But now, they had personally witnessed the seventh layer of spacetime. Black Robe fell silent before Xian, and his hands were trembling. The seventh layer of spacetime, others might not know what it meant to be able to enter the seventh layer of spacetime, but he did. At this moment, Xian opened his palm, and the azure sword appeared in his hand. He looked at Black Robe and smiled. Do you still want to compete? Black Robe fell silent for a moment before he said, we've lost. Xian looked at Mutian and smiled. Master Mutian, where's my celestial ore? Mutian's expression was extremely unsightly. He hadn't expected that Black Robe would actually lose. After all, Black Robe was from that place. Meanwhile, Black Robe suddenly opened his palm, and a spatial ring floated over to Xian. Xian glanced at it, and there were a total of 12 celestial ore within the spatial ring. Xian naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony, and he put it away with a smile. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Black Robe suddenly said, May I know where you're from? Xian stopped and said with a smile, What? Black Robe asked, Are you selling this sword? Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. You want to buy this sword? Black Robe nodded. You can name a price. We can discuss any conditions. Xian smiled. Let me think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Seeing that Xian didn't directly refuse, Black Robe's tightly clenched right hand slowly loosened. Since he didn't directly refuse, it meant that there might be room for discussion. He was wary of Xian, but from his point of view, Xian's sword could enter the seventh spacetime, but that didn't mean that Xian himself could enter the seventh spacetime. It was just like his spacetime seal. The spacetime seal could enter the sixth spacetime, but he couldn't enter the sixth spacetime. A godly item that could enter the seventh spacetime must be obtained. After Xian and the others left, Mutian looked at Black Robe and said in a deep voice, Elder Jean, is it possible that Xian is from a level 6 civilization? Black Robe shook his head. Absolutely impossible. Mutian was a little puzzled. Why? Black Robe said softly, because even the Tiana clan had never come into contact with a level 6 civilization. Moreover, entering the seventh spacetime doesn't mean that you can be considered a level 6 civilization. Not to mention becoming a level 6 civilization, even becoming a level 5 civilization isn't that simple. The complexity and difficulty of this requires a race to struggle for at least tens of millions of years. Mutian's face darkened. Black Robe said again, Keep an eye on this person for me. I need to make some preparations. After saying that, he turned around and left. Mutian looked into the distance, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Obviously, this elder Qi was determined to get the sword in Xian's hand. Xian followed the spiritual king back to the otherworldly spirit tribe. After returning, Xian immediately said, Senior, do you know who that Black Robe is? The spiritual king shook his head. I don't know. However, I can be sure that he is definitely not from Heaven's Sanctum. Xian said, Can you help me investigate? The spiritual king nodded, Of course. When I returned, I had already sent people to investigate him thoroughly. But at this point, he said in a deep voice, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find anything. After a moment of silence, Xian smiled and said, Senior, I need to go into seclusion for a period of time. The spiritual king nodded, All right. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment before saying, Thank you for your help today, little friend. Otherwise, our celestial coffin and celestial crystal mine would have belonged to Heaven's Sanctum. Xian said with a smile, It's nothing. The spiritual king said with a smile, No matter what, thank you. Xian nodded and did not say anything else. He entered the hall and returned to Xiao Ta. After entering Xiao Ta, Yi Xian's face darkened. That black robe was obviously targeting him, so the question was, who was the other party? To be able to possess such a spatial spirit seal, it was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that he was from a level 5 civilization. A level 5 civilization, Yi Xian frowned deeply. Was he being targeted by a level 5 civilization again? Yi Xian lowered his head to look at the azure profound sword in his hand and shook his head with a smile. He thought that after coming to Tianling Cosmos, he could live a few days of peace, but he did not expect that a mysterious enemy would appear. What a headache. At that moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, don't worry. We don't care about life and death. If we're not happy, we'll fight. When have we ever been afraid of anyone?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Xiao Ta, I realized that you've been a little arrogant recently." Xiao Ta said with a serious expression, "Young master, I've been modified by Sister Tianming. In the entire universe, apart from the 3 swords, who can do anything to me, Xiao Ta?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta said again, "In any case, I'm not worried about anything." Yi Xian was speechless. Ever since Xiao Ta had been modified by Qing he was no longer an ordinary arrogant person. Apart from the 3 swords, he no longer cared about anyone. No, apart from Qing this guy even looked down on his father and big brother. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. He had to start breaking through to level 10 now. Somewhere in an unknown star field. The illusion race. The illusion race's clan leader stood on the city wall and looked at the starry sky. At that moment, he had risen from level 16 to level 17. Level 17 was also known as the Absolute Despair Realm. This was the limit that a level 6 civilization could reach. The reason why he could break through was because of the woman in the plain dress's guidance. The woman in the plain dress. Thinking of this, the illusion race's clan leader's expression gradually became serious. Even now, every time he thought of the woman in the plain dress, he could not help but feel fear. Just how strong was that woman, he did not know. He had no way of estimating her strength. At that moment, the space in front of the illusion race's clan leader was suddenly torn open. The next moment, an illusion race powerhouse appeared in front of the clan leader. The powerhouse said excitedly, "Clan leader, we found young Master Yi." Hearing this, the illusion race's clan leader's pupils suddenly shrank. The illusion tribe leader stared at the illusion tribe expert in front of him. "Where is young Master Yi now?" The illusion tribe expert said in a deep voice, "He is in Sky Spirit Universe." The illusion tribe leader frowned. "Sky Spirit Universe?" The illusion tribe expert nodded. "A level 4 civilization universe." The illusion tribe leader was confused. "Why is young Master Yi in such a low-level civilization universe?" The illusion tribe expert shook his head. "I don't know." The illusion tribe leader was silent for a moment before saying, "Pass down my order. All the experts in my tribe who have reached level 14 are to head to Sky Spirit Universe to receive young Master Yi." Hearing this, the illusion tribe expert was confused. The illusion tribe leader looked at the illusion tribe expert in front of him. "Is there a problem?" The illusion tribe expert hesitated for a moment before saying, "All of them?" The illusion tribe leader nodded. "Not only that, I will go personally." The illusion tribe expert was shocked. "Tribe leader," the illusion tribe leader slowly closed his eyes. "My tribe will welcome young Master Yi with the highest standards." The illusion tribe expert was speechless. Inside Xiao Ta. During this period of time, Yi Xian was able to overlap the 1st to 4th spacetime and form spacetime pressure. It could be said that the current him was already a level 10 expert. Especially with his sword skills and the profound green sword, he was almost invincible among those of the same level. However, he discovered a fatal problem. Ever since he came into contact with the celestial tribe, his cultivation had been inseparable from the spacetime Tao. Even the current otherworldly demonic tribe focused on studying the spacetime Tao. Of course, this was not a problem. However, he did not forget that he, Yi Xian, was a swordsman. Back then, his big brother's words had shocked him because his big brother did not understand the spacetime Tao at all. His big brother only understood the sword. However, his big brother's sword could break through all spacetime. Swordsman, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and fell into silence. During this period of time, He had not cultivated the sword and had been cultivating the Tao of spacetime. His Tao of spacetime had indeed become much stronger. Now, not only was he invincible under the 10th phase, but even 11th phase experts might not be his match. However, his sword Tao attainment had not improved at all. Sword, Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand and sighed in his heart. He had neglected the sword Tao during this period of time. He also wanted to improve his sword Tao, but his sword Tao had reached a bottleneck. It was very difficult for him to ascend again. Among the human swordsmen, other than the 3 of them, he could be said to be the most powerful. Now, he could only rely on himself to explore the way of the sword. Seeming to have thought of something, Xian frowned. I've broken through a lot recently, but why hasn't there been any movement in the sword Tao imprints of my father and big brother? At the thought of this, Xian sensed the 2 sword Tao marks, but there was no movement at all. Xian's face darkened. This sword Tao imprint couldn't have been tampered with by his father, right? At that moment, the otherworldly spirit king's voice sounded from outside the hall. Young friend Xian. Xian recollected his thoughts and left Xiao Ta. When he opened the door, the otherworldly spirit king said in a deep voice, young friend, I have bad news. Xian frowned slightly. What is it? The otherworldly spirit king nodded. That black-robed man is from a level 5 civilization. Xian chuckled. Just as I guessed. The otherworldly spirit king said again, he is determined to obtain your sword. He might make a move soon. Xian said softly, I never thought that I would be targeted by someone from a level 5 civilization the moment I arrived. I really admire myself. The otherworldly spirit king said in a deep voice, his target is your sword. Just as Xian was about to speak, a terrifying pressure suddenly swept over from the sky. Boom, in an instant, the entire sky became illusory. The otherworldly spirit king's expression changed drastically. He's here. Xian raised his head to look at the sky. The sky suddenly split open, and a mysterious expert wearing a black robe slowly walked out. Seeing the black robe, the otherworldly spirit king's face immediately darkened. The other party was not giving the otherworldly demonic tribe any face. The black robe looked down at Xian and said in a hoarse voice, Young Master Yi, have you made up your mind? Xian smiled. How much are you willing to pay for my sword? The black robe said, Young Master Yi's life. Xian's lips curled up slightly. In other words, if I don't sell it, I will lose my life. Am I right? The black robe said, yes. At this moment, the otherworldly spirit king suddenly said, Sir, you are being too overbearing. The black robe looked at the otherworldly spirit king. Does the otherworldly demonic tribe intend to interfere? The otherworldly spirit king looked straight at the black robe. So what if I interfere? The black robe nodded. He waved his right hand lightly, and in an instant, more than 30 illusory figures appeared around him. Seeing the 30 illusory figures, the otherworldly spirit king's face immediately turned grim. Even the weakest of these illusory figures was at 12 Dan. Among them, there were even 5 who were at 13 Dan. Including the black robe, there were a total of 6 13 Dan experts, 3 13 Dan experts. One must know that the otherworldly demonic tribe only had 2 13 Dan experts, and there were slightly more 12 Dan experts, but that was still a total of 9. In terms of strength, the otherworldly demonic tribe was already superior to the otherworldly demonic tribe. The otherworldly spirit king's complexion turned awful. At this moment, Xian suddenly smiled. This is a matter between you and me. It has nothing to do with the otherworldly demonic tribe. Let's talk elsewhere. There was no reason for him to drag the otherworldly demonic tribe down with him. After all, the otherworldly demonic tribe didn't owe him anything. On the contrary, they had already helped him enough. If he were to drag the otherworldly demonic tribe down with him now, it would be a little dishonorable. In the sky, the black robe nodded. Sure. The otherworldly spirit king opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. Xian smiled and said, Elder, this matter has nothing to do with you. I am grateful to the otherworldly demonic tribe for your hospitality and help over the past few days. The otherworldly spirit king sighed deeply. Young friend, I am very sorry. He wanted to help Xian, but the price he had to pay was simply too great. He was the head of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and he couldn't allow his emotions to affect his decisions. One must know that if he were to forcefully help Yi Xian, it would mean the deaths of countless tribesmen. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that he would be able to help them. One must know that the black robe before him was from a Tier 5 civilization. That was not an existence that the otherworldly demonic tribe could deal with at the moment. Yi Xian smiled. "Elder, we will meet again." After saying those words, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a vast starry sky, and the black robe and the others were already standing before him. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the verdant profound sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the black robe, he smiled and said, "Do you want to fight me one-on-one or gang up on me?" The black robe replied, "Gang up on me." As soon as he said those words, the experts behind him charged toward Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. "Damn it, this isn't playing by the rules." A wisp of a savage smile appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth as he gazed at the few tens of people that charged towards him. In an instant, his entire body was covered in blood, and in the next moment, he suddenly slashed forward with the azure sword in his hand. Chi, a blood-red sword ray tore through the sky. The leader of the group, a 13th phase expert, punched the sword ray. Rumble, the sword ray shattered. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared before him, and he slashed down with his sword drawing technique, 800 stacked sword drawing techniques. This was his current limit, his true limit, because he had even used the power of his bloodline. As this sword slashed down, the fourth layer of spacetime was directly shattered. Rumble, the 13th phase expert was forced back several thousand zhang. However, at this moment, a powerful force swept over and instantly engulfed Yi Xian. Bang, the sword ray shattered while Yi Xian retreated explosively for 30 kilometers. As soon as he stopped moving, an enormous palm that was 300 m long suddenly descended from the sky, and the powerful pressure it emanated crushed and obliterated the space he resided in. Yi Xian stomped his right foot on the ground and drew his sword. A ray of sword light slashed directly onto the enormous palm, causing it to tremble violently while a destructive force erupted from it. Yi Xian blocked it with his sword and activated his sword domain. Bang, the powerful force was completely blocked by his sword domain. Meanwhile, the space he resided in suddenly became illusory. Yi Xian swiftly turned around. A mysterious expert was silently chanting an incantation nearby, and then Yi Xian gradually started to descend. In the eyes of others, he was still standing on the spot, but he was actually falling madly, a spatial abyss. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly became illusory, and he returned to reality in the next moment. Black Robe's face sank when he saw this. This spatial abyss is useless against Yi Xian. The experts nearby were just about to attack again when Black Robe raised his right hand, and they immediately retreated to the side. Black Robe opened his right palm and pressed it down lightly. In an instant, countless strands of terrifying spatial pressure suddenly surged out from all around Yi Xian, the fifth layer of spacetime, the 10,000-dimensional spatial pressure. Yi Xian's face was expressionless as he allowed the spatial pressure to drown him. However, he was completely unharmed. Black Robe's eyes narrowed. How could this be possible? As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the spacetime spiritual seal showed up in his hand. The next second, the space over Yi Xian's head suddenly split open. Then a spacetime pressure that was dozens of times stronger than before swept down. As the spacetime pressure appeared, the space around him disappeared bit by bit. The sixth layer of spacetime pressure, Yi Xian still didn't dodge, and he allowed the spatial pressure to crush down on him. Boom, the area where Yi Xian was directly annihilated, but he was completely unharmed. Seeing this, Black Robe's pupils suddenly shrank. How is this possible? In the distance, Yi Xian's lips curled into a ferocious smile. I'm immune to any spatial pressure. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. A ray of sword light instantly slashed in front of Black Robe, who blocked it with his arm. Boom, the ray of sword light shattered, and at this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly engulfed him. Core sword domain, boom, as the ray of sword light shattered, Black Robe retreated rapidly. As he retreated, a blood-red flying sword suddenly slashed at him. Black Robe once again blocked it with his arm. Pissed, Black Robe's right arm was sent flying, and at the same time, the green profound sword slashed at Black Robe's chest. Bang, Black Robe retreated tens of thousands of feet away, and his body shattered. Seeing this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He suddenly realized that when the spatial abyss and spatial pressure were ineffective against him, these so-called Phase 13 experts in front of him weren't that strong. What was the difference between a 10th stage and a 13th stage? In terms of spacetime attainments, a 13th phase expert could directly use the 5th layer of spacetime to kill a 10th phase expert. The spacetime pressure of the 5th layer of spacetime was definitely not something a 10th phase expert could withstand, but Xian was an exception. He was immune to spacetime pressure. From another perspective, if one wanted to kill Xian, they could not use spacetime pressure. They could only use pure strength. Black Robe looked at Xian. Why is spacetime pressure ineffective against you? A wisp of a savage smile appeared on the corners of Xian's mouth. Because I have a younger sister, understand? The black-robed elder. P.S. Asking for votes. Sister, Black Robe was stunned. What the hell? Xian didn't waste his breath. He transformed into a blood-red ray of light and vanished on the spot. Black Robe's pupils constricted. He, who only had his soul left, couldn't resist Xian at all. He hurriedly said, "Attack together." Black Robe's pupils constricted. The mysterious experts behind him charged at Xian. Rumble. In an instant, the entire star region started to collapse bit by bit. When their spacetime pressure was ineffective against Xian, the mysterious experts had a headache. This human sword was too terrifying. They didn't dare to go head-on against the green profound sword in Xian's hand. It wasn't just the sword, the human sword technique was terrifying as well. Most importantly, even if they escaped into the 5th layer of spacetime, the human could still follow them in. Although the human couldn't use the spacetime pressure of the 5th layer, he could still enter it. When they saw Xian enter the 5th layer of spacetime, they were stunned. What's going on? A rank 10 expert can actually enter the 5th layer of spacetime. Most importantly, the spacetime energy of the 5th layer of spacetime was useless against this human. In the 5th layer of spacetime, Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. A blood-red ray of light instantly slashed down, and everywhere it passed, the spacetime energy of the 5th layer of spacetime dodged. In the distance, the mysterious expert's expressions were unsightly to the extreme. Meanwhile, a rank 13 expert suddenly took a step forward. He slowly clenched his right hand, and in an instant, a powerful force condensed in his fist. In the next moment, he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Rumble. The blood-red ray of light shattered, and the rank 13 expert retreated repeatedly. Meanwhile, a flying sword suddenly slashed down. The rank 13 expert's pupils constricted. He opened his palm, and a round shield suddenly appeared in front of him. Rumble. The round shield shattered. At the same time, he retreated explosively, and he retreated directly into the endless spacetime abyss. After entering the spacetime abyss, the expert's expression changed drastically. They weren't like Xian, who could ignore the spacetime abyss. There was an extremely terrifying spacetime gravity in the spacetime abyss, and this was what experts like them feared the most. The stronger the spacetime, the more terrifying the spacetime abyss. After entering the spacetime abyss, the expert fell at a terrifying speed. In the process of falling, his physical body began to be destroyed bit by bit. The expressions of the nearby mysterious experts changed when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated in unison. No one dared to save him. There was no way to save him. If they wanted to save him, they had to enter the spacetime abyss. But how could they dare to enter the spacetime abyss? Just like that, the expert who fell into the spacetime abyss was annihilated bit by bit in despair. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly said, "So all of you are so afraid of the spacetime abyss." When they heard Xian's words, the expressions of the remaining 4 rank 13 powerhouses changed greatly, and they didn't hesitate to leave the 5th layer of space. Originally, this place was their advantage, but at this moment, they discovered that this place had become Xian's advantage. Not only could Xian ignore the spacetime pressure, but he could also ignore the spacetime abyss. How could they fight against him? In the distance, Black Robe stared fixedly at Xian. At this moment, he was shocked to the extreme. He hadn't imagined that not only could Xian enter the 5th layer of space, he was even immune to the spacetime pressure. Without the spacetime pressure, he noticed that they didn't have any advantage when facing Xian. When he thought up to here, Black Robe had the intention to retreat. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly vanished on the spot, and Black Robe's pupils constricted. "Stop him." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 rank 13 powerhouses by his side charged at Xian, whereas, Black Robe himself turned around and vanished at the end of the starry sky, and the rank 12 powerhouses retreated successively. Presently, they weren't a threat to Xian at all. In the distance, Xian was fighting 3 rank 13 powerhouses by himself. Rumble. Xian was suddenly blasted back by a punch from one of the powerhouses, and he'd just stopped when an afterimage instantly flashed over. At the same time, an extremely terrifying force shot straight towards his face. Xian stomped his right foot on the ground, and in an instant, a wave of sword light enveloped him. Core sword domain, rumble. The wave of sword light shattered as soon as it appeared, but the rank 13 powerhouse was blasted back over 10 kilometers. Meanwhile, the space above Xian suddenly split open, and a fist descended straight down. Xian's body suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, he'd entered the 5th layer of space, and the fist had vanished without a trace. The expressions of the 3 rank 13 powerhouses instantly became unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Once Xian entered the 5th layer of space, they wouldn't be able to do anything, because they didn't dare to enter the 5th layer of space at all. If they did, then they might be sent into the space-time abyss by Xian, and once they were sent into the space-time abyss, then they would definitely die. Most importantly, Xian wasn't afraid of the space-time abyss. The 3 powerhouses glanced at each other, but they didn't attack again. Instead, they turned around and vanished into the distance. It was meaningless to continue fighting because they couldn't do anything to Xian. Xian raised his head and looked at the end of the starry sky. After a while, he turned around and left, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at Heaven's Sanctum. Heaven's Sanctum was located in the heavenly world. As one of the 3 great powers in the heavenly spirit cosmos, Heaven's Sanctum's strength was naturally unquestionable. As soon as Xian arrived in Heaven's Sanctum, the master of Heaven's Sanctum, Mu Tian, appeared in front of him. Mu Tian's expression instantly became unsightly when he saw that Xian was still alive. Xian smiled and said, "Let me ask you a question. Who is that black-robed man?" Mu Tian fell silent. Xian suddenly drew his sword. A sword howl resounded abruptly. In the distance, Mu Tian's expression changed drastically, and then he swiftly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. At the instant this fist smashed forward, a strand of extremely terrifying spatial pressure instantly drowned Xian's sword. Rumble. The entire horizon suddenly boiled, and in the next moment, Xian's profound azure sword suddenly appeared in front of Mu Tian. Mu Tian's pupils shrank. My space-time pressure is actually useless against this sword. He didn't have time to think and blocked with his arms. Boom. Mu Tian's arms instantly broke and he instantly retreated 1,000 feet away. But before he could stop, a flying sword suddenly slashed at him. Mu Tian's pupils shrank. He stomped his right foot and his entire body directly entered the 5th layer of spacetime. However, in the next moment, the profound azure sword actually followed him into the 5th layer of spacetime. Mu Tian was shocked in his heart. With a thought, a golden runic shield appeared in front of him. Boom! The golden runic shield was directly smashed by the profound azure sword. But at this moment, Mu Tian had already retreated to the other side. Mu Tian's expression changed drastically when he saw that Xian still wanted to attack, and he hurriedly said, "The Spirit Beast clan." "He's from the Spirit Beast clan." Xian narrowed his eyes. "The Spirit Beast clan that left this cosmos and became a level 5 civilization?" Mu Tian took a deep look at Xian. "That's right." Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why would they target me? Moreover, if I'm not wrong, they've been targeting me the moment I arrived in this cosmos. Am I right?" Mu Tian fell silent. Xian suddenly said, "Next, I'll ask you a question, and you'll answer it. If you're slow, I'll slaughter your heaven's palace." Mu Tian's expression instantly changed, and he stared fixedly at Xian. Xian said again, "Answer my question just now." Mu Tian's expression was slightly unsightly. When had the heaven's palace ever been threatened like this? At this moment, Xian suddenly opened his right hand, and the profound azure sword flew directly into the heaven's palace. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 bloody heads flew into the sky. Mu Tian immediately said, "I wanted to deal with the otherworldly demonic tribe, so I asked for their help. However, I didn't expect them to discover the sword in your hand." Xian said, "That means that they're not targeting me on purpose." Mu Tian solemnly said, "Yes." Xian fell silent. "Damn it, so they're scheming after seeing my wealth. Yi Xian asked again, where is the Spirit Beast clan? Mu Tian shook his head, I don't know. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Mu Tian continued, I really don't know. I can only contact them through voice transmission talismans. As for where they are, I don't know. Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, Mu Tian solemnly said, Sir, our Heaven's Palace has no ill intentions towards you. Our initial target was the otherworldly demonic tribe, and our Heaven's Palace has no intention of interfering in the matter between you and the Spirit Beast clan. I hope that you can be magnanimous. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before he said, I have a good temper, and I'm an honest person. To me, anything can be negotiated. However, this. Do you understand what I mean? Mu Tian was stunned for a moment before he said, you. At this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face darkened. Damn it, you're asking for benefits. Mu Tian glanced at Yi Xian before he opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. There are 5 celestial crystal mines in this spatial ring. Please accept them. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the spatial ring flew into his hand. He put it away and turned to leave. Mu Tian's gaze gradually turned dark after Yi Xian left. Human, this enmity. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Mu Tian. Mu Tian's expression changed drastically. You, Yi Xian grinned, I like to annihilate everything I do. As soon as he finished speaking, the azure profound sword in his hand suddenly vanished, and a ray of light flashed. Mu Tian was horrified. At this moment of life and death, he utilized his strongest ability once more, the 5th layer of space. In an instant, boundless spatial pressure obstructed his path. However, it was like the pressure didn't exist before the azure profound sword. Hiss, the azure profound sword pierced the center of Mu Tian's forehead. Bang, Mu Tian's soul was directly absorbed. Yi Xian gazed at the innate talent below with a calm expression. In the next moment, he charged down. Since they were enemies, then he had to annihilate them. He didn't want to see his enemies take revenge if he didn't annihilate them all. When Yi Xian charged into Heaven's Sanctum, cries of agony resounded throughout the entire sanctum. The experts in Heaven's Sanctum didn't expect to be ambushed by a human and were caught off guard. By the time they reacted, their heads had already flown off their bodies. That was because Yi Xian's sword was simply too fast. However, Heaven's Sanctum's experts reacted quickly and gathered all the experts in the sanctum. Not only that, the experts of Heaven's Sanctum began summoning their ancestors. Boom, a ray of white light suddenly shot into the sky from Heaven's Sanctum. In the next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept down from the sky, causing the entire sky to boil. At this moment, Yi Xian had already slipped away. Not only had he killed the Sanctum Master, he had also killed 2 of the rank 13 experts. Heaven's Sanctum would soon be devoured by the otherworldly demonic tribe and the Nether Spirit tribe. The otherworldly demonic tribe and the Nether Spirit tribe would definitely not miss this opportunity. As soon as Yi Xian left, the experts of Heaven's Sanctum who had just summoned their ancestors were dumbfounded. What was going on? At this moment, a woman appeared in the white light above Heaven's Sanctum. The woman looked 90% similar to a human. The only difference was that she had a horn on her head. This woman was the first Sanctum Master of Heaven's Sanctum, Mei Li. Mei Li looked at the distant horizon and opened her palm. Then, she clenched her fist and the surrounding space suddenly trembled. Gradually, a strand of consciousness floated into her palm. It was Mu Tian's consciousness. The strand of consciousness in Mei Li's hand trembled, as though it was saying something. A moment later, it completely disappeared. Mei Li fell silent for a moment before turning to the right. In the next moment, she disappeared from the spot. At the end of the endless starry sky, after confirming that no one was chasing after him, Yi Xian stopped. The moment he stopped, he suddenly turned around and saw a woman with a horn on her head. It was Mei Li. Yi Xian frowned. Heaven's Sanctum? Mei Li shook her head. No. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Then you are? Mei Li looked at Yi Xian, passing by. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Is there something I can help you with? Mei Li's gaze fell onto the profound green sword in Yi Xian's hand before she said, The Spirit Beast clan has already sent a 14th phase expert. Do you know about this? A 14th phase master. Yi Xian looked at Mei Li. You are from Heaven's Sanctum. If I'm not wrong, you should be the ancestor that Heaven's Sanctum just summoned. Mei Li pinched a strand of hair with 2 fingers and slowly pulled it down. She smiled and said, "What a smart human." Xian slowly tightened his grip on the green profound sword. Meanwhile, Mei Li suddenly said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you." Xian frowned. "What do you mean?" Mei Li glanced at the green profound sword in Xian's hand. "I'm interested in this sword." Xian flew into a rage. "I'm not as good as a sword?" Mei Li blinked. "Without this sword, would you be Mu Tian's opponent?" Xian was silent. Without the green profound sword, he might not be able to beat Mu Tian. Because the reason he could beat Mu Tian was because of the green profound sword's ability to ignore space and time. Mei Li still wanted to say something, but Xian suddenly smiled and said, "May I ask what phase Mu Tian is?" "And what phase am I?" Mei Li was silent. Xian then said, "Miss, if you're interested in my sword, then you need to be clear about one thing. That is, I'm not interested in you, do you understand?" Mei Li looked at Xian and said with a smile, "Are you interested in me?" Xian shook his head. "I, Xian, am not interested in women." Mei Li narrowed her eyes. "Human, you should learn to respect me." Xian smiled and said, "You were the one who didn't respect me first." Saying this, he turned around and left. Mei Li suddenly said, "Spirit beast race." Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of the spirit beast race?" Mei Li looked at Xian and didn't say anything. She didn't choose to directly attack for two reasons. The first was because of the sword in Xian's hand and the second was because of Xian's identity. Xian then said, "Miss, let's make a deal. Are you interested?" Mei Li smiled and asked, "What deal?" Xian said, "Pardon me for asking, but what is Miss's current strength?" Mei Li's lips curled up. "Killing a 14th phase expert shouldn't be a problem." Xian said in a deep voice, "How big is the gap between me and a 14th phase expert?" Mei Li said, "If you don't use the sword in your hand, a 13th phase expert can easily kill you." "If you use that sword?" "I can't say." Xian looked at Mei Li, "Try it?" Mei Li nodded, "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared on the spot. Xian's pupils shrank. He was just about to use his invincible sword domain, bang, as a muffled sound rang out. Xian retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, two fingers touched his forehead. Mei Li looked at Xian. After a moment, she withdrew her fingers and smiled, "This gap seems a bit big." Xian said in a deep voice, "Why are you so fast?" Mei Li said, "Space-time folding." Xian frowned slightly, "Space-time folding?" Mei Li nodded, "At our level, we can use space-time folding." As she spoke, she retreated thousands of meters away and waved her right hand. In an instant, the space where she and Xian were directly folded. At the same time, she appeared in front of Xian. Seeing this scene, Xian's expression became serious. Mei Li said, "Space-time folding. From a certain perspective, this is currently the fastest known speed." Xian was silent. At this moment, he was thinking that if his flying sword could be transported in this way. Mei Li smiled, "You seem to be interested." Xian looked at Mei Li, "Let's make a deal." "Are you interested?" Mei Li nodded, "Tell me about it." Xian said, "I can let you study my sword. In exchange, you have to follow me for 3 months. During this period, you have to protect me. Not only that, you have to teach me." Mei Li smiled, "Why?" Xian asked, "How many layers of spacetime can your body enter?" Mei Li said, "The 6th layer." Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword entered the 7th layer of spacetime. Seeing this scene, the smile on Mei Li's face gradually disappeared. After a moment, she looked at Xian, "The limit of your sword is the 7th layer of spacetime?" Xian smiled, "Take a guess?" Mei Li took a deep look at the green profound sword in Xian's hand. "The deal you mentioned is a deal." With that, she opened her palm and asked for the sword. However, Xian kept the green profound sword. "Teach me how to fold spacetime first." Mei Li looked at Xian and did not say anything. Xian smiled, "Is there a problem?" Mei Li smiled, "No problem." Xian nodded, "How should I address you, miss?" Mei Li said, "Mei Li." Xian said, "Miss Mei Li, let's enter Xiao Ta and slowly study it." With that, he directly brought Mei Li into Xiao Ta. After entering Xiao Ta, Mei Li's face suddenly became solemn. The spacetime in your tower. With that, she looked at Yi Xian. 10 years in this world is 1 day outside. Yi Xian looked at Mei Li and was slightly shocked. This woman actually saw through it at a glance. Mei Li looked deeply at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, you are not simple. You know, this world is independent of the spacetime outside. Not only that, the other party also carried out a wonderful reversal of the spacetime in this tower. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that the other party made this world have a certain connection with the outside world. With that, she was silent for a long time, then said, the spacetime path contained within it has already exceeded my understanding. I can't explain it completely. Yi Xian smiled, it's just a small matter. Don't make a fuss about it. Mei Li frowned slightly, a small matter? Young Master Yi, do you know what this means? Even the illusion race, which has reached a level 6 civilization, can't do this. Illusion race, Yi Xian blinked, you know about the illusion race? Mei Li looked at Yi Xian, you know about the illusion race too? Yi Xian said with a straight face, of course. Mei Li stared at Yi Xian, I wonder what is the relationship between young Master Yi and the illusion race. Yi Xian blinked, then said, this. Do you really want to know? Mei Li nodded, I'm curious. Yi Xian smiled, to be honest, the illusion race is a subsidiary race of my Yang family. If you want to be arrogant, you should brag as much as you can. You don't have to pay taxes anyway. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Mei Li's mouth twitched, Young Master Yi, are you sure? Yi Xian nodded, very sure. Mei Li was silent, do you know how terrifying the illusion race is? Yi Xian smiled, is it very terrifying? Mei Li smiled, as far as I know, within the illusion race, they have 136 subsidiary races, and the lowest among them is a level 5 civilization. Not only that, but the illusion race also controls 19 super-universes. The scope of their influence is unimaginable. They are also known as the number 1 race in the universe. Young Master Yi, you said that they are a subsidiary race of your Yang family? Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. Damn, wasn't this bragging a little too much? However, it was hard to back down now, so he could only continue bragging. Yi Xian laughed, Miss Mei Li, do you know how powerful my Yang family is? Mei Li looked at Yi Xian, Yang family? Forgive me for being blunt, but I've never heard of it. Yi Xian's face darkened. This dad was too low-key. Mei Li smiled and said, Young Master Yi, can you tell me more about this Yang clan? Yi Xian smiled and said, I am the Yang clan's patriarch. Oh no, my father is the patriarch, I am the Yang clan's young patriarch. Do you know my father? A man who likes to wear green robes. Mei Li shook her head, never heard of it. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Miss Mei Li's level is too low. Mei Li, Yi Xian continued, in any case, as long as I don't die, my Yang clan will be invincible. Oh, that's not right, as long as my father doesn't die, my Yang clan will be invincible. If you don't agree, feel free to find my father. The azure-robed man, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young Master, you're really awesome. You can brag all you want, but if there's a problem, I'll take responsibility. P.S. Let me ask everyone a question. How many chapters do you think an author needs for the readers to be willing to vote for them? Mei Li glanced at Yi Xian and did not speak. She naturally did not believe Yi Xian's words. This human did not look like an honest person. However, she did not say anything else. Yi Xian did not say anything else and began to ask Mei Li about spacetime. Spacetime folding, if he could fold spacetime, coupled with his azure sword, who could stop him? In the following period of time, Yi Xian learned how to fold spacetime from Mei Li every day. It was not difficult to fold spacetime. When he folded the first spacetime, he did it very easily. However, when he folded the second spacetime, it was a little difficult. However, he still managed to do it in 3 days. When he folded the third spacetime, the difficulty increased by at least 10 times. In Mei Li's words, spacetime had density. The higher it was, the thicker the spacetime was. The thicker the spacetime was, the harder it was to fold. What was spacetime density? In order to figure this out, Yi Xian spent nearly a month. Everything had density. Spacetime density was just one of them. Not long after, Yi Xian was able to fold the third spacetime. After that, he began to familiarize himself with the fourth spacetime. While Yi Xian was practicing the fourth spacetime, Mei Li was studying his azure sword. Looking at the azure sword in her hand, Mei Li fell into deep thought. The profoundness of this sword had completely exceeded her understanding, especially the spacetime path. It was so profound that even Xiao Ta could not compare to it. Who was the one who created this? At this moment, she no longer had any desire for revenge. Even if the person behind this human was not strong enough to make the illusion clan submit, he was not someone that Heaven's sanctum could provoke. Her current goal was to slowly study the azure sword. It would be best if she could fully understand it. She believed that if she could fully understand it, she would be able to reach another level. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly walked in front of Mei Li. Miss Mei Li, I can already fold the fourth spacetime. But this fifth spacetime. Mei Li put down the azure sword and smiled. It's difficult, right? Yi Xian nodded. I realized that it's impossible to fold. Mei Li looked at Yi Xian. Do you know why the fifth spacetime is so difficult? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Mei Li said, the fifth layer of time and space supports the 10,000-dimensional time and space. It is made up of countless layers of time and space. Its density is about 100 times that of the fourth layer of time and space. Do you think it's easy for you to fold spacetime with such density? Yi Xian quickly asked, is there any other way? After pondering for a moment, Mei Li said, there are two methods. The first is to take it slow. After cultivating for 1,000 years, you should be able to do it. 1,000 years, Yi Xian's expression froze. In other words, it would take a few months. On second thought, it didn't seem to be too long. After all, he was in Xiao Ta's world. Mei Li continued, there's another way, and that's to fuse with the fifth layer of spacetime. Yi Xian was stunned and said, fuse with the fifth layer of spacetime? Mei Li nodded. This is more difficult, but there are many benefits. If you can fuse with the fifth layer of spacetime, not only can you fold spacetime, but you can also reverse spacetime and distort spacetime. Yi Xian blinked. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mei Li frowned slightly. What do you mean? Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm and the azure sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, he directly escaped into the fifth layer of spacetime. At this moment, he had fused with the fifth layer of spacetime. Seeing this scene, Mei Li's expression instantly became solemn. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and looked at the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand. It's your sword. Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Mei Li stared at Yi Xian. This sword can actually allow you to fuse with spacetime. Yi Xian nodded and seemed to have thought of something. He asked, Miss Mei Li, under normal circumstances, how long does it take to fuse with the fifth layer of spacetime? Mei Li said in a low voice, at least 100,000 years. Yi Xian was stunned. 100,000 years? Are you serious? Mei Li was a little annoyed. Do you think it's easy to fuse with spacetime? Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I think it's quite easy. Mei Li said angrily, that's because you have this sword. If you were to cultivate normally, it would be absolutely impossible without tens of thousands of years. Yi Xian looked at the azure sword in his hand and smiled. Actually, I also want to cultivate normally, but my strength doesn't allow it. Mei Li suddenly closed her eyes and placed her right hand on her chest. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Mei Li, what's wrong? Mei Li glanced at Yi Xian. Chest pain. Yi Xian subconsciously said, do you want me to help you rub it? After saying that, he regretted it. Damn it, what was he thinking? Mei Li smiled faintly. Help me rub it? Yi Xian laughed. Miss Mei Li, I'm just joking. I, Yi Xian, have never been interested in women. Let's get down to business. Miss Mei Li, now that I have fused with the fifth layer of spacetime, what should I do next? Mei Li glanced at Yi Xian and said lightly, it's very simple. Feel them and truly understand their nature. Since you can fuse with them, it's not difficult to do so. Yi Xian nodded and tried. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Just like what Mei Li said, it was really not difficult. Of course, the premise was that he could fuse with the fifth layer of spacetime. Before long, Yi Xian started trying to fold the fifth layer of spacetime. Mei Li took a deep look at Yi Xian, and she was extremely shocked. She realized that she had underestimated the green profound sword. Yi Xian actually relied on this sword to fuse with the fifth layer of spacetime. Exactly how terrifying is this sword? There was no answer, because the knowledge of spacetime contained in this sword had exceeded her current understanding. Before long, Yi Xian was able to fold the fifth layer of spacetime, but he didn't continue to fold the sixth layer of spacetime. He had to first fuse the Tao of spacetime folding with the flying sword. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword silently appeared 3 kilometers away. A smile appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth when he saw this. It's feasible, this spacetime folding can really be fused with the flying sword. Mei Li glanced at Yi Xian, and a wisp of seriousness appeared in her eyes. After Yi Xian's flying sword utilized spacetime folding, its speed could only be described as terrifying. It could be said that the sword just now was enough to instantly kill some Phase 13 experts. It was an instant kill. Moreover, Yi Xian's flying sword had another terrifying aspect, and that was the sword. This green profound sword wasn't an ordinary sword, and there was probably nothing in this world that could stop it. After this sword passed, there was no other way other than using spacetime folding to escape. No one dared to go head-on against Yi Xian's sword. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly became illusory, and the next moment, he had already entered the sixth layer of spacetime. Seeing this, Mei Li looked at Yi Xian as if she was looking at a monster, and her voice trembled as she said, You can even enter the sixth layer of spacetime? Yi Xian smiled and said, That's right. Why, is it very difficult to enter the sixth layer of spacetime? Mei Li said angrily, Are you talking like a human? Ah? Do you know how long it took me to enter the sixth layer of spacetime? A whole 160,000 years. 160,000 years. Do you know how I spent those 160,000 years? Yi Xian frowned slightly. 160,000 years, isn't that too exaggerated? Mei Li was so angry that her eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Try not using this sword. Big brother, I beg you, don't try using this sword. Yi Xian said seriously, This sword was made for me by my sister. You can also get your sister to make one for you. Mei Li slowly closed her eyes, and she clenched her fists, and her chest heaved up and down. She couldn't help but want to hit someone. Yi Xian laughed, Miss Mei Li, don't be angry, I have no ill intentions. I know that cultivation is not easy, and using this sword to enter the sixth layer of spacetime is equivalent to taking a shortcut. I am not complacent because of this, because I know that it is this sword that brought me this. If not for this sword. Speaking up to this point, he thought for a moment, and then said, If not for this sword, I think I can get Qing to make another one for me. The problem is that Yi is not very big. Pfft. Mei Li was so angry that she directly spat out a mouthful of blood. This is too damn infuriating. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Mei Li suddenly said angrily, You shut up. You shut up. If you dare to speak, I will kill you. After saying that, she turned around and left. She really didn't want to listen to Yi Xian anymore. This human's words could anger her to death. Seeing Mei Li leave, Yi Xian was a little speechless. He did not dwell on the problem of whether the sword was a sword or not, but began to fuse with the sixth layer of spacetime. With the help of the Cyan Profound Sword, it was not difficult to fuse with the sixth layer of spacetime. Not long after, he fused with the sixth layer of spacetime, and then began to fold the sixth layer of spacetime. This time, it was not as simple as the last time, because the density of the sixth layer of spacetime was at least 100 times thicker than the fifth layer of spacetime. It was very, very difficult to fold the sixth layer of spacetime. Yi Xian was also a little troubled, however, he did not give up and continued to try. Time passed bit by bit. More than 10 years later, Mei Li, who was studying the Cyan Profound Sword, suddenly frowned. In the next moment, she looked up. They're here. Not far from Mei Li, Yi Xian was a little puzzled. What's here? Mei Li looked at Yi Xian, Spirit Beast Clan's experts. Yi Xian frowned. He left Xiao Ta. Just as he left Xiao Ta, the black-robed man and a group of mysterious experts appeared in front of him. The black-robed man was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. In the next moment, the black-robed man's head flew out before he could even react. At the same time, the Cyan Profound Sword directly absorbed the black-robed man's soul. All the Spirit Beast Clan's experts were stunned. Yi Xian glanced at the Spirit Beast Clan's experts. Call your ancestors. I am invincible, do as you wish. Mei Li, all the Spirit Beast Clan's experts. Invincible, at will, Mei Li had a strange expression on her face. Has this human gone mad, in the boundless universe, who would dare to call themselves invincible? Invincible? Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the side. Yi Xian turned around and looked over. The space nearby had suddenly become illusory, and it wasn't long before a man walked out. The man had a robust figure and his face was covered in scales. At first glance, he seemed extremely ferocious. A 14th rank expert, the man smiled and said, "Human, say, you." The sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly vanished. In the next moment, the man's pupils constricted, and he was just about to flee. However, he was still a bit too slow, and the sword pierced through his forehead. Hiss, a fountain of blood sprayed out, the man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. At this moment, his soul had been locked onto by Yi Xian's sword. The man gazed at Yi Xian. "You." Spatial folding. "You're only at the 10th rank, how could you?" Right at this moment, Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the azure profound sword directly absorbed the man's soul. The expressions of the spirit beast experts instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. This human instantly killed a 14th rank expert. Mei Li's expression was slightly serious as well. The growth of Yi Xian's strength was slightly terrifying. How long had it been? No, Mei Li suddenly recalled that even though only a few days had passed in the outside world, it had been a few dozen years in Xiao Ta's body. However, even then, the speed at which Yi Xian improved was too terrifying. Sword, Mei Li's gaze descended onto the azure profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. This sword had directly increased Yi Xian's strength by over a dozen levels. In the distance, after Yi Xian killed the 14th rank expert, he didn't stop. He opened his palm, and in an instant, the heads of all the spirit beast experts flew into the air. Instant kill. With his current flying sword, even a 14th rank expert could not block it, let alone these experts below the 14th rank. After the Xianxia sword absorbed the souls of the spirit beast clan's powerhouses, Yi Xian put away the Xianxia sword. At this moment, the horizon in front of him suddenly split open and a shadow quietly appeared. Yi Xian frowned. Again, the phantom gradually solidified, and it didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man wore a black robe and had a horn growing out of his head, a 15th stage master. This person was the current patriarch of the spirit beast clan, Shogu. Shogu looked at Yi Xian. "We underestimated you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "As far as I know, I have no enmity with the spirit beasts." "I wonder if you," Shogu suddenly interrupted Yi Xian's words. "There was no enmity between us before, but isn't there enmity now?" Yi Xian looked at Shogu and said with a smile, "What you said makes sense." Shogu stared at Yi Xian. "Do you dare to come to my spirit beast clan?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't dare." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He didn't make a move because the person in front of him was only a phantom, not the real body. Shogu stared at the distant Yi Xian. His gaze was like a blade, incomparably cold. On the other side, Yi Xian directly returned to Xiao Ta. Take the initiative to go to the spirit beast clan. He wasn't an idiot. Now that he had the strength to go to the spirit beast clan and fight against the entire spirit beast clan, wasn't that just courting death? Wouldn't it be better for him to cultivate in Xiao Ta and then kill his way over? Facing this kind of 15th stage expert, he didn't have any confidence. Not to mention 15th stage, even if it was 14th stage, if the other party was on guard, it would be difficult for him to instantly kill them. When he instantly killed that 14th stage expert, it was actually because he caught the other party off guard. And this spirit beast clan clearly had a 15th stage expert. Moreover, it was possible that there was more than one. The most important thing was that this kind of power had an ancestor or something. As they fought, they had to summon their ancestor. What a pain in the ass. This time, he had to make thorough preparations before killing his way over to the spirit beast clan. Yi Xian continued to fold the 6th layer of spacetime. If he could fold the 6th layer of spacetime, then he would have the ability to kill a 15th stage expert. During this time, Mei Li was constantly guiding Yi Xian. Therefore, the progress was quite smooth. However, the spirit beast clan clearly didn't want to give him time. Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly raised his head. He frowned. "So fast?" At the side, Mei Li smiled and said, "You're already enough to attract the attention of the spirit beast clan." Right now, they don't just want your sword, they want to get rid of you even more. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He left Xiao Ta. As soon as he left Xiao Ta, the Spirit Beast clan's patriarch, Shou, appeared in front of him. Shou didn't look at Yi Xian. Instead, he looked at Mei Li, who was by Yi Xian's side. Heaven's Abode's lord, are you going to help this human? Mei Li glanced at Yi Xian, and then she smiled and said, yes. Shou smiled, according to what I know, this person seems to want to destroy your Heaven's Abode. Mei Li smiled lightly, Patriarch Shou, even though this sword is good, it's a hot potato. You have to think it through. Shou nodded slightly, so you're here for this sword as well. I understand. Mei Li glanced at Shou and shook her head. Understand my ass, you don't even know who you're facing. At this moment, Shou suddenly turned his head, Beast desolate, I'll leave Palace Master Mei Li to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a Beastman expert suddenly walked out from the right. That Beastman expert gazed at Mei Li while a wisp of a smile arose on the corners of his mouth. Please provide me with your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure leaped up and vanished on the spot. Mei Li glanced at Yi Xian, take care of yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. In the next moment, both of them entered the 6th layer of space. Meanwhile, Shou gazed at Yi Xian, do you have anyone else? Yi Xian shook his head, no. Shou stared at Yi Xian, that shouldn't be the case. A genius like you doesn't have anyone backing you? I don't believe it. Yi Xian smiled, cut the crap. Do you want a one-on-one fight or a group fight? Shou gazed at Yi Xian, one-on-one. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished, space-time folding. Moreover, it was the 6th layer of space-time folding. At the instant that Shou vanished, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed, and he immediately utilized the invincible sword domain. In terms of speed, he was definitely inferior to Shou, so he could only choose to defend. Bang! As soon as Yi Xian utilized the invincible sword domain, a powerful force swept over, and his face instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly vanished. Hiss! As the sound of something tearing resounded, Shou retreated explosively by 300 m. Shou glanced at his right hand, and there was a deep scar on it. Shou raised his head to look at Yi Xian, space-time folding. You're only at the 10th level, so how can you? Right at this moment, Yi Xian's sword suddenly vanished once more, and Shou body suddenly became illusory. Hiss! The azure sword slashed through the air. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly constricted, and he immediately utilized the core sword domain. An expanse of sword light drowned him because Shou had directly folded spacetime and arrived in front of him. Moreover, he'd even smashed his fist towards Yi Xian. Bang! Countless rays of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian retreated explosively by over 10 kilometers. Meanwhile, Shou suddenly took a step forward, and the expanse of spacetime where Yi Xian resided was instantly transformed into an abyss, a spacetime abyss. Merely a single move had blasted Yi Xian into a spacetime abyss. However, to Shou's disbelief, Yi Xian, who'd just entered the spacetime abyss, had directly returned to the real world. He's out. Shou was slightly stunned. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Shou, and he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. Presently, the speed of his flying sword wasn't sufficient to kill Shou. Since speed couldn't kill Shou, then he could only choose strength. As Yi Xian's sword slashed down, the expanse of spacetime where Shou resided was instantly obliterated, and even the 5th layer of spacetime was obliterated. Shou's face was emotionless as he immediately smashed his fist forward. Head-on, a ray of sword light was obliterated by Shou's fist. At the same time, Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively by 30 km. His strength had been suppressed. After Yi Xian stopped moving, he wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and then his eyes gradually turned blood red. Bloodline energy. A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Shou's mouth. You actually dared to utilize the strength of your bloodline in front of me. Could it be that you don't know that my Beast Spirit clan's bloodline is ranked at the 5th position in the world? As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and a strand of bloodline pressure swept directly towards Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly clenched his fists tightly, and then a strand of formidable bloodline pressure surged out from within him like tidewater. It was a competition of bloodlines. However, Shogu's bloodline pressure had just come into contact with Yixian's bloodline pressure when it was instantly dispersed. Shogu's face was filled with disbelief when he witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly charged over to him, and then he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. A sword howl resounded as a ray of blood-red light slashed down. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Shogu's eyes, and then he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground and smashed his fist forward. A single punch, rumble, an expanse of blood-red light was blasted apart, and then Yixian's figure was blasted flying. However, Shogu suddenly charged forward and stomped his foot forward. Bang! The space in the surroundings collapsed. Yixian hurriedly utilized the sword domain. However, even the sword domain wasn't able to resist the force of Shogu's kick. Rumble! The sword domain was destroyed, and then Yixian was instantly blasted 30 kilometers away. He just stopped when the green profound sword in his hand suddenly vanished. Shogu's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his arm horizontally to block the attack. Bang! The green profound sword was blasted flying. However, Shogu's right arm was directly split apart, and he was pushed 300 m back. After he stopped, Shogu glanced at the green profound sword in front of Yixian, and he spoke with slight excitement, "What a good sword." Yixian lightly waved the green profound sword in his hand, and a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't defeat him. Facing this kind of 15th phase super expert, he still couldn't beat, especially this kind of 15th phase expert who also had a powerful physical body. At this moment, an old man in a long robe appeared in front of Shogu. The old man glanced at Yixian in the distance and said, "Patriarch, this person isn't simple." Behind him, Shogu laughed savagely, "It doesn't matter. No matter how strong the person behind him is, how strong can he be? What is the human race? A piece of trash that can't even be considered a rank 2 civilization. P.S. Every time more people vote and reward, I get a little carried away. Everyone, please don't vote and reward. Let me calm down. My income has plummeted, so I'll work hard." The human race? Shogu really looked down on the human race. After all, the human race was not even a level 2 civilization, while the spirit beast race was a level 5 civilization. Next to Shogu, the old man in a long robe said in a deep voice, "The human race is indeed weak, but the sword in this person's hand is extraordinary." If the person who made this sword is a human, Shogu immediately shook his head, "Absolutely impossible. The space-time Tao contained in this sword is even above the space-time spirit seal. How could a mere human race create such a divine sword? This human must have obtained this sword by luck." Saying that, he looked at Yixian, "Everything will be known after I capture this person." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly grasped at Yixian in the distance with his right hand. Boom! In an instant, the spacetime where Yixian was in suddenly became a cage, 6 spacetime cages. Obviously, he wanted to capture Yixian alive. At this moment, Yixian suddenly turned into a sword light and disappeared. He just disappeared. Seeing this, Shogu was stunned. He ran away? This human ran away from his spacetime cage. When he came back to his senses, Yixian had completely disappeared. Shogu's face instantly became extremely gloomy. "I was careless." Saying that, he turned his head and looked to the side. "Search for this person with all your strength." Understood. Behind Shogu, countless spirit beast experts chased into the distance. Shogu seemed to think of something. He suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. There, Meili, who was fighting with the spirit beast experts, had stopped. Shogu looked at Meili. "Palace Master Meili, your doppelganger has such strength. This proves that your original body has reached level 15. An expert like you should not be stupid. It is not wise for you to help a human and become enemies with the spirit beast race." Meili smiled and said, "Shogu, let's wait and see." Saying that, her body gradually became illusory. She was going to disappear. She was originally a doppelganger. It was not easy for her to be able to drag on with a super expert until now. The long-robed elder beside Shogu said in a deep voice, "I feel that this matter is not simple. Since Palace Master Meili is helping Yixian, I'm afraid." Shogu suddenly said, "She's just like us. She wants Yixian's sword." The long-robed old man still wanted to say something, but Shogu spoke again. "Elder Shou Yen seems to be very afraid of this human." The old man called Shou Yen spoke in a deep voice, "I just feel that this human isn't simple. We can't underestimate him. Shogu glanced at Shou Yan and said with a smile, I know he's not simple, but does our spirit beast clan have a way out now? No. Since we've already become enemies, then we should naturally exterminate them and not leave any future troubles. With that, he turned around and left. The long-robed old man sighed softly. His intuition told him that this human was not normal. If he wasn't careful, the spirit beasts would face a great disaster. In this vast universe, although the spirit beast race was a level 5 civilization, there were many other level 5 civilizations. There were even the legendary level 6 civilizations. The stronger they were, the more careful they had to be. The slightest bit of carelessness could consign them to eternal damnation. Shou Yan sighed softly, turned around, and left. On the other side, Xian directly arrived at the 7th layer of spacetime. After he entered the 7th layer of spacetime, it was absolutely impossible for Shogu and the other experts to find him. After all, Shogu was only a level 15 expert. At most, he could only enter the 6th layer of spacetime. The 7th layer of spacetime was completely dark. Strictly speaking, the 7th layer of spacetime was formed by a spacetime black hole. The pressure here was more than 100 times stronger than the pressure in the 6th layer of spacetime. If it wasn't for the profound azure sword, he wouldn't have dared to enter. With his current strength, he was simply no different from an ant here. Not to mention him, even if the desolate antiquity came here, he would probably be wiped out in an instant. It could be said that the 6th layer of spacetime and the 7th layer of spacetime were worlds apart. This made Xian's mood somewhat solemn. He could still face a level 15 expert. However, if he encountered an expert who could enter the 7th layer of spacetime, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight back. After a moment, Xian withdrew his thoughts and returned to Xiao Ta's body. Then, he entered the 6th layer of spacetime and continued to fold the 6th layer of spacetime. Only by folding the 6th layer of spacetime would he have a chance to kill a level 15 expert. Otherwise, he would be crushed by his opponent in terms of speed. As for the 7th layer of spacetime, he didn't even think about it. It was definitely not something he could touch now. He had to admit that he was in a bit of a hurry. This was because he knew that if his opponent couldn't find him, he would definitely think of other ways. For example, he would look for the spirit of Nine and use them or even the human race to threaten him. He had already figured out these enemies' tricks, therefore, he had to race against time. Otherwise, he might fall into a passive position. Outside, somewhere in the starry sky, Shogu sat cross-legged in the starry sky. Behind him stood more than a dozen super experts of the Spirit Beast clan. He kept recalling the battle with Xian in his mind. Finally, he came to a conclusion. The reason why Xian was able to fight with him for so long was because of that sword. If not for that sword, his spacetime suppression would have been enough to kill Xian. However, because of that sword, his spacetime suppression, spacetime cage, and spacetime abyss were all ineffective against Xian. Thinking of this, Shogu's expression gradually turned grave. At this moment, he realized that the sword was even more terrifying than he had imagined. How did that human obtain this sword? Shogu's brows knitted together deeply. However, the doubt in his eyes soon turned into excitement. If that sword was in his hands, his battle prowess would increase by at least several times. Moreover, he might even be able to use that sword to reach a higher level. At that time, he would be able to bring the otherworldly demonic race to a new height, far surpassing their ancestors. Thinking of this, Shogu immediately stood up. He turned to the side and asked, "Is there any news of that Xian?" Shou Yan shook his head. "That person seems to have evaporated into thin air. There's no news of him at all." Shogu frowned slightly. "You can't find him?" Shou Yan nodded. "I can't find him." Shogu fell silent for a moment before he said, "According to what I know, that person seems to have a close relationship with the otherworldly demonic race." Shou Yan glanced at Shogu. "Patriarch, what do you mean?" Shogu said, "To the otherworldly demonic race." After saying this, he vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for Shogu to arrive at the otherworldly spirit world with a group of spirit beast experts. In the sky above the otherworldly spirit world, the otherworldly spirit king glanced at Shogu and the others, and then he said, "King Shogu, I wonder where." Shogu interrupted the otherworldly spirit king. "Where is that Xian?" The otherworldly spirit king shook his head. I don't know. Shogu looked at the otherworldly spirit king. You don't know? The otherworldly spirit king said in a deep voice, Your Excellency, our otherworldly spirit race really doesn't know where young Master Yi is. Although young Master Yi was on good terms with our otherworldly spirit race, when he left, our otherworldly spirit race, Shogu suddenly interrupted the otherworldly spirit king. I don't want to listen to such nonsense. Today, if Xian doesn't appear, our beast spirit race will trample the otherworldly demonic race. The otherworldly spirit king's face turned slightly unsightly when he heard this. King Shogu, our otherworldly spirit race really doesn't know where young Master Yi is. You have to be reasonable. Reasonable? A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Shogu's mouth. Otherworldly spirit king, you're truly pitiful. Do you know what's the most useless thing in this world? It's the reason you spoke of earlier. In this world, only one's fist matters. Only the party with the bigger fist is reasonable. You actually want to reason with me? How laughable. I'll tell you the truth as well. I know that your otherworldly spirit race doesn't know where Yi Xian is, and I intend to use the lives of your otherworldly spirit race to force Yi Xian out. The faces of the otherworldly spirit king and the other experts turned extremely unsightly when they heard this. This is clearly bullying you. Thinking so, the otherworldly spirit king turned to King Shogu and laughed heartily. King Shogu, our otherworldly spirit race actually knows where young Master Yi is. However, I refuse to tell you. King Shogu narrowed his eyes. Kill. Leave none alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts of the beast spirit race behind him charged forward. Below, the otherworldly spirit king suddenly roared furiously, All clansmen, heed my command. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. As he spoke, he charged forward. Behind him, countless experts of the otherworldly spirit race also charged forward. In the sky, the beast Gu King was just about to attack. Right at this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and then he turned around. A ray of light suddenly flashed not too far away, and then the head of a spirit beast expert flew into the air. In the next moment, the sword ray dissipated, and Yi Xian appeared before everyone. Seeing Yi Xian appear, the otherworldly spirit king immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If young Master Yi still didn't appear, the otherworldly demonic race would probably be wiped out today. Because at present, the otherworldly demonic race was no match for the beast spirit race. Seeing Yi Xian, a smile appeared on the King Shogu's lips. Yi Xian, you sure are loyal to your friends. You really showed up. Yi Xian glanced at the otherworldly spirit king by the side. Senior Spirit King, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. The otherworldly spirit king hurriedly shook his head. No, no. Young Master Yi, there's no need to stand on ceremony. I only hate the fact that our otherworldly demonic race is too weak to help young Master Yi. Sigh. Yi Xian smiled and said, This is my own matter. How can I trouble you? As he spoke, he looked at the King Shogu and waved the azure profound sword in his hand. Then, he said, You want this sword? The King Shogu gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you should be aware that your strength isn't worthy of this sword. Moreover, as far as I know, you're a smart person. You should be aware that it isn't a good thing for you to possess such a divine sword with your strength and status. If you're smart, then hand over the sword. If you do, then I can spare your life. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Really? The King Shogu stared at Yi Xian. Really? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, Give me 3 days to consider. 3 days, the King Shogu frowned. He was about to speak when Shou Yan spoke abruptly. Don't agree to his request. He's trying to buy time. The King Shogu gazed at Yi Xian. No. Yi Xian glanced at Shou Yan and said, King Shogu, rumor has it that you're invincible. I'd like to experience it for myself. Obviously, he wanted to fight one-on-one. The corners of Beast Gu's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. He was just about to speak when Shou Yan, who was beside him, suddenly said, Don't agree with him. Patriarch, let's attack together. He has no chance at all. Yi Xian was speechless. Attack together? Yi Xian glanced at Shou Yan. Motherfucker. This geezer is really bad. Meanwhile, Shogu suddenly said, Why do this? As he spoke, he walked towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian, since you want to fight me in single combat, then I'll fulfill your wish. Shou Yan sighed softly when he heard Shogu. Yi Xian gazed at Shogu and smiled, as expected of the king of a clan. You're bold. I, Yi Xian, admire you. Shogu smiled, cut the crap. Let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, and then he smashed his fist forward. Bang, a fist swept through the surroundings, and the formidable force contained within it caused space to be obliterated everywhere it passed. Physical strength. Besides being skilled in the space-time Tao, Shogu's physical strength was extremely terrifying as well. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He opened his palm, and then the green profound sword flew out. Bang, a ray of light slashed onto the fist, and it was instantly slashed into pieces. Meanwhile, Shogu suddenly appeared above Yi Xian, and then he suddenly stomped his foot down. Rumble, the space around Yi Xian instantly collapsed. Yi Xian directly utilized the invincible sword domain, and it forcefully protected him. However, Shogu smashed his fist down once more. Rumble, the invincible sword domain collapsed, and then Yi Xian was instantly blasted 3 kilometers away. Moreover, he'd entered the 6th level of the spatial abyss when his figure stopped moving. After Yi Xian entered the 6th level of the spatial abyss, Shogu didn't attack again, and he just watched. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's figure became ethereal, and he returned to reality in the next moment. Shogu's eyes narrowed when he witnessed this scene, and they were filled with excitement. The sword, Yi Xian's sword, was able to bring him out of the spatial abyss. Needless to say, at this moment, Shogu was both excited and shocked. He was excited because if this sword was in his hands, then the might it could display was simply unimaginable. He was shocked because this sword was actually so terrifying and was capable of bringing a living being out from a spatial abyss. This was truly terrifying. Without thinking too much, Shogu looked at Yi Xian and took a step forward. With this step, his entire body arrived in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, a powerful force instantly blasted towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian blocked with his sword. Boom, Yi Xian was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away along with his sword. When he came to a stop, a trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Shogu looked at Yi Xian with disdain. Yi Xian, is this all you've got? Yi Xian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and said, I surrender. Surrender. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Including that beast Gu King. Shogu was stunned for a moment, and then he roared with laughter. Surrender? If you surrendered just now, then I might have considered it. But it's too late now. Right at this moment, the sword in Yi Xian's hands suddenly vanished. It was a spatial fold. Moreover, it was the 6th spatial fold. This sudden and unexpected event caused Shogu's expression to instantly change drastically. Because it was the 6th spatial fold, and coupled with the fact that he'd underestimated Yi Xian earlier, he'd never imagined that Yi Xian would actually be able to fold the 6th spatial fold. So, he could only defend passively right now. Shogu instinctively raised his arms in front of him to defend. Sword arrival. Bang, everyone watched as Shogu's arms were chopped off, and then his body was blasted into pieces. As Shogu's soul retreated explosively, Yi Xian pressed his fingers together and guided lightly, and then the green profound sword flew forward. Hiss! The others hadn't even recovered from their shock when the green profound sword pierced through the center of Shogu's forehead. Bang! The green profound sword instantly absorbed Shogu's soul and didn't give him any chance. The countenances of all the beast spirit race experts instantly turned pale when they witnessed this scene. This human killed King Shogu. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. A short moment later, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew back into his grasp. The green profound sword trembled slightly as Little Soul said excitedly, Young master, it's a great tonic. Yi Xian grinned, there's still a lot. Shou Yan stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You acted weak first, and then you took them by surprise and executed a killer move to kill them in a single strike. Human, how scheming of you. Yi Xian gazed at Shou Yan and the others, and he didn't waste his breath at all. The green profound sword in his hand suddenly flew forward. At the instant he did, Shou Yan had already appeared over 30 kilometers away. His sword pierced through the air. Yi Xian fell silent when he witnessed this scene. Just as he'd expected, it would be very difficult for him to instantly kill such an expert if they were on guard. Meanwhile, Shou Yan suddenly said, Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the other beast spirit race experts turned around and vanished into the starry sky. Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. In the next moment, he immediately pursued them. Beast Spirit World. The Beast Spirit World was located in the spirit realm, and there were many powerful forces in the boundless spirit realm. All of them were rank 5 civilizations, and the Beast Spirit race was just one of them. After Shou Yan led all the Beast Spirit race experts back to the Beast Spirit race, he seized the opportunity to become the patriarch of the Beast Spirit race because Shogu had perished. Within the Beast Spirit race's main hall, Shou Yan immediately gathered all the Beast Spirit race's experts. At the same time, all the grand formations of the Beast Spirit race were activated, and even some elders who were in seclusion were summoned. Within the main hall, Shou Yan glanced at all the experts present, and then he said, "Immediately notify the entire spirit realm. Tell them that Xian possesses a divine artifact that surpasses the 6th level of spacetime. Not only will he be able to ignore the pressure of spacetime and the abyss of spacetime, he can even enter the 7th level of spacetime." Understood. One of the Beast Spirit race experts retreated. Shou Yan said, "Elder Shou Qian, go personally to the Barbarian Spirit race and tell them that if they're willing to help our Beast Spirit race, then our Beast Spirit race is willing to submit." Submit. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the Beast Spirit race experts within the hall changed drastically. Elder Shou Qian said in a low voice, "Patriarch Shou Yan, Xian is only one person." "We." Shou Yan slowly closed his eyes. "We can't stop him." Shou Qian said in a low voice, "We can still summon the ancestor." Shou Yan glanced at Shou Qian. "The patriarch is already dead. If we summon the ancestor, then our Beast Spirit race won't have any trump cards left. Even if we manage to defeat Xian, our Beast Spirit race will immediately be divided up by the other races. At that time, we won't even have the qualifications to bargain. Our Beast Spirit race will have the qualifications to bargain with the Barbarian Spirit race if we summon the ancestor. Even if we submit to the Barbarian Spirit race's ancestor, our Beast Spirit race will have the qualifications to talk to the Barbarian Spirit race as long as we have this card. Moreover, once we submit to the Barbarian Spirit race's ancestor, then we'll be able to draw trouble to them. The Barbarian Spirit race is a subordinate race of the Illusion ancestor, so once Xian goes against them, then it's equivalent to going against the Illusion ancestor. If he goes against the Illusion ancestor, then no matter how formidable the power behind him is, he'll still die for sure." Shou Qian hesitated for a moment when he heard this, and then he said, "Does he have a formidable power behind him?" Shou Yan said in a light voice, "How could such a person possibly grow to such an extent if he doesn't have any backing?" Shou Qian intended to say something else, but a Beast Spirit race expert suddenly appeared within the hall. "Patriarch, Xian has arrived." Shou Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he gazed at Shou Qian. "Head to the Barbarian Spirit race right now." Shou Qian nodded. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished from within the hall. In the sky above the Beast Spirit world, Xian stood with his sword in hand. He'd chased all the way here. He naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. Meanwhile, Shou Yan suddenly appeared in front of Xian, and he gazed at Xian and said, "Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. My Beast Spirit race is willing to compensate you for your losses." "We." Xian suddenly smiled and said, "A misunderstanding? What a joke." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm. Shou Yan's expression instantly changed drastically, and he was just about to attack when over a dozen heads suddenly shot into the sky. Xian gazed at Shou Yan and smiled. "I, Xian, don't like to cause trouble, but I'll definitely annihilate anyone who dares offend me." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Hiss, an expanse of blood-red sword light flashed through the battlefield. Shou Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Activate the formation." As soon as he finished speaking, the space around Xian warped. At the same time, a huge barrier of light enveloped the entire Beast Spirit world, and then countless strange talismans shot towards Xian from within the barrier of light. Xian's brows knit together slightly as he stood within the warped space, and then he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! Space shattered apart, and the strange talismans in the surroundings instantly vanished. Shou Yan's face instantly fell when he witnessed this scene. Yi Xian was just about to attack again when a voice suddenly resounded from afar. Wait! Shou Yan instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this voice. An expert from the barbarian spirit race has arrived. Yi Xian turned around and saw a middle-aged man walking over slowly from afar. He wasn't a human, but his appearance was actually 90% similar to a human. However, he was much stronger than a human. The barbarian spirit race expert sized Yi Xian up, and then he said, "Are you a human?" Yi Xian smiled, "Yes." That expert gazed at Yi Xian. "I don't care about the enmity between you and the beast spirit race, but from this moment onward, the beast spirit race has submitted to my barbarian spirit race. Now, they're a subordinate race of my barbarian spirit race. Understand?" Yi Xian nodded, "I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slashed with his sword. Hiss! The head of that expert from the barbarian spirit race flew into the air. All the experts of the beast spirit race were stunned. This human actually dared to kill an expert from the barbarian spirit race. Shou Yan instantly started laughing when he witnessed this scene. Now, enmity had been formed between the human and the barbarian spirit race. Yi Xian turned around to gaze at Shou Yan. Shou Yan spoke in a low voice, "Do you know anything about the barbarian spirit race?" Yi Xian grinned, "It wouldn't be too late to kill them first." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Shou Yan narrowed his eyes, and he was about to retreat when a powerful force suddenly descended from the sky. Following that, a sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was forced to retreat. A barbarian spirit person stood in front of Shou Yan, barbarian spirit race's great elder, Man Tian, a 15th phase master. Man Tian looked at the nearby Yi Xian and said, "The bones of the last one who didn't give my barbarian spirit race any face have already turned to ashes." At the side, Shou Yan hurriedly fanned the flames. "Grand Elder Man Tian, there is a mysterious force behind this person, and it is not simple. Don't be careless." A smile appeared at the corner of Man Tian's mouth. "Comparing backgrounds? My barbarian spirit race loves to compare backgrounds the most." Saying this, he opened his right hand and made an inviting gesture. "Human, don't say that my spirit beast race is bullying you. Come, call someone over. P.S. I went back to my hometown for Chinese New Year. Too many people came to propose marriage. Vexation. My house's doorsill is about to be trampled open. Call for help." The barbarian spirit race had the ability and confidence to do so because their strength was the #1 race in the entire spirit region. Moreover, the barbarian spirit race had an extraordinary power standing behind them, and it was the illusion race. The illusion race was a genuine level 6 civilization, even though it was only a rank higher than the barbarian spirit race. It was a gap that the barbarian spirit race would never be able to surpass. The difference between a rank 5 and a rank 6 civilization was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Man Tian gazed at Yi Xian and smiled, "Human, if no one is going to call for help, then I will." As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the surroundings suddenly trembled. In the next moment, numerous terrifying auras swept out from the surroundings, and then over 100 extraordinary experts appeared here. There were actually 5 at the 15th rank amongst them. Moreover, there were a total of 49 at the 14th rank, and the weakest amongst the rest was at the 13th rank. Shou Yan's face fell when he saw this lineup. The barbarian spirit race had mobilized such a large force, so they were obviously determined to obtain the divine treasure in Yi Xian's possession. Meanwhile, Man Tian suddenly glanced at the surroundings and smiled, "Everyone, this person killed members of my barbarian spirit race, so my barbarian spirit race is absolutely irreconcilable with him. This is a personal enmity between my barbarian spirit race and him, so I hope that all of you won't interfere." Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from the shadows. "If your barbarian spirit race wants to take that human sword for yourself, then just say it. Why be so hypocritical?" Man Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly turned around and punched. Bang! Space suddenly collapsed over 1 kilometer away, and then an afterimage retreated explosively for 5,000 km. Man Tian glanced at the afterimage and smiled, "I said that because I wanted to give you some face. Since you don't want to give me face, then don't blame my barbarian spirit race." As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the barbarian spirit race vanished on the spot. and the afterimage in the distance was instantly obliterated. The experts in the surroundings were shocked when they witnessed this scene. The barbarian spirit race was really overbearing, however, no one dared to resist. The strength of a single barbarian spirit race wasn't invincible. What they truly feared was the illusion race that stood behind the barbarian spirit race. Back then, the barbarian spirit tribe wasn't that strong. The reason they suddenly rose was because a woman from the barbarian spirit tribe married into the illusory tribe. From then on, the barbarian spirit race's status rose with the tide, and no force in the entire spirit realm dared to not give them face. As time passed, the barbarian spirit race also grew stronger and stronger. Of course, it also grew more and more domineering. However, none of the forces dared to provoke them. In the dark, some experts had already retreated. They were also interested in the sword in Xianxia's hand. Not only could it ignore the pressure of time and space and the abyss of time and space, it could also enter the seventh layer of time and space. Even the entire spirit realm did not have such a divine item. However, with the barbarian spirit tribe present, they knew that they had no hope at all. A smile appeared on Man Tian's face when he saw the experts hiding in the surrounding scatter. He looked at Shou Yan, who was not far away. Shou Yan immediately said, "Great Elder Man Tian, from now on, my spirit beast race will follow the lead of the barbarian spirit race." Man Tian was very satisfied and slightly nodded. "The patriarch has already said that although your spirit beast race has submitted to my barbarian spirit race, my barbarian spirit race will not interfere in your spirit beast race's matters. However, if my barbarian spirit race has any orders in the future," Shou Yan quickly said, "my spirit beast race will definitely obey." Man Tian smiled. "Very good." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Xian, who was not far away. "Human, I know that you were healing a moment ago. Have you healed your injuries?" Xian smiled and said, "I'm fine." Man Tian smiled and said, "Don't say that my barbarian spirit race is bullying you. You can call for more people, as many as you want." However, Xian shook his head. "No need." After saying that, he suddenly disappeared. Space-time folding. In the distance, Man Tian slightly narrowed his eyes and raised his arm to block. Boom! Man Tian retreated several thousand feet, and just as he stopped, Xian appeared in front of him once again. In an instant, a wave of sword light directly submerged him. Square-inch sword domain, chi-chi-chi-chi-chi, tearing sounds resounded ceaselessly from within the wave of sword light. Right at that moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from within the wave of sword light. The sword light shattered, and a figure retreated repeatedly. It was Man Tian. When Man Tian stopped, the expressions of all the experts became solemn. Because at this moment, Man Tian's entire body was covered in dense sword scars. It was as if he had been dismembered, and it was extremely shocking. In the distance, Shou Yan stared fixedly at the distant Xian, and the depths of his eyes were solemn. At that moment, he suddenly discovered that Xian's sword wasn't only powerful, but his sword skills were also terrifying. Who was this human? The solemn expression in Shou Yan's eyes gradually turned into worry. In front of Xian, Man Tian glanced at his own body, and in the next moment, his expression became ferocious. He looked at Xian and said, "Human, you have successfully angered me, you." At that moment, a sword suddenly slashed down, and Man Tian's voice came to an abrupt stop. Man Tian raised his arm to block. Bang! The sword light shattered, and Man Tian was blasted 3 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped, his right arm split open and blood sprayed out. Meanwhile, Xian had suddenly vanished on the spot. Man Tian was shocked, and he swiftly raised his left hand to block before spinning it. Cage. As soon as his voice resounded, Xian suddenly stopped because the area of spacetime he was in had become a spacetime cage. Meanwhile, Man Tian said, "Fall." As soon as he finished speaking, the spacetime where Xian was in had suddenly transformed into an abyss, and Xian fell rapidly. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Man Tian's mouth, but it quickly froze because Xian had suddenly returned to reality. Man Tian's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this, and he seemed to have thought of something. His gaze descended onto the green profound sword in Xian's hand. "It's your sword." Xian didn't waste his breath, and he just raised his hand and slashed. Hiss! A strand of sword light tore through the battlefield. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Man Tian's eyes. He took a step forward and punched out with his left hand. The powerful force contained within his fist directly tore the space in front of him apart, and Yi Xian's sword light was instantly destroyed, but right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared above Man Tian and slashed with his sword. Drawing the sword to decide life and death, the powerful force of this sword slash instantly tore space apart. Man Tian's pupils constricted. He didn't dare to take Yi Xian's sword head-on, because Yi Xian's sword could break through his defenses. The instant Yi Xian's sword descended, Man Tian's figure trembled. Space folded, and he directly appeared 3 kilometers away. He had just stopped when a flying sword slashed at him. Its speed was extremely fast, because this was also a spatial folding technique. Man Tian was greatly alarmed. At this moment, he had nowhere to dodge and could only face it head-on. He didn't have time to think, and he used his left hand to block. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone, the swords on Man Tian's left hand shattered, and he retreated explosively. In the distance, Yi Xian was about to attack again, but right at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he swiftly turned around. At this moment, a fist smashed towards him like a tsunami. Yi Xian hurriedly withdrew his sword to defend himself. Rumble! Along with an explosion, the space where Yi Xian was instantly transformed into a pitch-black space-time black hole. At the instant that Yi Xian fell into the space-time black hole, the profound azure sword in his hand trembled violently and hurriedly brought him out of the space-time black hole. After coming out, Yi Xian turned around and saw a man from the barbarian spirit tribe standing not too far away. He wore an embroidered robe, had a tall figure, and had long hair that draped over his shoulders. He emanated an extremely terrifying pressure. Man Qing, the current patriarch of the barbarian spirit tribe. Man Qing sized up Yi Xian, and then his gaze descended onto the profound azure sword in his hand. Good sword. Meanwhile, Man Tian walked over to Man Qing's side. Patriarch. Man Qing looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You possess such strength at such a young age, so I presume you're not an ordinary person. Since you're not an ordinary person, then you should know of my barbarian spirit tribe. Since you know of my barbarian spirit tribe, why do you dare to become enemies with my barbarian spirit tribe?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "It seems that your barbarian spirit tribe wants to become enemies with me, right?" Man Qing shook his head. "My barbarian spirit tribe wants to kill you because it thinks highly of you. What qualifications do you have to become enemies with my barbarian spirit tribe?" Yi Xian gave him a thumbs up. Amazing. Man Qing smiled and said, "No matter who you are or where you came from, today, I will shatter your body, imprison your soul, and let you be burned by spirit flames for eternity. I want the world to understand that those who offend my barbarian spirit tribe can only beg for death." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Rumble! Yi Xian was directly sent flying several thousand feet away, but before he could stop, several afterimages suddenly swept over. Man Tian and the other 15th-stage barbarian spirit tribe experts also attacked. Yi Xian quickly displayed his invincible sword domain. Bang! As soon as the invincible sword domain appeared, it collapsed, and his whole body was directly thrown into the space-time abyss. Just as he escaped from the space-time abyss, a fist mark suddenly attacked him. Man Qing! Yi Xian raised his sword horizontally to block it. Bang! The profound cyan sword in Yi Xian's hand violently trembled, and he rapidly retreated. At this time, 15th-stage barbarian spirit tribe experts suddenly rushed towards him from all directions, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. The retreating Yi Xian's eyes flashed with hostility, and he suddenly slashed forward with his sword. Square-inch sword domain. Bang! A wave of sword light instantly submerged him and the 15th-stage barbarian spirit tribe experts. There was a moment of silence. Bang! The sword light shattered, and a figure flew out. It was Yi Xian. When Yi Xian came to a stop, his left arm had already disappeared. Not only that, but his entire body was covered in cracks and bones could be seen in many places. He was in an extremely miserable state. In the distance, Man Qing looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Come, call him over." Right at this moment, the space above Man Qing suddenly trembled violently. Man Qing frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. Someone's really coming. It didn't take long for that space to turn into a vortex, and a middle-aged man walked out from within the vortex. When he saw who it was, Man Qing burst into laughter. "Haha! Human, your men aren't here, but mine are. The middle-aged man in front of him was the patriarch of the illusory tribe. After the illusion tribe leader came out, he scanned the surroundings. Very quickly, his gaze landed on Yixian. When he saw Yixian's appearance, the illusion tribe leader's legs softened and he almost knelt down. At this moment, the patriarch of the illusion race was astounded to the extreme. Why is young Master Yi in such a miserable state? Meanwhile, Man Qing walked over to the patriarch and bowed respectfully. Patriarch Huan Ming, what are you doing here? The illusion race. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The patriarch of the illusion race, a grade 6 civilization. Huan Ming paid no attention to Man Qing, and he just suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. Yixian's expression instantly changed, and he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Huan Ming hurriedly said, Yi. Young Master Yi, I'm on your side. I'm on your side. He's on my side. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Man Qing and Man Tian were petrified on the spot. On my side, what's going on? Yixian gazed at Huan Ming and frowned. On your side. Meanwhile, Man Qing suddenly appeared in front of Huan Ming, and he hurriedly said, Patriarch Huan Ming, do you know this human? Huan Ming suddenly turned around and slapped him. Bang! Man Qing didn't even have time to react before his body was blasted into pieces. Everyone here was speechless. Huan Ming glanced coldly at Man Qing, who was slightly stunned. What human? He's called Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi. At this moment, Man Qing's mind had gone blank, and the faces of the other experts of the barbarian spirit race had turned ghastly pale. As for Shou Yan, his figure had even started to tremble. Huan Ming bowed slightly to Yixian and spoke in a trembling voice, Young Master Yi, what happened? Yixian spoke solemnly, are you sure you didn't mistake me for someone else? Huan Ming hesitated for a moment, and then he withdrew a portrait. The person in the portrait was Yixian. Yixian frowned slightly when he saw the portrait. What's this? Huan Ming hurriedly said, a senior gave it to me. It's that senior in a plain dress. Yixian was stunned. Huan Ming knew that he wasn't mistaken when he saw the expression on Yixian's face. Yixian suddenly glanced at Man Qing. The barbarian spirit race is a subordinate race of your illusion race? Huan Ming nodded. Yes. One of our clan's elders has formed a marriage alliance with the barbarian spirit tribe. Therefore. As he said that, he seemed to have thought of something and his pupils suddenly shrank. Young Master Yi, were they the ones who attacked you? Yixian nodded. They ganged up on me. You even wanted to exterminate my entire clan. Huan Ming was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, my illusory race isn't related to the barbarian spirit race at all. It has nothing to do with me. Yixian was speechless. The expressions of Man Qing and the others became unsightly to the extreme when they heard Huan Ming. Of course, they were terrified to the extreme as well. Who was this human in front of him? How could the patriarch of the illusion race be so humble? On the other side, Shou Yan was about to faint. In front of Huan Ming, Yixian's body suddenly twitched. Huan Ming's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he hurriedly said, Young Master Yi. What's wrong? Yixian rolled his eyes. I feel like I'm going to die. Senior, if I die, please help me tell my younger sister and ask her to avenge me. Huan Ming's face instantly turned pale. If young Master Yi really dies here, then. I don't even dare to think about it. Huan Ming swiftly turned his head. Guards. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened, and then countless experts walked out from the starry sky, the experts of the illusion race. Powerful pressure smashed down from the starry sky, and it caused the entire world to tremble. The expressions of all the experts here became extremely solemn when they witnessed this scene. Has the illusion race mobilized its entire race? Huan Ming's expression became ferocious. Capture all the members of the barbarian spirit race and bring them here. The experts of the illusion race vanished on the spot when they heard Huan Ming. On the other hand, Man Qing's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Patriarch Huan Ming, please give Man Lin face and let me. Huan Ming suddenly roared furiously, shut up. My illusion race isn't related to your barbarian spirit race at all. Man Qing was speechless. Huan Ming turned around to gaze at Yixian, who was on the verge of death, and then he hurriedly withdrew a thumb-sized medicinal pill and spoke in a trembling voice, Young Master Yi, your injuries aren't very severe. You won't die. Come, quickly take this medicine. Xian glanced at Man Qing, and then he spoke in a timid voice, I'm afraid. Man Qing was speechless. Huan Ming glanced coldly at Man Qing, and the latter hurriedly said, Patriarch Huan Ming, Huan Ming suddenly clenched his fist. Man Qing's soul felt like an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat, and he couldn't speak any longer. Huan Ming gazed coldly at Man Qing. I'll repeat myself once more. My illusion race isn't related to your barbarian spirit race at all. Man Qing was speechless. Meanwhile, the experts of the illusion race had arrived here, and all the members of the beast spirit race had been captured here. There were tens of thousands of them. They weren't able to resist at all. Man Tian spoke in a trembling voice when he witnessed this scene. Patriarch Huan Ming, we shouldn't harm our clansmen. I wonder if, when he spoke up to this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and he immediately looked at Yi Xian and bowed deeply. Young Master Yi, this is the fault of my barbarian spirit race. Please show mercy. Yi Xian suddenly said, I'm feeling dizzy. I'm going to rest for a while. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. Man Tian's face instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, Huan Ming suddenly said, behead them all. As soon as he finished speaking, the heads of the tens of thousands of experts of the barbarian spirit race fell to the ground before Man Tian could even react, and blood instantly dyed the ground red. Man Tian slumped to the ground when he witnessed this scene. The beast spirit race was gone. It was gone just like that. Man Qing, who hadn't died completely, was ashen, and his entire soul was trembling. The once glorious barbarian spirit race was gone just like that. Even though their heads had been chopped off, their souls were still there. Right when the experts of the illusion race were about to destroy the souls of the barbarian spirit race's experts, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew out, and then it started to madly absorb the souls of the barbarian spirit race's experts. The experts of the illusion race gazed at Huan Ming when they witnessed this scene. Huan Ming glanced at the green profound sword, and then he waved his hand. All the experts of the illusion race immediately moved aside. At this moment, Shou Yan suddenly ran in front of Yi Xian. He knelt down and said in a trembling voice, Young Master Yi, my spirit beast race has eyes but failed to see. Please be magnanimous and let my spirit beast race off. Yi Xian smiled and said, You're begging the wrong person. You should be begging the patriarch of the illusion race. Shou Yan hurriedly shook his head. Young Master Yi, my beast spirit race is willing to submit to you. So long as you're willing to show mercy, my beast spirit race is willing to do anything. Yi Xian remained silent. Shou Yan was delighted when he saw Yi Xian remain silent, and he hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, from this moment onward, my beast spirit race is willing to follow you. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head. I'm feeling a little dizzy. I need to rest. Shou Yan's face instantly turned ghastly pale. Meanwhile, Huan Ming suddenly said, Slash. As soon as he finished speaking, countless experts of the illusion race charged into the beast spirit world below. In the next moment, numerous bloody heads shot into the sky. They weren't able to resist at all. Meanwhile, Shou Yan suddenly roared furiously, Ancestor summon. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of white light suddenly shot into the sky from within the beast spirit world. Meanwhile, Huan Ming suddenly pressed his right hand down. Bang! The ray of white light exploded into pieces, and the souls of the beast spirit race's ancestors within it were instantly crushed. Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn when he witnessed this scene. The strength of the illusion race's patriarch wasn't just ordinary. Meanwhile, the green profound sword suddenly flew into the beast spirit world, and then it madly absorbed the souls of the beast spirit race's experts. Right at this moment, Shou Qing suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. Who exactly are you? Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword directly entered the space between Shou Qing's brows and absorbed his soul. After that, the green profound sword entered the space between Man Tian's brows. Bang! Man Tian was instantly absorbed. Huan Ming glanced at the green profound sword, and then he said, Young Master Yi, was this sword forged by that senior? Yi Xian nodded. Huan Ming's expression became solemn when he saw this. No wonder. Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, I need to recuperate. As he spoke, he entered the Xiao Ta. Recuperate, his body had almost been shattered by the group attack just now, and he was in an extraordinarily miserable state. after Yi Xian entered the Xiao Ta, Huan Ming glanced coldly at the surroundings and said, "Investigate and see if young Master Yi has any other enemies." "Yes." Some of the experts of the illusion race bowed slightly and left. Huan Ming closed his eyes slowly. At this moment, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, young Master Yi is fine. Otherwise, he really didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly appeared here. At this moment, Yi Xian's injuries had completely healed. A wisp of surprise flashed through Huan Ming's eyes when he saw that Yi Xian's injuries had completely healed. That was too swift. Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior." Huan Ming hurriedly shook his head, "It's nothing." If it wasn't for Senior Su Kun, then the old man would have probably been unable to take another step forward in his cultivation. "Qing Yi Xian spoke solemnly, "Where's Qing now?" Huan Ming shook his head and laughed bitterly, "I don't know. That day, she only passed by the illusory Nether tribe and then left. As for where she went, I don't dare to ask." Yi Xian was speechless. Huan Ming continued, "Young Master Yi, the matter here has come to an end. Why don't you come with me to the illusion race?" Yi Xian was about to speak when the space in the distance suddenly trembled. Huan Ming frowned slightly, and then he turned around. A man had suddenly walked out from that expanse of space. The man had a triangular head and a strange blood-red talisman mark on the center of his forehead. It wasn't his main body, it was just a shadow. It was the ancestor of the spirit beast race, Yao. He was the one who'd led the spirit beast race into a grade 5 civilization. Yao gazed at Huan Ming, and then his gaze descended onto Yi Xian. "My spirit beast race was annihilated because of you." Yi Xian was about to speak when Huan Ming suddenly said, "My illusion race was annihilated." Yao gazed at Huan Ming, a rank 17 expert. Huan Ming smiled, "You were able to notice that I'm at the rank 17. Looks like you're not simple." Yao suddenly smiled, "Is rank 17 very strong?" Huan Ming smiled slightly. "To some people, it's not strong, but to you, forgive me for being blunt, but do you dare to show your true body?" Yao stared at Yi Xian. "The hatred of the extermination of my clan is absolutely irreconcilable." As he spoke, his body gradually became illusory. "P.S. Today, I'm going to kill a pig and eat pig rice." Haha. Once Yao vanished, Huan Ming suddenly said, "Send my order to search for him throughout the universe." An old man behind Huan Ming bowed slightly, "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Huan Ming turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, this place is probably no longer safe. Come with me to the illusion race." Yi Xian fell silent for a short while before he said, "Can you give me 3 days of time?" Huan Ming nodded, "Of course." Yi Xian turned around and left. He had to give them some instructions. Once Yi Xian left, Huan Ming suddenly turned around. "Who is it?" Space trembled slightly in the distance, and then a woman appeared before the experts of the illusion race. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely be pleasantly surprised. Because it was none other than Mu Niannian. Huan Ming gazed at Mu Niannian with a trace of vigilance in his eyes. He couldn't see through this woman. Huan Ming spoke solemnly, "Who are you?" Mu Niannian smiled, "I'm his older sister." Huan Ming was slightly stunned. "Older sister?" The corners of Mu Niannian's mouth curled up slightly. "Yes." Huan Ming hurriedly cupped his fists. "May I know what orders you have for me?" Mu Niannian asked, "Does your illusion race have any opponents?" Huan Ming spoke solemnly, "We do." Mu Niannian said, "Go on." Huan Ming glanced at Mu Niannian. Even though he didn't know what she meant, he still hurriedly said, "My illusion race is located in the ancient exalted world, and there are 3 extraordinary powers there. One of them is my illusion race, the other is the ancient exalted clan and the ancient desolate race. My illusion race and the ancient desolate race are mortal enemies." Mu Niannian nodded slightly. "Then the ancestor of the spirit beast race, Yao, should be with the ancient desolate race." Huan Ming frowned slightly. "Why?" Mu Niannian smiled, "He knows that you've reached the 17th rank, and he dares to say that the enmity between us is irreconcilable. That's because he has the confidence to resist your illusion race." Ming Huan said solemnly, "It's impossible for someone from the lower realms to reach the great heaven ancient world." Mu Niannian smiled and said, "That woman in the plain dress is also from the lower realm." Huan Ming's pupils constricted abruptly when he heard this. After a short moment, he bowed slightly. I understand. Mu Niannian continued, moreover, since he dared to speak so harshly in front of you, it means that the ancient desolate tribe might take action. Huan Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to speak when the space before him suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. The Illusion Clan, the illusory race member's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. Clan leader, the ancient desolate race ambushed our illusory race. Our illusory race is gone. Huan Ming's expression instantly became ferocious when he heard this. The primordial clan. With that, he turned. All clansmen, heed my command. Return to Grand Luo immediately, Mu Niannian suddenly said, wait. Huan Ming looked at Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian said, if you return now, your entire army will be wiped out. Huan Ming said solemnly, Miss, what do you mean? Mu Niannian looked at Huan Ming. The ancient desolate race and your illusory race should be on par in strength, so why did they dare to attack? You should know that if they fought you to the death, who would benefit from it? The ancient exalted clan, of course. There's no way they wouldn't understand this. But they still attacked us. Huan Ming's expression was a little unsightly. The ancient exalted clan joined forces with them. Mu Niannian nodded. That's right. Huan Ming clenched his fists. Why would they join forces? Mu Niannian said, there are only two reasons. The first is the benefits. Joining forces to destroy your illusory race will bring you benefits. Please continue to the next page. The second is the threat. Even your illusory race poses a threat to them. Huan Ming's expression was dark. It looks like they've already found out about my breakthrough. Mu Niannian nodded. You can't bring your clansmen back to the ancient exalted world right now, because they've definitely made thorough preparations. If you return now, you'll be walking right into their trap. Huan Ming fell silent for a moment, then turned to Mu Niannian and bowed slightly. Please advise me, miss. Mu Niannian smiled. I have a very good idea. Huan Ming bowed again. Please speak, miss. Mu Niannian gently combed her disheveled hair behind her ear. Let me analyze it for you. You brought most of the experts of your race to receive that little fellow, so they must be extremely curious. If I'm not wrong, they must be doing everything in their power to investigate this little fellow's origins. But they won't be able to find anything. They'll definitely guess that if a human could make your illusory race send their entire race to receive him, how could he be an ordinary person? Coupled with the fact that you've just broken through, I would definitely guess that this human might be from a level 7 civilization if I were them. As she spoke, she gazed at Huan Ming. Their target seems to be you, but it's actually that little fellow. Huan Ming laughed bitterly when he heard this. Mu Niannian said, find a way to spread the news that he's from a level 7 civilization. However, he was taken away by someone, and he even brought many divine objects with him. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and 3 portraits appeared in front of Huan Ming. They were the portraits of the woman in a plain dress, the man in green, and the swordsman. Mu Niannian smiled. The 3 of them and Yixian escaped from a level 7 civilization, and they even brought some divine objects with them. Huan Ming was stunned, and then he said, you're asking them to look for them? Mu Niannian nodded. They will. Huan Ming hesitated for a moment before he said, is that all right? Mu Niannian smiled, it's fine. Don't worry and do it. Leave everything to that little fellow. Huan Ming was speechless. Mu Niannian added, also, you have to let them know that the 3 of them were heavily injured when they escaped from a level 7 civilization, and they've gone into hiding now. Huan Ming glanced at Mu Niannian. Miss, actually, he wanted to ask if this was too sinister. He didn't know how strong the man in green and the swordsman were, but he knew how strong the woman in a plain dress was. If the ancient Daluo clan and the ancient Desolate clan found her, wouldn't that be like entering the toilet with a lantern? It was too sinister. Of course, he didn't dislike it at all. Mu Niannian smiled. There's one more thing that you absolutely must remember. You have to let them understand that you're not looking for that little fellow to protect him, but to find those 3 people through him and obtain the divine objects from a level 7 civilization. Only then will your illusory race be able to escape from this vortex. Huan Ming bowed respectfully. Understood. Mu Nianyan nodded, turned around, and left. Huan Ming suddenly asked, Miss, are they really from a level 7 civilization? Mu Nianyan stopped in her tracks and smiled. What do you think? Huan Ming said solemnly, did I underestimate them a little? Mu Nianyan nodded. Yes, you did. With that, she turned around and disappeared into the starry sky. Huan Ming frowned slightly. I underestimated them a little. Could they be from a level 8 civilization? After a while, he turned around and left. The entrance to the ancient Daluo clan was currently at the entrance. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Countless experts had already gathered here. Among them, there were 2 17th stage experts, 23 16th stage experts, and several hundred 15th stage experts. These experts were from the ancient Daluo clan and the desolate ancient sect. Leading them was the patriarch of the ancient Daluo clan, Daluo Tian, and desolate Xing. Daluo Tian looked into the distance and smiled. Brother Xing, do you think this Huan Ming would suddenly bring his entire clan to find a human? This is very strange. Desolate Xing smiled. That human is not simple. Daluo Tendo said, I've already sent someone to investigate. Desolate Xing was about to speak when an expert of the ancient Daluo clan appeared before Daluo Tian, and he said solemnly, Patriarch, according to the latest news, that human is from a level 7 civilization. A level 7 civilization. The expressions of all the experts changed when they heard this. Daluo Tian narrowed his eyes. A level 7 civilization? The exalted elder nodded. According to our men's reports, that human and 3 others escaped from a level 7 civilization, and the other 3 are heavily injured. The reason why Huan Ming brought so many of his clansmen to find that human, Yi Xian, was mainly because he wanted to find those 3 injured humans through Yi Xian because those 3 humans brought back many divine artifacts from a level 7 civilization. Divine artifacts, Daluo Tian sneered. No wonder Huan Ming didn't just break through, he even brought all the experts of his clan to find that human. So it was for the divine artifacts from a level 7 civilization. Desolate Xing suddenly asked, those 3 humans are heavily injured? The expert of the ancient Daluo clan nodded. Yes. Desolate Xing and Daluo Tian exchanged glances, and then Desolate Xing said solemnly, they escaped from a level 7 civilization. In other words, they definitely know about level 7 civilizations, and they have divine artifacts. At this moment, one of the experts suddenly said, according to my clansman, that human, Yi Xian, has a divine sword. The one who spoke was the ancestor of the Spirit Beast clan, Ye Yao. Desolate Xing turned to look at Ye Yao. Tell me about that sword. Ye Yao said solemnly, that human, Yi Xian, is only a level 10 expert, but he can use that sword to kill a level 15 expert. Moreover, he can use that sword to ignore the pressure of spacetime and the spacetime abyss. He can even use that sword to enter the 7th layer of spacetime and ignore the spacetime black hole there. Daluo Tian frowned slightly. He can use that sword to kill a level 15 expert? Ye Yao nodded. Yes. Daluo Tian said solemnly, it seems like he really is from a level 7 civilization. Meanwhile, Desolate Xing spoke abruptly, those 3 humans. When he spoke up to this point, he exchanged glances with Daluo Tian, and then he said solemnly, we can't allow them to fall into the hands of the illusion race. As he spoke, he turned to look at the expert from the exalted clan, do you have portraits of them? The expert from the exalted clan nodded, yes. Because the illusion race has sent people to search for them. As he spoke, he waved his right hand lightly, and then 3 portraits appeared before them. Daluo Tian immediately said, send my order. Gather the strength of the entire clan to search for them. Desolate Xing hurriedly said as well, send my order. Everyone from the ancient Daluo clan is to stop what they're doing and search for them with all our strength. The experts from both clans retreated. On the other hand, Desolate Xing and Daluo Tian became excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They had escaped from a level 7 civilization. It was time to change their destiny. End of this chapter. End of chapter 1887. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.